With a sword in hand and wine in tow, the slender waist of Chu dances lightly. The young man, bearing a long knife upon his shoulder and a flask of wine at his waist, strides forward, yet the world of chivalry within his heart remains elusive. In the tumultuous era, a page is turned in the book of chaos, as decades of rain fall upon the rivers and lakes of night. Chapter 1. Dreamed that in the university classroom, the professor passionately lectures on the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. Suddenly, a loud snore disrupts the atmosphere, causing the professor to pause and cast a blank stare toward the source of the sound. The students, stifling their laughter, turn to see a tall youth sprawled over his desk, blissfully asleep. It's him again. What's up with Zhao Changhe lately? He was once the epitome of vitality and athleticism. Is he now spending his nights with club models or poring over the spring and autumn annals? Was this possession by a ghost? The murmurs of the classmates reached the professor's ears. He shook his head, but chose not to awaken the slumbering youth, calmly tapping on the lectern. Continue. Unbeknownst to Zhao Changhe, he had reached a point where even a brief nap in class could summon nightmares, the same as the restless dreams that plagued his nights. The clamor of the classroom swirled around him, morphing into a cacophony of chaos in his dreams' footsteps, cries of battle, shouts of anger, screams of despair, and the clashing of metal, all merging into a single tumultuous sound. The surroundings swiftly transitioned from blurred to vivid clarity, as Zhao Changhe realized he had once again entered the recurring dream that had haunted him these past days. Each iteration unfolded like a familiar ancient martial arts drama, set against varying backdrops, yet the relentless bloodshed remained unchanged. In his hands, he could already feel the familiar weight of a formidable broadsword, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length and exceeding 10 centimeters in width. Zhao Changhe was compelled to grasp the lengthy hilt with both hands, for a single hand could not wield such a cumbersome weapon, and even with both hands, it proved to be a conside. Rabble challenged in his first dream. It was absent. He was left unarmed, pursued, and attacked, frantically grasping at a nearby corpse as a makeshift weapon. From that moment forth, the broadsword became a permanent fixture in his dreams. Zhao Changhe was uncertain if such a sword truly existed in reality. It felt too heavy to be practical for prolonged use, likely not a conventional weapon. However, it was undoubtedly effective in low-end brawls, provided one possessed the strength to swing it. Whoosh! The sound of sharp objects slicing through the air struck from the side. Zhao Changhe let out a thunderous roar. Twisting his waist to leverage his Buddhist strength, he swung the heavy sword in a sweeping arc. With the movement of the sword, the wind surged. The assailant was drenched in cold sweat, instinctively raising his longsword in a desperate defense. With a resounding clang, the longsword snapped, the assailant's head flying off, leaving a headless corpse awkwardly clutching a broken sword, blood gushing from the severed neck. Like a tempest uprooting the weak. Now that's more like it. Who thinks a long sword or dagger can contend with a broadsword? What a joke. The headless corpse sprayed a mist of blood, the gruesome scene startlingly vivid, yet Zhao Changhe had grown accustomed to it, even finding the inclination to scoff. Suddenly, a barely perceptible sharp wind rushed from behind him, causing Zhao Chang's skin to tighten, goosebumps rising. An ambush with a sharp weapon. He instinctively pivoted, a dagger silently whisking past from his right side. As the fragrant breeze wafted by, in the fleeting moment when the dagger sliced through the air, a figure, ghostly and enchanting, had already appeared to the left. The dagger deftly grazed the throat, a searing pain coursing through, shattering the dreamscape. The last image etched in memory was that of a slender and graceful silhouette, departing with a light laugh. Zhao Changhe, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Once again, it is you, this enchanting fiend. I swear I shall end your life one day." But as the words escaped his lips, he realized with a start that his throat was constricted. How could he still speak with such vigor? Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a classroom steeped in silence, where both professors and classmates regarded him with peculiar glances. The professor, with an impassive countenance, inquired, "What transpired with the enchantress? Elaborate, if you will." Zhao Changhe was rendered speechless. The humiliation he felt was far more excruciating than a severed throat. The professor laid down the law. I have tolerated you for long enough. Stand by the door and regain your composure." Silently, Zhao Changhe exited the classroom, unwilling to submit to the punishment of standing idly. He had never been a model student, and his current mental state was far from stable. Each day, he found himself amidst a bloody battlefield, where the pressure weighed upon him as if tangible. Sleep eluded him, leaving him more fatigued than during the day. If this continued, his body would surely succumb. Furthermore, the dreams were achingly real. He was either butchered by a flurry of blades or ambushed with a slash to the throat, not to mention the mysterious AoE attacks. The heart palpitations and pain were all too genuine, driving one to the brink of madness. When he sought the counsel of a physician, the doctor suggested that it seemed as though he had succumbed to an obsession with gaming or novels, advising him to distance himself from the internet. It was as if he was on the verge of being prescribed electroconvulsive therapy. However, Zhao Changhe was acutely aware that he had long forsaken gaming, and the scenes before him bore little resemblance to the familiar worlds of his past. The only elements that echoed his experiences were the martial arts and fantasy themes, yet they still revolved around the same weapon, swords and spears. Surely, he could not pelota Gundam. Had the novel ensnared him in its enchantment? Yet, Zhao Chang's own story, which he had clandestinely posted on Qidian, had met with a disheartening demise and had remained dormant for several months. During this time, he had not even opened the Qidian app once. Typically, he led a wholesome life filled with fitness and basketball, proudly holding a membership at the archery club. Such a healthy lifestyle. How had he arrived at this state? As he lethargically exited the school gates, the student street was relatively quiet during morning class hours. However, a number of couples were skipping classes to indulge in shopping and snacks, sharing bites of grilled sausages between them, which made Zhao Changhe roll his eyes and disdain. And he found himself wishing to shove a sausage into the mouth of that enchanting woman. Yet, beneath the surface of this single man's heart lurked a hint of jealousy. Zhao Changhe turned away from the public displays of affection, suddenly veering into a narrow alley off the student street. This alley was a dead end, lined with shops, most of which were shuttered at this hour. As he reached the quiet end of the alley, he noticed a small shop with its door ajar, the sign above inscribed in elegant black characters reading House of Chaos, and a placard beside it announcing fortune-telling dream interpretation. This fortune-telling establishment had only opened 3 days prior, presenting itself with utmost modesty, yet its reputation had spread swiftly. The reason was simple. The fortune-teller was a woman, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. A gaggle of eager admirers had been whispering and speculating for the past few days. Zhao Changhe had also ventured to see for himself yesterday. Though his motives differed from theirs, she genuinely sought to uncover the meanings behind his dreams. Strolling into the dimly lit shop, a sense of obscurity enveloped the space. In one corner, a short-haired woman sat quietly, her eyes closed as she methodically arranged the cards. On the table, clad in a black ensemble reminiscent of an ancient warrior, she appeared as if she had stepped out of a martial arts film, exuding an undeniable beauty. Particularly striking was the serene manner in which she held her eyes shut, resembling a tranquil statue. Yet, as Zhao Changhe observed her, an air of mystique and otherworldliness washed over him. Could an ordinary person truly organize items with closed eyes? When you're fortune-telling, perhaps closing your eyes creates a certain atmosphere, but why would you do so while merely tidying up in solitude? Zhao Changhe suddenly inquired. Without lifting her gaze, the woman seemed to have anticipated his arrival. Why not? What if I am genuinely blind? You don't even possess a cane. Who are you trying to deceive? Zhao Changhe retorted. The notion of dream therapy you mentioned sounds utterly implausible. If you were to share that with anyone, who wouldn't accuse you of being delusional? She responded nonchalantly. That may not necessarily be the case. When I mention it to others, several have earnestly invited me to join them in their dreams. Perhaps you might discover the answer to why you remain single from this. Feeling thoroughly rebuked, Zhao Changhe regretted having divulged too many personal realities in his quest for understanding the dream. His neck stiffening as he replied, "Who on RTH would desire to dream with you? By the way, why is it that your tone and expression remains so apathetic when you speak? You sound like a robot." The woman replied, "Articulating facts does not necessitate any particular expression or tone." Frustrated, Zhao Changhe swiftly shifted the topic. Regardless of its authenticity, I am here today to explore this concept of dream immersion. What exactly does it entail? Ordinary individuals like you can fully control their actions within lucid dreams, where the possibilities are limitless. Whatever outcome you desire in the dream, it materializes. Surely, you have experienced such dreams? Yes, Zhao Changhe replied, sensing an oddity in her choice of words, particularly the use of der instead of the more conventional de. The woman continued, yet in your recent dreams, you can only govern your own movements, unable to influence others, resulting in a perpetual discord between your desires and real-lit. Why, am I correct? Yes. You find yourself trapped in a nightmarish cycle because the unfinished thoughts within your dreams remain unfulfilled. If you could realize them, you would be liberated. The woman inquired, what specific outcome do you wish to achieve? For instance, defeating a certain adversary, annihilating everyone present, or merely escaping the fray? Perhaps even dominating the world. Regardless of difficulty, I require your genuine intentions, otherwise, it holds no significance. What outcome do I wish to achieve? A fleeting image of a dark-clad figure crossed Zhao Chang's mind, and he replied without hesitation, of course, I want to eliminate that enchantress. The woman's previously serene demeanor twitched slightly. What? Is there an issue with wanting to kill that devil? No, she replied, regaining her composure. Determining your desired outcome is your responsibility. I cannot assist you directly. I merely facilitate your clarity of purpose, helping you recognize what to pursue and how to conclude it. Nothing more. Since you cannot aid me, will I still be unable to defeat the enchantress once I enter the dream, effectively leading to my demise? The woman silently pushed a set of neatly arranged cards toward him. Draw 3. What are these? The first card grants you an ability in your dreams to help you fulfill your wishes. Is this what they call a bonus magical power? After all, it's a dream. Anything extraordinary is not surprising. That makes sense. What about the second card? It determines your starting position. You won't be placed directly in the most perilous location, allowing for some preparation. That's good, that's good. And the third card? It provides clues to achieving your goal, such as who she truly is or how to find her. Zhao Chang'e paused, intrigued. If there are clues, why not just tell me directly? Why must I draw them myself? Because I do not know what they are either. I can only interpret based on the cards you draw. You may consider it a form of divination. Zhao Chang'e glanced at the cards on the table, and without further ado, he randomly drew 3 from the middle. In truth, he had not entirely believed the woman's words. It was essentially a gambling a dead horse being treated as a live one. If it failed, he would merely lose a few dozen yuan, treating it as an extravagant gift for a friend. He casually revealed the first card, which depicted a colossal eye, the card's surface adorned with a blurred background that resembled a person's silhouette. The second card featured a circular jade pendant carved with a dragon, its background resplendent as though it belonged to a royal throne. The third card was pitch black, akin to a pure black curtain, yet faintly illuminated by golden hues that formed an indistinct visage reminiscent of a deity, details obscured. The woman remained silent for an extended period. Zhao Chang'e, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, "Why are you still keeping your eyes closed? Can you even see?" The first card merely reveals a pair of eyes behind you. The woman seemed to awaken from her trance and slowly began to speak. It can slightly enhance your perception. But more crucially, it allows you to witness the events that transpire behind your back. You can indeed see Zhao Chang'e was momentarily taken aback, suddenly finding the situation quite intriguing. His greatest aversion was being ambushed. Was this not a fortuitous circumstance? Whether the woman was deliberately interpreting his dream or not, the image certainly depicted eyes from behind. Could this card draw be a reflection of his subconscious? Then, does the second card signify a location? What does this jade pendant represent? The woman fell silent once more, and after a considerable pause, she suddenly remarked, "You will know once you enter." Zhao Chang'e. The woman abruptly reached for the eye card, and before Zhao could even comprehend her movement, the card was pressed firmly against his forehead. In the next moment, the world spun violently, and Zhao Chang'e vanished as if he had never existed in this place. The eye card disappeared along with him, while the other 2 cards remained on the table. The woman picked up the last black card, sitting quietly for a few seconds before murmuring to herself, "I never expected he could truly unearth my foundation." She slowly opened her eyes, her pupils as dark as ink, resembling a desolate night. Cold and lifeless, T.O. slay the demoness. Ha! I await your arrival. Chapter 2. The Sword Unworn. Dusk. The setting sun bled crimson. A solitary crow circled above the desolate village, its piercing calm mingling with the anguished screams within, rendering the place akin to a realm of the damned. Shattered fragments of doors and windows lay scattered in disarray, the acrid scent of blood wafting from every household. Corpses were haphazardly strewn before doorways and outside windows, the naked forms of women discarded upon the streets, marked by the signs of violation. In every direction, dark-clad figures rampaged, breaking down doors and pillaging homes. Their sharpened vision revealed a shocking scene. A woman was being dragged into the street, subjected to humiliation, while a group of black-clad men laughed heartily. Is this what they refer to as a safe initial position? Emerging from the woods beyond the village, rather than within its confines, the perpetrators remained oblivious to his presence, allowing them to depart in silence. Is this deemed safety? A black-clad man, leading a yellow cow laden with bloody plunder, impatiently exclaimed, "That's enough. How much pleasure can these village girls provide? The sun is setting. Kill them all. Leave no future troubles." Just then, a black-clad man raised his butcher's knife, poised to strike a nearby child. Zhao Chang's fury surged, and he could no longer contain himself. Grabbing a sturdy branch from the woods, he charged forward. Crack! The branch whistled through the air, catching the black-clad man off guard and deflecting the knife. Zhao Changhe continued his assault, swinging the branch with force, landing a solid blow to the man's face, blood spraying forth. The black-clad man clutched his head, howling in agony, while his bewildered companions turned to stare. Zhao Changhe swiftly seized the child behind him and fled. Engaging a group of men was evidently futile. Saving the child took precedence. Suddenly, someone sneered, "There are still survivors. Kill them." The figures cloaked in black revealed sinister grins as they relentlessly pursued. Zhao Changhe, burdened with a child, found it impossible to outrun them. He vividly perceived the scene behind him, where a long blade was descending toward his neck. Did the eyes at the back truly serve their purpose? In a moment of desperation, Zhao Changhe swiftly sidestepped, attempting to parry with his makeshift stick, which was effortlessly cleaved in two. He narrowly evaded the strike, yet the blade carved a deep gash across his face. In the brief delay, another assailant had already dispatched the child. Ignoring the searing pain on his visage, Zhao Chang's mind went blank. The child was gone, brutally slain before his very eyes, beyond salvation. It seemed as if this village was devoid of life. Damn it! Zhao Changhe roared in fury, wielding the remaining fragment of wood like a frenzied beast. Turns out he's nothing but an untrained peasant, relying solely on brute strength, the figures in black mocked. The man who had been struck earlier deftly maneuvered closer, effortlessly evading Zhao Chang's wild flail, his blade gleaming ominously as it arced toward Zhao's throat. It was over. There was no escape. What a nightmare! Not only was it more revolting than before, but the stakes had risen. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a sharp sound sliced through the air, followed by the clang of metal. One of the black-clad assailant's blades was sent spiraling away. Simultaneously, the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly as someone rode forth. Before the horse even arrived, its rider soared through the air. Zhao Changhe barely caught a glimpse of a figure in red, a flash of elegance, as a chilling sword aura swept through, causing blood to spray in all directions. A chorus of anguished cries erupted, almost indistinguishable in their urgency, only to be abruptly silenced. Zhao Changhe finally discerned that the figure before him was a woman clad in a striking red outfit, her high ponytail swaying as she rode a spirited steed with a flowing mane. A red-sheathed, long sword hung diagonally at her waist, her enchanting eyes gleaming like lightning, exuding an air of formidable grace. The sounds of thud echoed repeatedly as the surrounding men in black collapsed one after another, each meeting their demise on the spot. In the midst of a chaotic dream, Zhao Changhe had wildly struck and slain for what felt like an eternity. Yet it was only now that he truly comprehended the scene depicted in novels, where a single sword could bring down 9 swans. This was martial prowess. Such a phenomenon truly existed. The woman surveyed the grim aftermath around her, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes as she murmured softly, "If only I had arrived a moment sooner." Zhao Changhe gasped for breath, the thrill of narrowly escaping death overshadowed by the indignation brought forth by the tragedy that had befallen the village. He momentarily forgot to express his gratitude and, in a daze, looked up to inquire, "Who are these people?" The woman shook her head in silence, and after a lengthy pause, replied, "I am merely passing through. However, I may possess a clue. May I ask, does the road lead to Luo family village?" So she was just a passerby who happened to witness this scene. Zhao Changhe, unfamiliar with the Luo family village, could only shake his head in confusion. Observing Zhao Chang's bewildered expression, the woman empathized with his predicament and chose not to elaborate further. She circled her horse and soon spotted a stone tablet at the village entrance inscribed with Zhao Village. Nodding, she remarked, "Zhao Village. Previously, when I inquired about the path, they mentioned that Zhao Village lies several dozen miles ahead. This must be the correct route." She then scrutinized the bodies of the men in black, her brow furrowing once more as she whispered, "So this is what brought them here. But why did they act so carelessly?" She crouched down and meticulously searched the two bodies of the cloaked figures, uncovering only a small amount of silver, devoid of any other identifying marks. The woman furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment without grasping the situation, before turning to see Zhao Changhe still standing there in a daze. With a sigh, she inquired, "Do you have any relatives?" Zhao Changhe shook his head in response. The woman continued, "I have business to attend to at Luo family village. You might as well accompany me. The aftermath of this place can be handled by those from the village, and you could also find a means to support yourself there. Seek employment at Luo family village?" Zhao Changhe felt as if he was straying from the purpose of his dream, but if he were to seek a target, where else could he go? Noticing his hesitation, the woman encouraged him. "In this chaotic world, without martial skills, you can only be bullied. Luo family village is a prestigious establishment in the Great Xia, reputed to have significant ties to the royal family. If you could learn a few techniques there, you might have a chance for revenge, and it could also serve as a foundation for your future." Great Xia. Does this dream even encompass a worldview? Zhao Changhe, momentarily disinterested in pondering such distant implications, instinctively blurted, "Sister, you are so formidable. If I were to learn martial arts, could I learn from you?" "Sister, it remains to be seen who is the elder between us." The woman chuckled, shaking her head. "I roam the Jianghu and cannot take on disciples. Luo family village would be quite suitable for you if I bring you there. They may grant me some favor." Reluctantly, Zhao Changhe conceded, "All right then. I was momentarily lost, and I forgot to express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention. May I ask your name?" "Yu Hongling," she replied casually, her curiosity piqued. "Your manner of speaking suggests you have received an education. What is your name?" "Zhao Changhe." Unexpectedly, it aligned with the Zhao family residence. Yu Hongling said no more, extending her hand to pull Zhao Changhe, who felt as if he were soaring through the clouds, swiftly landing upon the back of a horse, seated behind Yu Hongling. There were dialogues, a fragrant breeze, and the presence of a spirited heroine, carefree and unrestrained, truly a woman of substance. The surrounding light snow and the wind that accompanied their gallop were quite chilling. The tips of Yu Hongling's hair, trailing as she rode, lightly brushed against his cheek, causing a slight itch. These were experiences utterly unattainable in his previous dreams, which were devoid of anything beyond brutal killings, so vividly detailed. The wound on his cheek, previously sliced by a blade, still throbbed upon touching it. He felt the warmth of blood. Gazing at the blood on his hand, a sudden wave of panic washed over Zhao Chang. What if this were not a dream? His mind was in turmoil, and he momentarily found himself at a loss on how to inquire about anything with Yu Hongling, remaining silent throughout their journey. After traveling several dozen miles, a vast expanse of fields appeared ahead. It was early winter. The fields on both sides were lightly dusted with snow, devoid of laborers. At the end of the fields lay a sprawling estate, its walls towering and its size unknown. The main road leading to the estate was marked by a grand archway, adorned with gilded characters proclaiming Luo family manor. Yu Hongling slowed her horse's pace, surveying the guards and servants ahead, and exhaled. "It seems this manor remains unscathed." Soon, a servant barred their way, declaring, "Visitors halt." The voice, though not loud, resonated like the tolling of a bell, echoing across the distance. Zhao Changhe felt a pang of envy. This must be the power of internal energy, unlike himself, who felt as though he might be thrown off the horse from the jostling. The doors swung open swiftly, revealing a middle-aged man with a long beard who strode forward with purpose. Upon meeting, he smiled and remarked, "Indeed, during this twilight hour, the crimson plumes of the setting sun reflect upon the evening clouds. A beauty that transcends earthly real. MS, the accolade from the martial world are surely well-deserved." Zhao Changhe could only manage a retching sound. Yu Hongling remained speechless. Zhao Chang's reaction was unintentional. The jarring ride had genuinely unsettled his stomach. If given a choice, he would have gladly concurred with the man's statement. Yu Hongling was undeniably enchanting. The middle-aged man's gaze shifted to Zhao Changhe, his eyes filled with inquiry. "And who might this be?" "Ahem." Yu Hongling cleared her throat, supporting Zhao Changhe as she introduced him with a respectful gesture. "Hongling pays her respects to Master Luo. We have come with some matters of secrecy to discuss, and this gentleman is indeed connected to those affairs." Zhao Changhe perked up, intrigued. The second card displayed a jade pendant, set to point to the initial location. However, the initial experience seemed baffling, revealing no discernible connection to the pendant. Could the secret Yu Hongling referred to pertain to this? Chapter 3. The Jianghu. Soon, Zhao Changhe realized his earlier assumptions were mistaken. The master of Luo Manor guided the two to the parlor, dismissing the attendants. Present was another young man clad in fine garments, strikingly handsome and refined in appearance. With a smile, the master of Luo introduced him. "This is my son, Zhenwu." Luo Zhenwu, exuding grace, clasped his hands toward Yu Hongling, saying, "I have encountered the esteemed you, and have long been captivated by your renown. It is a privilege to finally meet you today." Yu Hongling frowned slightly, disliking such insincere flattery, particularly when it revolved around beauty. Did Zhao Changhe not just express his disdain for such trivialities? However, she found no need to dwell on it. She spoke plainly. "I have received somewhat uncertain intelligence that the Blood God sect may be planning an attack on your manor, for reasons unknown." The master of Luo paused, taken aback by her words. "Uncertain intelligence? Indeed. A few days ago, I happened to overhear some conversations among the demonic sect's followers at Mount Beimang. They seemed to be numerous, and their leader appeared to be present, making it impossible for me to ascertain further details. In any case, I deemed it prudent to inform you, hoping you would remain vigilant." "Beimang? That is nearly 1,000 miles away." The master of Luo regarded her with a peculiar expression. Zhao Changhe sat nearby, his face pale with concern, glancing at her with curiosity. For the sake of an uncertain rumor, she had traversed such a distance merely to issue a warning. Moreover, from their exchange, it was evident that she and the master of Luo were not particularly familiar, likely having met only once. Zhao Changhe couldn't shake the feeling that if this girl were a bold and valiant hero, it would resonate more profoundly. Her current demeanor was quite intriguing. To dream of such a person, did that suggest a preference for this sort of character? "Indeed, it seems I must prove myself as a man of valor," mused Master Luo. "We have no connection with the Blood God sect. The esteemed maiden must be mistaken. However, your long-distance message has touched us deeply. It would be my honor to have you stay at our estate for a few more days, allowing us to extend our humble hospitality." Yu Hongling pointed towards Zhao Changhe, saying, "We just passed through a village named Zhaoqiu, where the villagers have been mercilessly slaughtered. This young man is the sole survivor, whom I have just rescued." Serving as a testament to the tragedy, the expressions of the Luo father and son shifted subtly. "Has the maiden engaged them in combat? Can you ascertain their affiliations?" they inquired. Yu Hongling shook her head. "It was merely a superficial encounter, lacking any substantial foundation. It is highly probable that these are bandits affiliated with the Blood God sect. Their kind often congregates to pillage, akin to their usual practices. As for why they would massacre the village, perhaps to raise alarms, I cannot fathom. Regrettably, in my urgency to save lives, I did not leave any survivors to interrogate." This revelation struck Zhao Changhe profoundly as he recalled her earlier musings about raising alarms. Curiously, his animosity towards the throat-cutting demoness paled in comparison to his rage towards these perpetrators. In that moment, the fervor to eradicate these scoundrels surged within him, a sentiment only those who have witnessed such horror could truly comprehend. The Blood God sect. Zhao Changhe clenched his fists in silent determination. Master Luo's demeanor grew grave as he contemplated the situation. If that is the case, we must immediately heighten our vigilance and prepare for battle. Your long-distance message has demonstrated great benevolence, and it would be unwise for us to keep you here any longer, risking your involvement in this conflict. Luo Jinwu hesitated, his words caught in his throat, while Master Luo cast him a sharp glance. Since Yu Hongling has traveled a great distance to convey a message, it is evident that she intends to assist in combating the demonic sect. However, the demeanor of the master of Luo Manor is rather peculiar. Although her words are pleasant, the essence of her actions is to dismiss her guests without even offering them a morsel of dinner. How could Yu Hongling shamelessly insist on staying? She is a gallant wanderer, not someone who clings desperately to others. With this thought, she felt a surge of indignation and coldly remarked, I have fulfilled my obligations within the realm of chivalry. Since Master Luo is confident, I shall refrain from meddling further and take my leave. There is one more matter I hope you will consider. Master Luo clasped her hands and replied, Please, fair maiden, do speak. Yu Hongling continued. The village of Zhaoqiuo lies but a few dozen miles from here, and the sight within is one of utter devastation and sorrow. I implore you, Master Luo, to send someone to tend to the aftermath and provide proper burials for the villagers, for that would be a great kindness. She then gestured to Zhao Changhe, saying, This survivor is named Zhao Changhe, and he is now left utterly alone. I hope, Master Luo, that you will take him in out of compassion for my sake. Master Luo smiled and replied, It is only fitting. Henceforth, this place shall be like a home for the young brother. Yu Hongling smiled faintly, patting Zhao Changhe on the shoulder. This is our farewell. I hope that in the future, you will retain your innocence, and, should our paths cross again in the martial world, you shall still call me sister. With that, she turned to depart. Zhao Changhe escorted her to the entrance, gazing intently at the figure in red as she strode towards the magnificent steed beneath the setting sun. The scene was truly enchanting. Upon his arrival in this esteemed place, everything seemed bewildering and incomprehensible to him, leaving him in a state of confusion and reticence. To others, he appeared as a simple, innocent youth. Yet Zhao Changhe was well aware that this was not his true nature. He felt a closer affinity to the essence embodied by Yu Hongling. That is the realm of dreams, the dream of the chivalrous woman. Zhao Changhe watched as Yu Hongling mounted her horse and departed, feeling a fleeting sense of reluctance. He was at a loss for how to converse with the Luo father and son, and was even more uncertain about their intentions. Lost in thought, he suddenly paused. Behind him, he clearly saw the Luo father and son standing outside the hall, their expressions cold and fixated on the direction in which Yu Hongling had vanished. They had received news from afar, yet had offered no hospitality. And now this was their demeanor? Zhao Changhe quietly stepped back a few paces, straining to eavesdrop. The blind man had mentioned that his unique ability slightly enhanced Zhao Changhe's normal vision, but he discovered it seemed to augment his hearing as well, rendering sounds much clearer than before. The others did not regard this simple country boy with any significance, engrossed in their conversation. Though their voices were hushed, he could still discern fragments. Father, why did we let her go? It would have been better to retain her as a guest. Perhaps we could have. Luo Jinwu spoke softly, making a fist gesture, his expression somewhat lewd. You foolish scoundrel. Luo Zhuizhu bit out through gritted teeth. Yu Hongling is at the 8th level of the Xian Guan, a 5th-level hidden dragon. What a force to be reckoned with. I do not possess absolute confidence in overcoming her, and you dare to scheme against her? If she manages to escape, do you even comprehend the consequences? We could lure her to a hidden chamber, employ traps. You know nothing. From the moment she entered, her hand has not left the hilt of her sword, and her senses are acutely attuned to the slightest sounds around her. That is the instinct of one who has traversed the martial world. Such a person would not easily accompany you to an unknown place. Luo Jinwu, Master Luo, filled with exasperation, stated, Let me tell you. For every woman who has made a name for herself in the martial world, the more beautiful she is, the harder she is to deceive. The number of men who covet them far exceeds those you are acquainted with, having navigated through a myriad of treacherous hearts. The fact that she remains unclaimed in the martial realm rather than becoming a mere plaything is in itself a testament. Luo Jinwu, Zhao Changhe. How remarkably insightful. Could it be that her seemingly careless act of allowing me to sit behind her was, in fact, a deliberate observation? Seeing me, an innocent lad, maintaining a respectful distance of mere inches, perhaps even blushing, might have led her to perceive me as a simpleton. Yet, we straightforward men are just like this. Master Luo continued coldly. She currently believes us to be rude and has departed in displeasure, which is fortuitous. Had she lingered longer, and discovered that those from Zhao village were actually sent by you, she would understand the true meaning of endless trouble. Zhao Changha's expression changed instantly. After all, who could blame the villagers for their lack of discernment? Luo Zhenwu bitterly remarked, what does it matter to toy with a village girl? If an entire village rises in rebellion wielding hoes, they would assume us easy prey unless we teach them a lesson. Master Luo did not engage with that sentiment, merely stating, by sheer chance, Yu Hongling, in her eagerness to save, failed to investigate thoroughly, mistaking them for demonic cult bandits, thus cleansing our ties. The blame has seamlessly been transferred to the blood god cult. Luo Zhenwu responded, in other words, her so-called evidence of a demonic attack does not exist. Does it not suggest that she is merely grasping at straws and indulging in alarmism? We truly have no connection whatsoever with the blood god cult. Luo Zhuangzhu found himself unexpectedly engulfed in hesitation. After a long pause, he finally spoke. It is better to believe in its existence. Enhancing our vigilance can only serve us well. I shall convey this to the Demon Suppression Division in the capital and request that Master Tang send someone to assist. Luo Zhenwu, somewhat perplexed, refrained from contradicting his father. He then cast a discreet glance at Zhao Chang's silhouette outside the door, observing the young man lingering there, seemingly entranced by the thought of his benefactor. Are we to? He began, making a cutting gesture to suggest that they should act swiftly to prevent any future repercussions should Zhao discover the truth and seek vengeance against them. Luo Zhuangzhu shook his head firmly. That is unwise. Should the day come when Yu Hongling, in a fit of whimsy, decides to visit the boy she once rescued, and he is no longer here, it would be a difficult matter to explain. Let us grant her this courtesy, allowing him to remain as an outer disciple, left to his own devices. After all, those you dispatched to Zhao village have all been slain by Yu Hongling, and no one else in the estate is aware of this affair. What grounds would he have to uncover the truth? Luo Zhenwu murmured in discontent. Father, you exhibit too much trepidation towards Yu Hongling. I have yet to mention avenging my fallen subordinate. Her Legia Mountain Manor is but a third-rate sect. Luo Zhuangzhu sighed. You are renowned due to the Luo family's name. She, in stark contrast, is known precisely because of her association with Yu Hongling. The world only came to know of Legia Mountain Manor through her. If you truly wish to gain her favor, perhaps you might consider exploiting her humble beginnings. Yet, with regard to her personally, it is best to remain candid. He chose not to further engage with his son, whose eyes had now sparkled with excitement. Instead, he donned a warm smile and approached Zhao Changha, gently patting him on the shoulder, lingering by the door in such a manner. Are you reluctant to part with your elder sister? Zhao Changha inhaled deeply, turning to reveal a face beaming with innocent delight. Indeed, Sister Yu is truly beautiful. Lao Zhuang, chuckling heartily, remarked, what a remarkable martial artist. Your elder sister awaits you in the rivers and lakes. He truly seemed like a venerable elder, bringing a refreshing aura to all around him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Zhao Chang's fists were clenched tightly, veins bulging with tension. Chapter 4. This is not a dream for a fleeting moment. Zhao Changha almost succumbed to the temptation of thinking it was merely a dream and striking back. However, he resolutely restrained himself. His experiences at Zhao Qiuo had taught him that futile displays of bravado would yield no results. Fighting was a lost cause. And what good would it do to simply end up in vain? Even if he were to perish, he would awaken to reality, having accomplished nothing. What meaning would such an act hold? The villagers of Zhao Qiuo had met with a tragic fate, innocent children. All because of the anger stemming from thwarting the advances on a village girl. Yu Hongling, traveling 1,000 miles to deliver news, was driven by a sense of righteousness that soared to the skies. Yet, those around her were preoccupied with devising ways to harm her. Zhao Changha felt a wave of nausea rise within him. He had never experienced such a sentiment before. It was a loathsome feeling, a kind of violent emotion that had never taken root in his peaceful student life, now blossoming and spreading within his heart. Regardless of whether this place was real or a figment of his imagination, Zhao Changha found himself reluctant to awaken too soon. He truly wished to eliminate this father-son duo before contemplating anything else. Maintaining the guise of a simple and earnest youth, he entered the outer gates of the Luo family. That very evening, he was provided with a set of clothing, a collection of daily necessities, and a temporary dormitory. This temporary accommodation was not originally assigned to him. It belonged to the outer sect's senior apprentice. The arrangement was made for the senior apprentice to guide Zhao Changha, imparting basic rules and knowledge. It was highly likely that he would soon be moved to a shared dormitory. On the surface, the arrangements seemed rather well thought out. Should Yu Hongling visit in the future, and mentioned that supplies were dispatched that very night, with the senior brother taking special care of her. It certainly sounds like a considerate gesture. As for how he fared thereafter, whether he squandered his life in the outer sect, that is a matter of personal aptitude. And Yu Hongling has little to comment on. Zhao Changhe recognized the routine immediately, yet it mattered not. Would he genuinely seek to apprentice under Lord Luo? How distasteful. The outer sect's senior brother, named Luo Qi, is reportedly a household servant, bearing the family name of Luo, and is likely to hold a position within the manor in the future. It offers a glimpse into the archetype of a martial arts family. Although referred to as the senior brother, he is actually younger than Zhao Changhe, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, with a delicate visage and lips as red as his teeth, giving him a somewhat effeminate look. "You are Zhao Changhe?" he inquired, observing the latter's robust physique, which suggested strength. Luo Qi's expression was rather frosty, disapproving of the unexpected presence of an outsider in what should have been a private courtyard. Anyone would find it displeasing. His tone carried a hint of effeminacy with a high-pitched voice. Zhao Changhe, however, did not entertain baseless suspicions of cross-dressing. Upon hearing Luo Qi's question, he offered a simple, honest smile. "Yes, I just arrived. The master asked me to learn the rules from the senior brother first." "There aren't many rules," replied Luo Qi, his demeanor still cold, but curiosity piqued. "I heard it was Yu Hongling who brought you to the manor? Why didn't you cling to her for mentorship?" Zhao Changhe feigned ignorance. "Perhaps I am rather foolish." To his surprise, Luo Qi concurred. "That is likely the case." Zhao Changhe was taken aback, and Luo Qi elaborated. "This foolishness does not pertain to your intellect, but rather your age. You must be around 18 or 19, yet at this age, what can one truly learn? Perhaps acquiring a few skills for basic livelihood might suffice. But why would Yu Hongling accept such a disciple? It's worth noting that she is of a similar age and has already made a name for herself. Sigh. Zhao Changhe felt a sense of despondency. The notion of being too old is one he often encounters. Even in sports, one requires early training to excel. He is a college student, 19 years old, and has never heard of anyone starting at this age who could reach a national level. There aren't that many figures like Ko Zhong and Su Xiling. Joining the Luo family to learn martial arts and encountering a demonist to slay seems to be part of the expected process in this dream, he pondered. He then inquired, "Senior brother, what does the 9 levels of Xian Guan signify?" Luo Qi replied, "The human body possesses 9 levels of Xian Guan. Once opened, one can access the 3 great secrets. If all are unlocked, one enters the realm of the celestial, capable of anything. Generally, individuals need not concern themselves with this. Merely reaching the 9 levels of Xian Guan is an arduous journey, with each step fraught with challenges. For someone like Yu Hongling or our master, wherever they go, others must accord them respect, right? Beyond that are the masters, whose presence is rare and difficult to encounter. Is our master at the 9th level of Xian Guan?" Zhao Changhe queried. "It is said he is at the 8th level," Luo Qi expressed with admiration. "I wonder when I might reach such a realm." Zhao Changhe subtly curled his lip. At such an age, being on par with Yu Hongling, it is no wonder he holds her in such high regard. Perhaps he truly cannot surpass her. Yet, it is sufficient proof that being at the 8th level of Xian Guan is indeed formidable. Master Luo dominates the region, while Yu Hongling traverses the world. He tentatively asked, "What about you, senior brother?" Luo Qi declared with pride, "I have broken through the first layer of the mystical barrier." Zhao Changhe responded with a silent contemplation. "Yu Hongling is merely 2 or 3 years your senior and has already attained the 8th layer. What is there for you to be so proud about?" Without receiving Zhao Changhe's flattery, Luo Qi understood his thoughts, smiled gently, and refrained from offering an explanation. To an outsider, achieving the first layer of the mystical barrier may seem like merely entering the realm. This notion is not entirely misguided. However, if you consider that the Luo family estate is not a prestigious sect, and within it, an outer disciple practicing rudimentary techniques would typically possess limited prowess. To break through the first layer of the mystical barrier at such a young age constitutes a significant accomplishment in martial arts. Not everyone can be measured against a paragon like Yu Hongling. In truth, Luo Qi's qualifications had long warranted his promotion beyond the outer ranks. It is hoped that when Zhao Changhe grapples with the arduous challenge of overcoming this hurdle after a decade of diligent practice, he will remember this moment. As night fell, it was time to rest. Any further discussions could wait until tomorrow. Luo Qi stretched languidly and gestured towards a small room outside the courtyard. "The space has been cleared for you. You may stay there. Surely, you do not expect me to teach you martial arts tonight? Or do you intend to sleep in my room?" Oh, no, no. I am truly grateful, senior brother, Zhao Changhe replied, retreating with a forced smile. Upon returning to the makeshift storage room he had been offered, Zhao Changhe leaned back against the hard bed, his smile fading away. When one is not well acquainted with another, it can be challenging to inquire too deeply, and the other may not be inclined to engage. Tomorrow would provide another opportunity. Yet, the act of sleeping itself is a significant matter. What is dream, and what is reality? Zhao Changhe took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Although a mind filled with chaos makes it difficult to find slumber, and the bed is hard and cold, the recent torment of nightmares has rendered Zhao Changhe utterly exhausted, to the point where he could easily fall asleep in any position. He curled up and tossed for over half an hour before gradually surrendering to unconsciousness. He fell asleep without dreams, a rare occurrence in the past month, when he experienced nightmares. Yet, if given a choice, he would prefer not to endure this. As the night deepened, a cacophony of chaos abruptly jolted Zhao Changhe awake. Instinctively, he rolled over, and his ears were filled with the deafening sounds of battle cries and roars. Flames engulfed the manor, illuminating the darkened night. He could faintly discern voices shouting, "Leave no one alive." Zhao Changhe's complexion darkened. His first deduction was that being able to sleep here, without dreaming, and awakening still in this place was clear evidence that this was no mere dream. He had, in fact, traversed into another realm. His second deduction was that the Blood God sect was attacking, a situation that had been forewarned by Yu Hongling. The night of the attack, the message for help sent by Master Luo to the capital had yet to be confirmed as dispatched. Yu Hongling had departed in the evening and was likely resting soundly in a nearby city by now. At this moment, there was no one left to offer assistance. Chapter 5. The Slayer, Zhao Changhe. If Yu Hongling were to hear the words "leave no one alive," she would undoubtedly regret sending the recently rescued youth into the jaws of danger. The information available to Yu Hongling was scant. All she knew was that an attack had occurred, but the reasons behind it and the desired outcomes remained a mystery. The Luo family village, with its deep-rooted legacy, is renowned for its formidable presence and is said to have intricate connections with the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty. In addition to the village lord, there are many skilled individuals residing within. However, the Blood God sect is not particularly powerful. Its strongest leader is rumored to be merely at the 9th level of the Xin Gate, while overall, they may be stronger than the Luo family village. Launching a complete extermination would require a full-scale mobilization. The Blood God sect has not been active in this region, and as the village lord stated, there is no relation whatsoever. Logically, it seems implausible for them to traverse 1,000 miles to launch an all-out assault. Such a commotion would not go unnoticed by the Great Xia court. It is more likely that a small number of experts have arrived, perhaps to assassinate a particular adversary or to steal weapons or secret manuals, common occurrences in the world of martial arts. In this scenario, Yu Hongling believed she could offer assistance. Even without her presence, the village should be alerted and thus remain safe. Therefore, she decided to leave. Little did she expect that the Luo family village would indeed face extermination over this matter. The intruders did not mobilize in full force, but sent only a handful of experts, albeit ones of terrifying caliber. Zhao Changhe stood outside the storeroom, gazing at the flames engulfing the village, and faintly heard the enraged shouts of the village lord. "Venerable Zhuke, you are from the Four Symbols sect, not the Blood God sect." "Oh, how do you know it is the Blood God sect?" A sultry and languid female voice drifted through the air. "Shwe, give me an explanation." There was no response, perhaps too distant to be heard. Yet, from this brief exchange, Zhao Changhe discerned the underlying truth. The main force indeed belonged to the Blood God sect, and even the sect leader had come. However, they are merely pawns. The true mastermind is the Four Symbols sect, and this woman is its revered leader. One cannot discern her strength, yet judging by the trembling, furious voice of Master Luo, it must be formidable. I, the Luo family, have never offended your Four Symbols sect. The Vermilion Bird's revered one is among the few exceptional talents in the realm. Why? If conflict arises merely from grievances, how can we explain this chaotic world? Master Luo's naivety is astonishing. A yawn escaped the woman's lips, and the clash of energy intensified. Suddenly, a pained cry erupted from Master Luo. Gasps surrounded him. "Demoness, how dare you?" This was swiftly followed by an explosive sound, and the woman's laughter echoed hauntingly. It appeared that a group of Luo family experts was attempting to besiege her, yet she effortlessly injured Master Luo amid the fray. "What are you all waiting for?" Her languid voice resonated, as the cries of battle began to swell, flames spreading in every direction. Zhao Changhe turned and fled. This was no time for spectators. They had come to annihilate the clan without regard for whether one was merely a newcomer. He dashed out, seizing a saber from the weapon rack in the courtyard, making a break for the gate. In a swift motion, Luo Qi charged towards him, faster than he could open the door. Their gazes met, and they both recognized the urgency of the moment, rushing out together. Yet, in the next heartbeat, they both halted, retreating in dismay. Before them, amidst the inferno, Luo Jinwu, a young master of the Luo family, stumbled forward in panic, pursued by several blood-stained, black-clad figures who sneered. "Where do you think you're running, Luo family pup?" The esteemed Zhu Ke valiantly confronted the formidable masters of the Luo family, while the minions of the Blood God sect were tasked with purging the remaining members of the Luo clan. Clearly, Luo Jinwu was their focal target. In a twist of fate, this wretch, in a state of panic, inadvertently led them towards his own demise, blocking the path ahead. Who dared to claim that this card draw was a gateway to safety? From Zhao Qiuo to the Luo family, where exactly was the assurance of security to be found? "I demand a refund." Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black, akin to a soaring eagle, lunged swiftly towards Luo Jinwu. Amidst the flames, his hand exuded a vivid crimson hue, aimed squarely at Luo Jinwu's vulnerable back, evidently employing a heinously malevolent technique that promised certain death. In a moment of desperation, Luo Jinwu seized one of his attendants and thrust him backward. With a scream of anguish, the attendant collapsed, meeting an untimely end. The Blood God sect disciple, momentarily taken aback, chuckled derisively. What a noble gentleman. Luo Jinwu, lacking the luxury of time to entertain such banter, seized the opportunity to hasten towards Zhao Changhe and Luo Qi. The disciple of the Blood God sect, with a flick of his wrist, unleashed a glimmering blade of cold light. Luo Jinwu attempted to evade but was unable to escape, letting out a cry of pain as he fell to the ground, clutching his wounded thigh. "Is this how you've managed to breach the threefold threshold?" The Blood God disciple scoffed, raising his blade for the fatal strike. At that very moment, a gentle sword cry resonated beneath the moonlight. Initially faint and barely perceptible, like the babbling of a brook, it inexplicably surged into a tumultuous wave, echoing through the heavens and causing one's eardrums to throb painfully. The Blood God disciple, alarmed, looked skyward, only to behold a cascade of sword light descending from the firmament, akin to moonlight spilling forth, as if the spring waters flowed unceasingly. Even the flames that soared skyward seemed to soften under the influence of this singular sword strike. Yet within this tender sword intent, akin to that of a lover, the disciples of the Blood God sect found themselves retreating in utter disarray several paces back, as their companions fell lifeless around them, even in death wearing a gentle smile. Zhao Changhe was captivated, his senses entranced. A woman descended like the moon, her garments fluttering as if she were a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Backlit, her visage remained obscured, yet it was evident she was not Yu Hongling. Is it true that all women in this world possess such formidable strength? The name of the spring water sword technique may be somewhat pedestrian, yet its grace is undeniable. The revered Zhu Ke also swept towards this scene, a distant wave of her hand casting several shadowy projectiles towards the descending woman. Instinctively, the woman deflected the projectiles to the ground, her beautiful eyes narrowing in realization. What were these projectiles but severed heads, one of which belonged to Master Luo? Luo Jinwu, in terror, crawled backward, dragging his injured leg, seeking refuge behind the woman. The Zhu Ke landed amidst the fray, a languid smile gracing her lips. Who would have thought that it was the esteemed Tang who graced us with her presence under the starry night? It seems the Luo family indeed. Alas, you have arrived too late. The old dog of the Luo family has perished. Why must you, Tang, burdened by illness, contend with us? Perhaps it would be wise to retreat. Zhao Changhe observed discreetly. This Zhu Ke, also donned in red, differed from Yu Hongling's martial attire, as hers bore the essence of ceremonial robes adorned with peculiar patterns. A half-mask, shaped like a fiery bird, concealed her features, with the beak resting upon her nose, revealing only her vibrant red lips below, exuding a captivating allure. The mask could not obscure her eyes, which sparkled with a clear mockery beneath the night sky. The woman known as Tang faced away from Zhao Changhe, clad in thick mink fur. At this moment, he gently coughed into his hand, revealing a somewhat asthmatic and frail demeanor. After a prolonged fit, he slowly uttered, "This is the great Xia." In the intervals of their conversation, Footsteps approached as other followers of the blood god sect surrounded them. Among them, a burly man clad in crimson spoke in a deep voice. The entire Luo family has been eradicated, leaving only Luo Zhenwu. Thank you, Master Shui, Zhuke replied with a smile. Master Tang, we are perplexed as to why you have come alone. However, your ailing condition renders you incapable of safeguarding the cripple behind you. It would be truly regrettable to lose yourself here. Master Tang said little, merely raising his sword and pointing it at his adversaries, creating a tense standoff. Zhao Changhe mused that this so-called Master Tang likely held an official position. She pondered why he had arrived alone, suspecting that a larger force might soon be on its way. Observing Zhu Qiue's evident wariness towards Master Tang, she realized that if they could delay just a moment longer, they might indeed find salvation in the arrival of the authorities. Gazing at the injured and slumped Luo Zhenwu, Zhao Changhe felt a surge of determination. Suddenly, she poked her head out from behind the courtyard gate and called out loudly, "Who says one must act alone? As long as Master Tang can hold them off, we can carry the young master to safety." Beside her, Luo Qi was rendered speechless. Zhao Changhe, undeterred by the captivating gaze of his autumn-like eyes, strode forward to support Luo Zhenwu, exclaiming, "Young master, I will carry you." "Leave him," Zhuke said dismissively, flicking a crimson ray of light. With a sharp sound, Master Tang silently intercepted it. Seeing the possibility of escape, Luo Zhenwu was filled with elation and leaned against Zhao Changhe, saying, "Good, good. I always knew you were simple and honest." But before he could finish, a long blade pierced through his heart. Luo Zhenwu widened his eyes, glancing down at the blade embedded in his heart, then following its length to the hand that wielded it, ultimately resting his gaze upon its master. Beneath the flickering flames, Zhao Changhe's eyes radiated a ferocity that starkly contrasted with simplicity. Was the threshold truly formidable? It was not impervious to blades and bullets. Zhao Changhe understood that Luo Zhenwu was no ordinary fighter. If he approached directly with the knife, he would undoubtedly fail if the other was on guard. The only way was to feign vulnerability, to lower his defenses, and indeed, the strike landed true. On the other side, both the Honorable Zhuke and Headmaster Tang paused, momentarily stunned. Zhao Changhe gasped for breath, whispering, "This is my oath of allegiance upon joining the sect. The Honorable One would not allow me to be captured by the authorities, would they?" Indeed, the Honorable Zhu Qiue's eyes sparkled, as she swiftly positioned herself protectively in front of Zhao Changhe. Headmaster Tang remarked coolly, "What use is it to harbor a traitor?" "A traitor?" Zhao Changhe laughed heartily. "What authority does he possess?" With a fierce thrust, he drove the knife deeper. "Did you ever consider this day when you slaughtered Zhao Qiuo?" Luo Zhenwu gasped a few times, a flicker of understanding and regret in his eyes, yet he could not utter a word before swiftly succumbing. Headmaster Tang observed Zhao Changhe in silence, recalling the village they had passed on their journey, her heart already enlightened. She sighed softly and said, "The gravity of this matter is beyond your comprehension. You will come to regret it." With that, Headmaster Tang shook her head and inquired, "Dare you leave your name?" "The killer is Zhao Changhe." Chapter 6. Biming the illustrious Lu family of the Great Xia dynasty met a tragic fate. Annihilated by the Four Symbols sect and the Blood God sect, leaving not a single soul alive. This calamity swiftly reverberated throughout the realm, shocking the populace. Although Zhao Changhe had heard numerous individuals lamenting the chaos of the times, true turmoil had yet to fully manifest. Presently, the world was rife with insurrection, rampant banditry, and foreign threats. While prominent families vied for power, their ambitions bubbling beneath the surface. Nevertheless, there still existed a nominally unified empire, the Great Xia, reminiscent of a dynasty in its twilight, yet not yet having descended into a free-for-all among warlords. Currently, many had claimed dominion over their territories, yet none had openly raised the banner of rebellion. The conflict remained confined to the realm of banditry and cults. The true delineation of chaos would arise when officials were slain, rebellions ignited, and cities besieged, signaling the utter collapse of the imperial authority. The Lu family, while not particularly powerful, boasted a rich heritage and was regarded as a distinguished clan, with whispers suggesting a connection to the imperial lineage. Upon his arrival in this esteemed region, Zhao Changhe had heard such speculation from Yu Hongling, though the exact nature of this association remained elusive, casting doubt on its veracity. The urgency with which the Chancellor, despite his illness, hastened to provide aid, speaks volumes of the situation. The annihilation of a family linked to the imperial court in a single night by a malevolent sect was akin to delivering a resounding slap to the face of the monarchy, heralding the imminent onset of chaos, as dark clouds gathered ominously overhead. Among the obscure names that surfaced, one stood out through the great Xia's wanted posters: the killer, Zhao Chang'e, 1,000 miles away in Beiming. The sky was blanketed in heavy snow, covering the vast mountains in a pristine white. At this moment, Zhao Chang'e, whose reputation was just beginning to emerge, found himself in considerable discomfort. Standing atop the peak, he gazed into the distance, his thin garments offering little protection against the biting cold. Beside him stood Luo Qi, both of them wearing expressions devoid of emotion. It was evident that Luo Qi had never intended to join any demonic sect, yet felt compelled to accompany Zhao Chang'e, resigned to the turmoil that had upended his life. His face perpetually clouded with gloom throughout their journey. Zhao Chang'e understood Luo Qi's foul mood, but did not feel responsible for dragging him into this predicament. After all, with the Luo family wiped out, it was uncertain whether Luo Qi would have survived without his involvement. Even if Master Tang could rescue Luo Zhenwu, it was implausible that he would spare a thought for an outer disciple like Luo Qi. The odds of that were exceedingly slim. In truth, Zhao Chang'e was also seeking his own salvation. Otherwise, he too would face death at the hands of the demonic sect. Luo Qi was aware of this reality, and despite his sullen demeanor, he naturally remained by Zhao Chang'e's side wherever they went. Zhao Chang'e was grateful for this companionship, as Luo Qi was the only familiar presence in this desolate moment. As for joining the demonic sect, Zhao Chang'e was not troubled. Circumstances had forced his hand, and joining was an inevitable choice. How could the Luo family possibly compare to the demonic sect? Beiming, his world certainly existed, and it was notably renowned. Upon first hearing this geographical name, he had assumed it referred to the ancient geography of China, but that was not the case. This Beiming bore no relation to the Mongshan he knew. It was a desolate mountain, untraveled by human feet, cloaked in ice and snow for miles. Even the city beyond the mountain was a remote and insignificant place, far removed from the lands of Heluo. This is not the ancient land of Huaxia. It is an utterly foreign realm. I am left pondering its connection to my dreams. Is it perhaps because this world mirrors my subconscious, with its landscapes and modern Mandarin? Nevertheless, if I do not practice my skills, I may very well perish from the cold here. Suddenly, Luo Qi spoke up. Did you draw attention to yourself for the sake of the demonic sex techniques? Zhao Chang'e turned to glance at him. Luo Qi remained expressionless. Zhao Chang'e shook his head. There is no glory in this. I seek vengeance for the innocent villagers of Zhao Qiuo, which is also a means of self-preservation. Otherwise, we both might meet our end here. Luo Qi replied. Then you should have used a pseudonym. Why so brazenly declare yourself as the killer Zhao Chang'e? Zhao Chang'e chuckled. Why not claim that even Zhao Chang'e is a fabrication? When I venture out, who would know my true identity? Luo Qi fell silent, tilting his head, appearing somewhat endearing. Zhao Chang'e then remarked, it is my true name. Luo Qi scoffed, expressing his disdain for concealing his identity. Stating a man of honor neither changes his surname nor his given name. Zhao Chang'e grinned. Moreover, do you not think my statement was rather impressive? Was it merely for show? Luo Qi retorted with a cold smile. Tang Shozhua is renowned for his mastery in the arts, excelling in both talent and beauty. Celebrated throughout Great Xia. Zhao Chang'e shrugged. Well, it is done now. What can be changed? I initially believed I could join the Four Symbols sect. Clearly, the eradication of the Luo family relies not on the Blood God sect, but rather on the Zhuke Venerable of the Four Symbols sect. The Blood God sect merely plays a supporting role. As soon as Tang Shozhua departed, the Jinren Zhuke followed suit without uttering a word, leaving the scene predominantly populated by the disciples of the Blood God cult, who were naturally coerced into joining their ranks. Moreover, they were not escorted to the main headquarters led by Master Shui, but rather taken to the northern Mang branch, suggesting a lack of regard for their significance. It is indeed understandable that they would be dismissed. What future could a middle-aged youth with no cultivation possibly hold? Nevertheless, the demonic sect requires manpower, and those who have pledged their allegiance are undoubtedly considered comrades. If they do not accept these recruits, where else could they find followers? Had Zhao Chang'e been a few years younger, or possessed formidable cultivation, he might have secured a respectable position. Instead, as they are currently engaged in a ritual, they are not permitted to observe, left to endure the biting cold outside. There is little to lament, having a destination suffices. After all, remaining with the Luo family would only lead to their demise. What else could one expect? Zhao Chang'e did not linger on this topic. Shifting the conversation, are you still angry with me? It's been several days along this journey. Will you forever wear that sour expression? It was not I who exterminated the Luo family. You must realize your own fate without my interference. Do you still harbor foolish loyalty to Luo Zhenwu? Seeking vengeance on his behalf, Luo Qi sighed, responding, as you said, it was the Four Symbols sect and the blood god cult that annihilated the Luo family, not you. What reason do I have to blame you? It is merely that my life has been thrown into chaos, the path ahead shrouded in uncertainty, and my spirits are low. I do not intend to cast a gloomy demeanor upon you. I hope for your understanding. Zhao Changhe did comprehend, but inquired further, do you harbor hatred for the blood god cult? As a scion of the Luo family, were your parents involved with them? Huh. Luo Qi shook his head. My parents have long since departed this world. It is simply perplexing. What could possibly motivate them to annihilate the Luo family? The reason for targeting the Luo family may indeed hold considerable significance. Zhao Changhe quickly recalled the second position card he had acquired upon his arrival in this world. If the eyes behind him were indeed effective, the position card could not be without purpose. It must be related to the Luo family. Perhaps once he formally joins the sect, he could inquire further. However, he then heard Luo Qi remark, the Blood God sect is not as enigmatic as the Four Symbols sect. It is quite active in the world, frequently enlisting various rogues to raid and plunder. Thus, they are divided into official disciples and extraneous bandits. The treatment you and I may receive remains uncertain. If you manage to become a formal member, do take the initiative to assist me. This was evidently his way of fostering a more amicable relationship. Zhao Changhe, being the one who had achieved merit, had a substantial opportunity to be inducted. However, he was not. Zhao Changhe understood this well, as previously. Yu Hongling had mistakenly assumed that the black-clad assailants who slaughtered those at Zhaoqiuo were merely extraneous bandits of the Blood God sect. As their martial arts were rudimentary and lacked depth, it is easy to imagine that merely becoming such an identity would serve no purpose. At that moment, a small crack opened in the secret door behind them, and someone called from the gap, the leader requests your presence inside for a discussion. The two exchanged knowing glances and turned to enter. In the mountain hollow, beneath the blanket of ice and snow, lay a secret door. Beyond it, a narrow path wound its way downward, leading into the depths of the mountain. The interior of the mountain was neither too spacious nor too cramped. It housed a sacrificial altar surrounded by a blood pool, capable of accommodating hundreds for rituals. This was the altar of the Blood God sect's branch, where many more bandits were prohibited from entering, forced to establish their encampments amidst the frigid winds and snow on the mountain above. At this moment, the torches surrounding the blood pool blazed brightly, and over 100 official disciples formed a peculiar formation, sitting in quiet prayer. The branch leader recited incantations upon the altar, broadly speaking of endeavors proceeding smoothly under the blessing of the blood god. Thus, this was a sect, not merely a religion. However, the scene before them lacked the mystical allure of turbulent blood waves. Instead, it possessed an air of superstition. Is there a god in this world? Zhao Changhe inquired softly of Luo Qi. There is, Luo Qi replied with conviction. Though I have not witnessed a true deity, there are many miracles. Everyone believes. What miracles? Zhao Changhe pressed eagerly. He was convinced that this could not be a low-level martial arts world. Otherwise, how could one explain the ability of that blind man to transport individuals across realms? Luo Qi cast him a puzzled glance. You don't know? I do not. He admitted. You, living in this world, have never come across the Book of Chaos. Chapter 7. The Blood God sect. The two fell silent and circled around the blood pool to ascend the platform. The branch leader's demeanor was neither warm nor cold. You two are commendable individuals. The master's intention is to assign you a position to demonstrate our sect's sincerity in seeking talent. Our Biming branch is also a newly established division, currently in need of personnel for various roles. Might I inquire about your particular skills? I am keen to appoint individuals according to their talents. The branch leader was, in fact, an acquaintance, the very one who had incapacitated Luo Zhenwu with a hidden weapon named Fang Buping. Luo Qi interjected. I have broken through the first level of the metaphysical barrier. Fang Buping regarded Luo Qi with astonishment. You relied on the teachings of the Luo family's outer sect to achieve a breakthrough to the first heaven? Indeed, Luo Qi affirmed. Not an easy feat. You are indeed a talent. Fang Buping evidently possessed a keener eye for talent than Zhao Changhe. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, in this frigid winter, our branch must often venture out for sustenance. You are qualified to lead a contingent. The term venturing out for sustenance likely implied acts of plunder. Though it remained uncertain whether Zhao Chang'e comprehended this notion, however, Luo Qi did. His demeanor betrayed no discernible change as he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your recognition, sect leader." Aware that the true merit lay not with him, he eagerly sought to showcase his abilities, hoping to gain acknowledgement. The outcome was satisfactory. At least he had ascended to a minor leadership role, no longer merely regarded as an appendage to Zhao Chang'e. Fang Buping seemed to discern his intentions, offering a subtle smile while remaining non-committal, his gaze shifting to Zhao Chang'e. "And what about you?" Zhao Chang'e replied, "I have not practiced martial arts." Fang Buping chuckled, tinged with irony. "Your knife work against Luo Zhenwu. That execution and energy control. Anyone knowledgeable can see you have never trained at all. So, do you possess any other talents? Literacy? Arithmetic?" Although Zhao Chang'e believed that his modern knowledge could suffice for administrative duties, he was not there merely to scrape by. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his teeth and asserted, "I have heard from the brothers along the way that the teachings of the holy sect explore unconventional paths, and many forms of cultivation need not begin in childhood. May I formally join the sect to learn the sacred arts?" Fang Buping narrowed his eyes. The conditions for imparting the Blood God sect's paramount technique, the Blood God skill, were stringent, and he himself had yet to attain such a level. However, regarding initiation into the sect and the transmission of certain commendable core techniques, this was evidently permissible. Zhao Chang'e is distinct from Luo Qi. He has genuinely pledged his allegiance by killing the very person he sought to rescue in the presence of the Grand Master of the Daxia Demon Suppression Department. Such a person can only walk the path of darkness alongside them, making him a prime candidate for core discipleship. The very allowance for them to speak at the altar was a deliberate intention of the leader to draw them into the fold. Otherwise, they would not have gained entry. However, Fang Buping felt a profound discontent. It was he who had initially wounded Luo Zhenwu. The credit slipped from his grasp, only to be seized by this country bumpkin. Although Grand Master Tang had arrived by then, and he indeed could not kill Luo Zhenwu, he could not help but feel displeased and envious of Zhao Chang'e. Since the leader did not seem overly concerned, should this matter have been under his own branch, he could easily withhold favors as he pleased. Even if they wished to join the sect, he could simply delay their initiation for several months. After a moment of silence, he slowly remarked, "Not only are Blood God sect's techniques, any practice deemed demonic by outsiders is perceived by them as immediate gain, requiring not years of foundational training, yet yielding swift progress. However, correspondingly, there are numerous adverse effects, such as the arduous nature of the training and the ease with which one can succumb to madness." Zhao Chang'e replied, "I am mentally prepared for that." Fang Buping scoffed, "What use is mental preparation? Without faith in the divine, how can one withstand suffering? And who will protect you from descending into madness? You may not even comprehend what the Blood God truly is. How can you possess faith?" Frustrated, Zhao Chang'e could only respond, "I will make an effort to understand. We are a sect, not a religious order. One cannot join without first having faith in the Blood God." Fang Buping revealed a smile of self-satisfaction and said, "Let it not be said that we do not reward those who have made contributions. Prior to your initiation examination, I may impart to you a secondary technique known as Blood Fiend Art, which will serve as a foundation for the other divine skills within our sect. When you truly become a brother of the sect, the guardians will naturally bestow upon you the sacred arts." Zhao Chang'e hesitated, only able to clasp his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Fang." Fang Buping waved his hand dismissively. "Go now. For the moment, you are permitted to reside in the stronghold. But you must not enter the altar without summons. However, this evening, you may indulge in an extra chicken leg as a token of merit." Zhao Chang'e thought, "Is this really the extent of recognition for such a significant contribution? Merely a secondary technique and a chicken leg? This leader seems less than amicable, and I suspect there will be further challenges ahead." What could he do? It was evident that within the demon sect, one would not encounter benevolence. He had long anticipated a path strewn with thorns. He resolved to take it slowly. At least he now possessed a technique. As night fell, Zhao Chang'e was still assigned to share a room with Luo Qi, confined to a wooden cabin where they would sleep on the same bed. Zhao Chang'e felt no sympathy. Thinking, "Is anyone forcing you to lie on the table? How pretentious." That night, he attempted to coax Luo Qi from the table, saying, "Since you are no longer sulking and are willing to speak with me, why remain sprawled on the table? Let us move to the bed." Luo Qi, with a swift motion, retracted his wrist, and Zhao Changhe realized that he could not even touch this seemingly frail senior brother. Indeed, his skill was formidable. He reluctantly withdrew his hand, pondering, what is there to be so proud about? The current circumstances are not akin to your secluded courtyard in the outer sect. We must adapt and share space. Must you really remain sprawled on the table? Luo Qi replied coldly, I am not accustomed to sharing a bed with others. Zhao Changhe scoffed, what if the other person is a woman? Luo Qi scrutinized him from head to toe for a while before chuckling. Do you realize you have a scar on your face, making your appearance rather grotesque? Even if she were a woman, she would be utterly unattractive. I would kick her out the moment she approached me. Do I have a scar? Zhao Changhe was unaware, having not looked in a mirror for quite some time. Indeed, he had sustained a cut while rescuing a child at Zhao's residence, which he had never treated. It was likely that it had become a scar. Having a scar is quite beneficial, he remarked nonchalantly, as it serves as a reminder of my responsibilities. Luo Qi narrowed his phoenix eyes. Zhao Changhe crossed his arms, appraising Luo Qi's delicate features, and remarked with a click of his tongue, I may not be the most handsome, but if you were a woman, you would certainly be appealing. No need to actually be a woman. Just donning female attire would suffice. Luo Qi glared. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Zhao Changhe suddenly recalled that this wasn't the mundane world where he could jest with his male friends. Here, such words might genuinely provoke a lethal response, and their relationship had not yet reached that level of camaraderie. With that thought, his enthusiasm waned. As if the world had transformed. Fine, you can have the bed, and I shall take the table. Luo Qi's anger froze on his face, puzzled. Why the sudden change of heart? All this way, you occupied the bed without so much as a word to me. At that moment, I felt I owed you nothing. It seemed I had, in fact, saved you, and since you treated me with disdain, why should I have forced my company upon you? Now that the past is behind us, who would have thought? Your abilities may be limited, yet your temper is quite foul. It seems we are alike. Zhao Changhe waved his hand dismissively. Go to sleep. I may read for a while. It's not as if you would refuse to lie down after me. A man has his burdens. Luo Qi responded. Just read your book. The book in question referred to the Blood Fiend Technique Manual. Although the makeshift dwelling was newly constructed, it was surprisingly well equipped, featuring an oil lamp. However, to Zhao Changhe, the illumination was scarcely sufficient. Yet, he found himself remarkably at ease. This so-called third eye seemed to enhance not only his vision and hearing, but also granted him a hint of night vision, suggesting there were further depths to explore. Unfortunately, the traditional characters were quite exhausting to decipher. It appeared that the manual had been carelessly tossed to him, giving the impression of being of little value. However, Zhao Changhe noticed the envious glances from the surrounding disciples upon seeing the tome. It was uncertain whether the technique itself was genuinely exceptional or if any form of technique was a rarity for the average individual. Regrettably, this token of allegiance should have warranted far more than such a meager offering. As he sat at the table, engrossed in the manual, Luo Qi leaned against the headboard, observing him. Noticing his preoccupied demeanor, a hint of schadenfreude crept into her smile as she gently reassured him, there's no need to feel disheartened. Acquiring the Blood Fiend technique is still a considerable achievement. Zhao Changhe inquired, have you heard of this? The technique did possess a certain notoriety, and he had indeed heard whispers of it. Luo Qi replied thoughtfully, it is said that only those who have made significant contributions within the Blood God sect are permitted to impart this technique, aimed at rapidly enhancing combat prowess. This clearly illustrates its advantages in swift advancement, and judging by the envious attitudes of others, it is certainly a prized possession, far superior to my own meager outer sect technique. Certainly, given the allowance for imparting knowledge to extraneous rogues, one might surmise the merits are somewhat limited. Zhao Changhe inquired, since it is deemed acceptable, would you like it? This booklet does not explicitly state it cannot be shared. You exhibit a sense of camaraderie. Luo Qi expressed surprise. This is your hard-earned merit. You would freely give it to me? Zhao Changhe sighed. The demon sect is hardly a commendable place. Our fates are now intertwined. Shall we not band together against oppression? What does it matter whose merit it is? Luo Qi regarded him for a moment. The mischievous mirth faded from her expression. Her tone softened considerably. Although it has not been expressly forbidden to share with others, one cannot dismiss the possibility of it being a test of your character. The faction leader's attitude towards you is rather unfavorable. You should be cautious not to expose any vulnerabilities. Zhao Changhe scratched his head, remaining silent. After a pause, he added, well, if you desire this flawed heart technique, it is not my nature to be stingy. I shall grant it to you if you wish to learn. However, as previously mentioned, your age may not be entirely suitable for practicing such authentic internal arts. It might indeed be more prudent for you to pursue the blood-killing technique. Zhao Changhe paid little heed to the inferior external technique and continued to gaze at the blood-killing technique in his hands. From the preface, it appeared that this method could indeed be one of the most fitting for his current circumstances. Chapter 8. In turbulent times in recent days on the road, Zhao Changhe had subtly inquired with Luo Qi and several disciples of the blood god sect about some fundamental knowledge. This fundamental knowledge resonates closely with contemporary understanding. Martial arts are similarly categorized into internal and external practices. The essence of internal training lies in cultivating one's breath, while external training focuses on strengthening muscles, bones, and skin. Regardless of the path chosen, attaining a certain level grants one the privilege to endeavor in unlocking the profound gateways of the human body. Should fortune favor one, an integrated approach to both internal and external cultivation is certainly feasible. It is said that such an approach facilitates the unlocking of these gateways and enhances combat prowess. Renowned masters across the world are invariably adept in both realms. External skills, while not as enigmatic as internal arts, possess their own complexities. For instance, mastering the iron sand palm necessitates knowledge of the specific type of iron sand, the method of training, and the appropriate substances to soak the palms. Along with the intricacies of techniques and power application, most individuals may never encounter the opportunity to learn even the basics. Those who manage to acquire some skills can barely be regarded as heroes of the martial world, yet they form the bedrock of a vast community. Even practitioners of internal arts must establish foundational skills, such as stances, which fall under the category of external techniques. Internal arts are even more elusive, often shrouded in secrecy, serving as the cornerstone of various schools. It is not that others do not yearn for the extraordinary powers of internal energy, rather, the means to obtain them are simply inaccessible. The Luo family embodies the teachings of internal cultivation, with their core practices divided into 9 tiers. Mastery of these levels may enable one to transcend the ninefold gateway. Yu Hongling's recommendation for Zhao Changhe to study martial arts within the Luo family indeed reflects her foresight for his future prospects. The rudimentary external techniques in Luo Qi's possession bear little value, and it remains uncertain whether he will ever acquire the genuine teachings. In light of this framework, the world appears rather simplistic in its martial capabilities, and Zhao Changhe cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Meanwhile, the blood fiend technique stands as a quintessential example of external martial arts. It does not cultivate internal energy, even with relentless training. It will yield no internal mastery or the ability to transfer energy for healing. However, this does not imply that it is a mere practice of external martial arts. Rather, it focuses on the vitality of blood. The blood god sect posits that the human bloodstream harbors immense energy and malevolent force. As blood surges and boils, channeling this malevolence into the bones can unleash formidable strength. Delving deeply into this practice can even induce chaos within an adversary's blood vessels, leading to a violent demise. A quintessential manifestation of demonic arts. Naturally, certain prerequisites accompany this practice. It draws upon one's own vital essence, making robust, youthful men particularly suitable. The more vigorous and powerful the individual, the more abundant their life force. In contrast to the malnourished and impoverished populace of this world, Zhao Changhe stands out as well-nourished, tall, and athletic, already possessing an excellent foundation for external martial arts. The blood demon technique suits him remarkably well, perhaps even being the most appropriate for his current circumstances. It does not demand years of practice from childhood nor require profound comprehension, while simultaneously laying the groundwork for mastering the blood god technique, which embodies a harmonious blend of internal and external cultivation. Though there may be certain drawbacks, such as potentially exhausting one's physical potential, demonic arts are typically fraught with such disadvantages. Just as orthodox practices tend to progress slowly. To seek a balance in such matters, only the protagonist is deemed worthy of mastering true divine arts. Zhao Changhe suddenly recalled Yu Hongling. Is she a protagonist? He chuckled softly to himself and continued to peruse the text. Upon opening the teachings of the blood fiend art, the text begins with a clear emphasis on the necessity of honing one's physique and cultivating the foundational stances of horse and bow. Illustrations accompany the instructions. Though these visual representations diverge somewhat from the conventional forms of the horse and bow stances previously understood, perhaps these variations are pivotal for the unique flow of vital energy within this practice. The experience deviates from the expected aura of an arcane method. Yet Zhao Changhe finds a certain authenticity in it. Could it be that the 18 Lohan hands or the divine foot art obtained by Yu Tan is akin to this? Reflecting upon this, he rises from the table and begins to assume the horse stance in accordance with the diagrams. Having made the decision, he commits to the action. Luo Qi, leaning against the headboard, gazes at him in astonishment, intrigued by his initiative. One wonders how long he can sustain this effort. In truth, Zhao Changhe can hardly endure for an extended period. Those who have not previously engaged in the horse or bow stance cannot comprehend the sensation of fatigue that sets in within mere minutes. Mastery in this discipline cannot be achieved overnight. It demands diligent practice over time to forge a stable foundation, immovable as a mountain. Just as Zhao Changhe feels himself on the brink of collapse, preparing to retire for the night, a sudden radiance pierces the inky darkness. As if a page of text unfurls in the sky, dense with golden characters that dazzle the eyes. Startled, Zhao Changhe peers outside. What is this? Why can I see celestial phenomena from within my dwelling? Whenever there is a shift in the rankings of chaotic times, the heavenly Tao descends to record it, and all can witness it, regardless of location. Luo Qi, unable to remain still, rises and steps outside, gazing heavenward. The rankings of chaotic times? What could that possibly be? Zhao Changhe lifted his gaze, and the blinding sensation dissipated, allowing him to finally discern the characters. Late October, light snow. Yu Hongling chased Shuai across 1,000 miles. Clashing outside Washan City, with Shuai retreating in defeat. The rankings of the Qianlong list had shifted, placing Yu Hongling second. The setting sun painted her red. Untamed and unrestrained. Zhao Changhe stood in astonishment, pondering the nature of this peculiar announcement, a server-wide notification from a game? Just moments ago. He had been wondering if the low martial arts setting was somewhat amiss. What bizarre world had he stumbled into? Luo Qi sighed softly beside him. Yu Hongling. Surpassing the 8th layer of the Xian Pass to defeat the 9th, indeed a prodigy beyond compare. Zhao Changhe inquired, who is Shuai? The 9th layer of the Xian Pass? To be so easily challenged, and by Yu Hongling no less? Luo Qi cast him a sidelong glance. He is the leader of our blood god sect, Shui Jiaozhu. Zhao Changhe exclaimed in disbelief. What? How so? Luo Qi chuckled softly. You have endured countless hardships to seize an opportunity to join the sect, yet you find out that the leader cannot even contend with Yu Hongling, the one who brought you into the fold. What are your sentiments on this? Nothing much, Zhao Changhe replied, regaining his composure. I had already suspected the blood god sect was not as formidable as it seemed. He lowered his voice, adding, in truth, I can't help but feel a twinge of concern for her. At such a young age, she shines too brightly, easily drawing envy. Luo Qi found this amusing. You feel concern for her? What exactly? For instance, regarding her ranking on the list? I heard she was 5th before. And now she is 2nd. The former 2nd place has been pushed to 3rd. Might they feel discontent? Could they trouble her? Moreover, Shui Jiaozhu being challenged from a higher tier, publicly announced for all to see, is a far graver loss of face. Wouldn't you agree? It seems that a resolution can only be reached through a struggle to the death. Luo Qi finally chuckled. You, a mere novice in the blood fiend technique, a lowly bandit, are concerned about a woman capable of defeating your master? Is it merely because of her beauty? Zhao Changhe maintained a stern expression. She is my benefactor. Without her intervention, I would have perished at Zhao's residence. In truth, could Yu Hongling's relentless pursuit of Shuai also be linked to Zhao Changhe? Might she believe that Zhao's demise at Luo's manor was her doing? Or perhaps she has already discerned that Zhao Changhe, the killer, has come to seek answers? Zhao Changhe was not egotistical enough to make such assumptions. Luo Qi, having considered this, refrained from teasing him further and languidly remarked, your concerns are indeed justified. So, do you wonder why the otherwise unremarkable list is referred to as the chaotic era list? This very thing is a source of turmoil, inciting countless conflicts. Zhao Changhe felt a stir within him and turned to Luo Qi. So, the so-called chaotic era book. Luo Qi nodded. This work is divided into the heaven, earth, and human lists, along with the hidden dragon list. Combined, they form the chaotic era book. Zhao Changhe replied, no wonder when I mentioned I had never seen it. You looked at me as if I were an alien. This universal announcement, how could anyone in this era be unaware of it? Although the heaven, earth, and human lists are somewhat outdated. He cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. So this is the chaotic era book. If you had mentioned this earlier, I would have understood. I hail from a remote area and have not heard the names you all have coined. Luo Qi accepted this explanation. as it aligned with his own beliefs. He did not dwell on this matter, chuckling softly. Isn't this a miracle since you've witnessed it? If deities exist in this world, what more is there to question? Zhao Changhe fell into contemplative silence. Modern individuals, well-versed in diverse experiences, do not share the same mindset as the indigenous people. To him, this phenomenon might not necessarily be divine. For instance, the game world he had just contemplated represented one possibility. This possibility, however, could not be guaranteed, as myriad alternatives abound. Even if there were indeed a higher dimensional being orchestrating all of this, it might not be aptly termed a god. Luoqi inquired curiously, "What are you pondering?" "Oh." Zhao Changhe came back to reality, casually fabricating an excuse. "I was considering how Yu Hongling, despite being at the 8th level of the Xin Guan, could triumph over a 9th level opponent. You all seem unperturbed. Is it commonplace for you to witness such challenges across levels?" Luoqi scoffed. "The levels of cultivation merely denote greater strength, heightened reflexes, and sharper senses. While these advantages in combat are significant, they do not guarantee victory. Otherwise, why would people still diligently practice swordsmanship and combat skills to refine their practical abilities? Take Luo Jinwu, who claims to be at the 3rd level of Xinguan. He still met his demise at your hands. Your level of advancement is truly remarkable. After all, he is not invulnerable. What is so peculiar about being defeated unexpectedly? By the way, am I not eligible for the rankings due to being too inferior? The records of the chaotic era do not concern themselves with ranks, but rather with achievements. Regardless of one's cultivation level, any individual with commendable accomplishments may be documented, especially on the Qianlong list, which emphasizes potential performance. It is merely the case that your so-called combat does not qualify as such. The tumultuous world of literature will not respond to it. Were you to truly slay Luo Jinwu in the heat of battle, one might surmise that you would indeed ascend the ranks. In that vein, Zhao Changhe stroked his chin and mused. Does dousing someone with lime during a skirmish count as a kill? Zhao Changhe inquired. What? Why that expression on your face? How is it that you possess knowledge of Yao and Jie? To which he retorted, why not? Just because I hail from a remote valley does not mean I am ignorant. I wonder if there are any historical tomes in the village. Perhaps I should seek one out to peruse. Luoqi remarked, what is this? Your tone suggests you have a keen interest in the rankings? With a playful smile, Luoqi patted his shoulder and continued. The celestial ranking has 10 names, the terrestrial ranking 36, and the human ranking 72, with no upper limit for those under 25. Buckle up, my friend. You only began to practice your stance at 19. Zhao Changhe cast him a sidelong glance and suddenly chuckled. You seem to be increasingly fond of laughter. Is this your true self? Chapter 9. Sword Techniques the following morning. Zhao Changhe gazed in silent dismay at the corn buns delivered by the errand boy, lamenting with a hint of bitterness, is this really breakfast? It pales in comparison to the fare at the inn along the way. Yet, one must commend the effort put forth. Luoqi, uncertain whether to mock his naivety or to offer encouragement, silently gnawed at his corn bun and remarked, in the dead of winter, having something to eat is a blessing. You and I feasted on chicken legs last night. Do you have any idea how many would be envious? Zhao Changhe suddenly came to a realization. Regardless of whether this is a world governed by martial prowess or one that venerates scholarly pursuits, it is undoubtedly a world steeped in antiquity. In such an ancient paradigm, even landlords may find it challenging to afford meat at every meal, particularly in times of chaos when multitudes struggle to secure their daily sustenance. To rise in the morning with a full belly is already a modest blessing. This thought breeds a certain anxiety. The nutritional demands of the blood slaughter technique are no trifling matter, and mere corn cakes will not suffice. I wonder if there are any tasks available to procure sustenance. Must one resort to theft? The discomfort here extends beyond just the corn cakes to various other grievances. For instance, behind the mountain stronghold lies a waterfall, cascading into a pool and subsequently branching into streams that meander down the mountain, creating a picturesque scene. Daily water is fetched by the menial workers, yet none will carry water for personal cleansing. It is solely for drinking. In such weather, who has the means to plunge into the pool for a bath? How does one endure this existence? Luoqi scratched at an itch and lamented, I have never gone so many days without a bath. What a wretched place this is. The conditions of the Luo family are something many would yearn for. Yet here he was, reduced to the status of a wanted criminal. Zhao Changhe interjected, what are you bringing this up for at such a time? Luoqi turned away, aware that his grievances were somewhat unreasonable, with little justification to blame Zhao Changhe. In truth, Zhao Changhe shared a similar fate, having transitioned from a life of modern comfort to this dismal state. He fully comprehended Luo Qi's irrational complaints. If that blind man were before him now, Zhao Changhe imagined he might be tempted to strike him. He wondered how other mountain overlords managed to find joy in their circumstances. Yet he knew that regardless of how blissful they might appear, they were still overlords, not mere foot soldiers. Without further ado, I shall immerse myself in my training. Zhao Changhe did not engage in idle chatter. He simply bit into a steamed bun and, braving the snow, made his way to the martial arts arena within the village. The esteemed branch leader, Feng Buping, was not present for instruction. There were dedicated instructors responsible for imparting knowledge, and one could learn directly from them. Today, however, there was no snow. Upon arriving at the arena, Zhao Changhe observed that many were already engaged in their practice, all wielding knives. An instructor seized Zhang Quan's knife and declared, "I shall demonstrate once more. Pay close attention." With legs slightly bent, footwork deftly shifting, and a twist of the waist, Zhao Changhe beheld a flash of the blade, which came to a precise halt at a 90-degree angle behind him. This strike was evidently swifter than Zhang Quan's earlier attempt, yet remained perfectly stable, as if an invisible barrier had halted its advance. The instructor proclaimed loudly, "One must not expend all their strength. Only then can one maneuver with ease." Such a strike, regardless of its immediate effectiveness, leaves room for adaptability if your strength is not fully spent. Ah, how enlightening. In my dreams, how was I so easily thwarted? Even the simplest martial arts possess their intricacies. Had I trained in such techniques from the outset, even if only in the basics, perhaps the outcome would have been different. The essence of entering a dream is to acquire such knowledge, is it not? After much wandering, it seems the journey has truly begun, though it is likely that I have long since deviated from the original intent laid out by the blind man. Perhaps that is indeed a blessing. Yet, Zhang Quan interjected, "But instructor, I do not intentionally apply that much force. However, the requirement for speed in the strike makes it difficult to control once it is unleashed." Zhang Quan scratched his head, expressing uncertainty. I didn't see it clearly. Could the instructor demonstrate it once more?" Sun Jiaoxi narrowed his eyes in response. Zhang Quan, with an apologetic smile, shrank back. The other students chimed in, urging, "None of us saw it clearly. Please demonstrate again." "Instructor." Sun Jiaoxi shook his head, visibly disappointed. This was not the first time he had encountered such ignorance. They were all as dull as oxen, learning something one day only to forget it the next, yet they unabashedly claimed to have missed the details. He scanned the room, hoping to find someone who understood, and his gaze fell upon Zhao Changhe, who stood at a distance, seemingly deep in thought. "Ah, Zhao Changhe, is it?" Sun Jiaoxi called out. "What is that expression on your face? Do you understand it?" He handed over the knife while adding, "Lift your head and straighten your chest. Speak up. Are you in a forest of bandits, or are you preparing for the imperial examination?" Zhao Changhe twitched his cheek. "I joined a demonic sect. It has its own sinister aspects." Sun Jiaoxi, slightly taken aback, thought to himself, "This one is quite the retort. You haven't even joined the sect yet. At this moment, you are merely a... Never mind." He waved his hand, hesitating to finish his thought. "Just speak up. Haven't you eaten?" Zhao Changhe had declared loudly, "Let me try the knife." Sun Jiaoxi, pleased, handed over the weapon. Zhao Changhe remarked, "What kind of person is this?" Upon receiving the knife, he felt it surprisingly lightweight, perhaps only 2 or 3 pounds. This was an ordinary single-edged blade, akin to the one he had used to slay Luo Zhenwu. Unlike the heavy sabers from his dreams that weighed dozens of pounds, he doubted such blades even existed in reality. Sun Jiaoxi looked on with a hint of surprise. "Your understanding is quite remarkable. Such insight, combined with a commendable physique, raises the question of how one could only just begin their martial training. Alas, the hands lack steadiness, and the positioning is not sufficiently precise. These are skills that require practice." Here, Instructor Sun adjusted Zhao Changhe's hands, guiding him to a specific stance. "Remember this sense of positioning. Once you find it, practice this swing daily, as many times as you can manage. Only then will your technique grow swifter and steadier. For this is the essence of all martial arts in the world." Zhao Changhe exhaled deeply, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, instructor." Instructor Sun cast a sidelong glance at him for a moment before suddenly turning to the crowd in the training ground, exclaiming, "What are you all standing around for? Practice. Learn from Zhao Changhe. He exhibits such promise on his very first attempt. Do you not feel ashamed? And yet you still strike with crooked angles. None of you are permitted to eat today." A group of individuals glared at Zhao Changhe with unkind eyes. Zhao Changhe twitched his lips. fearing that following the example of others might lead to offending his classmates on the very first day of school. Chapter 10. The making of a fierce bandit. Instructor Sun took a few steps towards the edge of the training area, and Zhao Chang'e followed. Suddenly, he heard Instructor Sun inquire, "Are you here to seek guidance on the blood slaughter technique?" Zhao Chang'e nodded. "Indeed, I request your instruction." Instructor Sun seemed poised to say something, yet hesitated. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "The blood slaughter technique is unmatched in its ferocity and is indeed quite formidable, suitable for your age. However, it comes with considerable drawbacks. In the future, you must transition to the blood god technique to compensate for these deficiencies. Regrettably, the blood god technique is not easily obtained. Even core disciples must have made significant contributions to be granted access to the complete teachings. If you harbor aspirations of practicing the blood god technique in the future, you should mentally prepare yourself." Zhao Chang'e bowed once more, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, instructor. I understand." He coughed softly, pondering, "Is this how you speak ill of the master?" Nevertheless, the example provided was indeed insightful and easy to comprehend. Instructor Sun continued, "Here, we practice with swords. Do you know why everyone chooses the sword over other weapons?" Without hesitation, Zhao Chang'e replied, "Because the sword is the most accessible, isn't it? As long as one possesses a modicum of strength, a wild flailing of the sword can yield a certain level of combat effectiveness. A novice wielding a sword is certainly less formidable than one brandishing a knife." This explained why Zhao Chang'e, even in his dreams, gravitated towards the broadsword. Amidst a sea of swords, he could not fathom why he would opt for a narrow blade. At this juncture, Zhao Chang'e, unlike others who fixated on the elegance of the sword, contemplating the poetic notion of a flute and sword in harmony, recognized the need for rapid combat readiness. Grace alone would not suffice for sustenance. Indeed, the sword and spear are the most effective in cultivating combat prowess, while the sword itself presents a greater challenge in mastery. Instructor Sun remarked, "Many heroes of the martial world, lacking any training in internal energy or advanced external techniques, have carved out their own domains solely with a knife. The knife is the most universally applicable weapon in the martial realm." Zhao Chang'e mused inwardly, "I understand. There are indeed many like this. The blood-killing technique encompasses several forms of fist, sword, and knife techniques, with the blood-killing knife technique being particularly fierce and exceptional. To learn this knife technique, one must first acquire the blood-killing technique, which implicitly grants one the eligibility to study it. However, if you have yet to learn the knife, there is no rush. Coincidentally, as we are a newly established branch, a substantial number of newcomers are starting from the basics. Therefore, you shall join them daily to learn the fundamentals of knife techniques. When the time is right, I shall teach you the blood-killing knife." Zhao Chang'e was overjoyed, exclaiming that this truly was splendid news. He had assumed that the art of the blade would require an alternate path to acquire. No need for that. You have already pledged your allegiance. What rightfully belongs to you is indeed yours. Those who dwell in the greenwoods are not so petty as to haggle over trifles. Such behavior is undeniably small-minded. The dissatisfaction in Sun Jiaoxi's words was palpable, hinting at the disapproval of the faction leader, and Zhao Chang'e dared not utter a sound, secretly reveling in the implications. It appeared that Sun Jiaoxi was not merely an ordinary instructor, in accordance with the teachings of the central sect. Such a position should correspond to that of a transmission elder or perhaps a guardian-level figure. This meant that Sun Jiaoxi likely held a prominent status within the branch, sufficient to contend with the faction leader. Having concluded the pleasantries, Sun Jiaoxi, embodying the forthright spirit of a bandit, wasted no time in getting to the crux of the matter. The blood fiend technique lacks a defined flow of vital energy, but possesses a method of blood activation. The foundational practices must be paired with the essential movements. Refer to the manual as needed. However, the intricacies of energy manipulation cannot be comprehended solely through this booklet. It must be approached in this manner. Zhao Chang'e soon became engrossed in the teachings, the instructor's words resonating in his ears. He envisioned the circulation of his vital energy and blood within, akin to a tranquil stream that gradually swelled into a surging torrent. Before long, he could feel a rising heat within him, reminiscent of the fervor experienced when one becomes overly invested in a World Cup match. Eyes reddening, head spinning, and a surge of adrenaline compelling one to shatter the television in a fit of passion. The potential power that could be unleashed in such a state was undoubtedly far greater than usual. It seemed that the blood fiend technique was designed to enable individuals to willingly enter this heightened state of fervor. More astonishingly, last night I attempted to practice those movements. I could not maintain a squat for long before my legs grew weak and unable to bear the strain. Yet, at this moment, an unexpected warmth coursed through me, alleviating the soreness and fortifying my muscles and bones, allowing me to endure for a longer duration. This is merely the beginning of my training. What might occur if I delve deeper? Is this the essence of magical prowess? Unbeknownst to me, the instructor's voice had faded into the distance, and the surroundings became somewhat bustling, reminiscent of the sounds in a university cafeteria after classes. Zhao Changhe slowly opened his eyes. Indeed, it was a cafeteria. A cook pushed a cart towards him, laden with a wooden barrel of corn rice, accompanied by some wild greens and even a hint of meat, the aroma wafting pleasantly from afar. The disciples who had just been practicing surged forward with bowls and chopsticks, and the cook served them one by one. At that moment, Zhao Changhe felt his stomach rumble. The hunger triggered by his morning practice of the blood evil technique felt as if he had gone an entire day without sustenance, prompting him to dash back to his quarters for a bowl. Upon returning, he noticed that Luo Qi had vanished. But Zhao Changhe paid it no mind and hurriedly rushed out to get his meal. Despite being a den of bandits, this stronghold was fundamentally a sect, adhering to certain rules. The chaotic scenes one might envision were absent, as everyone lined up in an orderly fashion. Zhao Changhe instinctively took his place at the back of the line, craning his neck to observe the distribution of food, noticing that the cook was quite particular. Some bowls contained no trace of meat, while others, like the one belonging to Zhang Quan, held a generous piece of braised pork. The envy in the eyes of those looking at their neighbors' bowls was palpable, yet no one directed their ire towards the cook. This place may be under the jurisdiction of Master Sun, who determines rewards and punishments. He stated that those who can consume meat shall indeed partake in it. After much anticipation, when it was finally Zhao Changhe's turn, the cook glanced at him and, as expected, served him a piece of braised pork that was significantly larger than Zhang Quan's portion. Zhao Changhe was elated. Master Sun was truly generous towards him, and meat had become exceedingly vital for him. Cradling his bowl with delight, he emerged from the crowd, only to see Zhang Quan approaching with a few others, wearing a smirk that was neither fully mocking nor friendly. Oh, an entire piece of meat, huh? Zhao Changhe's expression darkened, and he frowned, saying, "Surely this shouldn't jeopardize our camaraderie. Such petty antagonism is rather low." Camaraderie? What camaraderie do we share with you? Zhang Quan, unable to comprehend the latter part of his statement, sneered, a traitor who gained recognition within the sect by stabbing his own master in the back. And now he flatters Master Sun, causing our portions of meat to diminish. Camaraderie? Zhao Changhe found himself at a loss for words. To put it plainly, this is all about a piece of meat. Zhang Quan's eyes glinted with malice. Of course it is about a piece of meat. Is that so strange? From the smallest morsel to the grandest power, it all boils down to resources. There is always a need to find something to seize, especially for someone like you, who has just arrived. We are all outlaws of the demonic sect. When have we ever been inclined to be courteous? He could not be bothered to waste more words with Zhao Changhe and waved his hand. Seize it. Immediately, a few of his allies surged forward. With a bowl in hand, Zhao Changhe found himself unable to fight back. Protecting his bowl, he struggled in vain as he was struck several times on the back, causing the wild vegetables that covered his bowl to spill. A crowd gathered nearby, cheering and shouting, seemingly finding the scene perfectly normal. Faint whispers echoed in the air. Zhao Changhe has completely overshadowed us. I find it quite displeasing. Zhang Quan's display of authority was impressive. It seems that Instructor Sun has a favorable view of him, having whispered to him on the sidelines. Is Zhang Quan not afraid of reprimand from the instructor? What is there to fear? Everyone can see that the faction leader has a clear aversion to him. How could Instructor Sun show any favoritism? Amidst the murmurs, unnoticed by anyone, Zhao Changhe's eyes grew increasingly crimson, akin to blood. A surge of emotion reminiscent of a fan smashing a television during a game welled up within him. Suddenly, he ceased to hide his feelings and, with a forceful gesture, hurled his bowl to the ground. If I cannot eat, neither shall you. Crash. The bowl shattered into countless pieces, scattering rice and meat across the floor, mingled with shards of porcelain, rendering it inedible for anyone. Zhang Quan and his companions were momentarily stunned. Damn, this guy is ruthless. Ruthless? Zhao Changhe swiftly turned, his eyes ablaze with fury and madness. Do you think this is the end? While the onlookers momentarily lamented the food strewn across the ground, they failed to react in time as Zhao Changhe lunged forward, seizing Zhang Quan by the collar. The speed with which he moved was astonishing. Zhao Changhe himself could hardly comprehend where such swiftness had come from. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, and when he grasped Zhang Quan, It caught even him off guard. With a loud thud accompanied by Zhang Quan's piercing scream, the surrounding crowd recoiled. This guy is genuinely fierce. The ground was not merely littered with food, it was also strewn with shards of broken bowls. With a sudden thrust, Zhang Quan's visage was irrevocably marred. Had the blow struck his eye? Only then did Zhang Quan's comrades react, rushing forward in a frenzy. Some delivered fierce kicks toward Zhao Changhe, while others attempted to pry him away. Yet, Zhao Changhe remained unwavering, absorbing the blows, relentlessly slamming Zhang Quan's head against the food, impervious to their efforts. After 4 or 5 strikes, those trying to pull him back hesitated, and the assailants ceased their kicks, gradually retreating. Zhang Quan lay motionless on the ground, utterly silent. Zhao Changhe, panting heavily, rose to his feet and turned his expressionless face. What's the matter? Wasn't he the one who wanted to eat my meal? If he overindulged, is that my fault? Do you all wish to partake? Zhang Quan's comrades, trembling with fear, averted their eyes from his menacing gaze, instinctively parting to create a path as they watched Zhao Changhe stride away with purpose. Chapter 11. Born a rogue upon leaving the crowd, Zhao Changhe turned into a corner. Soon leaning against the wall, gasping for breath as if utterly spent. The blood slaughter technique was indeed formidable. Not only was the speed astonishing, but even when several individuals attempted to restrain him, they found themselves utterly incapable. The strength was almost absurd. This was only after a night and a morning of practice. Yet, there were significant repercussions. A sense of exhaustion began to wash over him, leaving him uncertain if it was a consequence of overexertion or simply a reflection of his own inner turmoil. The show of bravado was staged, the anger had been vented. Yet he remained oblivious to Zhang Quan's fate. Arriving in a new environment only to turn on one another, he pondered the potential repercussions. However, in that moment, driven by adrenaline, who cared about the consequences? Perhaps this was one of the latent dangers of the blood slaughter technique? Or was he inherently predisposed to such tendencies? Regrets? Suddenly, the voice of Master Sun echoed around the corner. Zhao Changhe turned to see Master Sun leaning against a nearby wall, arms crossed, regarding him with a faint smile. Zhao Changhe held Master Sun in high esteem and lowered his head, saying, I have no regrets. Whatever punishment is due, I shall accept. If I do not assert myself now, will I merely live a life of submission, allowing others to consume my share? Such a humdrum existence is intolerable for me. Master Sun interjected. You, the killer, Zhao Changhe. I knew you possessed such spirit. There is no need to articulate it. My inquiry pertains to whether you regret practicing the blood fiend technique, that feeling of reason being overshadowed. It is dead, Zhao Changhe replied. Master Sun, seemingly indifferent, remarked. Do you dare to seize the flesh I have arranged? Provocation precedes demise. Foolish and weak. If death is your fate, so be it. Zhao Changhe understood that Master Sun had likely taken the blame on his behalf. With a submissive demeanor, he expressed, Thank you, Master. Here you go again with that cultured demeanor, Master Sun retorted. Are you truly here to take the examination for scholars? Zhao Changhe responded. Is it not appropriate to express gratitude? Just a moment ago, you were conciliating with Zhang Quan. What use was that? And now, who does not regard you with trepidation? Such amiability is earned. Master Sun smirked. When you killed Luo Zhenwu, I was present. I witnessed your fervor and audacity, clearly a natural-born rogue. I merely offered a few words of guidance so you could navigate the martial world without diminishing the prestige of our holy sect. Do you think my favor towards you stems from your youthful appearance? A natural-born rogue. Zhao Changhe felt somewhat speechless. Indeed, there is no unreasoned affection or disdain. Every matter possesses dual facets. Regarding the incident with Luo Zhenwu, the faction leader was displeased, yet Master Sun held a certain admiration. The civilization of modern individuals stands in stark contrast to this world, particularly to this den of bandits. Even though I consider myself relatively formidable, having frequently engaged in lethal encounters in my dreams, I have long acclimated to the sensation of taking a life. If a more conventional classmate were to find themselves here, they would truly be at a loss as to how to navigate this environment. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Changhe inquired, This is still our camp. Surely there are certain matters that require discretion. If things continue as they have today. Sun Jiaoshi cast a cold, lingering glance at him and replied, You are already in the realm of the Jianghu. With that, he turned and departed, stating, Come find me in an hour to learn the art of the blade. From now on, practice your skills every morning, hone your swordsmanship every afternoon, and manage your own affairs in the evening. Zhao Changhe silently watched his retreating figure, lips pressed tightly together. This is not the Jiang who I desire. An hour later, Zhao Changhe appeared punctually at the training grounds. Sun Jiaoxi regarded him with bemusement. Just moments ago, the lad had appeared weak and drained, having not eaten, resembling a wilting eggplant. Yet now he seemed invigorated. Sun Jiaoxi had his sources and was aware of what Zhao Changhe had been up to during that time. The rascal had gone and beaten up Zhang Quan's companions, pilfering their meals and consuming 3 large bowls, more than his original share, before comfortably settling down for a brief nap. A young man who initially intended to foster internal harmony rapidly began to morph into a ruthless outlaw. Such is the nature of existence in the Jianghu. Immerse anyone in the inkwell, and they will inevitably emerge shrouded in darkness. Sun Jiaoxi could not help but sigh as he beckoned. Come. Let us begin by learning the foundational techniques of the blade together. Zhao Changhe, as was his habit, queued obediently at the rear of the line, attentively listening. However, upon his arrival, a shiver ran through the crowd, and they instinctively parted to create a path, as if to honor him with a passage to the front. With a scoff, Zhao Changhe unabashedly strode forward, standing directly before Master Sunday. Only then did the onlookers dutifully rearrange themselves. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Master Sun's eyes. Yet he refrained from commentary and proceeded with his lesson. Among all weaponry, the foundational movements of the sword are relatively few, essentially chopping and thrusting, endlessly varied, yet fundamentally consistent. Even the most advanced sword techniques cannot escape this principle. Your foundational skills dictate the limits of your future capabilities. Your speed, accuracy, and steadiness hinge upon the solidity of your basics. This is not something that can be imparted through elite teachings. Many speak of our magical arts as a means to rapid mastery, but true mastery cannot be rushed. Foundational skills cannot be hastily acquired. As Master Sun's gaze swept across the assembly, it was evident that most bore expressions of disappointment. Who among those studying magical arts did not yearn for shortcuts to swift success? Yet, they were still advised to diligently hone their fundamentals. How then? Did this differ from the teachings of other sects? Only a handful displayed fervent interest, their eyes alight with understanding, one of whom was Zhao Changhe. He fixated unwaveringly on Master Sun's deliberately slowed movements, his hands instinctively mimicking the motions. In that moment, Zhao Changhe realized he had never applied himself with such earnestness in his life. Had he been this dedicated during his studies, perhaps he would have gained admission to prestigious institutions like Qingbei. Born a rogue? Perhaps so. The scar on his face served as a reminder that, in this world, such matters were of greater significance than mere academic prestige. An afternoon swiftly passed, and as dusk descended, Zhao Changhe sat wearily on a stone by the field, his hands kneading his arms, which were sore beyond recognition. The blood fiend technique continued to circulate within him, miraculously alleviating the discomfort. Zhao Changhe found himself pondering. Could we indeed practice martial arts and feast here without the burden of labor? Sun, the instructor, replied with a smirk that danced between jest and seriousness. Teaching you martial arts and providing you with sustenance is certainly for a purpose. Do you think it is merely for amusement? Zhao Changhe hesitantly inquired. Then, his words were abruptly cut off by Sun. Therefore, seize these days to train relentlessly. Otherwise, should you perish during a mission, I will simply have your remains disposed of to feed the dogs. Zhao Changhe sealed his lips in silence. Sun leisurely departed, stating, You have merit, thus you enjoy certain privileges. The companion you were with has already embarked on a mission. I wonder if your quarters will now be left solely to you, which may not be so bad for a bit of space. A pang of anxiety gripped Zhao Changhe's heart. From another perspective, he found the current path he tread to be steeped in irony. Why had he slain Luo Zhenwo? While self-preservation played a role, the primary motivation was undoubtedly revenge for the villagers who had been slaughtered in Zhaoqiu. Yet, the very group he now belonged to was enacting similar atrocities, and it was not unfathomable that one day he might be compelled to partake in such deeds himself. If he once regarded the Luo family's actions as malicious, scarcely distinguishable from those of a demonic sect, he now recognized a subtle yet significant difference. The most prominent distinction lay in the fact that the Luo family did not rely on such deeds for sustenance, whereas the demonic sect thrived upon it. Zhao Changhe cast his gaze down upon the rice in his bowl, his eyes dark and rippling with unspoken thoughts. Born a rogue. I hope that in the future, you will still possess the simplicity of today, so that when we meet again in the world, I can hear you call me sister. Zhao Changhe gazed into the sky, where the words from last night had long vanished, as if they had never existed at all. Chapter 12. The reluctance to part gather the troops. Outside, by the mountain path, Luo Qi wearily waved his hand. The biting cold of the mountains, with its howling ice and snow, was far more severe than within the village, which at least provided some shelter from the wind and cold. Out here, laboring under the frigid conditions felt like frost piercing to the bone. Luo Qi had taken on the role of a petty leader, lurking along the mountain roads with his team, attempting to ambush passing merchants. However, in this wintry chill, how many merchants could there possibly be? After a whole day, not a single shadow had appeared. The drifting snow had already blanketed his hair and shoulders, rendering his frail figure akin to a frost-laden eggplant. When he departed from the Luo family, he had no time to gather his belongings, clad only in a thin coat. After squatting in the biting wind and snow for an entire day, even with his modest achievements in cultivation, it was still a considerable challenge to endure. Conversely, his subordinates were all bundled up warmly, faring better than he was. As a newcomer, with his authority yet to be established, Luo Qi felt hesitant to take his subordinates' clothing, gritting his teeth and persevering for quite some time. One subordinate remarked, "Luo, this position on the mountain path isn't a viable strategy. It seems we must head towards the city." Luo Qi shook his head, replying, "Let us hold our ground for a couple of days and see. We cannot act rashly without knowing whether there are intentions to preach in the city. In due course, believers may come forth with offerings." The two quintessential sources of income for the demonic sect, preaching and plundering, if developed well, could even lead to the establishment of enterprises. Yet, this new sub-branch was merely at its inception, with nothing to its name. Thus far, the sustenance consumed by all has been procured from the mountain, serving as initial capital. Luo Qi remarked, "Let us venture into the city privately another day. I shall treat my brothers to a meal." The subordinates displayed ingratiating smiles, suggesting that this newly promoted leader possesses considerable social acumen, alleviating some of the concerns within their hearts. As they passed the subterranean altar, Luo Qi instinctively cast a glance at the concealed secret door, a faint smirk gracing his lips. He understood its significance. Zhao Changhe assumed he had come out of necessity. Yet only he knew that he was not escorting prisoners on this journey. He was not so feeble as to be unable to walk. He could have easily departed midway. So why endure the hardship? It was because he comprehended the true nature of this place, the purpose of the Blood God sect, and the reason behind their desire to annihilate the Luo family. His decision to come was made after careful contemplation. From a distance, he spotted his wooden abode, where Zhao Changhe stood at the entrance, engrossed in a book under the waning light of the setting sun. It bore a resemblance to the classic tale of a diligent scholar illuminating his studies with fireflies, and he was squatting in a horse stance, holding a book in his left hand while wielding a single-edged sword in his right, repeatedly demonstrating the motion of a downward strike. Before him stood a wooden stump, seemingly the object of his relentless attempts to strike at the same spot, albeit with a rather chaotic array of cuts marking the stump's surface. Luo Qi could confidently assert that he had never encountered someone as dedicated as this, though admittedly, he had seen few others. This spontaneous revelation of surprise struck Luo Qi as peculiar. What was he so excited about? "Ah, I fear for your safety on this journey." Zhao Changhe replied with a smile. "It seems all is well? If all is well, then that is indeed good. Have you dined yet?" Luo Qi's gaze grew increasingly peculiar, and after a moment, he finally replied, "I have eaten." In truth, apart from the steamed bun he had for breakfast, Luo Qi had consumed nothing throughout the day. As soon as those stubborn words escaped his lips, his stomach audibly protested, creating a rather embarrassing accompaniment. Luo Qi's face flushed crimson, and he glared at Zhao Changhe with indignation. In a dreamlike state, Luo Qi followed behind, his eyes drawn to the remnants of food on the table, still warm to the touch, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Observing Luo Qi's dazed expression, Zhao Changhe, maintaining a stern countenance, remarked, "Surely you do not resent me for having eaten? You might as well make do, my esteemed senior brother." Luo Qi said nothing, silently taking a seat at the table, his gaze fixed on the rice. To his surprise, there was even a piece of meat nestled within. "You truly require meat now," he said, somewhat awkwardly. Zhao Changhe waved his hand dismissively. "I had 3 portions for lunch. I am quite satisfied." Luo Qi fell silent. How could one possibly forego dinner simply because they had dined at noon? Zhao Changhe sat beside him, accompanying him as he ate, and inquired, "In this frigid winter, where are the traveling merchants? How are we to undertake such a task? There are occasional visitors, if there truly are none." Luo Qi hesitated, leaving his thought unvoiced, but turned to Zhao Changhe with curiosity. Perhaps this winter will bring about numerous matters concerning Zhao Qiuo. and you seem entirely unconcerned? Wouldn't your earlier anger be rather ironic? Luo Qi inquired in astonishment. What do you mean? Previously, we had no choices but to take each step as it came. Now, however, we find ourselves with a degree of autonomy. Zhao Changhe lowered his voice once more. For instance, is it possible to choose our targets? For instance, much like the situation with the Luo family, when calamity strikes, one might audaciously claim to act on behalf of justice to redistribute wealth. I suspect that many a hero's source of income stems from such endeavors. Luo Qi's expression transformed into one of bemusement as he regarded Zhao Changhe for a prolonged moment before breaking into a chuckle. I initially thought you were a man of great valor. Yet you appear so naive. Naive, perhaps, Zhao Changhe murmured, but there are certain things I truly do not wish to lose. Luo Qi refrained from mocking him, instead lowering his gaze to poke at the grains of rice in his bowl. When one resides in a den of demons, can one truly act according to one's own desires? You are aware of your limitations. It is unattainable. Zhao Changhe replied, if it is unattainable now, then I must grow stronger. Today, I have come to understand that in the demonic sect, strength is the ultimate currency. If you possess prowess, others will respect you. No one dares to utter a word against you. If you were a leader, you would at least have some influence over your team. And what if one day you became the captain? Wouldn't this place then be governed by your will? There was a thought Zhao Changhe left unspoken. As long as he possessed the strength to fend off future pursuits, he could always flee. After all, it was merely a ramshackle stronghold. If he truly wished to escape, it would be a trivial matter. As a stranger in a foreign land, who truly cares for whom? We are all born outlaws. Thus, having an innate rebellious spirit is hardly remarkable. Luo Qi, uncertain if he had grasped the underlying implication of Zhao Changhe's words, let out a soft sigh. I hope you can retain your conscience and maintain your innocence, just as you have with this meal, thank you. Zhao Changhe replied with a smile. Such a tone is rare. Does this mean we are now friends? Luo Qi nodded gently, saying, we have been for quite some time. In truth, they were more than mere friends. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were inseparable. Yet, Luo Qi had never anticipated that such a term would ever apply to anyone between them. So, can we lie down together tonight? Zhao Changhe rapped the table. I say, how long must we endure this arrangement of one person sleeping on the bed and the other draped over the table? Regardless of your protests, I intend to claim the bed tonight. It's freezing, for heaven's sake. Luo Qi replied, expressionless, you may take the bed. Or perhaps one day, if I perish outside. You won't need to worry about such matters. Zhao Changhe retorted irritably. Are you genuinely a woman? Why are you being so melodramatic? The trope of cross-dressing is so overdone nowadays that readers have lost interest. Luo Qi, equally vexed, pointed to his Adam's apple. I say, Zhao, are you losing your mind? Is everything you see reminding you of women? To which Zhao Changhe vehemently replied, quite the contrary. I have no inclination to indulge in any sentimentality with women. I do not wish for you to be a woman. Being male is infinitely more convenient. Being a woman is a hassle. Do you not understand? Luo Qi widened his eyes and eventually chuckled. Ah, the words of a true hero of the realm. So you mean to say I am a staunchly straight man, correct? Oh, I forgot you don't grasp that term. Zhao Changhe shrugged. What of it? I am indeed a straight man. Mark my words, you are a man, starting today. We shall share the bed. If you were a woman, I would seek out Master Sun by morning to trade favors for a room of my own. It's merely a matter of sleeping. Why all the fuss? Luo Qi poked at the meat in his bowl with chopsticks, nearly mashing it beyond recognition, muttering inaudibly. Such ruffians, so vulgar. Zhao Changhe failed to catch his words, asking, what? Nothing. Luo Qi raised his chin defiantly. If we're to share a bed, then so be it. What is there to fear? Chapter 13. Sharing a room. The bed was rather spacious, adorned with a layer of straw and topped with a blanket. There were indeed 2 quilts, as it was a double room, and their status was not at the bottom. They could be considered leaders, enjoying a reasonable level of comfort. He remained serious, not even turning his head. Luo Qi pouted and suddenly asked, with such an intense training regime, without a moment's rest from dawn till dusk. Don't your muscles ache? Don't you feel fatigued? Indeed, they do, Zhao Changhe replied, and it seems I tire more easily, requiring breaks from time to time. To put it plainly, it's a matter of overexertion. It feels vigorous in the moment but leaves one drained afterward. I even got into a fight today. The intensity was far more palpable than during training. Luo Qi pondered this. The demonic arts are indeed peculiar. You've only been practicing for 2 days. Yet your sensations are so pronounced. In the Luo family's techniques, feeling one's energy within a month would be considered quite a talent. There must be some method to it. Otherwise, who would practice the demonic arts? What do you mean by demonic arts? Wait, did you just say you got into a fight? With whom? Luoqi suddenly realized, his expression turning serious. Zhao Changhe finally turned to look at him, and upon seeing his expression, grinned. Are you planning to stand up for me? Senior brother? Ah, I always forget. You are actually much stronger than I. I undoubtedly surpass you in prowess. So what fear do you harbor in slumber? I could very well unleash my wrath upon you. It is indeed you who should be wary. How is it that you have become so comfortable with your words? Unlike before? Luoqi sighed. I am inquiring about whom you have engaged in conflict with, and whether you require assistance. When friends grow familiar, does it not change the nature of their interactions? Regardless, having emerged victorious, all is well. Very well, very well. Zhao Changhe appeared genuinely pleased. It seemed this fellow had begun to grasp the essence of friendship. However, observing him retire to bed post-haste, Zhao Changhe found himself somewhat perplexed. I must say, I have never seen you practice your skills. Do you not train? I cultivate my internal energy. I can practice while reclining. Is it truly that delightful? I have seen others seated in meditation or invoking celestial energies. That is a practice of the mystical sections. There are myriad schools throughout the realm. Some engage in their training while walking or running, and lying down is not an uncommon method. Luoqi suddenly chuckled. So, do you not regret neglecting my Luo family's external arts? Zhao Changhe's expression indeed bore a hint of bitterness. After a thoughtful pause, he sighed. There is no regret, for what I seek is not comfort, but speed. Thus, you practice day and night? Indeed. The path of martial arts emphasizes balance between tension and relaxation. Relentless pursuit may not yield the best results. Take a breather. Luoqi paused, seemingly realizing that this advice was akin to inviting him to bed, and quickly added, just be mindful with your hands, no unwarranted touches, please. Zhao Changhe retorted. Do you truly believe I am some sort of fool? I find such behavior repugnant. He struck once more, feeling far from fatigued. You may rest for now. I intend to cleave 1,000 times tonight, he declared. Luoqi's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you mad? Mad. Zhao Changhe murmured softly. If one is not mad, how can one safeguard that which they do not wish to lose? Luoqi's expression was complex as she observed Zhao Changhe, drenched in sweat amidst the darkness. An indescribable mixture of resentment and admiration flickered in her gaze, ultimately transforming into a soft sigh as she closed her eyes. Though she appeared to sleep, she was silently cultivating her inner energy. The two of them, one active and the other passive, created a unique tableau amidst the stillness of the snowy night. Time slipped away, and Zhao Changhe lost count of his strikes. Exhaustion began to take its toll, yet a sense of satisfaction welled within him. He felt a burgeoning sense of control as his speed quickened, becoming steadier and more precise. Initially, his strikes on the wooden post were chaotic, with scars scattered indiscriminately. Now, however, the marks converged, drawing ever closer to a singular line. The legendary notion of striking with the precision of one's thoughts, wherever the mind directs. The blade follows was indeed achievable through relentless practice. It was simply a matter of familiarity, a timeless truth. His fervent training also served to fend off the winter chill. In this frigid season, his thin garments left him vulnerable, and without movement, he could very well succumb to the cold. Yet, each pause brought a biting wind that intensified the chill. With a resigned sigh, Zhao Changhe hung his damp shirt to dry, wiped his body, and slipped into his own blanket. Luoqi nestled closer, her voice barely above a whisper. Not asleep yet. The sound of your chopping is deafening. Who could possibly sleep? Zhao Changhe felt a twinge of embarrassment. Then I shall refrain from practicing my swordplay at night and focus on my cultivation instead. No need, Luoqi replied brusquely. If you truly wish to enhance your strength swiftly, how could you possibly pause for such trivial matters? I, for one, am indifferent, as for the opinions of others. Let them go to hell. Well, if you're so unconcerned, then sleep, Zhao Changhe retorted, utterly fatigued. I'm exhausted and shall rest first. The room fell into a profound silence. Zhao Changhe, genuinely drained, promptly closed his eyes in slumber. Though they each had their own quilt, they were indeed positioned in a manner that prevented any physical contact, rendering Luoqi's imagined scenarios of close proximity utterly unfounded. However, the unpleasant odors emanating from both of them were undeniably real, creating a rather uncomfortable experience. Zhao Changhe had no inclination to ponder the other's gender. His mind was overwhelmed with his own concerns, leaving little room for frivolous thoughts. As he mused, it would be preferable if the other were not a woman. A female presence would only complicate matters, while a male would spare him much unnecessary chatter. With no other thoughts occupying his mind, Zhao Changhe quickly succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Luo Qi anxiously clutched the quilt, appearing to turn towards the wall, yet his eyes remained wide open, his body tensed, as if his heart were on the verge of leaping from his throat. Would he dare to pull him closer? Surely not. He claimed he wouldn't tea, as he too found it distasteful, right? But what if, in his slumber, he unconsciously drew him near? If that were to happen, he wouldn't even be aware of it. Would he? And if he awoke before Luo Qi did, wouldn't he then be aware of everything? Luo Qi's mind was a chaotic whirlwind, rendering him completely unable to sleep. Meanwhile, the sound of Zhao Changhe's thunderous snoring soon filled the air, as he plunged into a deep and oblivious slumber. Luo Qi turned around in irritation, fiercely raising his foot as if to kick, but after a moment's hesitation, he slowly lowered it. His gaze flickered as he observed Zhao Changhe's profile in the darkness, the scar on his cheek still striking against the night. To say that Zhao Changhe's scar was ugly would be disingenuous. It was not unattractive, but rather possessed a unique wild beauty, a certain masculinity. Zhao Changhe himself was inherently robust and handsome. No matter how he styled himself, he remained uniquely cool, while the unattractive should not attempt to imitate. Zhao Changhe slept remarkably well, completely still. After a prolonged observation, Luo Qi gradually relaxed. At some unknown moment, utterly exhausted, he could no longer keep his eyes open and fell into a hazy slumber. In his dreams, a gentle figure seemed to serve him a meal. He vaguely heard himself asking, "Mother, why aren't you eating?" The person in his dream ruffled his hair, replying, "I ate at noon. I'm not hungry." The features of that figure were indistinct, a memory from his childhood long forgotten. Chapter 14. The weight of that blade. Both individuals, burdened by their thoughts, slept fitfully. The next morning, as the attendant arrived with steamed buns, the first knock on the door caused both to spring up from their beds like coiled springs. After taking a moment to collect themselves, they exchanged glances, and Zhao Changhe smiled. "Good morning." He was too lazy to engage further, jumping out of bed to open the door. Upon entering with the buns, he noticed Luo Qi sitting on the edge of the bed, smoothing his slightly tousled hair. The sight was inadvertently captivating. Zhao Changhe's heart skipped a beat. Turning his head, he attempted to change the subject. "Damn it, I forgot to brush my teeth. Everything feels off." Luo Qi lazily remarked. "You, a country bumpkin, speak as if you hail from a wealthy household, and you even know about brushing teeth with willow branches?" Zhao Changhe, gnawing on a cornbread, cast a sidelong glance her way. "Oh, you understand now? Willow branches. Aren't they just a servant at home?" My apologies." "What is there to apologize for? Haven't you offended me with your careless words enough already? I call you a country person, and you retort with a servant remark. We are even." Luo Qi shot him a disdainful glance. "I'm off now. You continue your training while I toil away to provide you with meat." About what we discussed last night." The bluntness of Zhao Changhe led Luo Qi to unwittingly reveal her femininity more than she intended as she set off on her mission with the cornbread. In truth, Zhao Changhe deliberately avoided looking at her, regardless of gender, as it would only hinder his cultivation speed. Once she departed, he made his way to the training grounds. Originally, he planned to practice blood fiend technique in the morning and swordplay in the afternoon, but he felt that even while practicing swordplay, he was simultaneously engaging in the blood fiend technique, which seemed to be accelerating his progress. He wondered if there was an issue and decided to consult Instructor Sunday Accelerated. To what extent? "Use the method of the blood fiend technique and strike me with a punch," Instructor Sun said nonchalantly. Zhao Changhe cautiously asked, "With full force?" "Of course." "With full force," Instructor Sun replied, rolling his eyes. "You think you can even move me?" Zhao Changhe conceded this point, squatting into a horse stance, his fists drawn to his waist. The energy of the blood fiend technique surged within him, and he could feel his muscles brimming with power, fierce and ruthless. With a mighty shout, Zhao Changhe unleashed a powerful punch. Whether it is merely an illusion, upon unleashing that punch, the scenery before my eyes seemed to turn crimson. Instructor Sun nonchalantly raised his hand to block, and Zhao Changhe felt an overwhelming force surge forth, causing him to stumble back several steps before barely regaining his footing. The sensation of that abundant power dissipated in an instant, and the blood-red illusion vanished, as if it had been deflated. Zhao Changhe felt a tinge of admiration and forced a smile, remarking that indeed, the instructor was truly formidable. Instructor Sun, with his hands clasped behind his back, remarked coolly, "Your progress is indeed rather rapid. However, there is no particularly special reason for this. Your comprehension is decent, but more importantly, your physique is exceptional, brimming with vitality, which is exceedingly suited for the blood fiend technique. It is quite strange, coming from a humble village, how did you acquire such remarkable nourishment? What has nurtured your physique? He concealed the slight tremor in his hands as he realized he had underestimated his opponent. A casual block had revealed just how formidable Zhao was. Reflecting inwardly, Zhao Chang'e mused that if we were to compare nourishment, even their leader might not surpass the dietary habits of an ordinary office worker in modern times. Furthermore, he was somewhat athletic himself, possessing a physique that was superior to that of many peers. It is worth noting that the pair of eyes behind him had yet to serve any purpose. It seemed that his physical constitution was indeed his greatest asset. Additionally, his vital essence remained intact, overflowing with energy, truly embodying the vigor of youth. Instructor Sun, uncertain whether to praise or mock, scrutinized him for a moment before inadvertently uttering, "You are 19, aren't you? How pitiable." Zhao Chang'e, with a stiffened neck, remarked, "Does practicing by oneself not count as losing one's yuan yang?" Zhao Chang'e, Instructor Sun, with an expressionless demeanor, stated, "Given the current circumstances, your blood fiend technique is nearing proficiency. Devote this month to refining it and attempt to break through to the first level. In truth, surpassing the first level would signify approaching the first threshold of profound mastery." One threshold in a month? Zhao Chang'e mused in disbelief. He recalled Luo Qi, who had practiced diligently from a young age until the age of 16 or 17, reveling in his achievement of the first threshold. He wondered if Luo Qi would be astounded to hear this news. Zhao Chang'e confessed, "Initially, I set a goal of 1,000 repetitions, but while chopping, I lost track of the count. I estimate I'm not far off." Truly 1,000 repetitions? Instructor Sun nearly bulged his eyes in astonishment, then, feigning nonchalance, pointed to a wooden post. "Do you see the mark in the center? Strike that spot and let me observe." Zhao Chang'e drew his blade. With a swift motion, the blade glimmered and struck the mark indicated by Instructor Sun, though it was not perfectly aligned, deviating slightly. Instructor Sun inhaled deeply, muttering, "Thank goodness." Zhao Chang'e replied, "It's not too impressive. I feel I could practice a bit more today." Still being modest? "Did you think my thank goodness referred to your strike being commendable? I meant to say it's fortunate that your talent in the way of the sword is merely average, not as extraordinary as the blood fiend technique. Otherwise, that would be excessive." Instructor Sun's expression lightened considerably. "In truth, when it comes to innate talent, you are not particularly remarkable, perhaps just slightly above mediocrity. After all, this is the simplest of strikes. An ordinary woodcutter could achieve it after a few days of chopping. A true genius of the sword would not require 1,000 attempts to strike with precision. However, the crux of the matter lies in your own awareness of your limitations. Practicing 1,000 times is beyond the reach of most." Zhao Chang'e mused, "If, after mastering the blood slaughter blade technique, you can still maintain the discipline of practicing 1,000 repetitions daily, your accomplishments shall surpass my expectations." Sun Jiaoshi replied thoughtfully, "Indeed, for the average person, once they have progressed to an advanced level of blade technique and attained the first threshold of the profound realm, they would likely emerge as a significant leader. At that juncture, indulging in copious amounts of wine and meat, along with the company of alluring women, few would retain the steadfastness to continue their training. I am uncertain how you would fare. It is reminiscent of the days spent gaming, facing a formidable boss, enduring countless defeats yet refusing to concede, even cursing the server maintenance while unwilling to depart. Today is somewhat akin to that. Damn it, can't hit that spot? I refuse to relent. I shall continue striking until this boss is vanquished." The blood slaughter technique mirrors this sentiment, as he finds joy in the growing power, subtly reveling in the awe of those around him. In the training ground, Zhao Chang'e's voice grew louder and more boisterous, soon melding into a collective roar with everyone present. The scholarly air from his university days had gradually faded, replaced by an increasingly audacious demeanor. Yet, it had only been a few days. Born to be audacious. As dusk settled, having trained all day, Zhao Chang'e sheathed his blade and gave a hearty slap on the shoulder of a nearby bandit, exclaiming, "Soon, we shall venture out for a revelry. I shall treat my brothers to drinks." The bandit grinned. "Naturally, it is we who shall treat Boss Zhao to drinks. Just on account of your valiant spirit in slaying Luo Zhenwu, you deserve a toast from us all." "Oh, you were there that day?" "We are naturally absent. Yet in recent days, I have heard from senior brothers who participated at that time that the esteemed Zhao has gained considerable notoriety in the martial world." It cannot be that significant, can it? The death of a mere pup from the Luo family. And yet the world is stirred for a fleeting moment. Who would remember such a triviality? The bandit spoke in a mysterious tone. "They say, many years ago, when the current emperor was on a journey, He stayed at the Luo residence, and the master of the Luo family, eager to curry favor, sent his wife to entertain the emperor. Zhao Chang'e paused, replaying this phrase in his mind several times. Could it be that? The bandit clapped his hands. Indeed, Luo Zhenwu might be the emperor's offspring. Hence, the royal family takes special care of the Luo family. Just like that day, when the Luo household harbored a master from the imperial court, had it not been for the intervention of the esteemed Zhke, how could it have come to fruition? Tell me, which family could keep a master from the imperial court hidden? Zhao Chang'e pondered for a while before uttering a single word. Nonsense. How strange it was. The demeanor of the master of the Luo family when conversing with his son bore no resemblance to that of a royal, but rather, it seemed like a father-son relationship. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding, or perhaps they had grown accustomed to this dynamic over the years. The bandit continued. In the past, everyone spoke of the Luo family's connection to the royal family, yet no one could articulate the nature of that relationship. It wasn't that it was unclear, but rather that no one dared to speak of it. Now, however, we are part of the holy sect, opposing this wretched court, targeting this insipid prince. What do we have to conceal from them? Zhao Chang'e sighed. He had initially perceived this as a deeply guarded secret, one that could only be inquired about upon joining the sect, yet unexpectedly it had been laid bare before him. Indeed, what was concealed prior has now become a matter of public notoriety after the event. The Blood God sect would eagerly proclaim it to the world. Thus, the strike I delivered at that moment seems rather formidable. I merely struck down the emperor's illegitimate son, and such notoriety lasts but a fleeting moment, soon to be forgotten. Zhao Chang'e feigned humility, intending to conclude the discussion, only to be met with wide-eyed astonishment from his interlocutor. Merely an illegitimate son? No, my leader. You truly do not grasp the magnitude. The crown prince is deceased, and the emperor is left without a son. Zhao Chang'e's attempt to turn away became frozen in place, rendered speechless. Chapter 15. A toast for you. Zhao Chang'e stood in stunned silence. Is this the reason the Four Symbols sect and the Blood God sect sought the demise of the Luo family? To eradicate the imperial bloodline would indeed plunge the realm into chaos. Yet, a question arose. When the crown prince perished, would not the old emperor have been in a frenzy to retrieve him from the Luo family? Why then did he allow Luo Zhenwu to remain there? Moreover, judging by the Luo family's demeanor, they appeared utterly oblivious to the monumental news of the crown princess' death. Otherwise, how could Luo Zhenwu still find leisure in courting a village maiden? Or perhaps it is merely the conjecture of the masses, and the Luo family suffers from an unmerited calamity. He cautiously inquired, when did the crown prince die? Was it before or after Luo Zhenwu? The bandit clapped his hands in delight and exclaimed, what a coincidence. It was merely hours before that fateful afternoon when you struck down Luo Zhenwu. At that moment, he had become the last scion. Thus your strike, Zhao Laoda, truly heralded the dawn of a chaotic era. How could it not gain renown? Zhao Chang'e inhaled deeply. In terms of the timeline concerning the Blood God sect's descent from the south, it appears they had plotted the assassination of Luo Zhenwu prior to the prince's demise. Was it mere coincidence, or was the prince's death an integral part of their scheme, executed concurrently? The words of the esteemed Tang echoed in her mind. The gravity of this matter is beyond your comprehension. You shall come to regret it. She had not come in response to an appeal for help from the Luo patriarch, nor had she awaited the arrival of a substantial force. In truth, there was no substantial force. It is highly probable that the Luo patriarch's plea had yet to reach the capital. Rather, on that fateful afternoon, upon the prince's passing, she acted swiftly to clandestinely extract individuals, fortuitously intersecting with the events at hand. Thus, it seems the Luo family was not a victim of mere misfortune. There indeed existed a significant affair. This matter is undeniably grave, weighing so heavily that Zhao Chang'e found himself momentarily dazed, only to suddenly burst into laughter. Position locked. The imperial palace, the dragon throne. So this is the connection. Ha ha ha. Yet, what good is this connection? Blind fool, how utterly absurd. The bandit remarked. Zhao Chang'e, with a smile, patted his shoulder. I have grasped the situation now. Thank you, my brother. A single strike has unleashed an era of chaos. Could such tumult be wrought by a single blow? The very thought of Luo Zhenwu ascending the throne would spell calamity for the populace. If one must strike, so be it. Is it not the elimination of a great villain? Contemplating this, the fleeting anxiety within Zhao Chang'e dissipated instantly, replaced by a sense of elation akin to the exhilarating revelation of a long-sought riddle finally unveiled. Though this matter feels somewhat perplexing, the communication between the father and son of the Luo family appears inappropriate. If the sole intention was to eliminate Luo Zhenwu, A mere assassination would suffice. Why the need for such a grandiose extermination of the entire clan? Regardless, does it alter one's predicament in any meaningful way? It does not. After all, both are wanted and confined to their quarters. Yesterday, there was genuine concern for Luo Qi's safety, yet it turned out there was no immediate danger. However, that does not imply the absence of peril. It could arise any day. Might it be today? Zhao Chang'e sighed, furrowing his brow. Why is today so late? No, that's not right. He sniffed. Something seems amiss. Previously, the rancid odor emanating from you was unmistakable even from a distance, yet now it has vanished. Luo Qi's eyes narrowed playfully. I merely took a bath in the mountain ravine. I couldn't endure being so foul-smelling. It felt as though lice might crawl upon me. Winter swimming, impressive. Zhao Chang'e felt a stir of eagerness, yet a trace of trepidation lingered. He had never attempted winter swimming and felt even the thought of undressing was unbearable, let alone plunging into the water. Indeed, the threshold of one's skill is merely a gateway to indulgence. You should join. Who would want to sleep next to someone so foul? Luo Qi cleverly found an excellent excuse. It wasn't that I was being finicky, it's simply that you reeked too much. Zhao Chang'e's expression turned somewhat pained. In this cold, you can endure the threshold, but I am merely a novice. As a grown man, others who have never trained in martial arts dare to swim in winter. After all, you have trained for several days, so do not be cowardly. Luo Qi cheerfully revealed what was hidden behind his back. It was a flask of wine. I brought you some warm wine. At least it serves some purpose. Zhao Chang'e was somewhat taken aback. Where did this hot wine come from? Today, I ventured into the city and purchased a few items. Luo Qi, like a magician, produced an oiled paper bag. I also brought some roasted meat to reward you for your arduous training. Zhao Chang'e curiously remarked. You wouldn't be dipping into your own pockets just to make up for this, would you? No matter how much money you brought from home, it surely wouldn't suffice. Today, I arranged for them to hunt beasts. Although wild animals are scarce in winter, there are still some. We managed to catch a few mountain chickens and rabbits. Just enough to get by. That's precisely why I finished early and took the opportunity to visit the city. Luo Qi feigned seriousness. Just tell me if you want it or not. You sure are chatty. Yes. Zhao Chang'e eagerly snatched the wine gourd and the oiled paper bag, rushing outside. I'll go eat by the water. Once I finish, I'll jump in while it's still warm. Luo Qi leisurely entered the house and, upon seeing the meal on the table, smiled faintly. You leave food for me, and I provide the wine. It is only fitting. Faintly, the sounds of commotion could be heard from the village entrance. With someone shouting, no one is allowed to leave the village at night. Zhao Chang'e's voice rang out. When did I hear of any curfew? Don't treat a chicken feather as a command token. Damn it. I'm just stepping out for a bath. Why all this fuss? Zhao, boss Zhao. Oh, it's you all. Do you still have watch duties? Fine. We're all comrades. Let me through. Had we known it was boss Zhao, we certainly wouldn't have stopped you. After all, who are we? The voices gradually faded away. Look at this. It seems we are increasingly resembling mountain bandits. Luo Qi, savoring his meal, suddenly burst into quiet laughter. A naive youth? Regardless of whether he is a rogue or not, it is evident that he is inherently a man of the rivers and lakes, adapting to this treacherous den even more swiftly than others, flourishing within just a few days. It is a mystery why he initially gave off an impression of innocence and simplicity, truly remarkable. Luo Qi suddenly pondered that he and Zhao Chang'e shared no particular bond. Before the upheaval, they had exchanged merely a few words. Zhao Chang'e's kindness towards him stemmed primarily from the loneliness and insecurity of being in a foreign, perilous place. Luo Qi, being a familiar face, naturally drew his affinity. However, if this camaraderie continued to flourish, blending seamlessly with everyone, Luo Qi would soon find himself devoid of any particular distinction, perhaps even forming deeper connections with others than with Zhao Chang'e. That would be quite all right. Everyone has their own path. Luo Qi leisurely tidied up the dishes, then returned to his bed to meditate with closed eyes. In truth, he was diligent in his practice. Yet, Zhao Chang'e's relentless intensity was rather extraordinary. Luo Qi had never encountered anyone so fervently dedicated to their training. With a hint of curiosity, Luo Qi opened his eyes. Why so soon? Who washed with you? He pouted slightly, observing the lingering warmth of the wine as mist gradually rose from it. His mood inexplicably lifting. Attempting to strike up a conversation, he remarked, by the way, I saw your wanted notice at the city gate. It seems the court is quite concerned. With your current appearance, it will be difficult for you to traverse the outside world. Naturally, Zhao Chang'e replied, handing over a wine bowl with a grin. I heard today about the demise of the Luo family. It turns out Luo Zhenwu is actually a prince. After spending so much time at the estate, can you discern that this fellow possesses such dragon energy? As Luo Qi accepted the bowl, his hand trembled slightly, causing the liquid within to ripple in concentric circles. Yet he quickly laughed as if nothing had happened. The reason is indeed astonishing. It startled me to the point of trembling. You truly must be cautious when you venture out in the future. Chapter 16. Confirmation. Such a reaction is entirely normal. It is the lack of response that is abnormal. Zhao Chang'e pondered little on this, cheerfully clinking his bowl. Drink heartily and feast generously. In his youth, he had watched water margin and, well, he had harbored dreams of such grandeur, feeling a sense of gallantry. Yet now, he found himself in the lair of bandits, gnawing on meat and purchasing his own wine, sharing a gourd of wine painstakingly. It was indeed a disillusionment. Luo Qi chuckled. The kind you speak of would require a mountain king, at the very least a prominent leader. However, I feel you are entirely capable of achieving that. It's somewhat challenging. To become a leader, one must at least be an official disciple, no? Presently, the hope of joining the sect remains elusive. They say to acquire faith before joining, yet no one is here to preach to us. Instructor Sun appears indifferent to this matter, and the helm is nowhere to be seen, hidden away. Luo Qi sipped her drink, assessing Zhao Chang'e's expression. From your demeanor, it seems you are not overly concerned? Concerned to some extent. I do wish to attain the blood god technique rather than the blood fiend technique. Of course, being part of the Four Symbols sect would be even better. Those practicing the blood god technique are often challenged beyond their level. Luo Qi laughed aloud. It appeared that although Zhao Chang'e did not verbalize it, the battle between Yu Hongling and Shuai Songhai had thoroughly extinguished his expectations of the blood god sect. Zhao Chang'e took a sip of his drink and remarked, in any case, there's no rush. We've only just begun. Who knows? Perhaps this helm will be removed by tomorrow? If only Master Sun took the stage, my days would be significantly more bearable. He treats me remarkably well. What a fanciful thought. Do you truly believe that Master Fong is merely avoiding us? He is likely engaged in his preaching within the city. Although I did not observe any signs of the demonic cult as preaching today upon entering the city, it seems that beginnings are often challenging. Perhaps they have yet to commence. However, that is not necessarily the case. Zhao Chang'e lowered his voice, saying, Do you not find this branch remarkably peculiar? Luo Qi's heart skipped a beat. He was reluctant to delve into this subject. You might as well ponder whether I am male or female. Yet, with Zhao Chang'e broaching the topic, he had no choice but to feign ignorance. What do you mean? The branch is indeed newly established. Yet that underground altar is undoubtedly not recently excavated. What a monumental undertaking it must have been. It is evident that it has existed for quite some time. Likely a secret site left behind by others that the blood god cult has discovered. Luo Qi quickly replied, that is quite normal. They simply utilized an existing location. It is not strange to erect a makeshift structure nearby and establish a branch. However, do they have any compelling reason to establish a branch in the dead of winter? Zhao Chang'e was at a loss for words. A vast cult should have prepared in advance for the establishment of a branch. Why would they suddenly begin amidst the harsh winter storms, lacking adequate clothing and provisions? Has Master Shuai's mind been compromised by his overreaching challenges? Oh, but at that time, he had not yet faced the wrath of Yu Hongling. Luo Qi found himself momentarily speechless. Could you please refrain from mentioning the topic of overreaching challenges? Yu Hongling happened to overhear their plans to attack the Luo family nearby, and she mentioned that Master Shuai was present at that time. This indicates that there are significant secrets concealed here, with the blood god cult establishing a stronghold and the master leading the expedition himself. Subsequently, the matter concerning the assassination of Luo Zhenwu was interrupted. In truth, it seems the task was either uncompleted or only partially fulfilled. The leader could not remain here for an extended period, thus, during the frigid winter. It was decided to leave individuals behind to establish a new branch and continue the search. Luo Qi remarked, Zhao Chang'e, having drained his cup, forcefully placed it down upon the table, expressed his skepticism, suggesting that this may not even pertain to the Blood God sect, but rather to the Four Symbols sect. Whether one can gain entry into the Four Symbols sect or learn the Blood God techniques still holds some merit. It is prudent to remain vigilant. Luo Qi gazed thoughtfully into his cup, then suddenly lifted his head with a smile. Ah, you, drink your wine without rambling on. Your chatter lacks decisiveness. Yet you incessantly mention the fellows. Come, let us down 3 more cups. This gourd cannot pour out that much wine. Whatever the amount, It is indeed refreshing to indulge in some warm wine during this winter. The warm wine was undeniably delightful, bringing a rosy flush to Luo Chi's cheeks. Yet his eyes concealed an even deeper layer of enigma, shrouded in ambiguity. Upon finishing, he gazed down at the empty cup and suddenly remarked, "Changha, in such a world, do not place too much trust in others. It is best to keep your analyses locked within your heart, rather than voicing them." Zhao Changra was taken aback. "What is it that you find unspeakable? I would never utter such things to others. Do not easily trust anyone, including me." Luo Qi paused, then added, "And even that esteemed master's son, whom you believe treats you well." Zhao Changra hesitated. "You surely cannot be intoxicated?" Luo Qi chuckled softly, appearing somewhat tipsy as he stood up and stretched lazily. "Indeed, my tolerance for alcohol is poor. I shall retire to bed now." Zhao Changra also rose, a bit tipsy himself, and casually draped an arm over Luo Qi's shoulders. "Master brother, you are quite the lightweight. We've only had a few drinks." Luo Qi was momentarily taken aback, unable to react in time to evade the embrace, leaving him stiff and frozen in place. How thin and wiry he was. Zhao Changha playfully squeezed his shoulder, saying, "You can only cultivate your internal energy like this. In a world devoid of internal strength, a person like you would be no match for me. I'd take on 10 of you. Go on, get some rest. I shall practice a bit longer." It seems that the warmth of the wine invigorates the blood, enhancing the effects of cultivation. With that, Zhao Changha released his grip and moved to the doorway to assume a horse stance. Luo Qi stood there in a daze, awkwardly turning to glance at the entrance. Was it really so normal for Zhao Changha to embrace him like that? After all, wasn't it merely a gesture between brothers? What man hasn't shared such camaraderie? Yet, Luo Qi felt utterly bewildered, his mind blank, as if electric currents were coursing through his body. Zhao Changha, squatting at the door, felt a pang of regret. Of course, he had intended it. Having indulged in a bit of drink, he was momentarily captivated by Luo Qi's flushed and charming visage, a fleeting spark of youthful exuberance. He wished to confirm a notion: the softness of a man's and a woman's shoulder is undoubtedly different. This time, he had indeed verified it. Luo Qi was unequivocally the latter. Initially, I harbored a mischievous inclination to witness the comical plight of this male-disguised senior brother, who, after being taken advantage of, would find himself unable to voice his grievances. I cautioned myself not to place trust in anyone, including myself, with a sardonic smirk. However, I soon felt the urge to chastise myself for engaging in such frivolity. What genuine purpose does it serve to indulge in petty mischief? It only complicates matters, leaving me in an awkward position that I could not escape. Resorting to a stance of feigned composure. Why endure such discomfort? Moreover, how would we navigate our interactions henceforth? I had already acknowledged that being male was more convenient. Yet I stubbornly persisted in this charade, seeking validation for what? Zhao Changha truly wished to reprimand himself for this folly. Thus, one stood there in a daze, while the other stubbornly practiced their technique, both lost in their thoughts, creating an unusually tense atmosphere for a brief moment, until Luo Qi suddenly broke into a radiant smile. In the corner of his eye, Zhao Changha caught a glimpse, causing him to stiffen, maintaining his serious posture while gazing upwards. He then noticed Luo Qi striding towards him, casually placing her hand upon his shoulder. "Hey," she said. Zhao Changha tensed up. "Huh? Is there something you need? You're not executing your horse stance correctly today. Practicing like this could lead to injury," she whispered confidentially. "You haven't had a drink, have you? Feeling warm might have led you to think of other things? If so, should I take you to explore the city's nightlife?" That." Zhao Chang's mouth twitched, and with some difficulty, he inquired. "Aren't you the one who usually avoids physical contact with others? Why are you suddenly so familiar?" With an air of nonchalance, Luo Qi replied, "We weren't close before. Now that we are brothers, isn't this how it goes? Am I not allowed to put my arm around yours, while you cannot reciprocate?" So that was her intention. She still wished to maintain this fade, forcing such familiarity in this manner? After a prolonged period of contemplation, Zhao Changha found himself at a loss for words regarding such an unexpectedly straightforward answer. The absurdity of the situation elicited both laughter and tears. Yet he felt a surprising sense of relief. Initially, it seemed there was nothing amiss. The sensation of her leaning against him, resting her arms upon his shoulders, and the gentle warmth of her breath against his ear was undeniably intoxicating. Zhao Changha shamefully realized that his modesty was rapidly waning. Chapter 17. Habit and Truth. Practicing stances like the horse stance was manageable. When immersed in the discipline, one could easily forget the world around them. However, the real test came during sleep. When uncertainty prevailed, it was one thing to be indifferent, but now fully aware that a young woman lay beside him. How could any man maintain a singular focus as he once did? To make matters worse, everyone had bathed that day. And Luo Qi had even changed attire after venturing into the city, leaving a subtle fragrance lingering tantalizingly close to his senses. Zhao Changhe, who typically lay on his back, found it exceedingly rare to turn over today, curling up instead. After lying in this position for over half an hour, his eyes remained wide open, sleep eluding him. In contrast, Luo Qi lay serenely on her back, her eyes gently closed, seemingly at peace as she practiced her cultivation. Yet, how could she truly cultivate? Her mind was equally agitated. Cursed be these circumstances. To cultivate internal energy requires focus and tranquility, but how could one find such calm amidst the chaos? It was a miracle that he hadn't succumbed to madness. At times, Luo Qi contemplated whether taking Zhao Changhe's life earlier might have spared her from many troubles. She had her reasons for wanting him dead. However, she had hesitated, for she still needed Zhao Changhe's capabilities to elevate her own, without which her position here would have been precarious. For a moment, he refrained from taking a life, and thus, the situation evolved into this. Ever since he decided to leave himself a portion of food, it became increasingly difficult to even contemplate murder. Should he seek refuge in another room within the hideout? Yet, he was acutely aware that such a change would be impossible. To attain a solitary room would require a status of at least middle management, and he knew he was far from that. As for the notion of being assigned a female companion to share his space, that was a fanciful thought. Being paired with another man, however, it would undoubtedly lead to bloodshed. After much deliberation, the outcome had indeed culminated in this unfortunate conclusion. He felt ensnared, unable to escape. Amusingly, today he found himself devoid of the taut anxiety that had characterized yesterday. After all, having shared a bed, he had grown accustomed to it. He was certain that he would not engage in reckless embraces, and thus, trust was established. So be it. Suddenly, a sense of panic enveloped Luo Qi. Who could have imagined that she would one day so serenely accept sharing a bed with a man? Habit is a formidable force. Unbeknownst to her, the faint sound of Zhao Changhe's snoring began to resonate, and as if receiving a signal, she relaxed her tense heartstrings and gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, before the customary sounds of the cook delivering steamed buns to each household reached her room, Luo Qi was abruptly awakened. Her first instinct was to recognize that something was amiss. The once rigid pillow had transformed into something far more comfortable. As she hazily opened her eyes, her heart sank immediately. This was no mere pillow. She was nestled against Zhao Changhe's shoulder, with one arm wrapped around his waist, nearly draping her leg over him. Previously, she had pondered whether he might unconsciously pull her closer in his sleep, yet it was she who, in a state of unconsciousness, had sought his warmth. Luo Qi felt as though she could weep. She regretted indulging in that wretched wine. Fortunately, Zhao Changhe, who was typically easily awakened, remained in a deep slumber today, undisturbed. Luo Qi let out a sigh of relief, feigning calmness as she tidied the disheveled quilt, patiently awaiting the servant's knock on the door. As anticipated, the moment the servant rapped on the door, Zhao Changhe sprang awake as if wound up by a spring, stretching languidly before turning to glance at Luo Qi and offering her a smile. Good morning. Everything seemed as usual. Luo Qi's heart, once lodged in her throat, finally settled, and she cheerfully patted Zhao Changhe's shoulder. Go fetch the food. Expressionless, she understood the true nature of the situation. It appeared that he had been awake for some time, feigning ignorance. Otherwise, the predicament beneath the covers would indeed be quite embarrassing. TSK. Luo Qi lightly spat, a blush involuntarily rising to her cheeks. Was it really necessary to be so coy? He was clearly quite lecherous. Yet, he possessed a certain social grace. At least now, the awkwardness was averted. This was what one might call, I am pretending. He knows that I am pretending. I know that he knows I am pretending. And he knows that I know he knows I am pretending, and thus we all tacitly continue to pretend. What a peculiar situation. Zhao Changhe returned with a steamed bun, seemingly unsure of what expression to wear. He opted for a blank visage as he tossed the bun over. I'm going to practice. Be cautious while hunting. Such endeavors are not without their risks. Once I become more familiar with Instructor Sun, I shall see if I can arrange a position for you as well. Luo Qi offered a slight smile. Understood. You may go. Zhao Changhe awkwardly made his exit, and observing his somewhat awkward stance, Luo Qi, in a fit of vexation, tore the bun into pieces, as if she were pinching the soft flesh at his waist. Such lewdness, yet still pretending to be a straight man. Zhao Changhe, the wronged one, a vigorous young man, even if nothing had transpired, would naturally exhibit certain tendencies. What does that have to do with being lewd? Moreover, after a refreshing wash, this senior brother exuded a delightful fragrance, and when she leaned in, the softness of her arm was. Zhao Changhe, who had remained single since birth, could hardly withstand such allure. Zhao Changhe, the irate voice of Master's son echoed. Just yesterday, I praised your diligence, and today you allow your mind to wander? Can you articulate the key points of the diagonal sweep we practiced earlier? Sweep? I did not sweep her. She swept me. Wait a moment. Zhao Changhe, this is to say that women indeed affect the pace of cultivation, right? Just look at how chaotic my stance was last night. And this morning my thoughts are equally disordered. Truly vexing. Might I trouble you, master, to impart that lesson once more? I shall punish myself by practicing it 3,000 times today. Zhao Changhe resolved fiercely, attempting to quell his distractions through sheer dedication to his training. Yet it became evident that such measures were unnecessary. Habit is indeed a formidable force. He had never considered that after this day, his interactions with Luo Qi would become even more casual than before. It was not that wine was more significant than meat, but rather that they discovered warm wine genuinely complemented Zhao Changhe's blood demon technique, yielding remarkably beneficial effects. They dined together, casually exchanging their experiences, and afterward, one practiced external sword techniques at the door while the other cultivated internal energy in bed. After their training, they retired to sleep, exchanging scarcely a few words. There was little to say. Occasionally, Zhao Changhe would casually drape his arm over Luo Qi's shoulder, who had ceased to shy away. At times, Luo Qi would even take the initiative to wrap his arm around Zhao Changhe, striding confidently through the village, a testament to their camaraderie. Observers regarded this display as entirely ordinary, with no one entertaining any inappropriate thoughts. The level of physical contact had become so familiar that neither of them reacted anymore. Zhao Changhe no longer needed to bend his body, and Luo Qi was no longer jolted by electric currents. Even upon waking to find one's hand resting on the other, they would simply yawn and move it away, as if nothing had occurred. With their minds consumed by personal concerns and aspirations, neither harbored any thoughts entangled in romantic matters. Once accustomed to this simplicity, it became effortless. Their greatest understanding lay merely in the fact that they would separate when bathing, nothing more. Clang! The blade flashed, striking true against the iron rod that flew before him, sending it crashing to the ground. Nearby, Master's son bent down to retrieve the rod, adding a new mark with precision atop an existing groove, a testament to his skill. Through relentless practice day and night, Zhao Changhe had progressed from stationary targets to moving ones, accurately striking desired points on objects that passed by at a moderate speed. His vision was keen, and his blade swift. Nearly 20 days had elapsed since that night, which confirmed Luo Qi's femininity. The foundational techniques of his swordsmanship had officially begun to flourish, spanning over 20 days, now a month since his arrival in this world. It was late October, during the minor snow season, when he first crossed over. Now, in November, the chilling frost heralded the winter solstice. Chapter 18. Winter solstice. Gazing at the iron rod in his hands, and then at the beads of sweat on Zhao Changhe's brow in the frigid winter air, Master's son understood the immense effort this young man had invested for that precise strike. This is not merely a gift. For over 20 days, aside from eating, sleeping, and occasionally sneaking out for a bath, this fellow has devoted every moment to his training. On one particular day, he lost focus and subsequently punished himself with 3,000 repetitions. Such dedication is unparalleled, as even Master's son, who has guided countless disciples and rogues throughout his life, has never witnessed such fervor. It is as if a tiger were relentlessly pursuing him, compelling him to run for his very life. In a mere 20 days, one would expect little change in appearance, save for a few more stubbles of beard, yet one can distinctly perceive that Zhao Changhe's countenance has grown increasingly resolute and composed, with a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, occasionally revealing a fierce intensity. His physique has also become more solid, with well-defined muscles that exude a distinctly masculine allure. In the aesthetics of the mountain stronghold, this is particularly admired, coupled with the scar on his face that accentuates his rugged masculinity. Zhao Changhe has undeniably become the most handsome man in the Beiming stronghold. Conversely, his housemate, surnamed Luo, is not held in high regard, resembling a diminutive rabbit spirit. If it were not for his association with Zhao Changhe, he might have been subjected to teasing. However, none would dare to do so now. Whispers circulate that he is Zhao's favored pet, with insinuations that their relationship has crossed into more intimate territories. In the stronghold, the bandits who oppose Zhao Changhe have been thoroughly dealt with, including some old disciples who came to bully others, with Master's son providing support against any troublemakers. He has now become a formidable figure in this novice village, surrounded by a group of sycophants. For this reason, he has not only learned the art of the blade but has also acquired some skills in hand-to-hand combat, for internal conflicts cannot always be resolved with weapons. Behold the wine gourd at his waist. He no longer requires Luo Qi to replenish his drink. Every day, he indulges in the offerings of his subordinates. Unlike him, who is wanted and confined within his quarters, others freely roam the city, engaging in various mischief, and those without means often resort to trickery and theft. It seems that only Zhao Changhe remains, having never ventured beyond the mountains. At this moment, as he joyfully raises his cup in celebration of successfully passing his assessment, he exudes a certain air of gallantry. Zhao Changhe, brimming with excitement, clasped his fists. I remember. This elixir will aid your breakthrough. Sun Jiaoshi, with a knowing expression, handed him a pill. Go forth, and may you begin learning the blood fiend blade come tomorrow. Upon returning to the abode, Luo Qi was already present, theatrically brushing off a chair and servilely inviting Zhao Changhe to sit. Zhao Changhe, in a relaxed manner, took his seat and chuckled. What fortunate event has transpired now? Pray, share the joy. How do you know it's something good? It could very well be bad news, Luo Qi retorted. You only jest when you're in high spirits. When you're glum, you wear a face as if I owe you 8 million. Do I not understand you? Zhao Changhe unfastened his wine gourd and poured a drink for Luo Qi. Come, this is a gift from someone else, and it's potent. Are you implying that the wine I bought for you lacked strength? Zhao Changhe gritted his teeth. Senior brother, what I mean is, spare me the feminine charades. I desire a masculine template, I implore you. Humph. Luo Qi feigned annoyance, his eyes darting to the wine gourd, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Regardless of whose wine is contained within the gourd, it has perpetually remained the humble, inexpensive vessel she gifted him on that particular day, unchanged since then. What fortune could there possibly be? Luo Qi scoffed. I overheard people discussing me as your favored one. Is that amusing? How is it that in this place, occupied solely by men, such thoughts can even arise? Zhao Changhe lowered his gaze, sipping his wine. What does it matter? You haven't joined the contemporary literary circle, otherwise you'd hear much more. Besides, who are you to deem yourself a handsome man? Luo Qi indignantly slammed her palm onto the table. Take a good look in the mirror. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Zhao Changhe replied candidly. I did glance in the mirror this morning and found myself quite dashing. Luo Qi responded with disbelief. You indeed looked at nothing but nonsense. When I awoke, I was nestled against your shoulder, only for you to unceremoniously toss me aside. She hesitated. What arrangements do you expect me to make for the festival? Am I your wife? The most infuriating part is that I actually have made plans. Zhao Changhe, perplexed, inquired. From your tone, it seems you are aware of customs elsewhere. How many places have you visited? Is it not permissible to listen to others? They indulge in dumplings. I simply cannot be bothered, Luo Qi retorted, filling a bowl for him with a huff. It appears that dumplings do not pique your interest. Your fascination lies with my sister-in-law. Zhao Changhe replied. Have I wronged you today? You seem as if you've consumed gunpowder. I never even contemplated eating. Why would I think of her? He then recalled his earlier misstep. Indeed, I did offend you this morning. Let's simply enjoy the Tang Yuan in silence. Luo Qi shot him a sidelong glance, her irritation intensifying. Am I truly your wife? As Zhao Changhe savored his Tang Yuan, he spoke naturally, reminiscent of a husband and wife discussing work during dinner. Today, I successfully passed my basic knife technique assessment. Instructor Sun plans to teach me the blood slaughter knife. However, my skills need to keep pace. Otherwise, learning the blood slaughter knife would be futile and ineffective. Instructor Sun implied that tonight, I might attempt to break through the first stage. How very couple-like. Luo Qi, increasingly irritated, found it even more vexing that this fellow was advancing at such a rapid pace. 1 stage in a month. Shouldn't he take his time? How can you learn the blood slaughter knife so quickly? She remarked, feeling a tinge of jealousy. Shouldn't you first master a foundational knife technique? The instructor said that given my level of dedication, I already know how to practice on my own. The introductory knife techniques hold little value for my improvement. That kind of gradual progression is meant for the mediocre. Luo Qi's brows furrowed in displeasure. Zhao Changhe raised his hands in surrender. If you're going to break through, then just do it. Why tell me? I can't assist you. Luo Qi chewed on her Tang Yuan, responding curtly, regardless. It's beneficial for you to practice while it's still warm. I too will take advantage of the warmth and go take a bath. Finally, Zhao Changhe halted his consumption of Tang Yuan, looking up at her with words unspoken. Luo Qi's expression hardened. What is it? Speak your mind. Zhao Changhe hesitated. I've been thinking, You really shouldn't bathe alone in the future. What if someone happens upon you? Luo Qi retorted. Who would go to the water pool at the dead of night? I suspect you have ulterior motives. Do I really need to take advantage of such an opportunity? Zhao Chang'e interjected. Just because I haven't encountered anyone before doesn't mean I won't in the future. I will keep watch for you. After all, my cultivation can be practiced anywhere. Luo Qi poked at the Tangyuan with her chopsticks, missing the target as it slipped away. Frustrated, she continued to jab at it, declaring, what does it matter if someone sees me, a man? And besides, it's none of your concern. Such arrogance. Zhao Chang'e pondered for a moment and approached the matter from a different angle. Consider it a favor for me. Luo Qi cast him a curious glance. Are you asking me to satisfy your curiosity about watching men bathe? Zhao Chang'e sighed. The blood fiend technique is ultimately a demonic art. And there are risks involved in its breakthrough, even at the first level. So, if you notice any signs of me losing my sanity by the cold water pool, just kick me into the water, and that will be that. At last, Luo Qi successfully speared a Tangyuan, skewering it with a single chopstick. In high spirits, she popped it into her mouth and cheerfully remarked, had I known you were simply asking for my assistance, I would have reluctantly obliged. Chapter 19. Vigil and Guardian Nightfall at the Back Mountains Waterpool. The waterfall cascaded, creating a symphony of splashes, the air notably brisk. A crescent moon was reflected in the water, gently rippling with the waves. With no snow today, the sky was clear and the moon bright, the air refreshingly crisp, and the scent of pine and cypress wafted through. Words were unnecessary. Merely standing here felt like a moment suspended in time beneath the flowers and moonlight. Zhao Chang'e and Luo Qi stood at the edge of the pool, their feet crunching on the snow, enveloped in a profound silence, each hesitant to disturb the serene atmosphere. Before long, a sense of unease crept in. Why was she relishing the tranquility with him? This was not a romantic rendezvous. Luo Qi, arms crossed and casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Chang'e, finally broke the silence. So, shall we wash first or attempt the breakthrough? It seems that at this moment, the term breakthrough carries an air of ambiguity. Zhao Chang'e muttered, you wash first. I'll practice a bit from a distance to warm up. With that, he dashed away like a fugitive behind the distant trees, quickly disappearing from view beneath the snow and foliage. Luo Qi sneered, so much for Zhao the Great, the young tyrant. He is just an inexperienced lad. It was infuriating. She usually slipped away to bathe quietly, undressing in a matter of moments before plunging into the water. Yet now, knowing he was nearby, she found herself unable to move, her hand resting on her waistband. It felt as though she were undressing before him, even though she was aware he was too innocent to be watching. What could possibly be the reason for such awkwardness? Truly a burden. After much inner turmoil, Luo Qi finally shouted in frustration, don't hide away completely. Who knows where you were peeking from? Just find a spot, turn your back, and show me the back of your head, at least that would ease my mind. Zhao Chang'e responded, the back of the head? Are you inviting me to look at you? He hesitated, unsure of how to respond. But Luo Qi pressed on, hurry up. Are you really hiding to steal a glance? Zhao Chang'e sighed, I've never encountered such a request before. If I don't look, you might think I want to. Very well, I shall reluctantly take a glance. He slowly emerged from behind a pine tree, squatting behind a cluster of snow-covered shrubs, just enough to reveal the back of his head facing the pond. Seeing this, Luo Qi felt a sense of relief and nodded in satisfaction, finally beginning to loosen her garments. Zhao Chang'e squatted with his hands tucked away, and behind him, he could distinctly see a figure of alabaster gradually materializing beneath the moonlight and falling snow, as radiant as the moon and as pure as snow. Layers upon layers of thick wrappings concealed the essentials, while Luo Qi warily observed the back of Zhao Chang'e's head, slowly unwrapping. The jade rabbit of the moon leapt forth, clutching a cherry. Surprisingly, it was not flat. Though not large, it was indeed not flat. Zhao Chang'e instinctively gestured, concluding that a hapless virgin would not recognize what cup corresponded, guessing it was either A or B. The reason she could disguise herself as a male was due to the absence of breasts, yet it turned out she did have some, tightly bound. Wasn't he that exhausting? Luo Qi then rubbed her throat, and the once prominent Adam's apple diminished considerably. She rubbed her face again, and the angular features reminiscent of a boy vanished, replaced by a quintessential oval face, cherry lips, and phoenix eyes with willow brows. In such a guise, it would be utterly implausible for anyone to believe she was male. The initial ability to deceive was indeed the result of some skill in disguise. Zhao Chang'e shamefully realized that in the presence of such beauty, his thoughts drifted towards learning a bit of this art of disguise for future outings. With this thought, he almost wanted to slap himself, feeling utterly useless. Yet, what else could he do? Would he truly turn and pounce? Luo Qi was a formidable opponent. A single slap could end him. And what would become of his life thereafter? Zhao Changhe sniffled and kept his hands tucked away, suddenly regretting having witnessed such a spectacle. Forget it. Someone must assume the role of the fool. Why can't it be me? Yet, she is so breathtakingly beautiful. Even her disguise could not conceal her allure. And now, without it, she appears like a celestial being bathing in the moonlight amidst the snowy pond. Truly a beauty that could captivate a nation. Such a stunning woman, hiding her true self in a mere Luo family estate, playing the part of an outer sect senior brother? How peculiar indeed. Zhao Changhe was lost in thought, neglecting even the picturesque scenery around him. But what of it? What can one enjoy with mere sight? It only tantalizes the appetite without satisfaction. He might as well practice his skills. Thus, he assumed a horse stance and began to cultivate diligently, embracing a complete state of idleness. His performance was commendable. Luo Qi, having refreshed herself and restored her guise, appeared beside Zhao Changhe with a smile, playfully patting his shoulder. I thought you might unleash your primal instincts. No more pretense, is it? Zhao Changhe responded with exasperation. If I were to unleash my primal instincts, I could do so indoors. Why endure the cold out here? Huh? Luo Qi arched her brows. Do you truly believe you can dominate this place? It was then that Zhao Changhe recalled that she was, in fact, more formidable than himself. Turning to observe her once more, now adorned in her disguise that veiled her exquisite beauty, he felt a tinge of regret. The moment she shed her disguise, revealing her true self, left an indelible impression in his heart. Unable to suppress his reckless impulses, he ventured forth, playfully draping an arm over her shoulder. Just because I unleash my primal instincts doesn't mean I must best you in combat. I say, senior brother, how about you don some feminine attire and entertain me one day? Get lost. You won't entertain me? Luo Qi kicked him several feet away, disdainfully patting her shoulder. Focus on your own matters and spare me your nonsense. How did your warm-up go just now? The preheating was excessive, nearly reaching the point of explosion. Luo Qi, with her arms crossed, scrutinized Zhao Changhe. I am aware that your blood fiend technique, when cultivated to its depths, causes a surge of hot blood and incites a certain frenzy. But does the mere attainment of a single layer warrant such madness? Zhao Changhe replied, I am uncertain. The instructor did not elaborate. His implication was that there is danger, and I deduced that this was the only possibility. Thus, I deliberately came here, initially intending for you to assist me in guarding my cultivation. If the situation appears unfavorable, you should splash cold water on my face. If that does not suffice, then a swift kick into the pool should do. Luo Qi scoffed. Why does that sound reminiscent of the effects of a certain aphrodisiac? This is never-ending, is it? Zhao Changhe, fully aware of her musings, provocatively stated, Are you envious that I can achieve a breakthrough in just a month? Ah, yes, indeed. Luo Qi exclaimed, playfully draping her arm over Zhao Changhe's shoulder, her demeanor cheerful. I am utterly envious of such extraordinary prowess that necessitates someone to kick you into a pool merely to breach a single layer. And I am astounded by the terrifying malevolence that can be dispelled with a mere splash of cold water. How utterly frightening. Let us commence. Let me witness this phenomenon in all its glory. Unexpectedly, Zhao Changhe, who had long been accustomed to such camaraderie, evaded her playful grasp this time. Luo Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. Her irritation flared. You keep watch for me, and I shall protect your cultivation. It is only natural. Do you not consider yourself a man? Why the fuss? Zhao Changhe. He intended to break through by the waterside, genuinely planning to have Luo Qi assist in safeguarding him, rather than merely keeping watch. The unexpected illumination he encountered was indeed not part of his prior scheme. In a certain sense, it might even be advantageous to be in such a fervent state of mind. Amused yet exasperated by this thought, Zhao Changhe shook his head and began to assume a horse stance for his cultivation. Matters of romance, after all, are trivial. They should serve merely as a diversion and not occupy too much of one's thoughts. The enigmatic expression of Master Sun from earlier in the day suddenly flitted through his mind, and Zhao Changhe felt a lingering sense of foreboding, convinced that this breakthrough would not come easily. Chapter 20. The mysterious barrier. Observing Zhao Changhe finally focusing and settling into his stance, Luo Qi rolled her eyes. The method of cultivating the horse stance appeared rather unimpressive. However, the reality was that Zhao Changhe's strength was indeed remarkable, contributing to an exceptionally stable foundation. Without employing internal energy to push him, one could hardly budge him with sheer physical force. The demonic arts certainly possess their own intricacies, though Luo Qi harbored doubts about whether the average practitioner could genuinely devote themselves to such foundational training. Thus, how many could truly master this technique? Meanwhile, Zhao Changde had entered a state of internal observation. This form of introspection was markedly different from the internal school as perception of vital energy flowing through the meridians. What he perceived was the flow of blood, akin to a dissection experiment in a biology class, revealing the gradual coursing of blood within the vessels. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense the energy contained within, alongside the palpable aura of vitality and malevolence. These peculiar essences and energies intertwine with blood, merging like a mighty river flowing into the sea, surging and tumultuous. From the perspective of Zhao Changhe's scientific acumen, this phenomenon lacks scientific rationale. However, since encountering the tumultuous world of literature, he has long abandoned the notion of discussing science. This sanguine aura permeates the muscles and bones, significantly augmenting one's strength. Yet simultaneously, it surges into the mind, clouding clarity of thought and leading to a loss of rationality. Nevertheless, it is not solely detrimental. Entering a frenzied state indeed enhances combat prowess, rendering it a double-edged sword. The more one channels their inner technique, the more pronounced this sanguine surge becomes. Presently, in pursuit of a breakthrough, it is imperative to push the technique to its utmost limits, the consequences of which remain unknown to Zhao Changhe. As for the so-called human gateways, there exists no singular standard. At least, the definitions between internal and external schools of thought diverge significantly. The internal school emphasizes acupoints and meridians, akin to the martial arts novels Zhao Changhe has read, where the opening of certain meridians yields specific effects, corresponding to various levels of gateways. In contrast, the external school focuses on the physicality of muscles, bones, and skin, assessing the expressive capabilities of the body, such as the magnitude of physical strength one can exert or the force behind a punch. In relation to the sanguine technique as challenges, it pertains to whether the sanguine energy, initially coursing through the veins, can be controlled to permeate specific capillaries, thus reinforcing targeted muscle areas to enhance performance in combat. This represents the initial mastery of the first threshold, where one begins to actively control their own physical form, muscles, and blood vessels. While the concept may seem straightforward and introductory, the execution proves to be exceedingly challenging, as it requires the full force of one's vital energy to break through barriers. Failure to do so could lead to an uncontrollable surge of energy, resulting in catastrophic consequences, or even madness from an overwhelming rush of blood. Zhao Changhe cautiously followed the operational requirements of the blood fiend technique, attempting to concentrate the surging energy into his biceps. Almost visibly, his arm began to swell, straining against the thin fabric of his clothing, which seemed on the verge of tearing. Observing this, Luo Qi could almost envision that, should he shed his garments, the sinewy muscles and the vibrant energy coursing beneath the surface would be apparent. The swelling began to extend downward, from the upper arm to the forearm, eventually infusing his fist. Indeed, a crimson hue began to manifest on his knuckles. Was breaking through the first threshold truly this simple? Luo Qi cautiously glanced at Zhao Changhe's eyes, which indeed bore a hint of red, exuding a somewhat frenzied and violent aura. After all, driving the blood energy to its full potential cannot be executed with absolute precision. Some of it inevitably seeps into the mind, necessitating protective measures. Yet, overall, it seemed manageable. Despite the redness in his eyes and the wildness of his demeanor, his rationality appeared intact. Just as she contemplated this, she noticed Zhao Changhe's gaze becoming increasingly unsettling, his breathing growing heavier, and his expression resembling that of a predator. Luo Qi instinctively took a half-step back, inwardly cursing the situation. Wasn't this the very essence of an aphrodisiac? Was he about to pounce and tear her apart? As she continued to retreat, maintaining a composed facade, she inquired, "Are you all right? Should I toss you into the pond?" Without hesitation, Zhao Changhe struggled to speak, his voice somewhat hoarse. "My rationality remains intact, yet I am in great distress. It feels as though my very blood is in turmoil, resembling countless ants burrowing through my veins." The trivial entanglements that had occupied Luo Qi's mind were instantly cast aside, replaced by a chilling realization. Would he explode? It seems, not yet, for there is no sensation of expansion or imminent rupture. It is merely excruciating. Far worse than a high fever, it feels as if innumerable ants are gnawing at me, burrowing deep into my bones. Despite the frigid winds and swirling snow, large beads of sweat cascaded from Zhao Changhe's forehead, a testament to his extreme suffering. Luo Qi fell into silence. Both recalled the words spoken by Fang Buping upon their initial joining. Practicing demonic arts will be agonizing. Previously, they had dismissed this as mere hyperbole intended to deter Zhao Changhe. However, as they began to breach the threshold of understanding, the inevitable experience of pain had arrived. What constitutes demonic arts? It is the principle that one must first harm oneself before inflicting harm upon others. The bloodthirsty energy coursing through the body cannot possibly be devoid of suffering. Had they known the adverse effects of such practices, they might have reconsidered. While reveling in rapid progress, the repercussions would eventually manifest. Now, they were finally experiencing it firsthand. Luo Qi hesitated. Although Zhao Changhe claimed his rationality was under control, there was no certainty. What if he suddenly lost control when she approached? Deep within, Luo Qi harbored a faint notion that perhaps it would not be so terrible if Zhao Changhe were to perish. He treated her well, and it was impossible for her to take his life. Was it not preferable for him to suffer the consequences of his own training? Why, then, should she assist him, bearing the risk of his potential loss of control? However, despite the tumultuous thoughts swirling within her mind, she found herself unconsciously stepping forward, her palm gently resting upon Zhao Changhe's back. It was only when her hand made contact that Luo Qi realized her actions and let out a silent sigh. The unwillingness to forsake her inherent kindness. Zhao Changhe embodied this as well, did she not? Alas, Zhao Changhe sensed a gentle energy permeating through his meridians, soothing and nurturing the turmoil within him. He could discern that Luo Qi's internal force was not merely gentle and nurturing, it possessed a sharp, lethal quality. She was strenuously restraining the edge of her own power, clumsily attempting to untangle the chaos and pacify the bloodthirst within him. The excruciating pain subsided slightly, and he could feel her struggle. Zhao Changhe whispered, "Thank you. Isn't it the purpose of my protective duty?" "There is no need for gratitude," Luo Qi replied, her voice strained. "Yet this merely alleviates your discomfort to a slight extent. It does not address the root of the issue. You came here to break through. With such agony upon you, is a breakthrough still possible? Perhaps it would be best to abandon it?" Zhao Changhe gasped. "I was so overwhelmed earlier that I forgot. Now that I feel a bit better, I recall that Master Sun provided me with a pill, which I suspect is meant for this situation." "A painkiller?" Zhao Changhe fell into silence. Master Sun had indeed hesitated several times to articulate his thoughts, but ultimately refrained from doing so. From his perspective, was it not a matter of course for the demonic sect to exert control over individuals? Without a remedy, relying solely on Luo Qi's untrained efforts was evidently insufficient. Zhao Changhe could no longer maintain his stance and gradually collapsed onto the ground, writhing in pain. Who could have anticipated that just moments ago? We were basking in the beauty of the blossoms and the moonlight, and now, in the blink of an eye, the world has transformed. The chilling frost of winter has arrived. Luo Qi urgently exclaimed, "If it cannot be stopped, you are not suggesting that we cannot halt this, are you?" Zhao Changhe gritted his teeth in response, "And what follows if we do stop? Shall we cease our practice altogether? Abandon our efforts and start anew?" Luo Qi fell silent, struck dumb. To abandon one's efforts usually meant losing all foundational skills, rendering one incapable of any further cultivation. It might be wiser to charge ahead, to see if the path leads to a dead end. Zhao Changhe clutched the stones by the water's edge with fierce determination, his fingers drawing blood, each drop falling into the pool with a haunting vividness. Luo Qi felt a surge of panic. "Why aren't you taking your medicine?" Luo Qi fell silent, her gaze fixed on Zhao Changhe, whose eyes betrayed a wild desperation. They said Zhao was a true hero. Luo Qi had always scoffed at such notions, questioning how a man could blush and cower at mere contact with a woman. Yet in this moment, she genuinely believed he was indeed a hero. Zhao Changhe, clawing at the rocks, suddenly broke into a laugh. "Instructor Sun's actions may be questionable, but at least I have not misjudged you." Luo Qi's anger flared up. "You are nothing but a fool." Zhao Changhe murmured, "At least this time, I do not rely on their medicine. I rely on you." Luo Qi was momentarily taken aback, as she felt the chaotic, bloodthirsty energy within Zhao Changhe gradually subside, his once swollen muscles returning to normal, though a faint crimson hue still flickered in his fists, appearing ominous under the moonlight. "Have you broken through?" she asked in disbelief. "Yes." Zhao Changhe gently clenched his fist and then released it, faintly sensing the fluctuations in his strength. With a hoarse voice, he uttered his gratitude. "Thank you." Luo Qi shook her head. She had merely eased Zhao Changhe's suffering to a slight degree. It was but a drop in the ocean, and he remained in immense agony, as evident from the tremor in his raspy tone. In the midst of intense suffering, Most individuals struggle to concentrate their energy. Who, aside from the truest of iron-willed men, can grit their teeth and push against the current to transcend the threshold? It seemed that his reliance was not on Luo Qi, but rather on himself. Yet, continuing his cultivation meant facing such obstacles repeatedly, each more excruciating than the last. Could he endure it? Furthermore, Zhao Changhe breathed weakly. Yet a smile of genuine joy graced his face. We have turned misfortune into fortune. I have discovered something. Look. Luo Qi, taken aback, followed his gaze downward. The bloodstains seeping into the pool, twisting like a dragon, had emerged unbeknownst to them. They seemed almost alive, swirling around the crescent shape in the water, ceaselessly spinning. Chapter 21. The secrets about to unravel. This must be the object of their quest. Zhao Changhe gasped heavily. Yet his tone brimmed with excitement. You possess greater experience than I. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Luo Qi, her expression one of astonishment, stared vacantly at the scene of the blood dragon encircling the moon in the pool, her eyes reflecting a mixture of sorrow and joy. In this manner, Zhao Changhe weakly rose, surveying his surroundings. The aura of the mystical grew ever more intense. It appeared that the blood god sect had taken residence here precisely because their cultivation techniques allowed the malevolent essence of blood to unlock the prohibitions. Luo Qi murmured to herself, the torment of your blood fiend technique. It hasn't been in vain, has it? This is the fate of a protagonist. So many who have learned the blood god sect's methods have not come here to spill their blood. At this moment, Zhao Changhe felt considerably rejuvenated, striding with renewed vigor around the pond. Come here, come here. I suspect if there is a hidden door, it should be here. Luo Qi, somewhat in a daze, followed him, only to find that Zhao Changhe was heading towards the mountainside behind the waterfall. The area behind the waterfall typically bears a hollow or a small cave due to years of splashing water. Indeed, this place also possessed such a feature. However, it was evident that Luo Qi, intent on her search, had already inspected it long ago and found nothing remarkable. In fact, the disciples of the blood god sect had visited this location countless times before, and if there were anything of significance, it would have been discovered long ago. At this moment, Luo Qi concurred with Zhao Changhe's assessment. When the barrier was lifted, if there were a hidden door, it was highly likely to manifest here. As anticipated, upon traversing behind the waterfall, a peculiar celestial formation resembling a sky full of stars emerged within the previously empty rock hollow. Akin to a semicircular dome adorned with countless constellations, appearing quite enigmatic. This was indeed a formation that required deciphering to gain entry. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Qi remarked, "This star map bears resemblance to the Azure Dragon constellation." She extended her hand, methodically touching the corresponding stars of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon, causing the star map to flicker with a faint light, yet it yielded no further response. Luo Qi's expression darkened. This reaction suggests that the thought process is correct, yet it still lacks a critical element. What could it be? Zhao Changhe furrowed his brow. If Luo Qi was unable to decipher it, he certainly would struggle even more. However, the matter has already come to light. And should someone else seize the opportunity, it would be truly unfortunate, even though he remains entirely unaware of its contents. For the time being, it is unlikely that this place will be discovered, as others have likely searched countless times before and would not revisit without reason. Zhao Changhe resolutely declared, "We must strive to uncover this critical point within the next few days." Luo Qi gazed at him with a complex expression and softly suggested, "You might subtly inquire with Master Sunday." As for how to ask, Zhao Changhe felt a twinge of frustration. How indeed should he approach this? "I shall give it a try," he murmured to himself. In any case, the greatest hope of extricating ourselves from our current predicament lies here. Luo Qi turned to the water outside. The scene of the blood dragon encircling the moon had vanished, and from the outside, nothing appeared to have changed. Had a breakthrough occurred? The following morning, Zhao Changhe continued his routine of visiting Master Sunday, noticing the evidently fiercer aura emanating from him. Master Sun understood that a breakthrough had been achieved. It is worth mentioning that while masters may possess unique insights, ordinary warriors cannot discern another's cultivation merely by observation. Even the faction leader would require Luo Qi to disclose his level of insight to gauge his true capabilities. Master Sun's ability to perceive Zhao Changhe's advancement stemmed from knowing he had undergone a breakthrough the previous night. Otherwise, he would have been unable to discern Zhao's cultivation level. This illustrates why there are so many disguises and assassinations in the martial world, resulting in numerous heroes meeting tragic fates. Master Sun chose not to dwell on this. instead scrutinizing Zhao for a moment before stating, "Practicing the blood fiend technique for an extended period causes the fiendish energy to boil and gnaw like ants. It is unbearable for ordinary individuals, thus requiring our sect's blood pill to suppress it. In truth, it is not merely a moment of breakthrough. Rather, there exists a persistent potential for eruption, though the clarity of such moments is indeed more pronounced. The reason why the blood fiend technique permits the importation to outsiders lies in this very fact." Before he could finish his thought, Zhao Changhe calmly interjected, "I understand." It was evident that the instructor had hesitated to speak, several times on the verge of articulating his concerns. Yet, I cannot fault the instructor. I can only blame my own impatience for immediate results. He was also aware that had he ceased practicing this nefarious art a fortnight ago, he might have extricated himself in time. Alas, once one has delved too deeply, it becomes increasingly difficult to withdraw. By the time he reached the threshold of breakthrough yesterday, it was likely already too late. It seems the most prudent course is to persist down this treacherous path, pursuing the blood god technique. It is likely true that the blood god technique could alleviate these afflictions. Perhaps there exists a more formidable master to provide guidance. There must be a solution. Zhao Changhe paused. "Instructor, are you departing?" He clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance. Furthermore, I have heard of formations. Is my current cultivation sufficient to learn such things?" As for the outcome of a certain matter, he was well aware of what it entailed. In the past, he might have reported it to the instructor, believing that mutual goodwill would prevail. However, now he was unwilling to leave himself an escape route, waiting to be ensnared. Instructor's son, unsure if he was being overly suspicious, sensed that although Zhao Changhe maintained a calm demeanor and was courteous, there lingered an undercurrent of something else beneath the surface. The instructor could not discern whether there was any internal resentment, and he did not dwell on it. It is entirely natural for a youth to experience emotions in such situations. Soon, he would come to realize that life within the martial world is fraught with challenges, where satisfaction is a rarity. It is precisely because you have been controlled that the holy sect places greater trust in you. For instance, matters such as formations, which pertain to the core of the sect, can now be discussed openly. "Do you wish to learn about formations?" Sun Jiaoshi remarked. "To attempt to learn too many things at once is akin to biting off more than one can chew. You lack the necessary energy for such an endeavor. One must at least know how to break a formation. Should you find yourself wandering the world and become ensnared by a formation, having never studied, it would be tantamount to signing your own death warrant. You still aspire to traverse the world, huh?" Sun Jiaoshi chuckled softly. "However, your assertion holds merit. It is essential to understand at least the rudimentary knowledge of formation breaking. As for the art of breaking formations, it fundamentally revolves around the eye of the formation and the sequence of actions. Take for instance the three talents formation of heaven, earth, and man. The approach to breaking it involves discerning the correct sequence, first targeting the human element, followed by the earthly aspect. If one were to hastily aim for the heavenly position from the outset, it would be no different from running headlong into a wall. In the case of formations such as the Big Dipper 7 stars, one must first ascertain the location of the Tianshu position. Mastery of the eye of the formation grants one the initiative. Sequence and eye of the formation. Zhao Changhe recalled Luo Qi's actions. She could discern that they fell within the realm of the Azure Dragon's 7 lodges and identify which stars among the multitude belonged to them, thus pinpointing the correct entry. This was commendable, for Zhao Changhe himself could not comprehend it. A mere random attempt on his part could lead to catastrophic failure. Yet, Luo Qi's understanding seemed to falter at the critical sequence. She adhered to the conventional angles of K-ing, D, F-ing, X-in, W-I, and J, which rendered her unable to unlock the formation. Upon reflection, it is not insurmountable. A thorough study of the interpretations of star maps in this world, determining which lodge is the most pivotal among the 7, would surely reveal the eye of the formation. Would it not? Sun instructed, "At present, you are a complete novice. Even if others have formed formations, you would be oblivious to it. And discussing how to unravel them is out of the question. Take your time. For now, focus on mastering the blood fiend blade. The accompanying footwork bears a semblance of formation techniques, and through related study, you will gradually grasp the essence." Chapter 22. Yu Hongling versus Luo Qi regardless of the circumstances. Sun's appreciation for Zhao Changhe is genuine, and he dedicates himself wholeheartedly to teaching, truly regarding Zhao as a prized disciple. Zhao Changhe's feelings are somewhat complex. He temporarily sets aside matters of formations and immerses himself in the study of the blood fiend blade. He refrains from probing too deeply into the intricacies of formations, lest he arouse suspicion. The Blood Fiend blade is one of the martial arts associated with the Blood Fiend technique, utilizing the method of channeling one's vital energy to enhance the blade's power. This technique possesses immense explosive force with very few intricate maneuvers, characterized by a grand and sweeping style. When mastered to a profound degree, even the malevolent energy emitted from a simple chop can wither flora, and weaker opponents would certainly meet their demise, showcasing its formidable might. Currently, the ultimate techniques remain beyond his reach, or even if he were to employ them, it would severely deplete his strength, rendering him incapable of further combat. A complete system with techniques, moves, and secret skills is visibly taking shape, including the complementary footwork, which, given its strategic positioning, naturally begins to intertwine with the knowledge of formations. Zhao Changhe studies diligently, understanding that regardless of any ambitions, one must first cultivate strength before progressing further. In terms of personal preference, he quite enjoys this aggressive and powerful swordplay. His current lament, however, is that the blade is too light. He is uncertain where to procure a heavier one. During a moment of respite, Zhao Changhe unconsciously reached into his pocket, gently grasping the blood-stabilizing pill that he had yet to utilize. Sun, the instructor, could hardly fathom the degree of rebellious sentiment this situation incited within someone like Zhao Changhe. Zhao Changhe furrowed his brow slightly. It had been a month since they arrived, yet they had failed to plunder any merchants or raid towns and villages, despite the considerable number of individuals in this vast mountain stronghold hunting beasts. The harsh winter offered little game, and after more than a month of fruitless pursuit, it had become increasingly challenging to find any quarry. In recent days, more and more returned empty-handed. What semblance of banditry remained? They were merely competing for sustenance with the hunters from outside the mountains, and they were losing, as they were not professionals. Had it not been for the hunters' fear of the bandits preventing them from venturing deeper, they might have lost even the meager gains they had previously secured. He had indeed identified a particularly malicious local gentry who had recently declared intentions to take action. It seemed today was, indeed, the day of Luo Qi's endeavor. A warm feeling spread through Zhao Changhe's heart. Although Luo Qi had previously mocked him for his naivety, her actions were aligned with those words. Whether it was her genuine intention or a consideration for Zhao Changhe's feelings, it brought him a sense of warmth. The prolonged time spent together, coupled with last night's bath and the arduous task of guarding, made Zhao Changhe aware that, regardless of his verbal insistence on viewing her as merely a companion, he had truly come to regard her as family, or perhaps, more candidly, as a wife. Zhao Lauda, trouble has arisen. A hastily approaching bandit exclaimed. A group of our brothers just rushed to the Deacon Hall to report that they spotted someone passing by. Zhao Changhe, momentarily bewildered, pondered the significance of this encounter. What could it possibly mean if someone merely passed by? Surely, if they intended to rob, there would be no need for such excitement. What is there to be excited about, boss? The bandit exclaimed, stamping his foot. The one who passed by is Yu Hongling. She is a formidable adversary. Even the leader cannot contend with her. Who, in their right mind, would dare provoke her? The report was made to Instructor Sun, who was left trembling in fear. Zhao Changhe stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the implications, when the bandit continued. Yu Hongling is headed towards Zhang village, seemingly intending to stay there. Your companion, Brother Luo, is he not planning to raid Zhang village today? That is why I rushed to inform you. Do you understand now? Before the bandit could finish his sentence, Zhao Changhe had already dashed out of the stronghold like a whirlwind, racing down the mountain path. Luo Qi's operation had initially proceeded smoothly. In the desolate outskirts of a small town, where no expert guardians could be found, he, with a group of over a dozen fierce bandits, brazenly stormed in. Their assault was as unstoppable as a force of nature. In mere moments, all who could resist were incapacitated by Luo Qi's precise strikes. With a graceful wave of his hand, he commanded, search for valuables, but do not harm the women. Anyone who dares to touch them will face the severing of their hands. The bandits wore expressions as if they had just consumed something foul. They had come for this very task, and yet were forbidden from indulging their desires. Were they not still bandits? Did they truly believe they were noble heroes robbing the rich to aid the poor? Yet, none dared to defy Luo Qi. Only those bandits following Luo Qi are aware that this seemingly frail leader is, in fact, far more ruthless than the formidable Zhao. A few days ago, a drunken fool, having indulged in excess, insulted Luo Qi, remarking that were it not for the higher-ups appointing him as chief, a mere weakling like him would only be fit to serve the group. As if that were not enough, he even attempted to reach out with his claws. Subsequently, Luo Qi, with an expression of icy indifference, incapacitated him and dragged him to the edge of a cliff, releasing his grip inch by inch. Watching expressionlessly as the man plummeted to a gruesome demise, the coldness in her gaze was truly chilling. It is no surprise that such a ruthless character resides under the same roof as Zhao. Their bond is as strong as glue. In chaotic times, human life is as insignificant as grass, and the very bandit stronghold reflects this reality. Who would dare oppose such a leader? The sensible course is to comply and search for provisions. Zhao Changhe remains oblivious to this incident. Even if he were to learn of it, he would likely dismiss it as an exaggeration. In his eyes, Luo Qi is not a merciless individual. Luo Qi gazed coldly at the gentry family before her, paralyzed by her actions. As she faced this unprecedented situation, she found herself uncertain about whether to take a life. Theoretically, bandits need not always resort to murder during their raids. Unless met with fierce resistance, such measures are often unnecessary. This does not stem from a bandit's compassion, but rather from a desire to preserve resources. The residents living outside the mountains find it exceedingly difficult to uproot their families, even after a raid. They will continue to inhabit the area, merely tightening their grip on their wealth and reporting the bandits to the authorities. Thus, there remains something to glean upon the next visit. The subtle understanding between them is evident. Upon your arrival, he straightforwardly pays the protection fee, thereby forging connections and inadvertently enlisting the bandits as his allies, rendering them even more rampant in the countryside. The bandits, too, possess an unspoken agreement, refraining from depleting the resources at their mountain's base, perhaps even offering assistance in times of trouble. Consequently, many mountain bandits prove difficult to eradicate, for their eyes are omnipresent. However, Luo Qi finds this situation rather peculiar, as she initially investigated the misdeeds of this local tyrant, arriving with the intent of enacting justice. Rather than engaging in the collusion between bandits and gentry, shouldn't it be her duty to eliminate him? Is there perhaps a guide for heroes that she could peruse? While she hesitates, the distant sound of hooves catches her attention. Frowning, Luo Qi steps outside, only to behold a figure in red galloping towards her in the setting sun. To her dismay, she has indeed encountered a hero. Turning on her heels, she exclaims, "It's Yu Hongling. We must retreat." Yet, time is not on her side. In the blink of an eye, Yu Hongling has already blocked her path. Her keen gaze sweeps over Luo Qi before settling on the chaos within the courtyard, where a throng of bandits is attempting to flee. Bandits of the Blood God sect, perhaps. Yu Hongling sighs, recalling that she had been aware of the nearby stronghold days prior, and that she ought to have dealt with it sooner, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Despite feeling a twinge of cowardice within, the sight of Yu Hongling's chivalrous demeanor ignites a spark of indignation in Luo Qi. She can't help but smirk derisively. What a farce of a hero you play. You traverse the rivers and lakes daily. From where do you derive your livelihood? What sustenance do you rely upon? If not the same as us, robbing the rich to aid the poor? Yu Hongling was momentarily taken aback, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes as she remarked, "Indeed. I do seize, but what I seize is from you." Luo Qi. Damn, it seems that this Yu Hongling, unlike the stern and preachy hero one might envision, bears a striking resemblance to Zhao Changhe. One wonders how much of Zhao Changhe's nature is innate and how much is an intentional effort to align with Yu Hongling. With a chuckle, Yu Hongling dismounted, drawing her sword to point it at him. "Few bandits dare to argue with me, yet you are one of them. I wonder how your swordsmanship measures against your eloquence." Luo Qi, irked, unsheathed her sword and assumed a defensive stance. In truth, there were certainly grounds for a counterargument, yet for reasons unknown. She felt an aversion to debating with Yu Hongling. The very sight of her was irksome. At that moment, as if a tempest had swept through, a palpable aura of ferocity heralded the approach of bloodlust from afar. Yu Hongling's expression shifted slightly as she turned her gaze, spotting a brawny figure charging through the snow like a galloping steed. Luo Qi felt a surge of excitement, quickly mingled with amusement. What a timely arrival. Chapter 23. Turning the page, behold the imposing presence. Yu Hongling initially surmised that a high-ranking bandit had arrived from the stronghold, perhaps even a chieftain. Yet, as the giant closed in, her eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape in astonishment. Zhao Changhe? The man with the scruffy beard and scarred visage appeared so unfamiliar. Zhao Changhe propelled himself forward with all his might, engaging his bloodlust technique. While he had not mastered any lightness skills, he found his speed markedly enhanced, albeit at the cost of exhaustion. The stronghold was relatively close to Zhangzhuang, and after running for merely a few minutes, he was already panting heavily. He stood before Luo Qi, drenched in sweat, gazing at Yu Hongling, struggling to articulate his thoughts as he gasped for breath. Yu Hongling's expression was unexpectedly endearing. As snowflakes drifted down, the atmosphere fell into a momentary hush. Luo Qi, positioned behind Zhao Changhe, tilted her head slightly. The astonishment on Yu Hongling's face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of indifference. So, it turns out you are at the North Mang branch. I was oblivious to this, never considering it. Zhao Changhe remarked. Your first instinct was to seek out Master Xue for assistance? At that moment, I believed you had perished. Yu Hongling did not shy away from her sentiments. I deeply regret leading the innocent youth, whom I had just rescued from the jaws of danger, into the lair of a tiger. I could have taken you away. You once expressed a desire to be my disciple. I prioritized my own comfort and left you at the Luo family estate. The moment I thought you had died, the anger and self-reproach I felt were too profound to share with others. I am uncertain if I can contend with Xue Songhai, yet I know that failing to confront him will leave me restless. As expected, in the chaotic world of literature illuminating the night sky, Yu Hongling pursued Xue Songhai relentlessly. That battle was truly for Zhao Changhe. Zhao Changhe sighed. You must have heard about the killer Zhao Changhe. What are your thoughts? Do you regret sending that scoundrel to the Luo family, causing harm to Luo Zhenwu? Yu Hongling regarded him quietly for a while, then softly sighed. Not at all. I have heard your words at the time of the incident, and know that it was Luo Zhenwu who acted in Zhao Qiu's affairs. You were seeking revenge. Thus, I perceive that your allegiance to the Blood God sect was a reluctant descent into a den of thieves, a fate unbefitting of you. In recent days, I have scoured the rumored strongholds of the Blood God sect, yearning to extricate you from their clutches, only to discover, to my astonishment, that you reside in Baiming. Zhao Changhe's throat constricted as he murmured, Thank you. Luo Qi, glancing back, felt that had he been in Zhao Changhe's position, he too would have been moved. Alas, he is not Zhao Changhe, and now finds himself increasingly disdainful of Yu Hongling. You are scarcely acquainted with this man. What motivates such loyalty? When his soul has been ensnared, do you bear no responsibility? Yet Yu Hongling remarked, Yet it seems that you are faring quite well. Your mastery of the blood fiend technique appears to have reached a commendable level. In a mere month. Zhao Changhe replied softly, Without the study of demonic arts, one cannot safeguard oneself. A killer, Zhao Changhe. The 6 words resonated within Yu Hongling's mind. In just a month. Has that innocent youth perished? No, he was never truly an innocent youth. Thus, in our encounters within the martial world, I shall no longer hear that familiar address of sister. So, is this the reason for your assistance to the bandits today? Yu Hongling's gaze sharpened. Are you suggesting that one is powerless within the lair of demons? Luo Qi couldn't help but smile. Yu Hongling, unable to discern their gender, assumed Zhao Changhe was merely displaying loyalty. Is this person your dear friend? Zhao Changhe responded, We are bound by life and death. Luo Qi's countenance brightened with mirth. Yu Hongling paused in silence for a moment, then sighed softly. This man has not harmed anyone, and the women of the manor remain unharmed. You may leave now. We once shared a bond. But henceforth we shall be strangers. Consider the youth I have pursued for this past month as lost to me. Should I encounter malevolence again? Be it he or even you, I shall show no mercy. With that, she mounted her horse, ready to depart. For a month, she had braved the elements, traversing countless miles in search of that young man, and even her journey to Baiming was driven by a mere hope of fortune. Yet, to her dismay, their reunion came under such circumstances. The very youth she sought stood before her, shielding another, nearly drawing his blade against her. Even Luo Qi felt a twinge of regret at that moment, gazing at her crimson attire, sensing an ineffable melancholy. It was then that Zhao Changhe raised his voice. Miss you, some matters are not as you perceive. Take this Zhang manor, for instance. Its nefarious deeds are no less than those of Luo Zhenwu. My brothers have gathered ample evidence, so you need not be troubled by this affair. As for other matters, Zhao Changhe paused, then suddenly chuckled. Should we meet again in the martial world, I fear I may not be able to call you sister, for I have learned that you are actually my junior by 2 months. Yu Hongling. Zhao Changhe smiled, but we need not remain strangers. I have always felt fortunate. When I first beheld this world of martial arts, I encountered the chivalrous Yu Hongling, and thus, regardless of how this world may appear to me, the essence of the martial realm has always dwelled within my heart. Yu Hongling's gaze was tinged with surprise, and she suddenly burst into laughter as she rode away, remarking that she would await the emergence of Zhao Changhe, the figure of chaos, and his future reputation in the martial world. This statement held a certain charm, not only Yu Hongling, but even Luo Qi seemed to regard him with a newfound curiosity, as if they had just made his acquaintance. Almost wishing to pat him on the shoulder in approval of his cultured demeanor, yet they restrained themselves. In the presence of Yu Hongling, Zhao Changhe exuded a somewhat literary air, despite the fact that Yu Hongling herself was far from a scholar, being a quintessential figure of the martial realm. One who had not immersed herself in much literature. It was indeed peculiar. Yu Hongling seemed poised to say something, yet found herself at a loss for words. At this juncture, actions would speak louder than words, and further dialogue was futile. However, not far into her departure, the remnants of the sunset in the distance blazed like fire, casting a vibrant hue across the sky, only to swiftly fade as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the land. Yu Hongling furrowed her brow slightly and murmured, "Zhuke. Has she also arrived at Beimeng? What secrets lie hidden here?" Zhao Changhe felt a stir within and called out, "Miss you." It was generally known as the Heart Constellation. Yu Hongling casually replied, lacking the inclination for further discussion, and continued on her way. She was not one to act recklessly. Given her prowess, encountering the esteemed Zhuke would likely spell disaster. She ranked among the top of the potential dragon list, while Zhuke was a master of the earth list, a figure of unparalleled renown throughout the realm. Watching Yu Hongling vanish into the night, Zhao Changhe finally turned, his gaze intense as he regarded Luo Qi. Luo Qi met his gaze with equal intensity. Zhao Changhe, in pursuit of his own interests, has nearly severed ties with Yu Hongling. The dream of the martial world and the female hero he envisions cannot compare to her, Luo Qi. To be candid, Yu Hongling's thoughts are unpredictable. The connection they share is trivial, as they hardly possess any genuine friendship. Instead, it is Zhao Changhe who owes her a debt of gratitude. Should she feel utterly disappointed, it would not be surprising if she drew her sword against him. Zhao Changhe stands resolutely before her, risking everything. Luo Qi feels a warmth in her heart, wondering if Zhao Changhe might utter some charming words to please her, perhaps even holding her close as they drift to sleep that night. However, she hears Zhao Changhe declare, "Zhuke has arrived. She is most likely here to oversee the secret excavation. We must act immediately tonight, lest we be too late." Luo Qi's expression turns pale with confusion. Her lip clenched tightly. Chapter 24. The Sword of Brotherhood emerges. Brotherhood ceases to exist upon returning to the stronghold. The inhabitants remain oblivious to the small team that nearly faced annihilation at the hands of the female hero. The atmosphere is rife with excitement as everyone discusses the recent developments. Have you heard? The faction leader has been reprimanded by the esteemed Zhuke for his ineptitude and was nearly dismantled. Just heard about it. Serves him right. It's outrageous to search for something in these mountains while showing no concern for the brothers in the stronghold, not even a whisper of information. Allowing those few official disciples to search quietly, what do they expect to find? This is an immense mountain range. Scattering a few dozen people is akin to tossing a needle into the sea. Does he think this is a simple village where everyone is interconnected? Shoo, keep your voice down. If the faction leader finds out, it will be disastrous. Disregarding the trivialities, this fool has been gravely wounded by the respected Zhuke. He may very well be on the brink of death. Even if he was once a vassal, transforming into a subordinate should not be overly difficult. The Four Symbols sect is exceedingly powerful. Thus, it is said that true strength exudes generosity, permitting everyone to seek out the opportunity. Those who find it may acquire the Blood God technique and potentially gain direct access to the core of the Four Symbols sect. Indeed, as the esteemed one implies, that artifact possesses divine qualities. It may very well bestow great fortune upon those who are fated to encounter it. Such talent is precisely what the sect requires. This magnanimity far surpasses that miserly approach of the one surnamed Fong. The Master Fong's reluctance to allow collective searching likely stems from his concern that others might seize the opportunity meant for him. Yet, while fervently criticizing Master Fong's stinginess, the individuals began to cast wary glances at their conversing companions. At that moment, both parties realized that there was but one opportunity. And they were, in fact, competitors. With a scoff, Zhao Changhe smirked and quietly pulled Luo Qi aside, making their way toward the hidden pool in the back mountain. If they delayed any longer, they feared others might come searching in this direction. They needed to act swiftly. The two dashed behind the waterfall, and indeed, there was no one in sight, as the celestial map remained intact. Zhao Changhe let out a sigh of relief and inquired, "Where is Shinsuo?" Luo Qi glanced at him and silently pressed down on a star. Zhao Changhe soon discovered that this particular star was the most luminous in the entire celestial map, prompting him to look at Luo Qi once more. If it were truly this simple, should not Luo Qi have unraveled it by now? Or perhaps the most conspicuous clues are the ones most daunting to approach, leading Luo Qi to exercise caution? As this thought flitted through his mind, Luo Qi pressed down on several other celestial points in quick succession. The star map gradually fissured, revealing a small aperture barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Success! Zhao Changhe's expression was one of exhilaration. Yet he remained cautious. Let us not rush in. I've heard that such places may be filled with carbon monoxide toxic gases. Let us see if a fire stick can ignite. There's no need. Luo Qi sighed. I practice inner strength. I am more attuned to the fluctuations of energy than you are. We can enter. However, I cannot ascertain whether there are guardian spirits or the like. So we must remain vigilant. Zhao Changhe unsheathed his long blade and boldly ventured forth. In that case, I shall scout ahead. Luo Qi pressed her lips together and followed closely behind. Inside, there was nothing peculiar or extraordinary. No guardian spirits, no zombies, nor skeletons. The space was quite modest. Merely the size of a small room, even smaller than their two-person wooden cabin. The area was circular, seemingly resonating with the celestial dome above. And at the center lay a square jade resembling an imperial seal, a deep azure hue. At its center was a white orb the size of a goose egg, within which a dragon-like figure swam languidly, as if it were a living creature. In the round heavens and the square earth, the dragon traverses the 9 skies indeed. It is the azure dragon seal, Luo Qi murmured almost inaudibly to herself. Zhao Changhe, unable to catch her words, turned to inquire, do you know what this is? Luo Qi, entranced by the azure dragon seal, replied softly, how would I know? Zhao Changhe remarked, regardless, the Four Symbols sect holds this object in high regard. From the Songlong star map, it aligns with the name of the Four Symbols sect, suggesting a profound connection. If we present it to the Zhuke Venerable, our admission to the Four Symbols sect should be assured. Even if that fails, exchanging it for bloodline cultivation should pose no significant issue, right? Luo Qi uttered a soft sound of acknowledgement. Zhao Changhe crouched down, cautiously inching his blade toward the object. Heaven knows why such an item lacks formidable guardians. Perhaps it possesses its own formidable restraints. Zhao Changhe felt a twinge of apprehension as he tentatively tested with the knife. Behind him, Luo Qi bit her lip tightly. Gradually drawing a dagger from her sleeve, her gaze fixed on Zhao Changhe's back, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Zhao Changhe's heart skipped a beat as he caught a clear glimpse behind him, his complexion shifting dramatically. Could it be? Luo Qi intends to kill me? The thought reverberated in his mind. Why would she harbor such intentions? She could have ended her own life countless nights ago with a mere thrust of a blade. Why wait until now? Just yesterday, she was alleviating his suffering. How could she possibly appear as if she were a would-be murderer? Surely, it cannot be. Merely for the sake of seizing the treasure for herself? How ironic that he had just mocked those in the stronghold. It seems that the moment a brotherly sword is drawn, brotherhood dissolves, manifesting between himself and Luo Qi as well. Zhao Changhe's heart plummeted, his grip on the knife tightening with rising tension, still clinging to the hope of waiting for Luo Qi to strike. Time stretched on, perhaps it was merely a second, before Luo Qi's frozen hand finally moved. However, rather than directing the dagger toward him, she hurled it fiercely to the ground. Zhao Changhe halted his knife in a swift motion, the blade resting precisely against Luo Qi's neck, not advancing even a fraction further. Luo Qi stared at Zhao Changhe in shock, while he regarded her with an impassive expression. The two individuals exchanged glances for a considerable time, until Luo Qi finally burst into laughter. Indeed, indeed. This painstaking practice has been employed to spare my life. How peculiar it is that with such limited cultivation, you possess awareness of the danger behind you? Zhao Changhe spoke softly. You just now intended to kill me. Luo Qi relaxed entirely, yet I found myself unable to act upon that impulse. After all, our esteemed Zhao has just shielded me from Yu Hongling. I am not heartless. Even if the incident with Yu Hongling had not occurred, Zhao Changhe struggled to articulate. I truly cannot fathom why you would wish to take my life. How could you possibly wish to kill me merely for a treasure? Zhao Changhe raised his voice. Do not deceive me. You are not that kind of person. How well do you truly know me? Is it merely because we shared a bed? Luo Qi retorted loudly. I have been deceiving you from the very beginning. Did you not realize? I could have solved the formation yesterday, but because you were by my side, I feigned ignorance. Do you understand? I have been lying to you. I initially planned to secretly retrieve it myself today, but due to my obligations, I could not escape. The task remains incomplete, yet Yu Hongling is causing chaos, and to make matters worse, Zhuge has arrived. It has turned the entire mountain upside down. As Luoqi spoke, her frustration mounted. Is the whole world conspiring against me? Zhao Chang'e twitched his lips. All right, keep your voice down. It sounds as if we are squabbling like a married couple. How foolish. Luoqi's expression turned peculiar as she tilted her head and lowered her voice. Indeed, there are people searching for things everywhere outside. If they are drawn here, the treasures within your grasp will truly be lost. Zhao Chang'e responded with a pause. You are in dire need of this item. Luoqi whispered, whether it is to gain entry into the Four Symbols sect, to acquire the Blood God technique and free yourself from your current plight, or even, this item possesses the ability to cleanse the marrow and transform the sinews, allowing you to overcome the disadvantage of starting martial arts late. You have always regarded it as yours for the taking, never considering that I might desire it as well. Shared possession, is it not? Her tone carried a hint of melancholy. You have only ever contemplated the benefits it would bring you. Have you ever paused to consider its significance for me? Chang'e, do you not realize that from the very beginning, I came to Baiming with the intention of obtaining this item? It has been my aspiration since childhood. If I were to watch you take it away, what would my life mean? Chapter 25. Summer lingers. Zhao Chang'e had to admit that he had indeed not considered this. He always felt that they could all go to the Four Symbols sect together, and had given little thought to Luoqi's personal feelings. He had never imagined that this item was her objective for coming to Baiming, or even a childhood dream of hers. Then why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Would I have fought you for it? Luoqi replied. What you term as shared possession is your belief that we could go together to the Four Symbols sect, is it not? Zhao Chang'e nodded in agreement. Thus, you are naive. Do you truly believe that in your notion of sharing, Zhuge would feel the same? Moreover, the effect of this object in cleansing the marrow and fortifying the sinews can only be bestowed upon a singular individual, the so-called fated one of Zhuge. Her words ring true. Should the Qinglong seal acknowledge you, granting you immense fortune, not only would she draw you into her fold, but you would also be elevated to the status of the holy son of the Qinglong, the successor of its protective spirit. It is essential to remember that the Four Symbols sect is indeed a sect, not a religious order. They adhere to numerous ancient maxims and what is deemed as celestial will. Zhao Chang'e inquired with curiosity, how do you know this so well? Luoqi, somewhat fatigued, replied, do not concern yourself with how I know. In any case, you are now aware that the Qinglong seal recognizes only one person. Can you still claim it as shared? You have repeatedly expressed your dire need for it, incessantly lamenting how obtaining it would transform your fate. Am I to stand by as merely a brother offering you my blessings, unable to voice my own desires? Are my aspirations and future truly of no consequence? Zhao Chang'e finally chuckled. Why can't you speak up? You remain silent, yet blame me for not considering your feelings. Truly, women can be so perplexing. Luoqi retorted. What does being a woman have to do with it? Now that I've spoken, can you truly provide it to me? Why not? He countered. It is the actions that count, not the intentions. Regardless of any malice you may have harbored, if it was never acted upon, the dagger has been cast aside. Your childhood wish, have you not relinquished it, willingly passing it to me? Luoqi's eyes widened. Indeed, I have given it up. I have willingly surrendered it to you. So what were we arguing about just now? Was it not your anguished questioning of me? Truly, men can be utterly foolish. Zhao Chang'e suddenly bent down to pick up the azure dragon seal from the ground, casually tossing it into Luoqi's arms. Since you desire it, it is yours. Luoqi, taken aback, caught the azure dragon seal and exclaimed in haste, are you out of your mind? My situation is different if it touches my hand. It will truly pass on its power. Isn't that splendid? It indicates you are the destined one. Is that not the future you seek? I have already relinquished it to you. You permit yourself to give it to me, yet deny me the same courtesy? You are insane. The azure dragon seal began to glow, and though Luoqi seemed inclined to discard it, she found it adhered to her hand as if glued, rendering her frantic. Zhao Chang'e observed her peculiar struggle with great interest, stroking his chin and remarked, enough of this nonsensical banter. If I give it to you, you should accept it. Let us converse about something else. I still find it hard to believe that your desire to kill me stems from such a trivial reason. You have previously warned me not to trust you, and I cannot shake the feeling that you have long wrestled with the thought of ending my life. Luoqi bit her lip in silence. Zhao Chang'e beamed brightly. So, do share any other reasons that may be at play. For instance, what is the true nature of your relationship with Master Luo? Luo Qi stared blankly at Zhao Chang'e, who radiated a sunny disposition, seemingly unconcerned about her absorption of the Azure Dragon seal. His presence, even while inquiring about her story, bore an air of guardianship. Luo Qi was entirely convinced that, in his eyes, she was far more significant than Yu Hongling, more precious than any treasure, and even more vital than his own life. Transcending the influence of the blood fiend technique, what have I been entangled with these days? Who says one cannot trust anyone in this world? Mother, you're mistaken. She gazed blankly at Zhao Chang'e's smiling face, and the complexities that had lingered in her eyes over the past few days gradually transformed. Much like the gentle light shimmering upon the surface of the water outside. It is not as you imagine. Master Luo is not my biological father, nor is it a sordid tale of you having killed my brother. Suddenly, Luo Qi laughed lightly and said with ease, I harbor no fondness for the Luo father and son, but rather resentment, so this matter is irrelevant. Zhao Chang'e replied, so, you are, in fact, not a servant by birth, and your surname is not Luo, is it? Luo Qi smiled faintly, perhaps you have deduced it. You appear rough and uncouth, yet harbor a mind as clear as a mirror. No, wait. Her expression suddenly turned serious. You are clearly a fool. Zhao Chang'e replied deadpan, indeed. Indeed, I am a fool. Luo Qi shot him an exasperated glare, and after a moment, found the right atmosphere to continue, whispering, you should have guessed by now. I ought to bear the surname Xia. Xia, the surname of the reigning dynasty. The Great Xia is not a time-honored empire. It was established merely decades ago by the so-called Old Emperor, a figure notorious among bandits, renowned in the annals of chaos, the foremost on the celestial rankings. The greatest man in the realm, Xia Longduan. Rising from the rivers and lakes, he was once invincible and arrogant, unifying the world through unparalleled martial prowess, disregarding established rights, and naming the nation after himself. Thus, it became the Great Xia. Once, he was a wise and mighty sovereign, revered across the land, driving the demonic sect into hiding and forcing foreign tribes to retreat into the wilderness. Yet now, he has grown frail and senile, his decrees erratic, leading to chaos throughout the realm. Xia Longduan lacks any kinship ties, and there are no collateral branches to succeed him. Should he remain childless, his demise would inevitably plunge the realm into chaos. The ranking of the tumultuous world remains unchanged. It is uncertain whether this is due to a lack of challengers to his accomplishments, leaving his position as the foremost still in question. Yet, this is of little consequence now. What truly matters is that Luo Qi bears the surname Xia, given the tenuous connection between the Luo family and the royal lineage. With Luo Zhenwu suspected to be the emperor's illegitimate son, Luo Qi's assertion of the Xia surname nearly amounts to an acknowledgement that the illegitimate child is indeed Qi, rather than Luo Zhenwu. The confusion that once clouded Zhao Chang'e's mind has now dissipated. The interaction between the Luo patriarch and Luo Zhenwu resembles that of a father and son, as if they were indeed related by blood. The Four Symbols sect chose not to assassinate Luo Zhenwu, opting instead for the complete annihilation of the sect, which leaves lingering doubts regarding Luo Zhenwu's legitimacy. Thus, they resolved to eliminate all. It seems implausible that they would abandon a prince to the outside world, which renders Zhao Chang'e and Luo Qi, who mingle among the commoners, virtually suspicion-free. Their departure was merely a matter of simplicity. With such a significant secret revealed, it follows that nothing remains unsaid. Luo Qi casually remarked that the rumors circulating are erroneous. It was not the Luo patriarch who entertained the emperor with his wife. Rather, on that fateful day, the emperor resided in the Luo manor, where the former saintess of the Four Symbols sect attempted to assassinate him. Was she captured? It is not the sort of salacious narrative that men typically relish. Rather, it unfolds as a tale of a hero captivating a female assassin. My mother was deceived by him. Not only did she abandon her assassination attempt, but she also willingly shared his bed. Such tales are equally appealing to men. Perhaps even more so, provided the protagonist is themselves. However, at this moment, Zhao Chang'e refrained from banter, for the leading lady was none other than Luo Qi's mother. It was one thing for a story to captivate a female assassin, but in reality, such a feat was truly remarkable. How was it accomplished? It was simply astounding. In truth, it was not his eloquence or irresistible charm, but rather his possession of ancient secrets of the Azure Dragon, which formed the foundation of the Four Symbols sect's belief. At that time, my mother believed he was a divinely ordained savior, genuinely intending to support him. It all makes sense now. Faith can indeed be a powerful influence. She thought that her pregnancy would secure her position. Yet, time passed, and I was born. But the emperor remained silent. She named me Qi, which indeed reflects her folly. Xia Qi, this is the true name of Luo Qi. And Zhao Changhe found it somewhat unfamiliar, preferring the sound of Luo Qi. Sensing his thoughts, Luo Qi smiled and said, I am not Qi. Qi is merely a homophone of Qi. If you are accustomed to calling me Luo Qi, then let it be so. Zhao Changhe nodded, and then, during her labor with me, she experienced complications and later attempted to return to the capital in haste. However, her anxiety led to a mental breakdown, leaving her in a state of ruin. She barely survived a few more years, succumbing to regret before passing away. Luo Qi clenched her teeth and declared, As for the Xia family's dominion, let whoever wishes to protect it do so, regardless of my surname. I believe the Xia family is the most deserving of obliteration. Chapter 26. Position blocked. Zhao Changhe was at a loss for words. Given Luo Qi's deep-seated animosity towards the emperor, it is conceivable that even if the esteemed Tang were to safely usher this prince into the capital as the crown prince, it is likely that he could become the very force to overturn the realm. Indeed, from Zhao Changhe to others, it is evident that no one has truly cared about her own sentiments. As for the Luo family, Luo Qi scoffed mockingly. Although Luo Zhenwu is my senior by age, the difference is minimal, merely a matter of 2 or 3 months. At that time, there was no imperial presence at the manor, and the master of Luo Manor began to entertain ulterior motives. Later, when the emperor sent inquiries, he obfuscated the truth, leading others to believe that the prince was Luo Zhenwu. Zhao Changhe remarked, He certainly possesses audacity, hoping that his son might one day occupy that esteemed position. A mere local tyrant, embroiled in the struggle for the throne. How many lives does he believe he possesses? It is doubtful he has such courage. Rather, he merely wishes to ride the winds of fortune to secure a bright future for his son. The emperor, mistaking Luo Zhenwu for his own kin, would naturally extend some favor, even dispatching skilled protectors from the inner court. Alas, Luo Zhenwu is not up to the task. Otherwise, his accomplishments would be far beyond what we see today. This, indeed, is true. However, the misunderstandings that have arisen to this day are quite intriguing. Regardless of whether or not he is Luo Zhenwu, people instinctively believe that the heir the emperor left in Luo Manor is a son. No one has ever considered the possibility of a princess. Zhao Changhe continued, Thus, one could argue that the master of Luo Manor should have eliminated you. Do you think he would not want to? She retorted, He is simply cowardly, lacking the courage to kill a princess, the daughter of the world's foremost figure. Even if he harbored such intentions, he truly lacks the audacity. Instead, he hurriedly dressed me as a man, caught in a predicament, uncertain of how this will ultimately resolve. Feudal. Luo Qi chuckled softly. Had he not been feudal, I would not exist today. Zhao Changhe nodded, and then, he placed my mother and me at the outer gate. Before my mother passed away, he was unaware of the emperor's intentions and feared misinterpretation. Thus refrained from being overly cordial. Those days were quite challenging for my mother and me. Changhe, in this world, I believe the only person who would reserve the last bowl of rice for me was my mother. Never did I consider that there was Zhao Changhe. My hesitation and turmoil regarding you stem from this very thought. Zhao Changhe. Luo Qi sighed. After my mother's passing, Master Luo, having shed his reservations, began to indulge and care for me, bestowing upon me the privileges of a private courtyard. By the way, did you not realize at that time that this was not something a mere outer gate disciple could rightfully possess? Zhao Changhe. They say I am a fool. Faced with the utterly disheartened Zhao Changhe, Luo Qi found no amusement in mocking him further, and instead remarked, perhaps he was merely securing a fallback for himself. Should I ever acknowledge my lineage, he would surely consider the affection of having raised me from childhood a truly astute calculation. Zhao Changhe shook his head. Such individuals are excessively calculating, overly cautious, and filled with schemes yet lacking decisiveness. They seldom achieve greatness. Hence, they are futile. Luo Qi mused, yet I must remain vigilant against this futility. My mother imparted to me the 4 symbols white tiger divine art, and I dare not let anyone know. What I present to the outside world is merely the Luo family's outer gate teachings, boasting of breakthroughs to the 1st tier. Thus no one would suspect that I actually possess the white tiger divine art, having reached the 4th tier earlier this year, and now nearing the 5th. Zhao Changhe, damn. You. Luo Qi chuckled softly and replied, I told you, I have been deceiving you from the very beginning. Zhao Changhe sulkily turned his head away. Is it so remarkable to be a liar? I can deceive too. I saw you last night. You truly are a white tiger. Would I tell you that? Before she departed, My mother repeatedly admonished me not to trust anyone, not to share my innermost thoughts with anyone. Those who hinder you ought to be eliminated. I have adhered to her teachings, but then I met you. Luo Qi gently said, Changhe, I have harbored thoughts of killing you multiple times. That is my wrongdoing. Yet, in this world, it is you who is the extraordinary one. Zhao Changhe retorted, extraordinary. I am extraordinary. However, up to now, you have not explained why you wanted to kill me before. It feels as though we have strayed far from the topic. Luo Qi mused. Strayed from the topic? Without these preliminary tales, how could we address the main point? Then can we redirect now? The emperor places great importance on heirs, before departing. He entrusted my mother with a token, a means of recognition. I dare not let Master Luo know of its existence. Fortunately, he does not dare to search. Zhao Changhe was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting slightly. He might have seen the token before. Zhao Changhe's thoughts stirred. It implies that she knows. That of the two of us who survived, only one is the true heir. Indeed, but she has always believed that it is a prince. If she were to find me, my feminine guise would be difficult to conceal from her. Then, who would she consider the true heir in her heart? Zhao Changhe's eyes widened. Luo Qi gently clarified, it is you. Oh dear, my age seems quite misplaced. It is entirely normal for one to appear older than their years. Does not Luo Jinwu appear to be of a similar age to you? As long as you remain silent about it, who could possibly discern your true age? Only a fool would openly declare to Yu Hongling that they are her senior by 2 months. Zhao Changhe. Of course, that could merely be a ruse to deceive her. Such matters are of little consequence. Luo Qi remarked indifferently. What truly matters is that even if they are aware of your potential inauthenticity, they may still insist on recognizing you as such. For as long as a prince survives, the situation will not have reached a dire state. For this reason, they might not even require you to produce a token. They may very well create one for you. Zhao Changhe presently found himself left with nothing but ellipses in his mind. Feeling as though his years of university education had been in vain, struggling to find the words to articulate his current emotions. It felt strange, yet upon deeper reflection, this logic indeed possessed a certain coherence with a plausible unfolding of events. So you have not even entertained the thought that you might have usurped my identity, and that the likelihood of this is quite substantial. Luo Qi chuckled softly. Although I have no affection for this identity, I detest even more the notion of it being usurped by another. Were it you, would you not wish to eliminate this individual? Zhao Changhe sighed. It is quite possible. This rationale for wanting me dead is rather intriguing. Although somewhat fanciful, it is certainly preferable to the mere act of coveting treasures. Speaking of which, the situation with the Four Symbols sect and the Blood God sect is indeed fascinating. They sought to annihilate the family. Yet the only outer disciple they spared turned out to be the rightful heir. I wonder if the Zhuge elder would be driven to apoplexy upon discovering this. Luo Qi smiled. The Four Symbols sect aimed solely to eliminate the prince. In fact, had I been a woman, she might not have felt compelled to do so at all. From another perspective, I am indeed a genuine inheritor of the Four Symbols sect, harboring nothing but animosity towards the emperor, and I have no desire to recognize him as my father. Zhao Changhe pondered for a moment before nodding, acknowledging, indeed, the one who yearns most to join the Four Symbols sect is you, and you are the most suitable candidate. Luo Qi replied. You suggest that my motive for killing you is more justified than stealing. In truth, both are acts of theft, merely differing in the nature of what is taken, be it treasures or status. Since the treasure is now mine, then... She paused, a sudden smile gracing her lips as she retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom and tossed it to him. From this day forth, this prince is you. Whether you wish to embrace this identity is entirely your decision. Zhao Changhe felt a jolt, exclaiming, Hey! He stared blankly at the circular, dragon-carved jade pendant in his hand, astonished to find it identical to the emblem on the identification card. He had never anticipated that this object would come to belong to him. Speaking of which, since the eye depicted on the card belongs to him, should not the other attributes on the card also rightfully be his? It seems that up until now, the true essence of that card has finally been unveiled. Or is it possible that a mysterious force is orchestrating all of this? Yet, as events unfold, each choice has been entirely dictated by his own thoughts. Could that also be a mere illusion? Zhao Changhe remained silent for an extended period, resolutely deciding that he must accept the jade pendant, as it could be the crucial clue to unraveling the mystery of his transmigration. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to refrain from utilizing it and observe how far fate would take him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, A gentle light began to emanate from the jade pendant, reminiscent of the inheritance bestowed upon Luo Qi by the Azure Dragon Seal, suggesting an enigmatic power gradually purifying his meridians. Zhao Changhe stood in stunned silence, while Luo Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. After a considerable pause, Luo Qi suddenly burst into laughter, tears mingling with his mirth. So it is, so it is. This jade pendant harbors the inheritance of my summer-long yuan, though it is intended for a boy. Chapter 27. Epic. Zhao Changhe swiftly grasped the implications. This old emperor, as a man, was utterly despicable. Yet, he found himself devoid of even the leisure to hurl insults. The inheritance of the top-ranked individual on the celestial rankings was evidently formidable, perhaps not inferior to the Azure Dragon Seal. However, before such a coveted fortune that could incite envy among all, Zhao Changhe felt a profound urgency. Although he yearned for fortune, this was not the kind he desired. Just moments ago, he had contemplated escaping the fate of being ensnared in this position. Yet destiny clung to him still. Just as Luo Qi could not rid himself of the Azure Dragon Seal, Zhao Changhe found himself equally unable to detach from the jade pendant, infuriated and hopping in frustration. Is this the Azure Dragon or merely a leech? Why is it so clingy? The inheritance left behind may not necessarily pertain to the Azure Dragon. The true legacy related to the Azure Dragon resides with me. Luo Qi's mood quickly settled as he scrutinized the situation before him with keen interest. Logically, this object should not surpass the Azure Dragon Seal, at the very least. It ought not to possess the ability to cleanse meridians and refine marrow. If merely reserving a fragment of intention or power within some item could yield such effects, it would indeed be otherworldly. Wouldn't it allow for the mass production of exceptional roots? Zhao Changhe was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the Qinglong Seal must be a profound legacy cultivated over a lifetime, while this jade pendant, as a token, evidently differs. If Xia Longyuan could effortlessly transmit a jade pendant that possessed the properties of such an ancient treasure as the Qinglong Seal, it would indeed be an extraordinary phenomenon. It seems far more plausible that what is being imparted is merely a martial art technique, serving both to grant the child a means of self-defense and to facilitate future recognition. After all, a jade pendant can be lost or replicated, but a technique is singular and irreplaceable. Luo Qi observed Zhao Changhe's expression and inquired, "Do you not desire it? Do not rush, try to experience it. If it were merely that, and you truly did not wish to pursue it, you could refrain from learning, maintaining your autonomy." Zhao Changhe took a deep breath, calming his mind for introspection. Luo Qi's assessment was indeed accurate. There was no transformative effect on his marrow or bones, nor any direct enlightenment to unlock the meridians, elevating him to the status of a first-rate master. Instead, a peculiar ethereal energy traversed his meridians, circulating endlessly. This essentially indicated a guidance on the operation of meridian pathways, teaching him a method of internal cultivation. With this ethereal breath serving as a catalyst, Zhao Changhe could bypass the initial steps of cultivating his energy and directly embark upon his internal training. This singular aspect alone, with the residual vital energy lingering within the object for over 16 or 17 years, not only failed to diminish but also harmonized within his body, functioning as intended. Remarkably, it could even discern between genders before activation, truly deserving of its reputation as the pinnacle of achievement, undeniably formidable. In this manner, not only is the cultivation technique unparalleled, but the aura it exudes is also unique. Anyone who cultivates using a strand of true energy from Xia Longyuan will instantly recognize him as their progeny. Zhao Changhe finds himself in a quandary. A superior internal cultivation method holds significant importance for him. Not only does it offer a path more potent than the blood god technique, allowing for the harmonious development of both internal and external strengths, but it also holds the potential to mitigate the drawbacks of the blood fiend technique. Even the sharply aggressive white tiger technique, once wielded by Luo Qi, had the capacity to soothe one's vital energy. Thus, how much more so would this imperial legacy, intended for the cultivation of his offspring, be? Even if it cannot entirely eradicate the shortcomings, it would at least alleviate suffering, rendering reliance on medicine unnecessary. This is virtually unquestionable. For 3 seconds, Zhao Changhe wrestles with his thoughts. Why not learn it? To hell with fate. He once again reclines, unceremoniously sitting cross-legged on the ground, allowing the energy to meander through his body. Observing his apparent benefits, Luo Qi's previous apprehensions about him seizing her fortune dissipate considerably. watching Zhao Chang'e in his tranquil introspection. Her beautiful eyes radiate warmth. Chang'e, what occupies your thoughts? Is this technique particularly challenging? Do you require my counsel? Oh, it doesn't seem overly difficult. Zhao Chang'e, regaining his focus, inquires, I was pondering, your father's inheritance seems incapable of testing bloodlines. If the jade pendant were to fall into another's possession, would it not be a complete loss? Matters of bloodlines have always been notoriously difficult to ascertain. Instances of genuine kinship failing to resonate, while random passers-by might surprisingly connect, are not uncommon. I surmise that he has indeed established some form of bloodline threshold. And perhaps yours just happens to resonate with him? Zhao Chang'e found himself in a state of bemusement. Although this world is fantastical, it has yet to reach the level of absurdity. After all, one cannot measure by blood type alone, can they? That would certainly be quite unreliable. Luo Qi expressed her uncertainty, stating, furthermore, I suspect he believes that my mother possesses formidable strength. She is merely pregnant, without injury or illness. So it stands to reason that a jade pendant should not fall into another's hands. Although I too find this matter somewhat peculiar. He must surely be aware of her passing, which casts doubt on the pendant's continued protection. Zhao Chang'e agreed, remarking, indeed, while it is understandable that he did not wish to meet her when she was alive, it is perplexing that he did not come to take the child to the capital after her death. Is it truly because of concerns over a royal scandal? Or is it simply due to the formidable nature of the Empress's family? Is the most powerful man in the world truly this timid? Luo Qi shook her head in a daze, pondering, ultimately, we are not him, and the reasons behind his actions elude our understanding. Regardless, the reality remains unchanged. And speculating about his thoughts at the time serves little purpose. While Luo Qi found this to be insignificant, Zhao Chang'e believed otherwise. He could associate every suspicious occurrence with the traversing enigma and the fate represented by the position card. Certainly, Luo Qi had a point. They were not Xiaolong Yuan. How could they fathom his thoughts? Any speculation would merely reflect the level of rumors spread by bandits, a mere exercise in imagination. It seems that to unravel this matter, an audience with the emperor is essential. Just as he contemplated this, the soft glow of the Qinglong seal on Luo Qi's side finally faded, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in her eyes, fleeting yet profound. The fifth layer of the mystic barrier. This is not merely the direct transmission of the Azure Dragon Seal's powers. Rather, it enhances one's physical condition and expands the meridians and acupoints. Not only does it enable her to break through the previously obstructed barriers, but it also paves the way for a smoother journey ahead, potentially eliminating any future obstacles. Simultaneously, it seems to have imparted some of the Azure Dragon's techniques. Extraordinary phenomena in the world, cleansing the marrow and transmitting divine skills, are indeed well suited to Zhao Chang'e's circumstances. Now, with the White Tiger's prowess and the Azure Dragon's essence complementing each other, Luo Qi's achievements in the days to come are truly boundless. She sighed softly and murmured, I still feel as though I have gained a greater advantage. You, Zhao Chang'e chuckled, why dwell on that? Oh, it seems we have been discussing your tale with the Emperor. Could you share a few words about the story of the Azure Dragon Seal as well? You mentioned wanting it since childhood, and it relates to your mother, correct? Luo Qi nodded slightly, Eming, the hill of the buried deceased. In the previous epic, this place was once the resting ground of an emperor, and this Azure Dragon Seal is actually a jade seal. Zhao Chang'e paused momentarily. This seemed to align with the conventional understanding of Mount Eming. Indeed, one could argue that in a certain sense, Luo Qi could be regarded as an emperor in a non-emperorial sense, a ruler among myriad chariots traversing the northern Eming. The peculiar connections between this world and the present. What does the term previous epic signify? I'm not entirely sure, she replied. I was young then, and my mother did not share much. She mentioned that the world was not always like this. It underwent a great cataclysm that brought about this reality. Many of our current understandings are remnants of the previous epic's records, things we have not witnessed ourselves, such as those you once inquired about. Yao and Jia. Zhao Chang'e was taken aback. Could it be that Earth Online has reopened? No. The Earth era did not have any formidable beings entombed in the North Mang with the Qinglong seal. Yet, there are numerous legends surrounding the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This imperial mausoleum undoubtedly houses the Qinglong legacy from the previous era, as dragons are intrinsically linked to emperors. Naturally, the imperial tomb is laden with numerous restrictions, but those do not apply here. Rather, they pertain to the underground altar we observe. The Four Symbols sect unraveled its mysteries many years ago, having excavated everything. Within the burial records, it was noted that there exists a Qinglong seal, a legacy bequeathed by this emperor to those destined to inherit it. The quest for this legacy is not arduous nor fraught with peril, it merely requires the right opportunity. So it was thus. If it was deciphered long ago, why has the search only commenced now? Because the person in charge of this matter back then was my mother. It could be said that she mistakenly influenced the current emperor regarding this issue. With the unexpected disappearance of the person in charge, the Four Symbols sect lost all leads. And it is likely that many years passed before someone rediscovered the clues and initiated the search. In truth, I am unaware of the specific location, and even less so that the blood-fiendish aura is needed to reveal it. Luo Qi murmured, in that case, the true fated individual must be you. Hence, she felt a twinge of guilt for seemingly usurping Zhao Changhe's opportunity. Conversely, Zhao Changhe increasingly believed that this matter rightfully belonged to Luo Qi. Should he claim it, he would indeed be obstructing her path. Such a mindset is fundamentally rooted in whom one considers. I see the verdant mountains, and I assume the mountains behold me in the same manner. Observing the apologetic countenance of Luo Qi, Zhao Changhe's throat tightened as he murmured, "It is evidently a momentous occasion. Both of us have been graced with fortune. Our month-long ordeal of hunger and frost and biming was not in vain. Why, then, do you wear such a sorrowful expression? Your future is fraught with uncertainty. The martial arts of Xia Longyuan are clearly inferior to the blessings of the Qinglong seal." Luo Qi, in a state of inner turmoil, replied, "Moreover, you have become entangled in the royal family's controversies, which I sense is against your wishes." Suddenly, Zhao Changhe rose and took a step closer. Instinctively, Luo Qi retreated, soon finding herself pressed against the wall, with no avenue for escape. Zhao Changhe gazed down into her flustered eyes and softly said, "If the senior brother feels any discomfort, then perhaps you should don women's attire to amuse your brother." This phrase was a jest often employed by Zhao Changhe, one that Luo Qi had grown accustomed to. In the past, she could never discern how much was playful banter and how much was genuine sentiment. Nor could she gauge the mischievous delight he derived from envisioning his senior brother caught in an awkward predicament. Yet, in that moment, Luo Qi comprehended that his words held true intention. His gaze was fiercely intense, his robust form standing before her like an immovable mountain, leaving her feeling utterly diminished. All her martial prowess seemed to vanish, rendering her foolishly clutching the Qinglong seal, utterly at a loss. She understood the reason behind Zhao Changhe's demeanor. After so much has been said, no one has yet addressed the matter that lies before us. Luo Qi has obtained the Qinglong inheritance for the purpose of joining the Four Symbols sect. Furthermore, Zhao Changhe may not be able to accompany her, especially after receiving the jade pendant, rendering it inappropriate for them to embark on this journey together. What looms ahead is separation. The moments of sharing a bed, savoring meals, and playful quarrels as a young couple will soon be no more. A sudden wave of panic washed over Luo Qi. She let go of the Qinglong seal, discarding it aside, and instead tightened her embrace around Zhao Changhe's waist, as if fearing that releasing him would mean loss. "Wait," she murmured, "allow me a moment to remove my disguise. I wish to present myself to you as a woman." Zhao Changhe, oblivious to her words, had already lowered his head, pressing his lips against hers with fervor. Luo Qi had no time to shed her disguise. She slowly closed her eyes, parting her lips slightly to welcome his intrusion. She felt his hands traversing her throat and then caressing her face. Within moments, her disguise had been thoroughly erased. It appeared he had always known the location of her disguise. He was not merely a man. At this moment, he yearned to see her in her complete feminine form, even if obscured by the fervor of their kiss. He was quite possessive, just as this kiss was forceful and wild, as if he sought to pour forth all his discontent with the world, the martial realm, and everything surrounding him into this single kiss. The desires that had been suppressed for a month were finally unleashed. In truth, he had always desired this. It was merely the multitude of things he wished to do that had led him to conceal his longings deep within his heart. The waterfall cascaded, concealing the fervent breaths of the man and woman within the cave. Unfortunately, their earlier conversation had lingered a bit too long, and the distant murmur of voices began to encroach upon their sanctuary. Zhao Changhe seemed to awaken from a reverie, slowly withdrawing from Luo Qi's lips. Her lips were swollen from his fervent kisses, bearing faint traces of blood, while his own lips ached with a salty sensation. They exchanged gentle breaths, gazing into each other's eyes until the voices outside grew increasingly closer. Luo Qi finally bowed her head, attempting to straighten her disheveled garments, covering the exposed fairness that had been torn asunder. Changhe, do you harbor any regrets about wasting so much time just now? Otherwise, I might have truly given myself to you. Zhao Changhe pressed his lips together, uncertain whether he felt regret. In matters of intimacy, perhaps the understanding they had just gained was of greater significance, but only a fool would voice such thoughts. Luo Qi continued, after tasting a woman. Will you not grow a little wiser, becoming less foolish? The maiden's first kiss had led him swiftly to the brink of parting. The Na'vi youth began to grasp the essence of love. Once believing that his bond with Luo Qi resembled that of a marital union, he questioned if it was indeed love. In truth, it was not. Rather, it was a companionship forged in the foreign depths of a dark cave, reliant upon each other, muddled by an inexplicable tenderness solely because Luo Qi was a woman. Yet, love remained distant. They supported one another without igniting a genuine spark. Thus, they maintained a tacit understanding, playing the roles of men without exposing their truths, functioning as comrades in their endeavors. It was only today, at the moment she cast the dagger to the ground, that the fuse of love was ignited. She relinquished what she had sought after since childhood, while he surrendered his hope of breaking free from the shackles of his cultivation. If it were two men, perhaps it would remain a friendship, however. Between a man and a woman, it blossoms into love. Regrettably, it has barely begun before it is abruptly halted. Is it merely the absence of such experiences that differentiates boys from men? Luo Qi gently brushed her disheveled hair, allowing it to cascade like clouds, presenting herself as a captivating beauty. She let out a languid laugh. In truth, it is when you are devouring me that you should embody your true self. Assertive, domineering, a woman ought to be an object of desire. It seems that your straight-laced demeanor may soon become a rarity. Zhao Changhe retorted. And what of the object of desire falling upon yourself? Luo Qi pondered for a moment before chuckling lightly. You are correct. Do not impose upon others what you do not wish for yourself. Hence, I am not a virtuous woman. I shall inevitably become a sorceress of the demonic sect. I am fortunate that the first glimpse you had of this realm was of the chivalrous Yu Hongling, rather than me, Luo Qi. You remember my praise for Yu Hongling quite well, don't you? Am I not allowed to feel a twinge of jealousy towards her? As for now, Zhao Changhe fell silent. However, Luo Qi did not pursue the matter further. Instead, she sighed softly. If, after my departure, you seek the company of women, promise me it will be just for fun, and do not place your trust in anyone again. Do not expose your vulnerabilities to another soul. The world is fraught with peril, and I cannot foresee if the next woman you encounter will similarly forsake her dagger. With her hair cascading down, Luo Qi, having shed her disguise, appeared by the water's edge, leaving the bandits scouring the area utterly dumbfounded. By the moonlit pond, a celestial maiden glides gracefully upon the waves. How pitiful are these men, for they have never beheld such exquisite beauty. More alarmingly, they recognize her, despite subtle differences in her visage. Her features unmistakably resemble those of the familiar Luo Tu, and her attire is reminiscent of the same. Are they siblings? No. The onlookers stand in stunned silence as Zhao Changhe emerges from the cave, the truth dawning upon them. That is indeed Luo Qi herself. What nonsense about a male pet. How dare you, Zhao Laoda, keep a breathtaking beauty hidden in your abode, while we toil away in hardship? What has become of the fundamental trust among us? What were you doing in that cave? Ah, look at the strawberries adorning Luo Tu's neck and the traces of blood upon her lips. What transpired? A chorus of discontent fills the air as they pound their chests, lingering in disbelief that the waterfall concealed no cave before. Where did it come from? The potency of her captivating beauty is evidently formidable. With a swish, a waft of fragrant air announces the arrival of Zhuke, resplendent in her crimson ceremonial robe. Donning a half-mask of the firebird, she suddenly materializes before them, the azure dragon seal. Taking a deep breath, her gaze upon Luo Qi brims with astonishment. Such exquisite jade-like grace, a manifestation of the four symbols. This is indeed a fated encounter. Fair maiden, what is your name? Luo Qi's understanding of the four symbols sect proves accurate. When she bears the azure dragon seal and emanates the aura of the azure dragon, Zhuke is undoubtedly devoid of any suspicion regarding treasures potentially pilfered by some unknown interloper. The overwhelming joy is palpable. Luo Qi bows deeply. I am willing. Zhuke cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Changhe, noticing the traces of blood on their lips, and offered a faint smile. Do not blame me for not warning you. If you aspire to be a saintess, you must first relinquish the sentiments between men and women. Luo Qi remained silent for a moment before softly replying, I understand. Zhu Ke chuckled, Ah, you two seem somewhat familiar to me. The slayers, Zhao Changhe. Zhao Changhe gazed calmly, remaining silent throughout. At this juncture, he slowly remarked, It is quite astonishing that the esteemed Zhu Ke still remembers a minor character such as myself. Your reputation is far from minor, Zhu Ke retorted. Was this discovery made together with your companion? Indeed, came the reply. The bond of the four symbols is not yours to claim, yet you have contributed. What are your conditions? Zhao Changhe pondered in silence for an extended period before finally stating, gaining entry into the blood god sect would suffice. The bond of the four symbols will have its time. Chapter 29. The leader. The positions of the saintesses of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger in the four symbols sect have long remained vacant, and now, it seems one shall finally be filled, perhaps even both. Zhao Changhe stood atop the mountain, gazing at the silhouette of Luo Qi departing with Zhu Ke under the moonlight. He understood that the four symbols sect would soon welcome a saintess named Xia Qiqi, and the so-called test held little suspense. It would truly be a stroke of misfortune if one possessing both the ancient Azure Dragon heritage and the legacy of the previous White Tiger saintess were to fail such an examination. Moreover, Luo Qi's familiarity with the four symbols sect was akin to knowing her own family. The bond forged through shared experiences ultimately proved to be an illusion. Perhaps it would be forgotten in time. After all, to become a saintess, one must forsake the thoughts of love, mustn't one? Such are the rules of the sect. In the future, when we meet again in the world, whether I can call out to you depends entirely on your demeanor at that moment. Luo Qifei ascended to the branch, and Zhao Changhe, basking in the glory, effortlessly became a disciple of the blood god sect. With the branch leader too intimidated to utter a word in the presence of Zhu Ke, with the esteemed saintess of the four symbols sect as his backing, Zhao Changhe reaped additional benefits. As the Azure Dragon seal was discovered, the significance of this sub-branch seemed to diminish. The relatively important stewards within the stronghold, including Master Sun, could be withdrawn without hesitation. It was unreasonable to leave an elite veteran like Master Sun in this desolate, frigid expanse. In theory, the complete evacuation of the bandits from the stronghold would pose no problem, yet it felt somewhat regrettable to abandon a well-established stronghold, especially with the harshest winter nearly behind them. After careful consideration, the leader Xue decided to retain the stronghold, allowing Fang Bufing to remain as the branch leader, with the key objective now being to commence preaching in the nearby city. The stronghold would serve as a fallback, necessitating only a few minor figures to remain stationed. The stronghold's master would be Zhao Changhe. As for Master Sun and his companions, they did not depart immediately. They took their time to finalize various matters, departing only after several days. During this time, Master Sun had thoroughly imparted the blood slaughter blade technique to Zhao Changhe, ensuring a proper conclusion to their journey. Although he had refrained from disclosing the matter of controlling the blood slaughter technique to Zhao Changhe, which created a minor rift overall, Zhao Changhe continued to hold Master Sun in high esteem. In this humble abode, the only individuals who truly care for themselves, aside from Luo Qi, are Sun Jiaoxi and, in a certain sense, his kindness is even more unadulterated. However, the departure of two such benevolent souls within a span of 10 days seems to signify that this place holds little worth to linger over. Stay a while. You've escorted me beyond the mountains. When you initially saw Luo Qi off, oh, Saintess Xiao, I don't recall you escorting her this far. Sun Jiaoxi chuckled as he playfully punched Zhao Changhe on the shoulder. Indeed, you are quite the rough man. My role as a teacher does not adhere to the conventional sense of mentorship. Rather, I impart knowledge widely and generously. To me, those who enlighten and guide others are what truly define a teacher. Fang Buping would not endure the hardships of this mountain stronghold. He tends to his injuries and preaches in the city, generally not concerning himself with my affairs. I perceive he is also somewhat intimidated, as I have connections above me. Zhao Changhe's gaze flickered, and he laughed nonchalantly. I am not one for constraints, nor do I harbor grand ambitions. Being a mountain overlord suits me just fine. Transitioning to the main hall would merely reduce me to a mere pawn, which would be rather uncomfortable. Your demeanor indeed reflects your character. You are unwilling to be beneath others, Sun Jiaoxi sighed. In the main hall, there would be greater opportunities to engage with the blood god technique. However, as the world descends into chaos, leading a mountain stronghold, no matter how humble, will surely present chances for advancement, if only one applies oneself. Zhao Changhe clasped his fists. Indeed, parting ways after a lengthy journey is inevitable. I shall not see you off any further. Teacher, travel safely. Remember, diligence and practice is the foundation of one's existence. Sun Jiaoshi delivered one last playful punch to Zhao Changhe before striding away. His decision to remain here as a mountain overlord, of course, came with his own deliberations. Having inherited the legacy of the Summer Dragon Abyss, although it may not rival the esteemed status of the Azure Dragon Seal, it undoubtedly belongs to the elite ranks of the world, likely capable of resolving or alleviating the inherent flaws of the Blood Fiend technique. So why would one choose to join a sect merely to serve as a lackey? Responding to commands and completing tasks for the sake of acquiring a technique that can be surpassed by Yu Hongling? Is that not absurd? Moreover, his ability to remedy the shortcomings of the Blood Fiend technique should not be observed by the followers of the Blood God sect. It would be far wiser to cultivate his skills to a certain extent in this secluded mountain village before venturing out. At the very least, being the leader of the village allows him to accumulate resources for training, which is vastly more advantageous than fleeing as a wanted criminal. As for matters concerning the royal family, he has thus far chosen to steer clear, having no desire to engage. After all, merely acknowledging an illegitimate father is an ordeal that most would find hard to accept, even more so than being a fugitive. The intention behind joining the Blood God sect was to attain some semblance of status, providing fewer restrictions than being a mere low-level bandit. Presently, the situation exceeds expectations, as he has unexpectedly been appointed as the village chief. Regardless, having mastered his skills, he will ultimately navigate his path when the time comes. However, he had not anticipated becoming the chief, and this sudden elevation has unveiled numerous complications. Foremost among them is the pressing issue, without the previous coordinators within the village. How will the newly appointed leader, Zhao, address the sustenance needs of this ragtag group? One does not grasp the value of grain until one takes charge. Initially, I regarded the provisions within the stronghold as mere refuse, yet upon taking charge myself, I have come to realize the remarkable effort required to ensure that accommodations and bedding are meticulously arranged. Each morning, one would receive a steaming bun, and at noon and night, meals would be distributed. Such an endeavor is no trivial matter. In fact, even some poorly organized officials might struggle to maintain such order. Offering a glimpse into the structure of the sect, if the Blood God sect operates thus, what of the Four Symbols sect? Fortunately, the cooks and support staff remain. For otherwise, merely finding individuals to undertake these tasks would be enough to give Zhao Changhe a monumental headache. Recruitment for such roles is no simple feat. Presently, the situation is somewhat manageable, as the foundation laid previously was adequate. Many essentials are readily available, including housing and equipment. However, the most pressing issue lies in the lack of resources. The stronghold has never boasted an abundance of money or grain, relying on the likes of Luo Qi and others to hunt beasts and engage in plunder to sustain its operations. With the main forces having withdrawn, there is no prospect of additional funding for this motley crew. What remains in the warehouse is all there is. Should it prove insufficient, one must devise a solution. Zhao Changhe clasped his hands, exasperatedly surveying the scattered copper coins, the last few measures of millet, and less than 3 pounds of pickled meat. It struck him that such meager provisions would scarcely sustain him for a few days, let alone an entire stronghold. And what of lighting the rooms with oil lamps? The cooking oil was nearly depleted, and salt, an even scarcer commodity, was entirely absent. Oil can still be rendered and extracted, but without salt, one is left bereft. The sole source of solace was the discovery of a considerable stock of medicinal herbs, primarily for treating injuries and some for medicinal baths. The medicinal bath, evidently, serves as an auxiliary aid in the cultivation of external martial arts. Previously, the conditions for bathing were insufficient, and thus the luxury of heating water for a medicinal bath was unattainable. After all, Master Sun was not his father. Now, as the chieftain, he can indulge in such privileges. Master Fong dispatched a shipment of funds to the city, stating that the resources were originally intended to support treasure-seeking endeavors within the sect, not to sustain the mountain stronghold. Conversely, the stronghold's duty is to procure wealth for the sect, rather than to incur expenses. Zhao Changhe narrowed his eyes. Chapter 30. Growth. The warehouse manager dutifully presented the accounts, not expecting Zhao Changhe to comprehend them and intending to provide some explanation. To his surprise, Zhao Changhe did understand. What in the world? How can there be so little? They took several hundred taels of silver and 3 carts of rice at once. How dare they claim that chicken meat belongs to them? That was hunted by my family, S. Luo Qi. Zhao Changhe shook the ledger, exasperated. What has the surname Fong contributed? Their appetite is considerable, and they dare to speak of treasure-seeking, as if they have found a refuge. If we are to discuss it, that meat was acquired by everyone. How many small teams participated? How can it then be solely attributed to your family, S. Luo Qi? The warehouse manager dared not utter a word. He then made a cutting gesture. Previously, Luo led a raid on Zhang's village, but was thwarted by Yu Hongling, resulting in nothing gained. Shall we make another attempt? This bandit was the one who had previously reported that Yu Hongling had passed by. His name was Wang Dashan, and Zhao Changhe, upon hearing it, felt a peculiar sense of contrast with his own name. For the first time, he realized how rustic his own name truly sounded. Wang Dashan was merely a second-rate ruffian from a nearby town who had sought refuge with the mountain bandits. Not a figure of virtue. However, within the bandit stronghold, there were no paragons of nobility either. Zhao Changhe, recognizing Wang's prior service in delivering intelligence, appointed him as a deputy chief. Observing Wang's eager demeanor, Zhao Changhe felt a slight headache brewing as he rubbed his temples. These brigands truly lacked intellect. Wang Dashan mused. The chief should be responsible for handling affairs with the authorities upon settling in the town, at the very least. He should be able to relay any significant developments. Alas, this chief was more likely to hinder rather than assist, rendering him utterly unreliable. Fortunately, in such a remote and desolate town, even if there were soldiers, their numbers were scant, merely a few city guards mixed with errant officials. The likelihood of a winter expedition to eradicate bandits was quite low, and even if they did arrive, Zhao had no fear. It was his own ventures that could easily lead to disaster. After a long contemplation, Zhao Changhe finally remarked, "The provisions in the stronghold are insufficient to sustain everyone for even a single day. No matter what schemes we devise, they cannot resolve our immediate predicament. Adjusting funds and supplies is not as simple as one might think. There are fundamental principles at play. The chief seems intent on complicating matters for us, presenting challenges that are frankly quite juvenile." Wang Dashan inquired, perplexed. How could the chief dare to do so? "You, my leader, are associated with the Saintess." Zhao Changhe chuckled softly. The so-called backing appears substantial, yet those with a clearer understanding know there is none. Many have heard Zhuge proclaim that there must be no romantic inclinations. If Luo Qi is to embody the role of the Saintess, she must issue even the expression of friendship. Any overt displays of concern might lead to suspicions of lingering affections. It is likely that I, Zhao Changhe, would be eliminated by the Four Symbols sect before any of this could unfold. The cult, after all, remains a cult, and few will impart much wisdom upon you. Of course, Fong Buping is rather foolish. How could he not foresee that failing to care for Luo Qi might lead to future repercussions? One cannot help but wonder if jealousy has clouded his judgment. Zhao Changhe mused. I believe in striking first to avoid being struck multiple times. He ordered a few individuals to accompany him into the city, intending to procure funds for purchases thereafter. Wang Dashan was taken aback. Into the city? Where will we find money? Within the domain of the sect leader, there was no shortage of riches. Zhao Changhe strode down the mountain decisively. If they want something from me, they shall have to relinquish it. Wang Dashan was bewildered. However, entering the city posed the immediate challenge of dealing with the bounty notice. Currently, Zhao Changhe had yet to master the art of lightness to leap effortlessly. The footwork that accompanied the blood fiend technique was intended for agile attacks, and its explosive power was suited for swift escapes, allowing him to jump a bit higher. But scaling city walls remained a formidable challenge. In a world of martial arts and fantasy, lacking lightness techniques stripped away even the most fundamental grace, which was truly disheartening. Yet, there was little to be done, for even Master Sun's own lightness skills were as clumsy as a wild buffalo attempting to climb a tree, being merely an individual proficient in external techniques. However, through recent practice of the Summer Long Yuan's internal arts, he had made significant progress in achieving a harmonious balance of inner and outer strength. With internal energy at his disposal, he could certainly employ some form of lightness technique. So it would be a matter of finding a suitable method, which should prove far easier than seeking out a martial art. With a heart full of trepidation, he approached the city gates. Upon catching sight of the bounty notice from afar, Zhao Changhe simply smiled. The artistry of Tang Shozhua is truly remarkable. His portrayal is strikingly lifelike, resembling a photograph. He even captured the bloodstains that had yet to form scars at that time, perfectly corresponding with the scars that now adorn his face. However, it is worth noting that Zhao Changhe was a clean-shaven university student back then, whereas he now sports a scruffy beard. His hair, once neatly cropped, now falls in disarray, akin to a rugged intellectual. Once imbued with the scholarly air of campus life, he now exudes a robust and formidable presence, his voice resonant and often laced with expletives, showcasing a dramatic transformation in his demeanor. Zhao Changhe suddenly pondered that when he stands before his former classmates now, they would likely struggle to recognize him. It is no wonder that when Yu Hongling first laid eyes on him, she appeared utterly astonished. In any case, his current appearance boldly proclaims his entry into the city, and it is likely that even the guards would fail to identify him. Moreover, there is a distinct lack of vigilant guards here. They lounge about lazily, basking in the sun on this snowless day, merely collecting a token entrance fee from anyone entering, barely glancing at their faces. This realization led Zhao Changhe to conclude that the so-called bounty on his head was not as constraining as he had previously imagined. His spirits lifted. He strode confidently into the city. True to his expectations, the guards showed no inclination to challenge him. They merely extended a hand in a languid gesture. Zhao Changhe placed a few coins in their palm, and with a dismissive wave, they allowed him and his companions to pass without further ado. Is this how the officials operate? A wanted criminal stands before them, and they can hardly muster the effort to acknowledge him. Wang Dashan quietly scoffed, remarking on the state of the court, which indeed seems to have become rather lackadaisical. Zhao Changhe cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing to remain silent. Although reluctant to acknowledge his alleged father, he was aware that if he were to do so, he could indeed claim the status of a prince. Unbeknownst to him, this realization subtly shifted his mindset, as if the empire had suddenly become somewhat intertwined with his own existence. In an era of prosperity, it seemed that assuming the role of a false prince might indeed be quite exhilarating. Alas, in such turbulent times, it was far more likely he would merely serve as a scapegoat. He strode purposefully toward the branch location of Fangbu Ping, which was housed in an opulent mansion sprawling across several acres, adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant paintings, far from understated. Numerous disciples of the blood god sect resided within, accompanied by a host of maidservants and attendants. In a realm where the emperor was distant, one could certainly indulge in pleasures as a branch leader. Who in their right mind would endure a life in the frigid mountain stronghold? Having spent over a month in the stronghold, Zhao Changhe had only encountered Fangbu Ping on the first day, which explained the inefficiency and ineptitude of the treasure-seeking mission in Beimang. Upon reaching the entrance, he found two disciples serving as guards. Upon seeing Zhao Changhe approach, their eyes widened momentarily. Zhao, "Oh, what brings you here, branch leader? Wait, how dare you enter the city?" TSK, indeed. They spoke with a certain eloquence, a stark contrast to the rustic manner of the mountain folk. In the sect, one must at least study the scriptures. Truly admirable for a cultured individual. Zhao Changhe replied with a smile. It seems I must request a few books from branch leader Fang for my own perusal. I came primarily to inquire about his condition. How is the esteemed leader faring? The congregation struggled to conceive a justification for obstructing Zhao Changhe, despite his relatively scant experience. He was now a formal member of the sect, and they had no choice but to admit him. The leader was gravely injured and currently recuperating, and the sight of the master visiting would undoubtedly bring him joy. Zhao Changhe inquired with an air of nonchalance, has he seen a doctor? Naturally, he had. As the sect was home to skilled healers, the leader should recover swiftly, correct? He continued. In these tumultuous times, without the leader's formidable presence, there is a palpable sense of unease among us. However, he is still unable to rise from his bed. The physician indicated that a complete recovery would be arduous, perhaps taking 2 to 3 months, and achieving even half of his previous strength within 3 months would be commendable. We shall see if spring brings better prospects for his convalescence. Since the elite members of the sect have withdrawn, and given the severity of the leader's injuries, are the defenses of the branch sufficient? Should I send some brothers to assist? Though we lack any true experts, there are still quite a few at the first and second levels of cultivation. In such a remote town, the presence of any adept should suffice. Zhao Changhe smiled faintly. Following them into the room, he sensed that his own composure had indeed deepened. He had come seeking Fangbu Ping, yet his intentions were not solely to engage in conflict. Understanding the situation was of paramount importance. Both the extent of Fong Buping's injuries and the strength of the branch in the town needed to be comprehended thoroughly before devising a plan. However, Wang Dashan and the others all presumed this was merely a manifestation of the leader's stubborn temperament, akin to the time he had ruthlessly eliminated Zhang Quan. Impulsive and irritable behavior could sometimes serve as a formidable facade. Perhaps, indeed, he had matured. Chapter 31. Summer in the Sky when Fong Buping was seen. He resided in a room thick with the scent of medicine, air stagnant and suffocating, his pallid visage reflecting a dismal state. Yet, life unfolded with a certain nonchalance. He reclined against the soft, fragrant embrace of a maid, who diligently administered medicine to him, spoonful by spoonful. Nearby, another young maid tended to the brazier, filling the room with a comforting warmth. Surrounding him were a few devoted disciples, likely his trusted confidants, indulging in warm wine and engaging in playful banter with the maids. Observing this scene, it seemed that even in health, his lifestyle bore little difference, leading Sun Jiaxi to conclude that once one attains a certain status, diligence may wane. Zhao Chang'e entered with a cheerful demeanor, clasping his hands in greeting. "How's the leader's health?" Fong Buping wearily lifted his gaze from the maid's arms, a fleeting shadow of jealousy flickering in his eyes. He felt genuine ire. It was bad enough that Luo Zhenwu had usurped his merits. Now even the accolades for the treasures had been claimed by these two, further highlighting his own inadequacies, as if they were deliberately opposing him. He understood that Zhao Chang'e's so-called backing might not offer true protection, yet it was equally unwise to provoke him. Who could predict if the saintess would seek retribution in the future? Yet, he could not restrain his frustration. Damn it. Even that so-called support had risen to prominence only by seizing treasures from him. Such was the nature of burning jealousy. Unable to act otherwise, he found solace in creating minor troubles for Zhao, relishing in the sight of his distress. Noticing Zhao Chang'e's polite concern, Fong Buping managed a strained smile. "I am not dead. Zhao, the leader. You bear a wanted poster and have unlawfully absented yourself from your duties to enter the city. If this incurs trouble for our sacred teachings, can you truly shoulder the consequences?" Fong Buping slowly replied, "Considering your origins as an ignorant villager and a bandit, I shall refrain from holding you accountable for now. However, I implore you to seek counsel and report regularly, rather than acting on your own accord." Nearby, Wang Dashan felt as though his heart might leap from his throat, fearing that Zhao Chang'e's temper might flare, leading to dire consequences. With a multitude of blood god followers around, if you were to commit murder, we too would be mercilessly slaughtered here. Yet, Zhao Chang'e merely chuckled casually. There are indeed many ignorant villagers and bandits. Fong Buping's expression shifted slightly as he recalled that Xia Qiqi and Zhao Chang'e shared similar backgrounds. To mock Zhao Chang'e was akin to cursing Xia Qiqi directly. Setting aside the matter of connections, if the Four Symbols sect were to learn of such slander against the saintess, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. This was a certainty. Zhao Chang'e smiled warmly. "Aside from the scriptures of our faith, I also intend to acquire a few historical texts for study. Oh, by the way, I am now qualified to learn the lightness skills of our holy sect, correct? As brethren of the sect, such knowledge is naturally available." Momentarily feeling apprehensive, Fong Buping dared not engage in further mischief and wearily waved his hand. "Liuzi, escort our guest to the study. Provide him with the book Fei Shui Wu Hen for lightness skills. And for other doctrines and histories, choose as you see fit." The disciple who had earlier ushered Zhao Chang'e inside gestured, "Please, Master Zhao." Zhao Chang'e nodded with a smile. "Thank you, my brother." Wang Dashan watched in a daze, questioning, "Is this really Zhao Chang'e?" "No, you came here for wealth and provisions, did you not?" In the present moment, everyone appears cordial, yet the topic of money remains unspoken. "What are your intentions?" The so-called study is merely adjacent to this dormitory. Zhao Chang'e entered with the congregation, surveying the bookshelf. The door was left ajar, allowing Fong Buping to glimpse his back from a distance. With a sullen expression, Fong Buping cast a glance at Zhao Chang'e's silhouette and then at Wang Dashan, coldly inquiring, "What brings Zhao Chang'e to the city?" risking a wanted notice. Wang Dashan shivered under Fong Buping's icy gaze. He dared not defy the leader and cautiously forced a smile. "We are out of provisions in our stronghold." "Indeed." Fong Buping scoffed. "Matters of doctrine and martial arts are of no concern here. The allocation of funds and supplies in this branch is solely at the discretion of the leader, leaving no room for dissent. Should Zhao Chang'e dare to ask, he would ensure that he met with failure." "You are Wang Dashan?" Fong Buping remarked. "Indeed," came the reply. "Should there be any matters concerning the stronghold?" Report directly to the leader. Understand that this position of leader can be assumed by anyone. Wang Dashan's eyes sparkled with hope as he replied. I humbly request the leader's guidance. Fang Buping smiled faintly, closing his eyes in silence. Zhao Changhe, seemingly engrossed in examining the bookshelf, bore a smile at the corners of his mouth. Not everyone possesses the reliability of Luo Qi. Wang Dashan certainly lacked it. Zhao leader, what do you think of these? Liuzi approached with a stack of books. Zhao Changhe perused them, his gaze settling on the book titled Flying Blood Without a Trace, and he chuckled. This suffices, thank you, brother. With a leisurely demeanor, he carried the stack of books out. Suddenly recalling, he turned to Fang Buping and remarked, I have an important matter to discuss with the leader. Fang Buping calmly inquired, what is it? Previously, he had heard from his elder brothers within the sect that the sacred teaching was flourishing, its strength paramount, and that internal positions could be contested for rightful claim, provided the challenge was conducted with integrity and witnessed. He wondered whether there was any deviation in this assertion. Momentarily perplexed, Fang Buping soon grasped the implications and chuckled. Could it be that the Zhao leader wishes to challenge me? The rules of the sect do not permit taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. If you harbor such intentions, we can discuss it a few months hence. Nonsense, Zhao Changhe retorted, his demeanor shifting. I have my dignity to uphold. How could I possibly challenge someone who cannot even rise from their bed? Gradually, Zhao Changhe's smile faded as he proclaimed loudly, however, I am quite intrigued by the position of the deputy helm tasked with managing finances and supplies. With all esteemed brothers present and you, Fang, as witness. Do you dare accept my challenge for the role of deputy helm? The surrounding disciples turned pale, and Wang Dashan's face drained of color. Zhao Changhe. Although the elite forces had withdrawn, those who could serve as deputy helm were certainly of the second level of the Profound Gate. Zhao Changhe had only practiced martial arts for a little over a month. It was said he had merely broken through to the first level a mere few days ago. Everyone was training in the blood fiend technique, with no particular methods to suppress one another. From where did he muster such audacity? He possessed genuine courage, indeed. Yet, even if he could prevail now, wouldn't he fear the helm's return in a few months, ready to inflict endless suffering upon him? Under such circumstances, why stand so defiantly? Fang Buping regarded Zhao Changhe as if he were a fool for quite some time, laboriously coughing and laughing despite his ailments. Hey, Lao Huang, did you hear? Zhao leader wishes to challenge you. The master of this ship bears witness to this challenge. Will you engage in battle? A robust man, embracing a maid as he watched the spectacle, stepped forward and chuckled. Since Zhao, the leader, possesses such refined tastes, it is only fitting that I indulge him in a few rounds. Ha ha. Zhao Changhe, maintaining a calm demeanor, unsheathed his long sword and clasped his hands in salute. Please. Deputy Master Huang, enlighten me. Deputy Master Huang produced a hefty steel blade and smiled. Let it not be said that I am taking advantage of the younger generation. Allow you 3 strikes. How about that? Zhao Changhe's eyes sparkled at the sight of the formidable steel sword, poised to respond, when suddenly, a flash of golden light pierced the sky. The crowd fell silent, gazing upwards in astonishment. Indeed, it was the Ruan Shu unveiling a new chapter, in the 12th lunar month, amidst the minor cold, Xia Qiqi, at the 5th level of the Profound Realm, ventured into the dragon's pool, grasping the essence of the white tiger's edge. He single-handedly battled the 28 disciples of the Four Symbols sect, shattering the great array of the 28 constellations, shaking the very foundations of the 4 symbols above and below. The rankings of the Qianlong list shifted. Qianlong 13, Xia Qiqi. In the summer sky, how late will he arrive? The assembly fell into a hushed silence, as the esteemed figures of the Effing Bping and others regarded the heavens with profound shock, rendered speechless for a time. While it was anticipated that Xia Qiqi would ascend to the role of the Holy Maiden, little did they expect such an extraordinary feat. With merely a solid cultivation at the 5th level of the Profound Realm, she had catapulted into the Qianlong 13, surpassing a multitude of those at the 6th and 7th levels. This indicated that the Ruan Shu deemed her accomplishments unattainable by those at that level, or that their achievements paled in comparison to the difficulty she had faced. What if her cultivation were to ascend further, reaching the 8th or 9th levels? It would not merely rattle the Four Symbols sect, it could potentially astonish the entire world. Zhao Changhe let out a soft sigh. She is, in fact, a woman who practices her skills even in her moments of rest and slumber. She ought not to remain obscure. Her rise to prominence is long overdue. As the summer sun ascends, what is the delay? Chapter 32. What is the delay? Do you desire this blade? Deputy Leader Huang chuckled as he flicked the sword's body, finding amusement in the proposition. If you were to truly best me, my position would be yours, and this mere blade would be willingly surrendered. Yet, I fail to comprehend the confidence you possess. Do you genuinely believe that merely residing alongside her elevates your prowess to her level? Zhao Changhe refrained from disputation, offering a faint smile. I seek your guidance. As they stepped into the courtyard, a group of disciples gathered with solemnity, the atmosphere rapidly turning tense. While challenges between the first and second realms of the Xianguan are not uncommon, can such a formidable ability truly reside within a novice who has only practiced for a little over a month? Zhao Changhe harbored confidence that stemmed from his experiences. He was no longer the naive individual who first arrived in this esteemed locale. He understood, from his current exposure to the lower martial arts realm, that there exists no substantial transformation between the first and second realms of Xianguan, merely a difference in strength and agility, with minimal variance. His mastery of internal energy sufficiently compensates for this disparity, unbeknownst to his opponent. This gap in knowledge, coupled with the latter's underestimation, becomes his avenue to victory. His true challenge lies in effectively harnessing this internal energy while ensuring it remains concealed from detection. Moreover, practice is essential. Zhao Changhe has engaged in daily combat within the mountain stronghold, frequently clashing with seasoned disciples. The reputation of Zhao, the little tyrant, forged through countless encounters, has endowed him with considerable practical experience. Observing the deputy leader Huang, who had idled away his time in the city, indulging in the company of courtesans and reveling in wine, one could not help but question how much of his former valiance remained. Zhao Changhe inhaled deeply, shifted his stance, and struck first. His long blade cleaved through the air with remarkable swiftness, and onlookers beheld a flash of steel as crimson fury surged forth. The glistening edge of the blade aimed perilously close to the left side of Huang's neck. Such speed! Many were taken aback. Who could discern that this was a mere novice, having trained for just over a month? I would not be surprised if he had practiced for 3 years. Could such prodigies truly exist? And sharing the same quarters, no less. The spectators' thoughts flitted like shadows, while Huang's countenance grew exceedingly grave, the astonishing speed of the attack causing him to break into a cold sweat. Instinctively, he darted to the right, raising his steel blade to intercept the strike, endeavoring to utilize his superior cultivation and the weight of his weapon to deflect Zhao Changhe's assault. Should he leave an opening, the outcome would be sealed. The leader, observing with a furrowed brow, sighed heavily, lamenting Huang's lost momentum. He should not have been so reactive. As the words hung in the air, Zhao Changhe's seemingly lightning-fast strike abruptly halted mid-motion. Huang's blade came crashing down upon him, yet it felt as though it had struck a mound of cotton. Zhao Changhe's weapon glided effortlessly past it, veering toward Huang's wrist. This maneuver undeniably belonged to the bloodthirsty blade technique, yet it was seldom employed. For the bloodthirsty method was characterized by its grandiose and sweeping motions, with intricate variations that were often eschewed by many, who deemed the additional effort required to master them not worth the trouble. How long did he truly practice? This level of mastery, akin to the effortless manipulation of one's own limbs, could he have achieved it in merely over a month? The thought briefly flickered through the mind of Deputy Leader Huang, who hastily withdrew his weapon, only to realize that in doing so, he had left himself wide open. A hint of amusement danced at the corners of Zhao Changhe's mouth as a formidable foot unceremoniously struck Huang's abdomen. The ferocity of the blow, devoid of the earlier finesse of the blade's movement, unleashed a torrent of bloodthirsty power, overwhelming Huang. He felt as though his own double-layered bloodthirst technique had been rendered futile, unable to withstand this shared force, and he was sent soaring several feet through the air, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall before tumbling to the ground. Gasping for breath, he curled up on the earth, pleading, "Give me the blood-stabilizing pill. My bloodthirst energy has been thrown into disarray." The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The same origin of bloodthirst techniques, the identical bloodthirst blade technique, had led to a complete reversal in their encounter, all within merely the third exchange. Deputy Leader Huang had not even found an opportunity to launch a counterattack. Even Zhao Changhe himself was astonished by how effortlessly it unfolded. He had not even tapped into his internal energy. Instructor Fong was indeed correct. The refinement of blade techniques held an importance that was no less significant than the cultivation of internal power. The daily practice of wielding the blade 1,000, or even 3,000 times, had finally begun to radiate its resplendent brilliance in this world. Zhao Changhe pointed his blade assertively, inquiring, "Leader Fong, does this challenge count as a victory for me?" Seeing the bloodshot and ferocious gaze, a flicker of trepidation coursed through Fong Buping, who felt an unsettling apprehension, as if this fierce man might strike at him with the next swing of his blade. He inhaled deeply, gripping the armrests of the recliner tightly. Indeed, as per the established rules, from today onwards, the duties of the Vice Leader Huang are entrusted to you. Zhao Changhe laughed heartily. Very well. As the Vice Leader responsible for finances, I have my say in the allocation of resources. Wang Dashan, trembling with fear, replied, "Why yes, sir." Enough with the yes, sir nonsense. You are also my deputy leader, so speak up. Zhao Changhe commanded, pointing towards the warehouse. Gather a few brothers, procure 300 taels of silver, and transport 3 carts of corn, taking half of the meat to support the construction of Beimang Mountain Stronghold. Be meticulous. Do not deplete the entire stock. Leave some for the brothers in the city. Do not be stingy and forget the essence of camaraderie. Fong Buping's face paled. Zhao Changhe strode towards the courtyard wall, bending down to offer Vice Leader Huang a blood-stabilizing pill. I, Zhao, am entrusted by Master Shui to oversee Beimang Mountain Stronghold. So let Vice Leader Huang continue to manage the provisions for this branch. At this moment, Zhao Changhe possessed not just the single pill he had initially retained, but 7 or 8 more, which Master Sun had discreetly given him upon his departure. Vice Leader Huang was surprised that it was Zhao Changhe, rather than Fong Buping, who first resolved the issue for him. After consuming the pill, he remained silent for a considerable time before softly expressing his gratitude. Thank you. The blade is yours. He appeared to be a man of bandit origins, yet he showed a certain straightforwardness. Zhao Changhe did not stand on ceremony. He took the thick steel blade, delightfully wielding it a few times before fastening it at his waist. He then turned back, embracing the stack of books from earlier, and smiled at Fong Buping. If the leader has no further instructions, I shall take my leave for now. Fong Buping took several deep breaths. If he were uninjured at the moment, he might recklessly cleave Zhao Changhe in two without a second thought. However, as he was currently incapacitated, he feared that Zhao Changhe might, in turn, split him asunder. Given the swiftness of that blinding blade earlier, it seemed that no one would be able to render assistance in time. He fought to suppress the fury bubbling within him, maintaining a veneer of calm as he spoke. Zhao, the leader of the village, you are indeed valiant, and your joining the sacred sect is a fortunate event. However, now that you are part of the sect, it is imperative that you understand some protocols clearly. Zhao Changhe replied, Please, do enlighten me, leader. The stronghold is not your personal possession. It serves as a hall for the subsect to seek resources and wealth. This principle applies universally. Should the stronghold yield any profits, half must be retained for use, while the other half must be submitted to the subsect. Furthermore, should any officers or righteous forces capture you during their campaigns against bandits, you are not to act independently. They must be escorted to this seat for judgment. These matters must be clear to you, Zhao. Otherwise, if they escalate to the headquarters, the Four Symbols sect will not intervene on your behalf. Our internal affairs within the Blood God sect remain autonomous. Zhao Changhe chuckled. I naturally understand this. However, conversely, should there be officers or righteous forces pursuing bandits, I hope for support from the subsect. That is only reasonable. Fong Buping truly wished to avert his gaze from Zhao Changhe's sunlit, beaming countenance and waved his hand in disdain. You may go. At that moment, a golden light flashed across the sky. Such an occurrence, where the chaotic world was illuminated in succession in less than a moment, was indeed a rarity. Almost the entire realm looked up in unison, questioning which ranking had shifted this time. Upon scrutiny, it was yet again the Qianlong list. The 12th month, the Lesser Cold. Zhao Changhe's entrance is singular, yet within the realm of the three harmonies, it surpasses the duality of the second entrance, showcasing commendable potential. An additional position on the Hidden Dragon rankings has been established. Rank 250 is Zhao Changhe. Alas, the ranking is rather absurd, lacking the courtesy of remarks akin to those bestowed upon Yu Hongling and Xia Qiqi, suggesting a degree of disregard. After all, it is merely a low-tier contest of the first and second entrances, where such instances of surpassing ranks are not uncommon, with victories in the three harmonies being the rare exception. In truth, this level of prowess on the Hidden Dragon rankings hardly signifies merit. Insufficient strength often breeds envy, and many of these newly emerged talents at the bottom of the rankings do not thrive for long. Most individuals glance at it indifferently, perhaps only finding Zhao Changha's name somewhat familiar. 1,000 miles away, within a secretive locale, Xia Qiqi awoke from her meditative state, gazing skyward with a charming smile gracing her lips. Is your ascent to the rankings a reminder for me? She mused. Is this a contest of emotions conveyed through rankings? Hee. In truth, I have long understood that regardless of how late we commence our journeys, amidst the chaos, the brilliance of our narratives shall illuminate the skies, securing a place for both of us. The hidden dragon rankings are not the terminus. The rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity await our arrival. Summer's brilliance is upon us. What delay is there? I, Xia Qiqi, am, and what of Zhao Changha? In a certain part of the city, Yu Hongling stood atop a high edifice, quietly observing Zhao Changha below, directing his subordinates in the transportation of supplies. On that day, Zhao Changha's words suddenly echoed in her mind. I, Zhao Changha, have not come to this world merely to meander through the countryside. Chapter 33. Moving forward, damn it. I cannot bear this ranking. Now the entire world knows I am merely 250. How absurd. I am not a fool. What kind of worthless book is this? Am I being toyed with? And what about the evaluation? Why am I the only one without it? My prestige has plummeted. On his way back, Zhao Changha cursed incessantly, utterly oblivious to the glory of ascending the chaotic era rankings. Nor did he exhibit any signs of insecurity that might arise from potential jealousy. Instead, he was preoccupied with the unsightly numbers and the lack of a pretentious evaluation. Wang Dashan and the others exchanged bewildered glances as they observed Zhao Changha's retreating figure, unsure of how to appraise this eccentric leader. It is unreasonable to expect everyone to have an evaluation. Among the 250 on the Hidden Dragon list, only a handful possess such assessments. No one truly understands the basis for this. Those who have received evaluations in the past met their demise the very next day, seemingly signifying little. Ultimately, merely being on the list is an accomplishment in itself. To think that a mere first-tier individual could ascend the chaotic era rankings, while many far more capable have never achieved such a feat yet, here you are, fixating on a mere 250. The Hidden Dragon list is distinct from the Celestial ranking. The latter reflects current strength, while the former is not entirely a measure of that. It serves as a showcase for emerging talent, evaluating potential as demonstrated through achievements, indicating that under similar circumstances, achieving superior results is exceedingly challenging for others. Hence the term Hidden Dragon. This does not imply that one has attained a position among the world's top few hundred in strength. Rather, it is the higher stakes battles that elucidate the matter. Even the most spectacular clashes among weaker opponents reveal little. Consequently, those with higher rankings typically possess greater cultivation, while those with lower rankings naturally fall behind, creating an appearance akin to a strength ranking. Many fail to grasp this, often exclaiming in disbelief, how can a mere first-tier individual make the list while I, a third tier, cannot? Countless individuals surpass you. So what gives you the right to claim the position of 250? If I were to defeat you, that title would rightfully belong to me. Wouldn't it? This will undoubtedly attract a multitude of troubles. Is that not why it is termed a chaotic era? Zhao Changha seems preoccupied with whether the numbers sound appealing. Is he unaware or merely indifferent? Furthermore, regarding this challenge, compelling the leader to relinquish funds and resources is indeed gratifying. Yet it must be noted that the current leader is in a weakened state, having consented out of necessity. Once he recovers in a few months, how do you intend to face the consequences? Wang Dashan and others harbor a belief that the days ahead will be grim, while Zhao Changha, with a contemplative expression, acknowledges that this is not a sustainable solution. A seemingly ample supply of rice and several hundred taels of silver may support a significant procurement of resources, yet it remains insufficient to sustain a settlement of several hundred individuals for an extended period. Thus, despite the existing stockpile, there remains a pressing need for individuals to engage in banditry or hunting. Otherwise, they will inevitably exhaust their resources. Perhaps there is a modest sum to be had. What shall we do next, boss? Wang Dashan inquired in the meeting hall, noting the subordinate faction currently lacks any industry. It is we who bear the responsibility for generating wealth. We cannot rely indefinitely on the subordinate faction for funds. Zhao Changha reclined languidly in his chair, propping his forehead with his hand. As spring approaches, there will always be travelers passing through. Let us allocate the resources and instruct our brothers to establish checkpoints along the mountain paths. Wang Dashan responded. Isn't this akin to banditry? Zhao Changha clarified. It differs somewhat. as we are setting up checkpoints in a legitimate manner. Moreover, we do not take everything. I see that today's city entry tax seems reasonable, so let us proceed with that. Those passing through can simply pay their dues and move along. Wang Dashan remarked, Boss, you previously mentioned that the officials and soldiers would come to suppress the bandits. Are you being so brazen? This is our territory. If the officials arrive, won't they make a fuss? Can the officials remain there indefinitely? It is precisely due to our concern for the officials that we cannot act ostentatiously. We can only carry out our activities discreetly within the mountains. Do you think I enjoy establishing such toll stations? As for the officials, although the leader of the faction over there has given his assurances, we cannot place our hopes in them. Select a few clever ones to stay in the city and report back immediately at the slightest sign of trouble. Understood. For now, let us focus on hunting beasts. Though the catch may be meager, it is better than having none at all. Oh, by the way, let us replace the flag at the stronghold with a new one, inscribed with acting on behalf of heaven, and let us name this Hall of Unity. Wang Dashan's eyes were filled with confusion, utterly unaware of what the boss was contemplating. Yet, he had a lingering sense that the boss did not genuinely desire a life of plunder. It seemed as though he was merely taking one day at a time. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Despite the boss's fierce demeanor and natural inclination toward banditry, how could he not wish to engage in robbery? After all, the knife he currently wielded was acquired through theft. Enough. Zhao Changhe rose to his full height. I am going to practice. You all should do the same. Do not lie idle just because Master Sun has left. When the officials arrive, you will understand what death truly means. Disperse. After a brief respite, Zhao Changhe made his way directly to the herbal storage, intent on concocting the medicinal bath as prescribed by the blood fiend technique. He had no inclination to engage in a counterfeit development. Indeed, he was merely biding his time, hiding in the northern Mang Mountains as a king, not to cultivate land or incite rebellion, much less to entangle himself endlessly with a mere branch leader. How trivial that would be. The most apparent privilege of being a leader was the entitlement to commandeer the camp servants. No, rather, to have the laborers heat water for the medicinal baths. To neglect such an opportunity would be sheer folly. External martial arts are often accompanied by medicinal baths. This is customary, as they can invigorate the flow of vital energy and provide certain enhancements to resilience against strikes. However, it is worth noting that such baths can be quite uncomfortable. Zhao Changhe surmised that Deputy Leader Huang's inability to withstand a blow from him today stemmed from a lack of training in this regard. Otherwise, the blood fiend technique, while not impervious to blades and sharp weapons, certainly offered advantages against blunt force impacts. If one were to train diligently, how could they falter from merely a kick? In truth, the more he practiced, the more he recognized the formidable nature of the blood fiend technique, with its ferocious offensive capabilities and commendable defensive strength, showcasing brilliance on both fronts. Its mediocre reputation primarily arose from its significant drawbacks and the discomfort associated with its practice. Nevertheless, Zhao Changhe believed that even with internal cultivation, one must not shy away from external training. It was essential to persevere. Such balance is the hallmark of true mastery. Having started so late, one must exert double the effort to transcend mediocrity. Hiss. In the dimly lit chamber of the leader, Zhao Changhe found himself submerged in a steaming vat of water, gritting his teeth as his body seemed to shrink in on itself. It felt as if countless needles were pricking at his skin, an amalgamation of pain and itchiness coursing through him, his blood surging and his mind ablaze. In an unbidden moment, a particular area of his body responded with an undeniable vigor. Judging solely by this effect, the medicinal bath was indeed a remarkable remedy, devoid of deceit. Yet, it was excruciatingly difficult to endure, scarcely differing from the torment experienced during the onset of previous side effects. It was no wonder that Deputy Huang and the others had refrained from extensive practice. In truth, winning against Deputy Huang in 3 moves was not something Zhao Changhe considered a noteworthy accomplishment. The passage of countless ships alongside a sunken vessel serves as a reminder that one cannot afford to become another casualty of comfort and luxury. Learning from the past, he resolved not to allow himself to drift into a state of complacency. Persevering in his training was the only viable path. Despite the distress the cultivation method inflicted upon him, he was determined to persist. Zhao Changhe clenched his jaw tightly, gripping the edge of the vat with all his might, struggling to sustain himself as he urged the blood fiend technique into motion amidst the agony. The wooden tub creaked under the pressure of his grip, leaving faint imprints of his fingers etched into the solid wood. Months later, would the deputy be able to contend with him once healed? Zhao Changthe had no desire to ponder such distant possibilities, regardless of what the future held. He could at least take pride in his efforts. Chapter 34. The hidden treasures of the human body. The night grew cold and deep. After completing the medicinal bath, Zhao Changhe stood at the rear of the house, gazing up at the sky. There was no moon this evening. The clouds thickened ominously, and delicate snowflakes began to fall, foretelling a heavy snowfall in the dead of night. He discovered that in less than 2 months since his arrival in this world, he had grown increasingly accustomed to his surroundings. He had adapted to the unheated wooden cabin, learned to gauge the time and weather by observing the sky, embraced the practice of martial arts, and familiarized himself with the archaic language and the rules of sorcery. He had also grown accustomed to the inexplicable announcements that appeared in the sky. In essence, what occupied his mind the most were his training, as well as Luo Qi, with fleeting thoughts of Yu Hongling occasionally crossing his mind. If it weren't for the fact that his first impression of this martial world was of Yu Hongling, Zhao Changhe would seriously question whether he had become a rogue bandit. However, with her presence in front of him, he had consistently restrained his burgeoning inclination towards banditry, unwilling to forsake his last shred of conscience. Otherwise, should they meet again in this martial world, he would be at a loss for how to address her. Unable to face her with the same candor as before, perhaps his feelings for Yu Hongling were not relevant at all. It was merely a desire to preserve the beauty of the martial world from his dreams, which he feared he might ruin with his own hands. Yu Hongling was simply the manifestation of the martial world that had resided in his heart since childhood. With a clang, Zhao Changhe unsheathed the steel knife he had recently won. The medicinal bath had concluded, and it was now time for practice. There was no room for the indulgent musings of a literary soul. The newly acquired blade required him to reacquaint himself with it, to understand all its characteristics, so that it would become an extension of his hand. He could no longer afford the luxury of recklessly wielding a blade as he had in his dreams. This finely crafted steel knife, won in a wager, was not as exaggerated as the broad swords he had envisioned in his dreams. It was a standard, thick-back knife, with a spine nearly a centimeter thick and a weight exceeding 10 pounds, perfectly suited to Zhao Changhe's current strength. The once cumbersome blade, weighing 2 to 3 pounds, quivered at the slightest tremor, lacking the force required for effective strikes, rendering it utterly unsuitable for him. Especially given that the blood slaughter blade technique demands a robust weapon to truly excel, it is a pity that such formidable blades are often exorbitantly priced. And under the previous circumstances, acquiring one was impossible. Presently, the material and forging craftsmanship of this knife were beyond Zhao Changhe's expertise. Yet he could distinctly sense its fierce aura and keen edge, far surpassing the wretched blade of old. A fine weapon of this caliber might well command dozens of taels of silver. It is noteworthy that the entire wealth of the mountain stronghold amounted to merely 300 taels, enough to feed the entire band for quite some time. Zhao Changhe found himself enamored with the knife, reveling in its heft even more than he did while handling Luo Qi's jade rabbit. A quality weapon is indeed the lifeblood of a warrior. Swish, swish, swish. The glimmer of the blade danced in the night, replacing the moonlight of the evening. As the snowflakes fell increasingly thick, the denizens of the stronghold retreated into their homes, silence enveloping the surroundings. Save for the resounding echoes of the blade behind the chieftain's dwelling, mingling with the mournful northern winds, rendering it indistinguishable whose chilling presence it was. If the onlookers at the leader's courtyard during the day had marveled at the prodigies, they would have realized that there were no true geniuses here. Only Xia Qiqi understood that while others rested, he practiced his swordsmanship. What set this practice apart from the usual was, whoosh, a figure soared through the snow, alighting upon a tree trunk, dislodging a flurry of snowflakes. With a powerful thrust, he leapt again, gliding towards another branch. A sharp crack resounded as a branch 3 zhang high met the blade and snapped cleanly. Bloodless flight belongs to the more sophisticated martial arts within the Blood God sect. The generous offer is not merely a reflection of Fang Buping's magnanimity. Rather, he harbors ulterior motives. This particular technique necessitates substantial inner strength for its execution, and Fang Buping is eager for Zhao Changhe to witness the enchanting beauty before him, only to find himself grappling with feelings of inadequacy. However, Zhao Changhe is far from impotent. On the contrary, he possesses formidable prowess. His inner cultivation has reached an advanced stage, and he now stands at the brink of a breakthrough, even if not yet at the first threshold. To this day, Zhao Changhe remains unaware of the name of the technique passed down by Xia Longyuan, temporarily referring to it as the Xia family mind method. This method can be practiced while reclining or even standing, devoid of the need for the intricate postures associated with esoteric practices. Nonetheless, it demands focused concentration and tranquil introspection. Otherwise, chaotic energy could prove fatal. As for whether one can practice it in one's sleep, as Luo Qi purportedly does, it appears this particular method does not allow for such ease. However, with profound mastery, it might ultimately substitute for sleep, achieving a similar result. Time is of the essence. There is an abundance to learn, and one wishes to condense 2 days' worth of practice into just one. Zhao Changhe lies quietly on his bed, engaging in meticulous self-reflection. His mind involuntarily conjuring the image of Luo Qi, who once lay in bed observing him as he practiced his swordplay. It is as if he is sharing in her experience. Alas, there is no role reversal, no enchanting sprite at the doorway to showcase her own swordsmanship for his admiration. From the moment he acquired the Summer family's secret techniques until now, it has barely been 10 days, yet he stands on the brink of a breakthrough. This is not solely due to his exceptional talent, but rather the result of the residual energy left by Xia Longyuan, which spared him the arduous process of cultivating and comprehending the essence of qi from scratch. Moreover, the interplay between internal and external martial arts indeed fosters mutual enhancement, making the practice considerably more accessible. The better one's physical constitution, coupled with daily training in martial arts, the fewer the blockages in the meridians, allowing for a smoother circulation of true qi. It is rather implausible to expect a frail individual to achieve significant mastery in internal martial arts. Conversely, the mysterious true qi can also refine one's foundation, augment strength, and enhance blood circulation. Ultimately, whether internal or external, it is all about the development of the human body. Thus, despite investing more time, the harmonious cultivation of both aspects has always been the true path, proving to be far more beneficial in both the journey of cultivation and practical combat than focusing solely on one. The mere fact that the true qi spontaneously assisted in harmonizing the medicinal properties during his herbal bath is already a boon. However, he has yet to uncover any remarkable attributes, perhaps due to the shallowness of his current practice. Today, he shall endeavor to break through the internal realm's threshold, to discern whether a true breakthrough into the first layer will reveal the wonders of internal martial arts. The notion of the internal threshold is somewhat embarrassing, as it specifically refers to the perineum. Thus, breaking through the first internal threshold equates to unblocking the perineum. As he directs the true qi to surge toward that area, he cannot shake the feeling of it resembling a rather intimate act. One wonders how Luo Qiyu and Hong Ling perceive their training sessions. They likely do not find it as mundane as Zhao Changhe does. The process of breaking through the barrier is indeed painful. Many find it challenging to concentrate on their cultivation when discomfort arises, rendering it a formidable challenge. However, being a practitioner of authentic internal martial arts, such pain is quite commonplace. After undergoing the rigorous trials of blood fiend technique, Zhao Changhe felt as though the pain was akin to a mere mosquito bite, hardly stirring any ripples within him. With increased determination, he pushed through the discomfort several times and eventually broke through. Zhao Changhe distinctly sensed a refreshing coolness spreading from his dantian, permeating through his limbs and bones, invigorating his spirit. The faint trace of energy once left by Xia Longyuan had now vanished, replaced entirely by the essence of his own cultivation, flowing warmly along the channels of his internal energy. It was serene and vast, as if an astral map unfolded within him, with the moon in his dantian illuminating the way and his acupoints twinkling like stars. He slowly opened his eyes, noticing even the wood grain on the walls with remarkable clarity. His hearing had also sharpened. The sound of snowflakes drifting to the ground outside, typically silent, now resonated with a gentle rustle, only to settle back into tranquility. His perception had heightened. This was his first reaction. The second, however, came with a jolt. Why did it feel as though the various effects accompanying the vision from behind him resembled the outcomes of breaking through the barrier in internal martial arts? And after his own breakthrough, it seemed he could further enhance the effects of his rear vision. Could this rear vision be an additional layer of barrier? What level of perception allows one to see objects behind them? The human body is a repository of secrets, a source of divine abilities. For ordinary practitioners, breaking through the barrier and opening their eye acupoints merely grants enhanced vision and finer discernment. The secret art of divine perception allows one to witness the events behind oneself, to gaze across vast distances, to illuminate the joys and sorrows of the human realm, and to discern the principles of celestial law. The myriad phenomena of the world are captured within one's sight, a phenomenon that could be termed as the heavenly eye, our blood deity, Barabara. Zhao Changhe no longer had the inclination to heed the boastful claims behind him. The heavenly eye. Previously, it was primarily employed for surreptitious glimpses while bathing. Yet it now seemed to represent a realm pursued by the masters of the celestial, earthly, and human rankings, one that could also evolve. They still had the audacity to mention that they had only unveiled the second position card a few days prior. In truth, even the first eye card had yet to be fully comprehended. Lying on his bed, Zhao Changhe found himself lost in thought, unaware of what occupied his mind, and eventually drifted into a deep slumber. That night, he dreamt. Beneath the tranquil night sky, a blind woman stood there with her eyes gently closed, appearing both distant and near, like a goddess of the dark night. Unexpectedly, you have managed to break through the dual realms so swiftly. Chapter 35. This heaven has no way, yet the scene was exceedingly mysterious, although the blind woman stood at the edge of his bed. No matter how he rushed towards her, he could never quite close the distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized he was merely treading in place. This enigma finally instilled in Zhao Changhe a sense of dreaming, and he calmed himself to inquire, "So, am I merely dreaming of you now? Or are you using some divine power to communicate with me? Life is but a grand dream of spring and autumn. Does it truly matter which it is? Do you also read the annals of spring and autumn?" The blind woman retorted, "Stop with the philosophical nonsense." Zhao Changhe scoffed. Even in such a situation, you still wish to indulge in the abstract? What a farce. Either end my life swiftly, for I am aware of your formidable strength. The blind man paused momentarily, shaking his head slightly. How is it that such a short time has led to this? Back then, insults merely indicated a lack of sanity. Is this not what you wish to witness? What I yearn to behold? Such a fateful arrangement. Is it not orchestrated by your own hand? Zhao Changhe scoffed, remarking, "Is this what is referred to as the way of heaven, manipulating the lives of all, creating within you a perverse sense of satisfaction?" The blind man replied calmly, "The way of heaven? This heaven lacks a path. This heaven lacks a path." Zhao Changhe was taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind these words. Did they imply that this chaotic world lacks righteousness, or did they suggest the absence of a supreme deity? Regarding the former, he believed that the world had not yet descended into complete chaos. The empire had not collapsed, and a fundamental order remained. As for the latter, if there were no supreme deity, then how could tales of chaos be woven? He deliberately challenged, "Why do I perceive the heavens as possessing a path?" The blind man responded with serene inquiry, "Is that so? Have you, after dwelling in imitation for so long, forgotten what your first true gaze upon this world truly encompassed?" Zhao Changhe's expression shifted slightly. "Observe, if you will, how the other demonic sects dwell in their lairs." With a flick of his delicate hand, the night sky remained. Yet the scene transformed entirely. Zhao Changhe felt as if he were adrift in the void, gazing down upon the ephemeral world below, where, amidst the night, all beings appeared as mere ants. In an unknown mountainous stronghold, torches flickered amidst the cacophony of revelry, where a band of brigands indulged in raucous laughter and libations. Surrounding wooden posts were gruesomely adorned with the corpses of the fallen, while in the center, a horrific act of violation unfolded. The mournful wails of a woman echoing into the heavens, dissipating like the wind. Zhao Changhe's anger surged. "Why don't you rescue her?" The woman offered no reply. The perspective shifted to another mountain locale, where countless marauders surged toward a convoy, their screams piercing the night air, blood cascading through the ravine. The brigands, in jubilant spirits, plundered the treasures and then retreated to the mountains to revel. Again the scene changed, revealing a snow-laden expanse where foreign tribesmen galloped forth with fierce cries, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake, the cawing of ravens circling above. As the viewpoint transitioned once more, it landed within a cult, steeped in crimson, where grotesque devotees gruesomely flayed the skin from an unknown innocent, offering it as a sacrificial tribute to their blood deity. Zhao Changhe observed in silence, gradually losing his voice. The blind man inquired, "Is there a path to the heavens?" Zhao Changhe retorted coldly, "What are you implying? That my ascension to chieftaincy and entry into a demonic sect justifies such actions?" Zhao continued, "Then how did I arrive here?" Speaking nonsense as Zhao Changhe interjected, "You've been mocking my singlehood since modern times, and it seems you're still at it. I am no longer single. As for the rest, just wait." The blind man sighed. It appears that the choice of the enchantress might be the simpler option. Zhao Changhe replied icily, how much simpler? That depends on your cultivation speed. For instance, encountering you today is the result of having penetrated the first realm of internal and external harmony, is it not? Almost. The entrance is broken, naturally exuding an ethereal sense. As for whether it is you perceiving me or I sensing you, who can discern dreams from reality? With the sound of her voice, the figure of the blind woman gradually faded, seemingly on the verge of vanishing. Zhao Changhe, filled with countless words, was unwilling to let her depart so mysteriously after a few meaningless exchanges devoid of any clarity. In a moment of urgency, he instinctively reached out. Wait. It was unclear whether the blind woman was caught off guard or if this unintentional grasp was more effective than his previous deliberate attempts. Remarkably, he actually managed to seize her hand. The blind woman, too, seemed startled and instantly disappeared, leaving only a lingering fragrance in the night. Zhao Changhe looked down at his hand, having just felt the cool, smooth touch of her jade-like skin, delicate and seemingly boneless. Was it a dream? He suddenly opened his eyes. He was still in the chieftain's abode, lying on a wooden bed, and everything he had just witnessed, the conversation, the touch, seemed to have been merely a dream. He turned over and gazed out the window. The sky had already begun to brighten with the first light of dawn. Looking down at his palm, he noticed it was covered in fine beads of sweat. This experience, the nature of which remained uncertain, could hardly be said to have made any progress in unraveling mysteries. At the very least, it assured him of one thing: the deeper his cultivation, the more likely he was to perceive the blind woman, or perhaps be perceived by her. Or there might be another possibility, that she sensed him and entered his dream to communicate, not merely due to a trivial breakthrough at the entrance, but perhaps because he had ascended the chaotic world of literature. Initially, it was perplexing to comprehend her true intentions. However, upon reflection, some insights emerge. It appears she casts a wide net, subsequently observing and nurturing her schemes. Zhao Changhe suddenly realized that those who had earnestly invited her into their dreams might also be present here, and it is more likely that the grass on their graves has already reached 3 feet high. In this chaotic world devoid of moral order, not everyone can thrive. Her subtle hints seemed to awaken something within. Chief, trouble. A disciple rushed in, breathless. Our brothers have set up a blockade at the mountain's foot, and while they initially apprehended 2 young men, a few formidable troublemakers have now arrived. Zhao Changhe wiped the sweat from his brow, sensing a weariness in his voice. What? Have we encountered righteous heroes? No. It appears to be a pack of fanatics who boast about their prowess and brazenly challenge our village today. Claiming to be from the Qianlong faction, Zhao Changhe let out a derisive laugh. His laughter was not directed at the fanatics, but rather at the traitor within. The Qianlong list shines brightly in the sky, seemingly attracting trouble from all corners. Yet who truly knows where to find Zhao Changhe's troubles? Even Yu Hongling was aware of his affiliation with the Blood God sect, but did not anticipate that he would be situated in Beimang, prompting the sect leader to search tirelessly for over a month. Meanwhile, others have no leads whatsoever. Yet someone has managed to find him merely a day later. How could that be? It must be the work of an insider. This traitor may not even be Fong Buping. Anyone could be involved. The antics of the demonic sect's bandits are indeed rudimentary. Grasping his steel blade, Zhao Changhe strode purposefully toward the exit. Today, my mood is particularly foul. These intruders are arriving at just the right moment. Allow me to observe how many heroes can be found along this humble North Mang road. Chapter 36. The roar of the tiger amidst the mountains. North Mang is not a vast mountain range, but rather a singular grand peak. Since the Blood God sect made its bold incursion into the mountains, no other forces have dared to establish themselves there. However, the surrounding areas are dotted with smaller hills and woods, where a few bandits have taken residence. Even within the towns beyond the mountains, there are some brave souls, collectively known as the figures of Mang Mountain Road. Regrettably, the glory of Mang Mountain has become a relic of a bygone era. It now stands as a desolate land. The likelihood of producing genuine heroes in such a place is rather slim. Those who manage to break through the first layer of the mystic realm can. Much like Luo Qi when he posed as the esteemed senior brother of the outer sect, proudly declare themselves as distinguished individuals. So, how many true heroes could there possibly be? A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he surveyed the scene along the mountain path. The roadblocks set up by the bandits lay in disarray, with several of their members hanging upside down from trees, ensnared by another group of valiant warriors. As they swung, The accumulated snow on the branches fell in flurries, landing upon the unfortunate bandits and prompting their anguished cries, much to the amusement of the nearby champions. Two young men clad in coarse short jackets stood awkwardly by the roadside, likely the original travelers who had been intercepted. Witnessing the gang's infighting, they seemed at a loss. Yet their expressions hinted at barely suppressed laughter. TSK, breaking through the first layer to the second. With the potential of 250 hidden dragons. What a grand reputation. And yet here we are? The burly leader of the opposing side was laughing heartily. I am also at the second layer. Let him come forth and reveal himself, so we may behold his extravagance. Beside him, a subordinate chimed in. His kind of internal gang conflict is surely not serious. Perhaps others even let him have it. What is so remarkable about surpassing ranks? If it came to a real fight, could he manage 3 moves against a higher level? Does he take us for fools? When it comes to confronting outsiders, would he dare, given his mere first level? Of course not. Did you not see his men dangling? He didn't even dare to utter a sound. Haha, and he attempts to set up a card. How laughable. Indeed, today he can forego the theatrics. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from the mountain. Everyone turned to look, only to catch a fleeting figure in the air. A flash of light from a blade appeared as the rope suspending the bandits snapped with a swift sound. Several bandits tumbled to the ground, joyfully springing back to their feet. Boss, Zhao Changhe, you have finally come out. Someone pointed at Zhao Changhe and laughed. With your meager skills, do you dare to compare with our boss? Before he could finish, his voice dwindled into a whisper, and he hesitated, closing his mouth. He noticed that his boss wore an exceedingly grave expression, as dark as the bottom of a pot. Where was the earlier bravado of calling Zhao Changhe out to present himself? Instinctively, he glanced at the rope that Zhao Changhe had just severed, a shiver suddenly running down his spine. Had he truly observed that cut clearly? What if it had been his neck? Would his head still be intact? The burly man hastily dodged, yet still found himself splattered with earwax. Furious, he pointed his sword at Zhao Changhe. Do you truly believe that Mang Mountain is devoid of warriors? How audacious! Zhao Changhe merely scoffed. Such ineptitude that cannot even evade if the heroes of Mang Mountain are of this caliber. It is indeed disappointing. He yawned. I didn't sleep well last night and need to catch up. Why don't you all come at me together? Preposterous. The towering figure, filled with fury, swung his blade with reckless abandon. In an instant, the seemingly languid Zhao Changhe's eyes sparkled with intensity, and his previously relaxed demeanor vanished, moving with the swiftness of a startled hare. Onlookers beheld the flash of the blade and were startled by a deafening clang as Zhao Changhe, undeterred, met the blow with sheer strength. In that fleeting moment, a palpable aura of bloodlust surged, enveloping those nearby in a chilling sense of impending doom. As if even the falling snow had turned sharp against their skin, Zhao Changhe's eyes glowed a vivid crimson, radiating an unparalleled ferocity. With a resounding clash, the giant's strike was repelled, leaving him momentarily stunned, his arm numb from the impact. In his shock, he sought to evade but found escape impossible. Zhao Changhe transformed his downward chop into a deft upward flick, cleanly shearing away the hair atop the man's head, revealing his scalp with precision. The crowd fell into an astonished silence. Previously, it had been claimed that 3 moves would suffice, and now? Was it 1 move? Or perhaps 1.5? The towering man stood frozen, drenched in cold sweat, his eyes wide with disbelief as he sought to comprehend the state of his own head. Zhao Changhe flicked his left hand and delivered a sharp slap to his face, declaring, with your meager abilities, you dare covet the chaos rankings? Boys, called Wang Dashan, hastily stepping forward. I'm here. 1 day and 1 night. In this heavy snow, it could cost lives. Zhao Changhe suddenly turned to fix his gaze upon him. Do you comprehend that his blade was aimed at my neck? If I were to fall beneath his strike, do you think I would survive? You lament over a day's fate, yet you show concern for me. Is that it? Wang Dashan took a step back, rendered speechless. Zhao Changhe strode purposefully towards the sturdiest tree by the mountainside, deftly peeling away a strip of bark to inscribe a line of text. Zhao Changhe challenges the gallant heroes of Baiming with a wager of 100 taels of silver. The seat of the lurking dragon awaits your claim. Wang Dashan, hurrying behind, inquired, Boss, you're still on the wanted list. Are you courting death? If even such individuals know of my whereabouts, who can I possibly deceive? Why hide in the shadows? It would be better to lay everything bare. Should the authorities come, I shall have my reasons. Another voice chimed in. So, will you no longer rob passers-by? Regardless of the celestial order, I shall forge my own path. One more added. And yet, you only possess a mere layer of Xianguan. Your power is akin to soaring through the heavens. This notion of power bears no intrinsic relation to cultivation. Lurking dragon. Huh. The book of the turbulent world does not deceive me. Are you not the same? Is this not mere self-praise? A voice whispered. Do you think his single move can surpass the second layer? Will the book of the turbulent world flicker in response? The book of the turbulent world is not so trivial. Achievements devoid of qualitative change will not accumulate. In truth, with this single maneuver, he had subtly harnessed his inner strength, achieving a genuine unity of internal and external realms. The true comparison of strength may not even measure up to his previous encounter. This man, appearing rough on the surface, was actually quite cunning. His inner power was concealed so adeptly that I nearly overlooked it. Ah, I understand now, one individual mused, stroking his chin. Well, the show is over. I am here to apprehend a wanted criminal. If you wish to indulge in camaraderie with him, seek out Yu Hongling in the city. I shall capture him myself. I am eager to witness what reasoning he will present when the authorities arrive. One individual shook his head, expressing concern that the other might fall into danger if he acted alone. The latter, with a defiant glare, retorted, how could that be possible? You're at the threshold of the third level of the Xianguan. Why not settle in the city for 2 months and break through first? Oh, then let him be arrogant for 2 months. He is rather amusing. Chapter 37. The might of Baiming Zhao Changhe was genuinely unaware that the passerby he had let go was a figure on the hidden dragon list. He had previously lamented that such a desolate place could not even attract those from the chaos list. He had assumed that following his brazen declaration, the authorities would be the first to come knocking. After all, as a wanted criminal, how could one be so audacious as to reveal their whereabouts? Akin to parading through the streets with a sign saying arrest me? However, with nowhere to hide and his location already exposed, even the foolish knew of his predicament. The authorities would certainly be informed. What was the point of hiding anymore? The significance of being a wanted criminal differed from that of a mere murderer. If they truly had leads on him, it was likely that the official inquiry would be led by the esteemed Tang or other key figures. Even if it were subordinates who came, they would most likely prefer him alive, certainly not resorting to indiscriminate violence. Thus, it seemed more prudent to sit down and converse with them. Thus far, Zhao had far too little understanding of the authorities, and such a skewed perspective was far from beneficial. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the officials did not arrive. He was left to ponder whether the efficiency of the imperial authorities had truly degraded to such an extent in these waning days, or if other factors were at play. In any case, the only visitors were those from the underworld. The long blade shattered, and a gaunt man was forcefully kicked by Zhao Changhe several paces away. Struggling on the ground, coughing up blood, strip him of his clothes, and hang him upside down. Damn it, I said 100 taels for a challenge. You come here empty-handed to freeload? Am I just idly waiting for your challenges? Those who refuse to pay will have their clothes stripped. It's the rule. Haven't you heard in the past 2 weeks? Zhao, Master Zhao, spare me. I truly haven't heard. Zhao Changhe leaned against the eaves, surveying several individuals already suspended and swaying in the distance, his face adorned with a fierce expression, though his heart brimmed with satisfaction. Ever since he issued his audacious proclamation, it had been over half a month. In this time, numerous challengers had appeared, and their combat skills were remarkably compatible, predominantly consisting of those at the first and second levels of the mystic realm seeking trouble. Occasionally, there were even groups that joined forces against him, providing him with invaluable practical experience. Merely practicing on his own was insufficient. Martial arts were not mere performances, they necessitated real combat. Now, fighting in the bandit stronghold had yielded no further improvement, as no one dared to confront him. He had been lamenting his lack of training partners, and the incessant stream of challengers was a delightful surprise. Among them were several formidable opponents, the kind that could easily turn the tide if one were not cautious. Such encounters were particularly beneficial. As the battles unfolded, Zhao Changhe felt his mastery of the sword techniques deepening, as if the blade were an extension of his own limbs. Moreover, this practice significantly advanced his cultivation, leading him to sense an integration of internal and external forces, growing stronger by the day, and nearing the threshold of another breakthrough. The dual realms of internal and external mastery? He wondered how many more days it would take. It seemed he was still a tad short of the required finesse. He certainly did not consider himself a genius. In summary, these past few days have been nothing short of exhilarating, immensely satisfying. Even if some individuals were to contribute not a single coin, Zhao Changhe would still find immense joy. Moreover, there are indeed some who willingly part with their money. Those who disregard the rules and come unarmed still present opportunities for plunder. Within a mere fortnight, the path of Baiming Mountain has become adorned with challengers, and the treasury has swelled from a mere 300 taels to nearly 2,000. With an abundance of fine blades and swords heaped within, a trap shall be dug right at my doorstep. Indeed, who would fear treading upon it? Another shall be placed at the rear of the dwelling. Within the stronghold, the atmosphere is rife with fervor, not merely for martial practice, but also for the meticulous arrangement of various traps. Recently, there have been numerous attempts to stealthily invade the stronghold, with the intent of severing Zhao Changhe's head. Naturally, those who engage in such treachery now find their own heads displayed upon poles, serving as a grim warning. Observe the line of severed heads beside the fortress. The bandits regard their leader with a mixture of reverence and trepidation. Who claims that this leader is lenient, shunning robbery and abduction? When it comes to severing heads, his eyes remain unblinking, and the more blood he spills, the thicker the aura of malevolence that envelopes him. Palpable even from a distance. This is true murderous intent, instilling fear throughout Baiming. In the last couple of days, no one has dared to launch a night raid. Yet vigilance must not wane. According to Zhao Laoda, spring is fast approaching, and the officials may soon arrive. These traps are not solely for dealing with common adversaries. They will also serve a significant purpose against the onslaught of official soldiers. Thus, traps must be positioned not only within the stronghold, but also in the surrounding areas, including the rear mountains, ensuring no location is left unprotected. A band of idle brigands, once consumed by thoughts of where to strike next, has suddenly transformed into a hive of industrious construction, with no one daring to undermine the collective effort. Currently, Zhao Changhe's prestige has reached an astonishing height. As he stands with his arms crossed, he can't help but marvel at his own greatness, truly transforming the ethereal into the corporeal. However, he is acutely aware that his dominance is not destined to last indefinitely. Typically, formidable individuals of the third realm and beyond would not bother to contest for something as trivial as the second-tier potential dragon ranking. Moreover, genuine powerhouses possess a clearer understanding of the nature of the potential dragon list, unlike the naive individuals here who mistakenly believe it can be challenged and seized. Yet, one cannot dismiss the possibility of such encounters. In this world, truly educated and discerning individuals are few and far between. A far cry from the era of compulsory 9-year education. Is digging traps merely a tactic against the soldiers? No, it is a strategy to counter potential risks, whether they arise from imminent third realm adversaries or the possibly recovering Fong Buping. Boss, Wang Dashan cautiously approached. Do you have any plans for today, New Year's Eve? Zhao Changhe replied. Recently, our village has been prosperous. Let's distribute some red envelopes to everyone. Additionally, take a few people to the city to purchase wine and meat. Tonight, we shall indulge our brothers with fine food and drink. Wang Dashan's face lit up with joy. Yes, I will go buy it right away. As he watched Wang Dashan depart with enthusiasm, a trace of mockery flickered in Zhao Changhe's eyes. The deputy chief has been rather untrustworthy, covertly communicating with Fong Buping without mentioning it. In truth, Zhao Changhe is aware that this very person was behind the initial provocations that came to his doorstep. In other words, the matters concerning him at Mianshan were leaked by this individual in collusion with Fong Buping. So he aspires to be the village chief, does he? Oh. At present, Zhao Changhe does not wish for Fong Buping to discover that he has unmasked his spy. It is far preferable to be aware of the identity of the traitor than to later find oneself oblivious to the placement of any hidden threats. For the time being, he shall make use of this individual, who, in a bid to gain his trust, is quite diligent in his tasks. How delightful that is. After all, there are no secrets of his own that could be divulged to Wang Dashan. His internal cultivation is conducted in the privacy of his own quarters, and he knows nothing of it. The immediate priority is to break through the second level of the Xian Pass before considering anything else. As for the upcoming New Year, observing the jubilant celebrations in the village, stirred by the anticipation of a grand feast, Zhao Changhe feels an inexplicable loneliness at this moment. He longs for home and for his parents. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not intersect. It would be better to focus on his training. Why should the leader of Zhao lament amidst the mountains, his presence commanding respect in Baiming? As he stepped into the room, a woman's laughter greeted him. Your demeanor from behind is quite different from your usual boldness in public. Zhao Changhe halted in his tracks, astonished. Dressed in a crimson garment and reclining gracefully by the window, she was perusing the scriptures of the blood god sect. Upon noticing his entrance, she looked up and smiled. The evening sun poured through the window, illuminating her radiant smile, which seemed to brighten the twilight sky outside. The sunset's crimson feathers reflected the evening glow, creating a scene more exquisite than any earthly beauty. Although the host of Luo Manor may lack substance, this sentiment rings remarkably true. Miss you. What brings you here? Zhao Changhe felt a twinge of anxiety. He was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Yu Hongling. If she were to disapprove of his recent deeds, which involved a fair share of bloodshed. Wait. Suddenly, Zhao Changhe noticed an anomaly at Yu Hongling's abdomen. The crimson fabric bore a deeper hue, not merely a shade of red, but a stain of blood. Has she been injured? Yu Hongling discerned his thoughts and chuckled softly, shaking her head. Indeed, I am injured. You are the only acquaintance I have in this desolate place. Is it so surprising that I seek refuge with you? Did you truly believe I had come to vanquish demons? You appear bold, yet your mind is intricate, lacking in straightforwardness. Zhao Changhe, without uttering a word, turned and rummaged through the cabinet for medicine and bandages. Mutual trust is a rare commodity. Allowing a stranger to sit behind you, the valiant heroine, may lead to dire consequences. Haha. Yu Hongling tilted her head to observe him. So, does that mean that you of that time, unaware of such complexities, could be considered a naive youth? Then, she glanced at the bandages he had retrieved, her voice lowering. Can I still place my trust in you today? Chapter 38. During the festive season, having come this far, naivety is a relative concept. Compared to now, was it not innocent back then? Upon uttering this question, Zhao Changhe could surmise why she remained in this forsaken place. She was likely grappling with the thought of whether she had saved a demon, deliberately staying to observe. Thus, after sustaining an injury, her concern led her to seek refuge here. If circumstances had truly changed, would it not provide an opportunity for her to be taken as a captive consort? Ridiculous. It would be utterly impossible. If she could silently enter your abode while injured, she could effortlessly sever your head, could she not? Do you truly believe you are the master here? I suggest you refrain from placing your trust in me. Even the bandit camp knows what is lacking nowadays, a consort for the stronghold. Zhao Changhe casually placed the ointment and bandages on the windowsill, his gaze slightly lowered. Could he tend to his own wounds? Surely, such trivial matters in the wandering world did not require assistance. I will stand guard outside for you. The two statements were in stark contrast, leaving Yu Hongling somewhat speechless, unsure of how to respond, as if she were aware of the term tsundere. I can manage on my own, thank you. She chose to ignore the remark about being the lady of the stronghold, grasping the ointment firmly in her hand and fixing her gaze upon Zhao Changhe, signaling her intent to commence her treatment. Zhao Changhe then strode out, not casting a glance behind him, walking far away. One could still hear his voice echoing from outside. No need to set up here, dig further away. Over there in the square, which appears to be our training ground. Who would suspect that even such a place harbors traps? Once this is done, we can call it a day and feast freely tonight. Yu Hongling smiled faintly, biting her lower lip as she gently lifted her shirt at the abdomen. There lay a chilling sword scar, striking to behold. In truth, the wound had already been treated superficially. The blood was not currently seeping but was from an earlier injury. She carried her own ointment, likely of superior quality compared to Zhao Changhe's offerings, rendering his assistance unnecessary. It was merely a matter of finding a relatively secure location to tend to her injuries without worry. After all, this was not just an external wound. Within her, sword energy raged, far from the superficial impression it presented. Her concern was not with the opponent in this battle. Rather, she held a measure of respect for them. Her vigilance was directed towards the onlookers who had witnessed her fight, for one could never be certain of the intentions of those with ill will. Alone and vulnerable, she needed at least one trustworthy individual nearby for protection against potential treachery. It is precisely such individuals who lack formidable strength, and currently, Zhao Changhe's influence is entirely sufficient to thwart them. She has genuinely come to seek refuge with Zhao Changhe, just a few hours prior. Even she had not anticipated such a turn of events. Zhao Changhe's response has confirmed her judgment was not mistaken. Is it ready? Came Zhao Changhe's voice from outside. Yu Hongling meticulously secured her bandages and lowered her garments, contemplating that when she had lifted her clothes, this man was just outside. A slight flush crept onto her face, which she quickly composed. Ready. Zhao Changhe stepped inside, observing her languid posture, leaning against the window, a sight uncharacteristic of Yu Hongling, and could not help but frown. It seems your injury is not as simple as it appears. Is there internal damage as well? Indeed, at this level. Pure external injuries are seldom encountered, Yu Hongling replied with a smile. However, it is not a grave concern. If I can rest and recuperate for a few days, it will not pose any significant issue. This meager North Mang, I have already vanquished all challengers. Who could possibly harm you? Such absurdity. Would not my stronghold be easily annihilated in the blink of an eye? Your stronghold, should others take it seriously, could indeed be extinguished in an instant. So who exactly is this formidable opponent? Qianlong's third, the Chui family of Qinghe, Chui Yuanyang, the third of Qianlong. Which means you have relegated the former second to this position. Correct. So, you have indeed usurped his place, and he has come to confront you out of discontent? Having traveled from Qinghe to North Mang, he has likely been searching for your whereabouts. Perhaps having heard of your presence in North Mang, he specifically ventured here? Indeed. Zhao Changhe looked up at the sky, pondering. The ranking remains unchanged amidst this chaotic world. It seems that your battles differ significantly from mine in the rankings. A true contest can indeed dictate one's position. The fact that the list has not shifted indicates that while you're injured, your opponent must be suffering even more severely. Correct? Indeed, Yu Hongling responded, affirming thrice before breaking into a sudden laugh. What are you doing? Trying to demonstrate that you are not merely a brutish warrior? Zhao Changhe's expression remained impassive. I was merely contemplating whether I could seize the opportunity to eliminate this lingering threat while he is incapacitated. Though he is wounded, he is not easily dealt with, especially with his sister guarding him. Yu Hongling sighed. I too do not wish to resort to such measures. He openly challenged on the Grand Avenue. As a warrior, how could one seek trouble afterwards? You came to me not out of concern for him, but rather for the potential consequences he might pose. My apprehension does not lie with him. He is honorable and possesses a dignified demeanor. What is that expression on your face? Zhao Changhe's expression did indeed darken, his face rigid. Upon hearing her inquiry, he retorted stiffly. It is nothing. A scion of a noble family possesses his own grace, while we, mere mountain bandits, can only take advantage of others' misfortunes. The bitterness in his words was almost palpable. Yu Hongling observed him with a peculiar expression for a moment before finally saying, Yet I seek refuge with you, not with him. Zhao Changhe's demeanor softened somewhat, but he soon realized that his feelings of resentment were utterly unfounded. Yu Hongling was not bound to him in any way, and that kind of camaraderie among warriors. The exhilarating challenges, was it not the essence of martial arts? Was it not something he cherished as well? What exactly is causing the bitterness? He felt a twinge of embarrassment and, clumsily shifting the subject, inquired, Have you eaten? Have you been fasting? No, replied Yu Hongling, unabashed. As she smiled and clasped her fists. I am indeed a bit hungry. I hope I am not troubling you, Zhao Zhizhu. Zhao Changhe genuinely admired her straightforwardness. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he responded, In our next encounter, will you refer to me as Zhao Zhizhu? Yu Hongling appeared amused. Is this truly the Jianghu? Is it not your stronghold? Indeed, she was merely a younger girl, devoid of the rigid labels of a gallant heroine. Zhao Changhe chuckled, choosing not to argue the point, and strode out. They have just gone to the city for supplies. The good items have yet to arrive. Let me see what I can find left over from lunch to offer you. Do not wander too far. The mountain stronghold is fraught with traps, and it is easy to stumble without someone to guide you. Seeing Zhao Changhe depart with such purpose, Yu Hongling exhaled in relief. Regardless of the celestial path, I shall follow my own. It appeared her choice had indeed been wise. He possessed an inner conviction that set him apart from ordinary bandits. What should I call you? How could I possibly know? With some effort, she propped herself up from the table, subtly sensing the chaotic sword energy swirling within her, and finding it manageable. She cautiously opened the window and slipped into the courtyard. Since she had not been fasting, there were other necessities. For instance, even a heroine must heed nature's call. It would be rather awkward to seek a toilet in his abode. Thus, she resolved to venture into the mountains. However, just as she leapt outside, she sensed something amiss beneath her feet, and with a sudden jolt of alarm, she prepared to spring into the air. However, the intense pain from the internal sword energy prevented her from leaping up, and with a thud, she fell into the trap. Yu Hongling was both furious and anxious. Zhao Changhe, are you out of your mind? Digging a pit right by your own courtyard wall, aren't you afraid of accidentally triggering it while practicing? Yet, at this moment, her vital energy was constricted, and escape was impossible. Somebody, check behind the boss's courtyard, she cried. Damn it, how blind can one be to court death like this? No, wait, that direction. It seems to be coming from the boss's room. In a brief span, voices erupted, and a throng of people rushed from all directions towards her. Soon, someone leaned over the edge of the trap to peer in, and Yu Hongling instinctively covered her face. Oh, it appears to be a woman. Wait, from the boss's room. Clear out. Clear out. Zhao Changhe strode over with great urgency, yanking the nosy onlooker back. What is so strange about having a captive wife hidden in my room? Off you go. Yu Hongling nearly wished to tear her own face off in embarrassment. The bandits were filled with indignation. One should have known this scoundrel has a history. First hiding Luo Qi, now a woman. What is the matter? You're so powerful now that no one dares to challenge you, yet you still hide things. Someone shouted into the pit, sister-in-law. The boss is fine, but he just loves to keep things under wraps for no reason. It's New Year S, and since you're here, let us have a bonfire feast and liven things up. Goddamn sister-in-law. What is there to liven up? Yu Hongling was utterly mortified. She was far too famous. In some places, her portraits were even sold, and many in the martial world could recognize her. As the formidable Wang Dashan caught sight of her passing by, he instantly realized that Yu Hongling had arrived. Thus, the rumors would spread far and wide by tomorrow. Yu Hongling, the lady of a bandit stronghold? In chapter 39, the image of Yu Hongling lingered in his heart. I told you not to wander about. If this truly is a den of bandits, how do you plan to meet your end? Fortunately, the pits were freshly dug, and the traps had yet to be concealed. Otherwise, it would be absurd for the second of the Qianlong to perish here, and who knows what chaos would ensue in the world of literature. Other bandit lairs would not be so riddled with pits. Moreover, is this not a bandit stronghold? What exactly does it mean to be the lady of the stronghold? Yu Hongling gritted her teeth, the sword energy within her writhing painfully, yet she could not afford to show weakness. How can this be? She seethed, her gaze fierce. Did my room get robbed? Did my subordinates capture this oblivious woman? Zhao Changhe replied with irritation, My dear you're injured and lack the strength to resist. A group armed with spears could easily take you down. What do you propose we call this situation? Friends? Yu Hongling found herself at a loss for words. It was indeed impossible to argue. One could only concede that they were allies. Yet, as a woman, in your quarters, how could one claim this was merely a friendship? To others, it would sound like an attempt to conceal the truth, leading only to ambiguous implications. Thus, she was indeed the lady of the stronghold. I hadn't anticipated that a mere surge of sword energy would cause such disarray. When I stealthily entered earlier, I was unaware of it. It shouldn't have come to this. Yu Hongling's eyes grew distant. It's over for my reputation. I should never have come to this wretched place. Zhao Changhe cast a sidelong glance at her, and in an instant, his preconceived notions about this woman were turned completely upside down. Strangely, there was no sense of disillusionment. Instead, he found it somewhat endearing. Yu Hongling maintained a stoic expression. If you hadn't uttered that last remark, it would have been somewhat comforting. To have someone imagine that I am nothing more than a woman from a humble dwelling, and for you to keep me hidden away for days. Spare me. Zhao Changhe, caught between laughter and tears, replied, Hiding you is not an option. What do you expect me to do, my dear sister? The repetition of sister carried a hint of mockery, practically dripping with sarcasm, as if to say, with your demeanor, how could I have been so blind as to call you sister in the first place? Fuming, Yu Hongling bit her silver teeth. Get me a set of clothes from your village. I can put on some makeup and go out to eat and drink with them openly. What is the harm in that? There are countless people in the world who bear a resemblance. Why must I be Yu Hongling? Can I not be Lin Hongyue instead? Changing clothes and applying makeup is indeed feasible, but not for the purpose of revelry. You are injured, so do not be overly proud. Zhao Changhe rose and patted her shoulder. The makeup is for you to maintain a semblance of normalcy in your daily life. You should be able to go out freely, confront those who deserve it, and not have to hide away. That is not the Yu Hongling I envision. With that, he resolved to find her a suitable outfit. Recalling that some belongings were left unpacked, her stature was quite similar to that of the previous owner. Observing Zhao Changhe rummaging through the cabinet at the foot of the bed, Yu Hongling's expression grew a touch peculiar. What exactly did he envision when he thought of Yu Hongling? Soon, a set of clothes was thrown over, surprisingly imbued with a faint fragrance. You rest. I shall venture out to drink with them. After all, it is the new year, and the chieftain would not want to be perceived as indulging in self-gratification while neglecting the revelry of others. What nonsense about women! How utterly coarse, though lacking in substance. These rascals speak as if I have engaged in all manner of exploits. Wait, whose clothes are these, and why do they carry the scent of a woman? Indeed, The brutish mountain lord has truly entertained women here. Yu Hongling, with a throbbing headache, pinched her temples, yet could not summon anger at the sight of Zhao Changhe striding away. How amusing it is. He seems to harbor an imagined version of Yu Hongling. And when the real Yu Hongling fails to align with his fantasies, he resorts to preserving his idealized image. But enough of that. I must relieve myself lest I burst. Yu Hongling's gaze darted around the room, and like a long-lost kin, she dashed towards the toilet. As night deepened, bonfires crackled throughout the mountain stronghold, the air alive with raucous revelry. Though the band comprised merely 300 to 400 souls, the spectacle of their collective merriment was nonetheless magnificent, a cacophony of exuberance. The chieftain's abode towered above the square, and as Yu Hongling donned her cloak and stepped outside, she gazed down upon the lively scene below. A large banner fluttered in the night breeze, its bold characters faintly discernible, upholding heaven's mandate. Yu Hongling regarded the banner with interest, pondering how these 4 characters often serve as a pretext for many a bandit, yet she seemed disinclined to uphold any such mandate, choosing instead to forge her own path. Her eyes roamed the gathering, swiftly locating Zhao Changhe. He was simply too conspicuous. Zhao Changhe, with a large wine jug in hand, wandered about, drinking with anyone who approached him, his voice resonating above the clamor, easily discernible amidst the chaos. Just a few cups in, he challenged, "Are you men or not? Drink up, stop pretending. How about a drinking contest?" He proposed. "Splendid idea. You all form teams, and I shall offer a reward. The victors shall earn coin, while the vanquished will drink. Is boss not fitting?" Someone questioned. "What do you suggest, King? Spare us the jest." How about Big Chief?" Another chimed in. "You might as well call him Supreme Treasure. When will the second round begin?" "Who knows? Who cares?" Yu Hongling overheard her name mentioned, someone inquiring, "Boss," earlier. Yu Hongling passed by. "Is she still nearby? What shall we do if such a formidable person comes to challenge us?" Zhao Changhe waved dismissively. "It matters not. I shall handle it." Yu Hongling was taken aback. How could a few dishes lead to such a state? If it were really Yu Hongling in my room, I wouldn't be wasting time with you lot. I'd be enjoying myself. I'm not saying that as truly Yu Hongling. She just bears a resemblance. Boss, you wouldn't have chosen your wife based on Yu Hongling's looks, would you? What of it? Is there something wrong with choosing someone resembling Yu Hongling? It appeared the boss had a preference for such beauty. Someone nearby added with a playful tone, "Well, of course. Who wouldn't he want to have someone as stunning as Yu Hongling in bed?" Laughter erupted, indeed. A chorus of flattery ensued, with many claiming, "I believe our boss is worthy of Yu Hongling. It's only a matter of time before it becomes a reality." At this moment, Zhao Changhe, who had always navigated challenges with ease, found himself somewhat at a loss. Drink, drink. Stop indulging in naive daydreams. If you can't drink, then go sit at the dog's table. Of course, his discomfort was palpable. Who knew if these words would reach Yu Hongling's ears? The heightened senses of a practitioner at the 8th level of the entrance were no trivial matter. Just then, someone unwittingly added fuel to the fire. If the boss sought out Yu Hongling, then what about the saintess of summer? Damn. Zhao Changhe's face flushed crimson, uncertain how much of it was due to the alcohol and how much from anxiety. A perceptive companion quickly interjected, "Boss, you ought to drink less. Your sister-in-law is still waiting in solitude." Such talk of Yu Hongling and the saintess was merely idle chatter, not to be taken seriously. Zhao Changhe nearly bolted, realizing she had clearly heard everything. After all, her innate sword energy was always in effect. Should she become truly furious and unleash a strike, he would not stand a chance against her. Fortunately, Yu Hongling did not coldly pose an impossible question about how he intended to handle her presence in his room. Instead, she suddenly smiled. "This pool is too shallow. It is astonishing that you alone possess the first level of the entrance within the entire stronghold. I am perplexed, though you clearly possess deep reservoirs of ambition. Why do you content yourself with idling here? Moreover, your path diverges drastically from that of the demonic sect. How can you bear to remain?" After a pause, she chuckled. "Only foul fish and rotten shrimp have come to bother me, and no genuine practitioners of the demonic arts have dared to provoke me, nor have any bounty hunters sought me out. That is because I am a member of the Blood God cult. Not everyone is brave enough to challenge the Blood God cult." Indeed, Yu Hongling nodded. "Ultimately, you have only trained in martial arts for less than 2 months. Your current achievements are truly remarkable. Perhaps your exuberance is too overwhelming, making you appear as if you are a seasoned master." At this point, her brows furrowed slightly. "Your fortune is quite peculiar. Now that the authorities are pursuing you, you find yourself at odds with the righteous path. Should you rashly sever ties with the demonic sect, you would find no refuge there either. Zhao Changhe smiled. His path was indeed fraught with complications. As a suspected prince, even if Tang Shouzuo were aware, he would not dare to rescind the arrest warrant, for to do so would only betray his intentions to those with ulterior motives, rendering him even more perilous. This implies that until he formally acknowledges his true father, the warrant is likely to remain in effect. If he wishes to avoid that route, then, as it stands, once he betrays the sect and leaves the martial world, he would find himself equally unwelcome among both the righteous and the demonic, traversing a path rife with thorns. This is one of the reasons he has hesitated to leave this small pond. Of course, were he to possess sufficient strength, such concerns would be moot. Thus, Zhao Changhe suddenly laughed. Might I learn martial arts from my sister? Yu Hongling's gaze flickered. The two exchanged complex glances under the moonlight, amidst the cacophony, as if time had frozen in a still painting. It turned out that after all the twists and turns, it remained as it was upon their first meeting. After a long while, Yu Hongling also smiled. Very well. Chapter 40. What is inevitable must come in the chief's abode. Fine wine and sumptuous meat were laid out, and the warmth of the brazier enveloped the room. Watching Yu Hongling relish the meat, Zhao Changhe sighed inwardly, wishing that if only Xia Qiqi had been here under such favorable circumstances back then, she would undoubtedly have been very happy. The current revenue generation is akin to a group of naive individuals challenging the freely given. Zhao Changhe has discovered that his practical skills have significantly improved. Yet in comparison to the past, he has lost something essential. There is no one to guide him. He is akin to a blind man grasping at an elephant. Whether it pertains to the Shajia heart method, lightness skills, or the blood fiend technique along with the blood fiend blade method, he now relies solely on his own contemplation, adhering to the manuals and diagrams. Is there a deviation? He cannot ascertain. There is no longer a master son to admonish him that his strikes lack precision or that his waist movements are excessively exaggerated. Whether he can transcend the dual realms of internal and external mastery, or if he is merely lacking the right timing, is also a matter of personal perception. Gone are the days when a seasoned elder would say, "You've practiced sufficiently. Today you may attempt a breakthrough." Many realizations dawn only after loss. The difference between having and not having is immense. He is ultimately just a novice who has practiced martial arts for a mere 2 months, far from reaching a level where he can self-correct, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. As for his thoughts on romance, he is uncertain. She is exceedingly beautiful. It is only natural for any man to have thoughts. Yet, much like during his cohabitation with Xia Qiqi, Zhao Changhe feels that if it weren't for those complications, things would be much simpler and more fluid. The troubles she brings are quite vexing. She refrains from broaching those awkward and embarrassing topics with him, suddenly shifting to serious matters. Has she also come to this realization? Consequently, everyone becomes more relaxed, at least on the surface. If Xia Qiqi were present, she would likely widen her eyes in disbelief, laughingly exclaiming, "Such is the talk of true heroes in the martial world." It seems she is envious of Yu Hongling, which is actually quite unnecessary. Yu Hongling, feeling quite satisfied after her meal, leisurely wiped her mouth and said, "I am not your master. However, as friends engaging in conversation, there is no need for you to adopt such a rigid demeanor. You might have misunderstood something. Do you believe me when I say I am contemplating women?" Zhao Changhe, with a stoic expression, replied, "Ever since you fell into that pit." The lofty Yu Hongling has long ceased to exist. Yu Hongling nearly choked, taking a moment before responding, "I don't need your lofty ideals. I am perplexed by the peculiar version of Yu Hongling that resides in your mind. Was I particularly serious when we first met? I distinctly recall smiling at you." Zhao Changhe. How touching, you actually smiled. Yu Hongling, uninterested in his remarks, returned to the main topic. "I have observed many of your battles. Far more than you might imagine." Zhao Changhe lifted his gaze to her. "How can you speak so proudly of peeping at a man? Did you watch me while I was bathing? Never mind. Your foundational skills are exceptionally solid. Your strikes are precise and balanced, guided by an agile mind, free from rigid adherence to established techniques. You simply need to continue engaging in real combat. You have amassed a wealth of experience, which will naturally lead to a deeper understanding and expression of your techniques. In terms of skills, there is little more I can teach you. What you require is a more formidable mastery of swordplay." Zhao Changhe, skeptical, responded, "Is it truly that simple? I am uncertain whether I should handle each strike in a particular manner. It all relies on instinct. I do not need someone to tell me that if I had done something differently with that last strike, it would have been better. Only then can I reflect on the experience and improve for the next encounter. Merely having such thoughts is already sufficient. Initially, it was necessary to rely on guidance. But now that you have embarked on your journey, can you still expect your master to offer counsel in every battle? You must depend on yourself. The ability to introspect, to summarize and extract lessons from each encounter, is also a manifestation of talent. Otherwise, what does it mean to be a potential dragon? That would merely be a sycophant trailing behind a master. I have only trained for 2 months. Yu Hongling replied calmly. You are Zhao Changhe. 1 month of martial arts training, wielding a blade with dual prowess, ascending as a potential dragon, instilling awe in the mountains of Mang. How many in this world can claim such a feat? Do you truly believe that the potential dragon is a mere trifle, unworthy of attention? That is a recognition craved by countless individuals, yet seldom attained. Zhao Changhe, caught between laughter and tears, responded, I truly appreciate it. Well then, if you say I require a more formidable sword technique, do you possess any? Show me what you have. Yu Hongling rolled her eyes. None. Hey, throughout these years, I have faced numerous challenges and taken many lives. I indeed possess various sword techniques and manuals. However, to be frank, the Blood Fiend blade technique is exceptionally formidable. The techniques I have acquired may not necessarily match its caliber. If you desire them, I will share them with you. Consider them a stone from another mountain, a means to broaden your understanding of different schools. For now, I still recommend you focus on the Blood Fiend blade. As she spoke, Yu Hongling retrieved a satchel from beneath the table and tossed several books towards him. You actually brought a satchel with you. I already mentioned that I came to seek refuge with you. Would I deceive you? That remains uncertain. Zhao Changhe accepted the words, feeling a sense of discomfort. You have surpassed the Blood God technique, yet you claim that the lower-tier Blood Fiend technique and its accompanying knife arts are formidable. It all sounds rather dismissive. Yu Hongling chuckled softly. What I have mastered may not necessarily surpass the Blood God technique. With a mere hint, Zhao Changhe understood. The effectiveness of a technique depends on the practitioner. Even the Blood Fiend technique and its knife arts were easily dispatched by Zhao Changhe in mere 3 moves against Deputy Leader Huang. Thus, it was not that the Blood God technique was inferior, but rather that Shui, the leader, was lacking in capability. Yu Hongling continued, moreover, the Blood Fiend technique is not merely a transitional method inferior to the Blood God technique. It is, in fact, a shortcut derived from the Blood God technique itself. While the Blood God technique emphasizes both internal and external cultivation, the Blood Fiend technique focuses solely on vital energy and blood. Though it may seem one-sided, it offers greater expediency, ranking among the best in external martial arts. However, the absence of internal and external harmony presents clear drawbacks, resulting in few individuals mastering it to a profound degree, something you are well aware of. Zhao Changhe nodded slightly. Indeed, I too find the Blood Fiend technique to be remarkably potent. I initially thought my perception was limited due to my lack of exposure to higher-level external arts. Since you affirm its strength, it must indeed be formidable. Yet, as Yu Hongling spoke, a hint of hesitation crept into her tone. The drawbacks of this technique extend beyond merely impairing rationality and inflicting pain during cultivation. Zhao Chang's eyes widened in surprise. Most techniques have one negative effect. To have 2 seems quite distressing. Is there more? Yes, Yu Hongling replied. Have you not noticed that the more lives you take, the greater the power the technique seems to bestow upon you? Zhao Changhe was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, such a notion was explicitly recorded in the martial arts manuals. It had been duly noted that this aspect existed even when practicing the Blood God technique, an inherent characteristic of the Blood God sect that reveled in bloodshed. Blood and malice were intertwined. The more lives one claimed, the more one nurtured malevolence. A frail scholar employing this technique would undoubtedly be outperformed by a ruthless brigand skilled in the art of killing. Whether one was amassing a collection of murderous tomes or cultivating unparalleled prowess, Zhao Changhe felt a sense of bewilderment. He could not discern whether this was a virtue or a vice. It was indeed easy to envision oneself becoming a malevolent fiend, a harbinger of death. Moreover, with an accumulation of malice, would it not further impair one's rationality? As of now, he had yet to encounter any episodes of irrational fury, perhaps merely due to his low level of cultivation. Yet what would transpire should his skills advance? After contemplating this, Zhao Changhe cautiously inquired, can internal energy address these issues? Internal energy is not uniform. I cannot fully comprehend your unique form of it. Yu Hongling replied with a slight smile. It appears devoid of any distinctive traits, and I am uncertain if it would be beneficial in your situation. Zhao Changhe responded, somewhat exasperated. So you are aware of this, then? Nevertheless, at least you have helped me clarify the circumstances, which is of some comfort. I can certainly instruct you on 3 aspects, she continued. Firstly, your internal energy undoubtedly has an improper origin. It merely possesses the channels for true energy flow, lacking guidance in breathing techniques and the essential mantras for mental cultivation. This might not pose significant issues at the initial stages, but as you aspire to ascend further, you will inevitably feel a void, as if you're missing a key. Zhao Changhe experienced an epiphany. His instincts had proven correct. No wonder he always felt on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd level. It was indeed lacking something. Had it not been for Yu Hongling's arrival, he might have been stuck at this 2nd realm indefinitely. May I utilize your mental cultivation method? He inquired. Methods of this nature are generally similar across various schools. They merely enhance guidance and focus the mind's energy. You can certainly employ my technique to channel your meridians, and the essence you cultivate will remain your own. It is akin to using the 9 Xian method taught by Fu Junzhu to operate the longevity technique. Ultimately, it still is the longevity technique, is it not? Zhao Chang has suddenly realized that many practitioners of the Tang era who obtained the longevity technique might miss some essential elements. This thought flitted through his mind, but he quickly responded with enthusiasm. Please, teach me, elder sister. Before we proceed, I will first instruct you on proper breathing techniques. Sit comfortably. There is no need to cross your legs. Just sit normally. Zhao Changhe complied earnestly. Yu Hongling stood up, approached him, hesitated momentarily, then leaned down, placing her hand gently on his lower abdomen. First, draw in your stomach. That's right. Take a deep breath and feel the air swelling within you. Then synchronize it with your internal energy. With the female master so close, her delicate hand caressing him, a subtle fragrance wafted to his nose, and her hair brushed against his cheek, causing both his face and heart to flutter. Zhao Changhe suddenly comprehended why Yu Hongling had been reluctant to take on disciples. It was not merely for her own freedom, as having a burden would hinder her ability to traverse the martial world. More importantly, was it not a concern for this very situation? You are instructed to breathe deeply, yet why does your breathing become so erratic and hurried? Yu Hongling's expression was devoid of emotion, her voice seeping out as if forced through clenched teeth. Is it perhaps because I am in your room that you are contemplating how to proceed? Chapter 41. The duality of the entrance. Having engaged in a perfectly normal conversation for an entire evening, one might have assumed that you were unperturbed by those awkward matters. Yet, it appears you have been harboring grievances all along, waiting here for this moment. Zhao Changhe was on the verge of tears. It was an impossible topic to navigate. Alas, such is the plight of a virgin. Zhao Changhe grimaced and confessed, I genuinely hadn't considered it before. It was merely casual banter with the brothers in the village. Please do not take it to heart. Yu Hongling's brows furrowed in indignation. What do you mean by I genuinely hadn't thought of it before? Are you implying that you are now contemplating it? Zhao Changhe then stated. But could you refrain from touching? I am, after all, a normal man. He continued. It's just a matter of contracting my abdomen and taking a deep breath. I can manage that myself. Truly it is unnecessary. Yu Hongling's hand nearly left a blood mark. Her teeth clenched in fury as she retorted. Who is touching you? I am simply waiting for you to inhale external energy, to assist you in guiding your dantian and harmonizing it with your internal energy. Do you think the practice of inhaling and exhaling is merely about breathing? No one is here to show you how to cultivate. Zhao Changhe opened his mouth, his head drooping in defeat. Then go ahead and touch. Yu Hongling was taken aback. How has it come to seem as though I am taking advantage of you? I have sought refuge with you, and you have come to me for guidance. Thus, I selflessly teach you. We are in a harmonious exchange, a tale of mutual benefit. Yet it has devolved into this. With gritted teeth, she exerted a bit more force, deep breath, focus, and calm. Boss. The door was suddenly flung open, and a panting bandit rushed in. Outside. Yu Hongling turned her expressionless face towards him, then slowly lowered her gaze to her own posture, which was in the act of caressing Zhao Changhe's abdomen. It was evident to anyone observing that this was the prelude to something more intimate. No, I am not Yu Hongling. I am merely a woman who bears a slight resemblance to her. Zhao Changhe's face stiffened. What is the matter? A brother went to the back mountain and discovered that a trap had been triggered. It doesn't seem to be the work of a wild animal. There may be intruders in the mountains. Zhao Changhe shuddered, all chaotic thoughts dissipating. He sprang to his feet. You have done well. Everyone has had a bit too much to drink tonight. It is indeed the perfect opportunity for a night raid. I had overlooked it. He paced a couple of steps and said to Yu Hongling, You stay hidden in the house and do not venture outside. I will go assess the situation and summon people to guard this place. Yu Hongling twitched her mouth slightly, tilting her head in silence. Zhao Changhe strode out, and faintly, the bandit could be heard saying, Boss, the sister-in-law does bear some resemblance to Yu Hongling. It turns out the boss secretly holds a fondness for her. Zhao Changhe muttered as he walked away, Mind your own business. Go gather the men and ensure your sister-in-law remains unperturbed. Of course, leave it to the brothers. If the sister-in-law loses a single hair, I will twist my head off to serve as a night pot for the boss. Enough of your nonsense. Get to work. Yu Hongling suddenly felt an urge to laugh. Who exactly is tarnishing whose reputation here? It is said that others are unaware of the true identity of Yu Hongling. Her reputation has not been tarnished, whereas Zhao Changhe's infatuation with her is a stain that cannot be erased. That so-called saintess of summer. Will she come for him with a blade? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a sudden realization struck him, and his sword was drawn. Who dares to approach? Why not reveal yourself? From the treetops outside, a muffled voice replied, It is I. The tone was weak and feeble, bearing a sickly quality. Cui Yuanyong? Yu Hongling was taken aback, realizing that someone truly knew her identity. No, what brings you here? She exclaimed, her anger flaring. You are more gravely injured than I. What business do you have roaming the mountains at this hour? Since when did your family, the Cui clan, concern themselves with such lowly wanted criminals? If you truly meant to capture a fugitive, this is hardly the way to go about it. The voice outside continued with a languid tone. I heard rumors that the lady of Baima Mountain Stronghold is quite beautiful, resembling Yu Hongling. Zhao Changhe seems to have a fondness for such. I began to suspect that perhaps you had fallen victim to bandits, and my concern drove me to investigate. However, it appears I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Yu Hongling's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. When did you arrive? Just a moment ago, when you willingly leaned into him. Your hand wandering downward. Indeed, at such times, a woman's intuition seems to dwindle to naught. The moment he departed, her vigilance surged, while I remained unnoticed despite my presence. Clang. The cold air shimmered with the energy of the blade, a murderous intent soaring to the heavens. Cui Yuanyong, may you meet your end. Why did I turn to him? Why did I fall into this trap? From beginning to end, it is all your fault. The sound of clashing swords faded into the distance. Cough. My good intentions, dear Cui, have merely interrupted your refined pursuits. Must you react so harshly? I shall kill you. Indeed, it is said that only women and petty men are difficult to nurture. Farewell. Should I catch wind of even the slightest rumor outside, I shall declare war on the Cui family. Look at the mess this has caused. Yet, to speak candidly, he truly did not wish for things to escalate to this point. He and Yu Hongling shared no such relationship, only leading to mutual distress. Their interactions had grown increasingly troublesome, and it was even possible that to avoid suspicion, Yu Hongling might not even be able to maintain their friendship in the future. He was uncertain whether to be grateful to this brother Cui or to take up arms against him. However, just as he pondered the loss of even a friendship, Yu Hongling suddenly spoke. There is a spy in your camp. Zhao Changhe was taken aback, nodding in agreement. Yes, you fell into the pit this evening. And it is not yet midnight. Cui Yuanyong has already heard about it in the city. Clearly someone is gossiping. Yu Hongling inquired, Do you know who it is? Do you require assistance in dealing with this? Not at the moment. When I need to address it, I shall manage it myself. Of course, if you wish to vent your frustrations, you may handle it now. Since you have a plan, then it is unnecessary. Yu Hongling replied nonchalantly, Enough. Since this is a misunderstanding, let us not dwell on it. You may continue to sit comfortably. I will guide your breathing. Zhao Changhe was taken aback. You. Still. What? Why can you not do this? Cui Yuanyong, a distinguished heir of the Cui family, but not to be so utterly distasteful, as the whispered tales of rural ants suggest. Moreover, Yu Hongling, with a clear conscience, diligently undertakes her responsibilities, indifferent to the idle gossip of others. Yu Hongling glanced at him and suddenly smiled. What? Do you truly believe I would sever our ties over such trivial matters? What fault do you possess in this affair that I should direct my ire towards you? Zhao Changhe pressed his lips together, ultimately choosing silence, settling into a tranquil posture. The essence of Yu Hongling remained steadfast in his heart, noble and unyielding, with clear distinctions between gratitude and grievances, unshaken. The sunset illuminated Hongling, unrestrained and free, unbothered by the petty judgments of the mundane world. Zhao Changhe sat quietly, while Yu Hongling continued to rest her hand on his lower abdomen. Inhaling deeply, a gentle flow of vital energy coursed through him, harmonizing with the external breath, as if illustrating, "Remember this sensation. Thereafter, let your breathing fluctuate naturally, gradually attuning your rhythm, until it becomes second nature. Understood. I shall impart to you the essence of the heart's method. Take heed." The ethereal fragrance of the female mentor lingered, her hair brushing against his cheek, yet Zhao Changhe found no room for frivolous thoughts. The clear and decisive voice articulated each word, and he immersed himself in the cyclical flow of breath and inner energy, gradually entering a state of tranquility. Yu Hongling's hand had long departed. She sat beside him, eyes closed, cultivating her energy to mend her injuries. Time slipped away, and when Zhao Changhe finally opened his eyes, it felt as if a flash of light pierced the darkness, illuminating the void. In that moment, Yu Hongling also opened her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. In our initial transmission of teachings, intended solely for familiarity, you perceived signs of breakthrough, and without hesitation, you surged forth, breaking through entirely. This commanding presence is as unyielding as its name suggests, akin to a mighty river flowing relentlessly, an unstoppable force. I appreciate the compliment, but I find my name rather pedestrian. However, if your last statement were a critique from the tumultuous era of literature, it would be most fitting. What a wretched book it is. Yu Hongling disregarded him, her brow furrowing slightly. Your martial arts are remarkably powerful. Even as a mere second level of the Xianguan, the energy it radiates is unparalleled. I have yet to encounter such formidable techniques, especially ones devoid of discernible characteristics. Merely vast and profound. What kind of divine skill is this? Chapter 42, Blood Fiend Ascendant. It is indeed peculiar for this technique to be anything less than extraordinary, as it is a legacy left by the foremost expert on the heavenly rankings for his progeny to cultivate. If it were an inferior technique, that would be inconceivable. Initially, during my rudimentary training, I could not discern any peculiarities, and Zhao Changhe had no points of reference to compare its quality. Now that Yu Hongling is present, it provides an opportune moment for her to analyze it. Yet, despite my trust in Yu Hongling, I hesitate to divulge all my secrets. And thus Zhao Changhe could only express, I am uncertain about this technique. As you can see, it lacks both breathing methods and mental disciplines, merely a haphazard practice. Perhaps I shall name this technique the Xia 8 refinements. Could you assist me in assessing the quality of my true energy? Yu Hongling shot him an exasperated glare. Extend your hand. I shall examine it. Zhao Changhe obediently extended his hand, and as Yu Hongling placed her palm against his, her expression shifted to one of increasing astonishment. The true energy cultivated through Zhao Changhe's technique was of an extraordinary quality, far exceeding her expectations, even after her utmost efforts to overrate it. Why is there a distinction of realms? Regardless of whether one practices internal or external arts, expressiveness can indeed be quantified. Those who share the same realm are nearly indistinguishable, thus serving as a standard for classification. Those who can transcend these levels are truly worthy of admiration. Otherwise, what significance does hierarchy hold? To illustrate with a simple example, when one's true energy reaches 1, it signifies the first threshold of the mysterious realm, with an upper limit of 10. Upon reaching 10, one finds themselves at an impasse, necessitating the opening of the second threshold to continue augmenting their true energy, such as the common experience. This is why internal cultivation does not yield immediate results. Upon breaking through a certain barrier in external practices, physical strength can significantly amplify, potentially leading to a decisive counterattack. In contrast, internal practitioners must persist in accumulating energy to create a substantial disparity. The quintessential distinction between divine arts and ordinary techniques lies in the time required for progression. One might ascend from 1 to 10 in divine arts within merely 3 days, easily surpassing thresholds. Conversely, inferior techniques may demand 3 years of accumulation, with thresholds that can induce profound frustration. Moreover, superior techniques can directly lead to hidden treasures, while inferior ones may only allow for advancement up to the second or third thresholds, leaving practitioners stranded thereafter. Thus, the gulf between esteemed sects, noble families, and ordinary warriors becomes pronounced. The emergence of a divine technique can incite fierce competition, rooted in this very principle. Zhao Changhe has just transcended to the second level, with his Dantian meridians resembling a reservoir of that same magnitude, which is unremarkable. The issue lies in the quality, which is utterly preposterous. It was you who just boasted of a pool of solid ice. Others, with their modest cultivation, possess true energy that is largely formless and intangible, while Yu Hongling can nearly perceive the swirling white mist within this fellow, akin to smoke and fog. You are speaking of someone who has been stuck at the threshold of the second level for an extended period, unable to transcend their limitations, and thus must focus on refining the quality of their true energy, gradually accumulating to such an extent, which is rather commonplace. However, to achieve such quality immediately upon your breakthrough, if you were to deliberately refine it, what would the outcome be? Do you aspire to defy the heavens? What kind of technique is this? The Summer Princess's 8 refinements. I have never heard of it. After listening to Yu Hongling's explanation, Zhao Chang'e stroked his chin. So, does this mean that my supposed late start in martial arts has been addressed by this technique? Not at all, Yu Hongling replied, shaking her head. Why is it said that one should begin cultivating from a young age? Because children possess a high degree of plasticity. Their dantian and meridians gradually expand with practice, while yours have already solidified. Your meridians are too narrow to accommodate a violent surge of true energy. Your dantian is limited in size, and even if you were to break through to the 9th level, you would find your dantian incapable of holding such an abundance of true energy. Without a special opportunity, your achievements in this lifetime are likely to be constrained. Zhao Chang'e smiled. I see. Thank you for your explanation. I understand now. Yu Hongling was astonished. How can you be so carefree? A treasure that could cleanse the marrow and reshape the mind is right before you, yet you dismiss it so easily. At least it proves that such things truly exist in this world. Zhao Chang'e was not so troubled. He laughed lightly. There is always a way out. And the world is filled with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Given that matters have reached this point, what use is there in fretting? I shall practice the blood fiend technique for now. As you mentioned, it is indeed formidable. Yu Hongling could not help but acknowledge that this fellow's nonchalance resonated well with her, so she consoled him. The blood fiend technique cultivates vital energy and blood essence. And indeed, it is more advantageous for a young man like you. Your youthful age can transform into an asset. Moreover, this technique has a significant upper limit. So you may practice it with peace of mind. When the time comes, who knows what opportunities may arise. Indeed, Zhao Chang'e mused, for this, I have endured countless drawbacks. It is unavoidable. By the way, I possess a formidable move in my blood fiend blade technique called divine and demonic dispersion, which requires an outrageous amount of blood energy. It is said that one must at least reach the 3rd level of the mysterious realm to use it even once. Can I substitute this true energy instead? If so, as you mentioned, the quality should suffice for a single use. Of course, it is merely that the ferocity would be diminished, resulting in a less potent effect. After all, the martial arts that complement the technique undoubtedly possess unique attributes that cannot be replaced by other methods. However, in terms of the blade technique itself, its power remains intact. It would simply lack certain special effects, such as inducing paralysis or fear, but the potency is not significantly weakened. That is acceptable. Yu Hongling found his description rather peculiar yet apparent. This mountain bandit seemed to possess a certain erudition that surpassed her own. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, It seems you have a specific purpose behind your question. What is it that you intend to do? Zhao Chang'e smiled faintly. How can one proceed without a few secret techniques? It is not necessarily tied to a particular goal. Yu Hongling cast him a sidelong glance, finding his smile rather displeasing. As if harboring ulterior motives, she remarked, Do you not recall what I previously mentioned? I can teach you in 3 aspects. Leading you in internal cultivation is merely the first. Zhao Chang'e scratched his head, momentarily distracted by various interruptions, nearly forgetting that Yu Hongling had indeed mentioned she could teach 3 aspects, with internal strength being the foremost. He smiled apologetically and inquired, I am already grateful for the internal strength, so what comes next? Yu Hongling subtly ground her teeth, nonchalantly drawing her sword, practical combat with you. Zhao Chang'e was taken aback and retreated a step. What would I be fighting you for, if not to be defeated in an instant? That wouldn't serve any purpose for training. You've been sparring with those insignificant opponents. You won't achieve anything noteworthy without encountering genuine challenges and tasting the bitterness of failure. What value does such training hold? Yu Hongling said with enthusiasm. Enough of this banter. Extend your head. Oh, draw your sword. Zhao Chang'e took off running. No, you're still injured. Can we postpone this for another day? Yu Hongling pursued him with her sword drawn, What does a mere injury matter? I can handle you easily. I see you are eager to fight me, aren't you? Do not slander. I, Yu Hongling, am upright and do not hold grudges against others. Ah, come on. I did fight back. Come on, let me see how much strength Zhao the great leader possesses, so you can call me where. Zhao Changtha, amused, found his feet suddenly halting in the courtyard. If defeating you would earn me the right to call you wearer, I would indeed like to give it a try. Yu Hongling, intrigued, ceased her pursuit. Just as Zhao Changhe planted his right foot firmly, swiftly pivoted, drew his blade, and leapt forward with a fierce downward strike. The scene at that moment was both mystical and reminiscent of dark sorcery. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, the waning moon hung like a crescent in the night sky, its blood-red glint resembling a blade descending from the heavens, perfectly obscuring the crescent moon, akin to a sanguine moon plummeting from the sky, tearing through the firmament. In the darkness, Zhao Chang's visage remained obscured, yet his blood-red eyes shone forth, suspended in the air, embodying both divinity and malevolence. The bloodthirsty aura surged through the sky, scattering gods and Buddhas alike. This was no mere technique of the three realms. The three realms could only be employed once with great difficulty. This was an unparalleled skill, one that could only be wielded with the mastery of at least the fifth or sixth realm, renowned as one of the blood god sect's most formidable knife techniques. Revealing its terrifying fangs for the first time in Zhao Changhe's grasp. Yu Hongling had witnessed this strike before. It had been executed by sect leader Xue. If this strike were fully propelled by the bloodthirsty energy, Zhao Changhe's anticipated fearsome effect was indeed real. Opponents of fragile will could be left shattered and paralyzed in terror beneath its might. Yet, whether it was due to his current weakened state or the atmosphere of the moment, Yu Hongling felt that when she faced Xue Songhai, she had not encountered the same overwhelming presence that Zhao Changhe now exuded, akin to a blood god wielding a crescent moon, furiously cleaving through the universe. Was he truly born of an outlaw nature? The dark arts of this cult seemed to resonate with him so perfectly. In a fleeting thought, Yu Hongling's longsword had already pierced the edge of the blood moon. Brilliant crimson clouds illuminated the vast expanse. As the setting sun and the blood moon coexisted in the sky, ultimately succumbing to silence. Bang! Zhao Changhe fell headlong for several yards, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall. Coughing laboriously, raising his gaze, he saw Yu Hongling also struggling to brace herself against her sword, a faint trickle of blood seeping from her abdomen, the wound having reopened under strain. As she observed Zhao Changhe, who was coughing by the wall, a glimmer of admiration truly flickered in her eyes. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? Initially, her minor injury was inconsequential, akin to a gentle reprimand from an adult to a child. A mere flick of the sword that required no force to inflict upon the abdomen. How could it possibly aggravate the wound? However, the might of Zhao Changhe's strike surpassed all expectations, instinctively engaging the abdominal muscles and inevitably straining the injury. Truly, one reaps what one sows. While intending to recuperate, he inadvertently exacerbated his own wound. It is not as if he delivered the blow. There is no need for him to be called Yuer. The chaotic realms of literature should not falter. Otherwise, Zhao Changhe's blade would surely earn renown. Meanwhile, Zhao Changhe laboriously propped himself up and suddenly chuckled. What a thrill! What a thrill! You are absolutely correct. This is the essence of battle. Once you have recovered, we shall resume. Chapter 43. Children of the Jianghu. Yu Hongling felt an overwhelming urge to retort. When I recover, indeed. Do you have any idea how long you will need to rest? His injuries were not solely the result of the retaliation. The reckless exertion of his ultimate technique was absurd. Yu Hongling could discern that his entire vitality was depleted, his muscles rendered feeble. Just moments ago, he spoke of the exceptional quality of his true energy. But now it was utterly exhausted, leaving not a trace behind. At this moment, even a goose could vanquish him. Yet, he continued to smile, radiating joy and anticipation, genuinely eager for their next encounter. Such a spirited individual should not be entangled in matters of gender. He was inherently destined to cleave through the rivers and mountains of this tumultuous world. Yu Hongling pursed her lips, refraining from mocking him, and simply remarked, I have formed certain hypotheses regarding the nature of your true energy. Zhao Changhe lifted his gaze to her. Just now, you did not merely harness true energy to disperse the divine and the Buddha. Rather, you simultaneously employed both the power of vitality and true energy, astonishingly blending them together. Akin to a singular martial art, its compatibility is unparalleled, capable of transforming into any desired power, both internal and external. At present, it equates to an additional reservoir of vitality for your blood fiend technique. Zhao Changhe exclaimed, "This is excellent." Yu Hongling remarked, "Currently, you are primarily focusing on the blood fiend technique, hence this phenomenon. I suspect that at deeper levels, it should be the opposite, regardless of any other practices you possess. They can be absorbed and accommodated by this true energy. The notion of the sea accommodates all rivers is profoundly grand. I wonder who conceived it, truly impressive." Zhao Changhe nodded slightly. Recognizing the alignment with the principles left by Xiao Long Yuan for his illegitimate son, no matter what the child learned from his mother or outsiders, it could harmoniously integrate with this technique, ultimately transforming into his primary practice in the later stages. The essence of all rivers return to the sea should inherently reflect the imperial mindset, or perhaps it can be interpreted as the land of kings. For the first time, Zhao Changhe felt a semblance of respect for this unknown emperor. Indeed, he was extraordinary. Suddenly, he pondered, could such an impressive individual truly descend into folly and chaos in his later years? Logically, he is not that old. Can one who has achieved such cultivation truly be considered old at several decades? Might there be underlying issues? Has he perhaps already passed away? Or has he encountered a misstep in his cultivation? While he continued to contemplate, Yu Hongling had already lazily retreated into the house, stating, "Regardless of your thoughts, you must rest well tonight. This is not merely a refuge for my healing. It seems I am to safeguard you." Zhao Changhe painstakingly made his way into the room. And upon entering, he immediately noticed Yu Hongling tending to the wound on her abdomen, applying medicine and bandaging it. Perhaps it is merely due to the fact that what was once a fleeting encounter with a stranger has now blossomed into friendship. Uncertain of this notion, Zhao Changhe cast a glance, devoid of any particular sentiment, and settled by the bedside, closing his eyes to restore his energy. Meanwhile, Yu Hongling attended to her wounds, meticulously applying the ointment and fastening the bandages, before gracefully taking a seat in a nearby chair, legs crossed and eyes shut, exuding an air of tranquility. Before long, both entered a meditative state, and the night finally succumbed to silence. This scene appeared to be exactly what Yu Hongling had envisioned upon her arrival for refuge. Though it had come somewhat late, how she wished the awkward incidents had not transpired. Just before entering meditation, both harbored this thought in their minds almost simultaneously. At the break of dawn the following day, Yu Hongling concluded her recuperation and opened her eyes. Zhao Changhe remained engrossed in meditation, his brow furrowed, revealing an expression of discomfort. It was not merely the pain of exhaustion, but rather a peculiarity inherent to the blood fiend technique, which becomes increasingly arduous during moments of weakness. However, it seemed that his internal energy was aiding him in alleviating the distress, and the situation was relatively stable. Yu Hongling observed him, contemplating how this man endured far more suffering than the average practitioner in his training. The torment of the blood fiend technique could strike at any moment, and the more one diligently practiced, the more frequent the afflictions became. Many within the blood god sect who practiced the blood fiend technique had succumbed to despair, yet Zhao Changhe persevered with unwavering determination, as if challenging the pain itself. Outsiders could not perceive the struggle, they could only witness his indomitable spirit, akin to a mighty river. He relentlessly inquired about various martial arts from different perspectives and questioned his own age, all in an effort to ascertain whether the current techniques could supplant the blood fiend technique. Ultimately, the answer remained that it was not yet feasible. He must be feeling quite disappointed internally, yet his exterior remains composed and carefree. Yu Hongling knows that she genuinely admires such individuals. He claims to see an imagined world of chivalry in her, but from her perspective, is it not the same? The air of a rogue? Indeed, she possesses it in abundance. The notions of chivalry and roguishness often converge. Perhaps both can be collectively referred to as children of the rivers and lakes, distinctly different from individuals like Cui Yuanyong. To Cui Yuanyong, Yu Hongling is merely a coarse woman steeped in roguishness. They belong to the same ilk, hence the affinity. In contrast, Cui Yuanyong, with his jade-like demeanor, is indeed a good man, who suspects her of falling into the hands of bandits and rushed to her aid despite being injured. Yet, it is a challenge for them to find common ground. Suddenly, footsteps echo from outside, signaling an approach. Yu Hongling places her hand on the hilt of her sword. Her gaze sharpens instantly. A knock resounds. "Boss." Yu Hongling exhales softly and glances at Zhao Changhe, who is still frowning in agony. She shakes her head and proceeds to open the door. Standing outside is the cook, who presents several steamed buns, 2 bowls of thin porridge, and a few small dishes. Upon seeing the eldest sister at the door, The cook's eyes momentarily widen in admiration, yet he quickly averts his gaze, bowing and smiling. Good morning, eldest sister. This is the breakfast ordered by the boss, with an additional portion for you. Yu Hongling rubs her forehead, thinking that if only he would refrain from calling her eldest sister, life would be much more comfortable without such trivialities. However, given the circumstances, she can only play this role. With a sense of resignation, she reaches out to accept the tray. Thank you. The cook, rubbing his hands together, remarks, eldest sister, you truly are a celestial being. The boss is indeed fortunate. Fortunate? What good is that fortune when he is merely healing and meditating? Yu Hongling turned around in annoyance and entered the room, placing the plate heavily on the table. At that moment, Zhao Chang'e opened his eyes. The agony that had once marred his expression gradually eased, replaced swiftly by his familiar, cheerful smile. Good morning. Ah, breakfast has arrived? I'm unsure of your morning preferences, so I've made do with what I could. After all, what do wanderers of the rivers and lakes have to be so particular about? Yu Hongling sat at the table, one foot resting on a nearby stool, and drank her porridge heartily. This demeanor starkly contrasted with her poised figure from the previous day, leaning against the windowsill. Zhao Chang'e found this version of her more agreeable. Indeed, such was the nature of those who traverse the world. Not delicate flowers confined to a garden. He washed his face and performed a quick morning routine before sitting across from her with a smile. You seem quite revitalized. Have your injuries healed? It was never a severe injury. There was merely a superficial wound and a hint of internal damage from the sword energy. A night's rest had alleviated most of it, and in another 2 or 3 days, he would be fully recovered. Yu Hongling frowned. Your choice of words is rather peculiar. What do you mean by revitalized? It's a dialect from Zhao Qiuo. You need only grasp the general meaning, Zhao Chang'e replied, pausing momentarily, lost in thought. It's likely that after some time, you may no longer hear these words escape my lips. Ultimately, one must integrate into the world. Yu Hongling assumed he was referring to the demise of the Zhao Qiuo people, lamenting, if only I had arrived a moment earlier. What's past is past. There is no sense in dwelling on it now. Do you wish for me to constantly express my gratitude for your saving grace? Yu Hongling retorted, I can't see where you feel indebted at all. What led you to believe that upon witnessing your injury yesterday, I would be inclined to take vengeance upon Cui Yuanyong? I harbor no grievances against him. In fact, we have never even crossed paths. Is it truly due to an unrequited affection for Yu Hongling? While others may indulge in baseless speculation, let us not become ensnared in our own conjectures. Yu Hongling. Speaking of Cui Yuanyong, I am not particularly acquainted with these noble families. Could you provide a brief introduction? As I mentioned yesterday, the mastery of secret techniques is not ubiquitous over time. Those who excel in their craft have established various esteemed sects and powerful familial lineages. This is a commonplace occurrence. What more is there to elucidate? But why is it also the Qingge Cui? Yu Hongling, perplexed, questioned, why must it be the Qingge Cui? Could they possibly be a lineage that has endured since the previous epoch? Or perhaps they have inherited knowledge from that era? To be candid, I have perused several historical texts, and they scarcely mention such matters. I, too, am uncertain. These noble families indeed predate the Great Xia by a considerable margin, having witnessed the rise and fall of countless dynasties. As for their illustrious heritage, if you're intrigued, you might consider inquiring directly with Cui Yuanyong. I am sure he would be quite eager to regale you with tales, though the veracity of his claims may vary. Will he even pay me any heed? Zhao Chang'e nodded. If the opportunity arises, kindly introduce me. Yu Hongling, astonished, remarked, how is it that you possess an interest in such matters, and are willing to approach him so boldly? This is quite out of character for you. Zhao Chang'e regarded her with an odd expression. Do you truly know me so well? However, this understanding is indeed correct, given his temperament. He should have little interest in such matters, let alone engage with members of prominent families. Alas, the quest to unravel the mysteries of the world does not cater to one's disposition. These aspects are crucial for him to dispel the fog. Despite his aversion, he must confront them. Yu Hongling, feeling uneasy under his peculiar gaze, finally could not contain herself and slammed the table. What are you staring at? We are hardly acquainted. What is so remarkable about misunderstanding each other? How is your recovery? Come, it's time for some practice. Zhao Chang'e found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation, but refrained from saying, you do know me, fearing that such an admission might lead to teasing and ruin the already fragile atmosphere of their exchange. In truth, he was eager to practice, but his recovery was unsatisfactory, and he worried about Yu Hongling's wound reopening. After some contemplation, he inquired, You mentioned teaching me 3 aspects. What is the third? Suddenly, Yu Hongling flung her chopsticks from the table. They flew swiftly and lodged themselves into the doorframe, eliminating enemies from a distance, exacting vengeance. Do you wish to learn? Chapter 44. The Lady of the Stronghold Whoosh. A stone soared through the air, striking a sparrow with pinpoint accuracy. Zhao Chong has stepped forward to examine it, his expression brimming with joy. Yu Hongling's arrival had addressed every shortcoming stemming from his origins as a bandit. He would not exchange her for 1,000 so-called ladies of the stronghold. Theoretically, with well-honed internal skills, enhanced sensory perception would allow one to discern sounds and positions, and the art of long-range elimination could be self-taught. Yet, the experience of having someone impart such knowledge made all the difference. Hidden weapons are not solely reliant on strength and accuracy. The finesse of technique is equally paramount. There exists an exclusive mastery of hidden weapons, known as falling feathers and flying wings, taught by Yu Hongling. As she flung a stone with a swift motion, the gust of wind howled, reaching its target instantaneously. Zhao Changhe mused that shooting a bird with a gun couldn't be much different. Leaning against a tree with her arms crossed, Yu Hongling examined the wounds of the sparrow on the ground, her astonishment evident as she remarked, "I never would have imagined that your true talent lies in this. Your precision is nearly innate." Zhao Changhe chuckled. "I have dabbled in archery before. Once you grasp the concept of accuracy, it becomes universally applicable. In the great Xia bows, crossbows, and armor are deemed contraband. Travelers may carry swords and knives, yet bows are prohibited. However, this regulation seemed irrelevant to the mountain bandits, who had an abundance of homemade bows and arrows." Yu Hongling, upon hearing this, remained unfazed and nodded. If not for the inconveniences of traversing the martial world, possessing a bow would indeed prove far more formidable than resorting to hidden weapons. In truth, Zhao Changhe had not practiced with a bow during his time in the bandit hideout. His martial training was still nascent, with an overwhelming amount to master, leaving no room for archery. His experience with the bow had been in modern times, where he was a member of an archery club. Although his skills then were rather rudimentary, he had established a foundation, thus sparing himself the arduous journey of starting from scratch. Now, with the enhancement of internal energy, keen eyesight, and steady hands, his precision had reached an almost instantaneous proficiency. Contemplating Yu Hongling's words, Zhao Changhe envisioned a future where a dagger hung at his left hip and a wine gourd at his right, a longbow slung across his back, with a quiver of arrows peeking from his pack. He imagined himself stepping out like a walking arsenal, pondering how he could possibly venture beyond his door. Indeed, it is quite impossible. What a pity. In this era, a bow and arrow would be exceedingly useful. However, there might be specific occasions when it could be employed. Zhao Changhe, in high spirits, hurried to the warehouse. "What is the finest bow in our village?" "The best is a 3-stone bow, once wielded by Master's son, who left it behind, finding it too cumbersome to carry away. Now, there is no one among the brothers in the village who can draw it. It has remained here, requiring considerable maintenance. Boss, do you think it might be better to sell it?" "Old son, you are like a father to me," Zhao Changhe exclaimed with delight. "Sell it? No way. I want this bow." Yu Hongling followed closely behind, watching as Zhao Changhe dashed into the warehouse and then swiftly made his way to the training ground, retrieving arrows from the side and taking aim at the target with a single shot. With a resounding thud, akin to a drumbeat, the arrow pierced through the target, creating a sizable hole that wobbled precariously. The bandits practicing on the field were left dumbfounded. Is this the strength of their leader? What a thrilling shot. He nearly shot himself. "Oh dear," hiss. Yu Hongling, arms crossed, looked on impassively as this fool squatted on the ground, rubbing his shoulder. "I think I've pulled a muscle." "How could you not?" Yu Hongling replied coolly. "You just exhausted yourself last night. You barely recovered a bit of strength after a night's rest. Did you really believe yourself to be so sprightly? You poured all your energy into that shot. Didn't you find it exhilarating? How do you feel now?" Zhao Changhe grimaced, remaining motionless. "Someone, please help me with a massage." A group of bandits exchanged glances, looking at each other and then at Yu Hongling. "Who would dare to assist you, risking the wrath of the formidable sister-in-law?" Zhao Changhe exclaimed. "What are you all staring at her for? What business is it of yours?" Suddenly, the crowd recoiled in shock. What vinegar is this? Even a glance invites scorn. Sister-in-law is indeed formidable. After a brief pause, a resounding voice emerged. "It is high time someone put our leader in check. Are you seeking death? If the leader hears that, you'll be skinned alive. What is there to fear?" "I was praising the sister-in-law. Does the leader dare to protest? Do you comprehend what it means to be the chief's consort? It signifies that the chief is so intimidated he cannot utter a word. You certainly understand the role of the chief's wife. The bustling voices faintly drifted into the chief's chamber, where Yu Hongling expressionlessly tossed Zhao Changhe onto the bed and began to massage his shoulders. Zhao Changhe lay there, indeed too intimidated to speak, stealing glances at Yu Hongling's expression but discerning nothing. What are you staring at? Can I simply eliminate them? Wouldn't that be too conspicuous? Yu Hongling remarked impassively. In any case, I have grown numb to their chatter. Let them say whatever they wish. They are unaware that this is the genuine Yu Hongling. As long as Cui Yuanyang refrains from spreading rumors. Zhao Changhe pondered this, realizing that had he been in Yu Hongling's position, he too would have opted for silence, praying that Cui, who truly knew her identity, would keep his mouth shut. Yu Hongling, with a stern demeanor, inquired, "What exactly are you so excited about, causing such chaos out of nowhere?" Because this is a weapon for combat beyond one's rank. If executed correctly, it can lead many to despair. I have conceived a few ideas, and in a moment of exhilaration. You must possess a clear objective that currently eludes your grasp. Yu Hongling inquired, "Do you need my assistance in resolving this?" Zhao Changhe turned to her, yet Yu Hongling maintained her stoic expression. Suddenly, Zhao Changhe smiled. "No need." Zhao Changhe does not rely on others. Yu Hongling's brows furrowed in surprise. Zhao Changhe interrupted, "Sister Yu." Huh. Yu Hongling was momentarily taken aback, forgetting her intended retort. The abruptness of the address felt somewhat unfamiliar. In truth, your so-called retreat to my side for recuperation is partly sincere. Yet a more significant reason lies in your prolonged observation of me, leading to a tinge of remorse within you. You believe this young man possesses an innate goodness. Had I been willing to accept your mentorship initially, I would not have descended into the current plight of a mountain bandit. Thus, under the guise of seeking healing, your true purpose is to impart your wisdom upon me. As Yu Hongling listened, she gradually became lost in thought, and after a moment, she replied, "Perhaps." After contemplating for a while, she beamed a radiant smile. "You understand my thoughts even better than I do. Consequently, your aspirations should be that Zhao Changhe can utilize your teachings to break free from his constraints and rise like a dragon emerging from the depths, rather than relying on your strength to eliminate my adversaries." Yu Hongling nodded slightly, smiling. "Very well." Zhao Changhe rubbed his shoulder, still aching, sat up straight, and with a serious tone, said, "I apologize for the misunderstandings they have caused you. I hope you will not hold our crude manners against us and continue to guide me. In my heart, Yu Hongling is both a mentor and a sister, with no ulterior motives." He had initially thought that his stern expression indicated a desire to leave, prompting him to make earnest attempts to persuade her to stay. This serious demeanor, however, struck Yu Hongling as rather amusing, and for reasons unknown, her words took a different turn. "What do you mean by like a master, like a sister? I am merely 2 months younger than you. Take good care of yourself." She gently patted his shoulder and rose to depart, stating, "Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. One must avoid haste in martial arts. As the saying goes, winter stores, spring flourishes. Now that the cold winter has passed and the gentle spring breeze has arrived, your cultivation will surely see significant progress. This mere second level of the profound realm is but the beginning for you." Zhao Changhe stared blankly at her as she exited, initially believing he had deciphered her thoughts, only to find himself bewildered once more. Women truly are perplexing. "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law," came the voices of the younger brothers from outside. The faction leader has sent a message, stating that the eldest brother is not to pay New Year's respects on the first day. Please relay this to him. What is there to say? You all. Oh, our leader has sustained an injury while practicing, and you expect to go pay him New Year's greetings? What nonsense. A mere sub-leader thinks himself a dignitary? It is nauseating to see such bureaucratic behavior among heroes of the martial world. Inside, Zhao Changhe remained in a daze for a while before bursting into laughter. Chapter 45. The tiger stands on the terrace. "Greetings, sister-in-law." "Greetings, sister-in-law." The mountain bandits' New Year was more miserable than that of corporate slaves, granting them merely half a day on New Year's Eve and the entirety of the first day, a mere day and a half of respite. By the early morning of the second day, the mountain stronghold resumed its operations. Zhao Changhe headed to the training ground to assemble the troops, personally instructing them in their martial practice. Those who have not practiced are also assigned their tasks, and the previously stalled trap-setting exercises have been reinitiated. Zhao Changhe mused that had he not traversed through time, he might have become a capitalist responsible for hanging streetlights. However, the safety of the village is of paramount importance. Zhao Changke is managing affairs while Yu Hongling roams about the stronghold, primarily to familiarize herself with the locations of the traps, ensuring she does not fall into one again. Although her injury has largely healed, and even if she were to stumble into a pit, she could swiftly extricate herself, it would still be quite vexing. In truth, she wishes to dismantle the traps altogether. Is Big Sister going shopping? How did you and the boss meet? They inquired, expressing disbelief at the rumors of earthen kills in the city. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, perhaps you should consider severing your own tongue. Yu Hongling's expression remained impassive. There are indeed many bandits who lack eloquence, yet not all are astute. One simpleton even questioned why the boss had overexerted himself, seeking an explanation. Such a formidable man reduced to cramping. How much could this Big Sister possibly extract from him? This simpleton now dangles upside down at the martial arts arena as a spectacle, while the boss dares not utter a word, underscoring the authority within this stronghold. Such pits should not be carelessly filled with spikes. Yu Hongling intercepted a bandit attempting to enhance a pit with spikes, stating, "The stronghold is vast, and not every trap is known to all. Inadvertently ensnaring a comrade would lead to dire consequences." The bandit scratched his head, puzzled. If there are no spikes below, what purpose do they serve? Are they meant to ensnare, or merely provide a place for someone to relieve themselves? Bang! The bandit was sent flying. One may perceive Zhao Changhe as uncouth. Yet upon genuine interaction with these rogues, one truly comprehends the essence of unrestrained speech and unbridled audacity. Zhao Changhe, at most, resorts to the occasional coarse language while maintaining a semblance of civility in his everyday discourse. Yu Hongling, with a pained expression, pinches her temples and gestures towards the timid figures nearby. You. Go dismantle the thorns from the other pits. Such deadly traps should be set beyond the encampment, in the rear mountains and along the nearby trails, where they can truly enhance the peril. The interior of the stronghold should be designed to ensnare the enemy, to avoid collateral damage. Understood, we shall heed your counsel. Furthermore, with spring upon us and the vastness of the mountains, certain areas could be cultivated for sustenance, not only to supplement our provisions, but also to prevent our resources from dwindling. Isn't this a bandit's concern? Would you care to repeat that? There are no objections, is there? Then let us proceed. What does the head of the household think? Head of the household, I am inquiring of you. From a distance, Zhao Chang's voice resounds. Follow her lead. Who truly holds the reins of authority here? The villagers seem to believe they have acquired a new housekeeper. Yet this housekeeper is merely a dilettante, utterly inept at managing internal affairs, only capable of offering impulsive suggestions. For instance, when prompted to propose what to cultivate, she merely stares blankly, her expression betraying either frustration or a complete lack of comprehension. She does not even glance at the warehouse accounts, utterly confounded by them, exhibiting an adorably vacant expression despite recognizing each character. Ultimately, it falls upon the chief to oversee these matters, after which she briskly departs to lead training exercises. The villagers remain uncertain about who is truly in charge, as it seems the roles have become inverted. Lunchtime. The chieftain and his lady concealed themselves within the confines of their abode, engaging in a private repast. They dined in silence, the air thick with an unspoken awkwardness that rendered conversation seemingly challenging. It was only as their meal neared completion that Zhao Changhe hesitantly broke the stillness. Yu Hongling, her cheeks busy with morsels of meat, raised her gaze to him. Zhao Changhe found himself unexpectedly charmed, quickly averting his stare and clearing his throat as he spoke. I have arranged for them to prepare the adjacent room for you. You may reside there starting today. There is a tub, and I shall have them bring hot water for you each evening. Yu Hongling blinked in surprise, acknowledging the thoughtful arrangements. This domestic management is quite satisfactory. Perhaps you should take on the role of husband, she jested. Unlike Luo Qi, Yu Hongling truly required no slumber. She could simply meditate in her chair, thus rendering any prior awkwardness moot. She had no intention of residing separately, for the absence of the chieftain's wife might invite suspicion, leading others to perceive a lack of authority on his part. Yet, she understood that cohabitation between the sexes could inevitably lead to complications. Zhao Changtha, in an effort to preempt any potential embarrassment for her, would rather endure ridicule regarding his leadership. Is the head of the household not concerned about the jests of the younger ones? She provocatively inquired. More than that, I hope you can reside here without psychological barriers. For a longer duration, Zhao Changhe muttered, though this housekeeper truly has no significant concerns. Yu Hongling shot him a fierce glance. prompting Zhao Changhe to raise his hands and surrender. After a prolonged stare, she finally relented with a slight pout. Very well. However, even if I stay longer, I shall still eventually depart. Once they finished their meal and took a moment to rest, she added, Brother, the atmosphere in the city feels rather peculiar of late. In the inn within the city, the young girl, somewhat perplexed, inquired of her brother. I have noticed that some distant figures from the underworld have arrived, such as Lin Feihu of the Black Tiger Gang, a master of the 4th level of the Xin Guan. Could it be that they have heard of your impending duel with Yu Hongling on Chang Street, intending to reap the rewards of our struggle? The siblings were no longer the humble figures they had portrayed during their passage through Mang Mountain. The girl was clad in a luxurious hooded mink coat, her head enveloped in a plush hat, revealing a rosy, cherubic face that exuded charm and innocence, far removed from the guise of a mere passerby. It could be concluded that the art of disguising oneself and maintaining a low profile was an essential skill for navigating the martial world. Cui Yuanyong, adorned in an elegant brocade robe, sat leisurely by the window, engrossed in a book, embodying the image of a refined gentleman, as warm and gentle as jade. Upon hearing his sister's inquiry, he responded with a genial smile. It is unlikely to reach such extremes. In my battle with Yu Hongling, both parties are well aware of their limits and will refrain from excessive harm. Any injuries sustained will heal within 3 to 5 days at most. Observers can discern that our wounds are not severe, and by the time such news circulates, half a month will have passed. Everyone will know we have recovered. What purpose would their arrival serve? Indeed, it had been half a month since their duel was scheduled, and Yu Hongling had already assumed the role of the bandit leader's lady for that duration. Cui Yuanyong found it difficult to comprehend this situation. No matter how he imagined it, the reality remained elusive, yet he had witnessed it firsthand. Yu Hongling had taken the initiative with Tao Jia, after lingering for half a month. It was evident that Zhao Changhe, the robust man, must have pleased Yu Hongling greatly. It was true, after all, that a rustic village girl could be formidable in combat, yet she remained unrefined at heart. Fortunately, Cui Yuanyong is not one to indulge in idle gossip. He refrained from discussing such matters even with his sister. He merely informed his sister, Yu Hongling, that she should refrain from seeking out the fugitive, as he was recuperating in the North Mang Mountain stronghold. Cui Yuanyong pondered for a moment before adding with a smile, Thus, Lin Feihu's arrival should not concern us. Rather, he may be seeking trouble with Zhao Changhe. Zhao Changhe, who has already bested all challengers at Mang Mountain, may well attract the attention of formidable foes. It is indeed embarrassing that even the 4 realms of the Xian Pass are still vying for the tail end of the potential dragon. Upon hearing her brother's words, the young woman scoffed. What wisdom could a rustic simpleton possess? If the 4 realms of the Xian Pass come knocking, will Zhao Changhe be slain? What becomes of my mission then? Cui Yuanyong was somewhat at a loss for words. With Yu Hongling, fully healed and residing in the stronghold, I cannot even contend with her, let alone him. Unless one is a master from the heaven, earth, or human rankings, anyone seeking trouble will only invite misfortune upon themselves. The young woman contemplated this and let out a laugh, only to furrow her brow in confusion shortly thereafter. It has been half a month. Yu Hongling's injuries should have healed by now. Why is she still lingering in the stronghold? Cui Yuanyong, engrossed in his book, replied without looking up. She is free to come and go as she pleases. Why should it concern you? And what of my mission? Am I to wait idly here? I need you to first break through the 3rd realm. What have you been doing lately? Isn't it because you were injured that I have been watching over you? Indeed, I am in dire need of your watchful eye. Cui Yuanyong sighed. The Master Tang assigned you this task, and I initially thought it was merely a trivial endeavor to appease your childish desire to apprehend thieves. A whimsical wish, so they randomly selected a wanted criminal for you to toy with. Now, observing Zhao Changhe's formidable presence, it is clear that he is not a mere common criminal. I feel I have underestimated this situation. Perhaps Master Tang is testing certain notions of our Cui family. You should abandon this task. This is not a suggestion, but a command. The young girl, with her eyes sparkling mischievously, retorted with a grin. Formidable presence refers to the rumors about the bandit stronghold being led around like a cat by the stronghold's matron. Is it? Do not digress. When I say to abandon it, you must comply. How boring. With a huff, the girl stomped away, uncertain if her words had registered. A letter to my readers for the new year. There isn't much to say. I simply wish everyone an early Happy New Year. The momentum of the new book is quite promising, and I am grateful for everyone's support. Chapter 46. The beginning and the end will eventually arrive, Clang. The clash of swords echoed as Zhao Changhe slid back several paces, executing a bow stance with his sword pressed against the ground, effectively halting his retreat. Raising his gaze, he beheld Yu Hongling, her long sword gracefully lifted, deflecting the small stones that had been inadvertently dislodged during his retreat, before she calmly sheathed her weapon. The two exchanged glances, both smiling. Your swordsmanship has improved remarkably. You actually managed to withstand my technique, the sunset and the dying glow. My sister merely assisted me. I did not employ my true skills. Zhao Changhe grinned. It would be a waste not to utilize the concealed weapon techniques I've learned. All credit goes to my sister's excellent teaching. I did not teach you such shameless martial ethics. Why don't you just throw lime instead? Zhao Changhe's gaze flickered, as if recalling someone, and after a moment, he remarked, Indeed, I have a pouch of lime in my pocket. Practicing, of course, will not be of use to you. In the future, do not mention that I taught you martial arts. I cannot afford such a loss of face. Winning is paramount, as even the classics of tumultuous times suggest. Yu Hongling has been here for half a month. It is implausible for her to remain merely as a consort of the stronghold. Zhao Changhe has been meticulously maintaining a proper relationship with her, resolutely avoiding any ambiguity akin to his earlier encounters with Luo Qi, hoping to provide her with a sense of security during her stay. Indeed, she has lingered longer than anticipated. What was initially a matter of days has transformed into weeks, extending now to a fortnight. Yet, she must eventually depart. Today's sparring essentially signifies that the time is near, and it is only a matter of when she will formally bid her farewell. Throughout these days, Zhao Changhe has grown immensely, a transformation that could aptly be described as profound. The guidance and techniques and the introduction to concealed weapons aside, his proficiency in the art of the blade has reached an unprecedented level. Previously, he believed himself to be formidable, capable of surpassing his peers. However, in this remote region, what adversaries did he face? What distinguished techniques had he encountered? What variations of combat had he witnessed? How many ingenious integrations of diverse schools had he observed? How many strokes of brilliance in battle had he experienced? Such insights cannot be gleaned from mere techniques. Past confrontations could never provide these experiences. They were beneath the prowess of the illustrious Yu Hongling, second only to the renowned Qianlong. One can only imagine the extent of his advancement in both swordplay and combat capability. Yu Hongling provided him with additional sword manuals, and from that moment on, his previously narrow understanding of the blood slaughter blade was profoundly expanded. He began to perceive the vastness of the world and the strengths of various schools. Gradually integrating these insights into his own martial comprehension, Zhao Changhe realized that continuing their sparring sessions had begun to lose its significance. No matter how experienced Yu Hongling was from her wanderings in the martial realm, she was merely one person's interpretation. What benefit was there in perpetually battling with just one individual? The martial world was expansive, filled with countless warriors awaiting his discovery. She had imparted to him the ability to discern sound and sense the presence of adversaries, which was undoubtedly a hope for him to one day step into the martial world himself. Yu Hongling's previous compensations for her thoughts had now reached a sense of fulfillment. The day of completion was also the day of return. Their connection had reached its end. The two stood outside, gazing at each other, seemingly waiting for the other to speak first, yet both remained tongue-tied. A peculiar sense of farewell filled Yu Hongling, and she was about to voice it when her expression suddenly shifted. In the very next moment, she sensed something amiss. Zhao Changhe also turned to look beyond the courtyard wall. Who goes there? Yu Hongling smiled, somewhat reassured. Zhao Changhe had truly learned to perceive in all aspects. The faint breeze stirred by an enemy's lightness of foot, which in the past he would have dismissed as mere wind, he could now recognize as the approach of an adversary. With such capabilities, Zhao Changhe was more than ready to traverse the martial world. Suddenly, a burly man appeared atop the courtyard wall, his expression one of mild surprise. I did not expect that you, a mere second-level practitioner, could detect my movements. Zhao Changhe replied coolly. Who are you? You seem to think highly of yourself. The Great Han chuckled. I am Lin Feihu of the Black Tiger Gang. Have you, young lad, ever heard of me? Zhao Changhe had indeed heard of him, having mingled in these circles for quite some time. He was well aware of the notable figures in the surrounding regions. Lin Feihu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, was notorious for his highway robbery. A master of the fourth level of the Profound Realm. Zhao Changhe's expression grew serious, a twinge of discomfort surfacing. His previous arrogance in openly challenging others seemed rather foolish now, He had assumed that true experts would not be ignorant of the concept of the hidden dragon ranking. Yet here stood this fool, a master of the 4th level, daring to challenge someone of the 2nd level? Did he have no sense of shame? As he pondered this, he noticed Lin Feihu gazing at Yu Hongling, bursting into laughter. Indeed, I have heard that the wife of the bandit chief here bears a striking resemblance to Yu Hongling. I came to see for myself, and it is true. My dear lady, what future do you have with this young lad? Come with me. With that, he swooped down like a hawk, a massive hand reaching out towards Yu Hongling. Zhao Changta and Yu Hongling widened their eyes in astonishment. They had thought Lin Feihu had come to challenge the hidden dragon ranking, only to realize that this was indeed the case. In a flash, the brilliance of the sword illuminated the sky, painting it in hues of crimson. You are truly Yu Hongling. Lin Feihu gasped, his hand clutching his throat as he staggered backward, unable to finish his words before collapsing to the ground, lifeless, his eyes wide open in disbelief. In his final moments, he could only wonder why the real Yu Hongling was here as the bandit chief's wife. Zhao Changha stood to the side, hands clasped, offering a silent tribute. Pray tell, what compels you all to court such peril? Yu Hongling sheathed her sword, momentarily at a loss for words. However, upon being interrupted by this simpleton, she couldn't help but feel a mix of irritation and amusement. It appears I truly must take my leave. It is not your monument that invites trouble, but rather my presence that begins to cause it. Zhao Changha, visibly uncomfortable, replied, these troubles must surely have been instigated by Fang Buping. If you remain here, you might be met with further distress. If you depart, my plight will be even graver. Are you not afraid of being targeted by such a petty faction leader? Zhao Changha fell silent. There must be a catalyst for departure. I shall seek an excuse, and why must you unveil it? Yu Hongling's tone softened as she murmured. In recent days, I have been quite aware. The misunderstandings that arose have left us both in an awkward position, which you have consistently endeavored to avoid, never seizing the opportunity to tease. Zhao Changha, with integrity unblemished, was a true hero. Yet, I have been restless, unable to bear the role of the bandit chief's consort, longing to escape. The visage of that bandit chief's consort, like mist, has become elusive, never to be found again. Zhao Changha remained silently rooted to the spot, voiceless. As Yu Hongling strode forth, passing by Zhao Changha, she casually patted his shoulder. Farewell, leader. The tides of the martial world surge. I hope you retain your spirit in the days to come. Should fate allow, we shall celebrate the Lantern Festival together again. Zhao Changha stood in silence atop the mountain, gazing at her retreating figure adorned in red, suddenly reminded of her steed with the azure mane, likely housed within the city, a creature that had never belonged here. Though her departure seemed abrupt, in reality, she could have left at any moment. This past half-month has been sufficiently prolonged. If observed by someone astute, like Cui Yuanyong, one might suspect their jaw would drop in astonishment. The once familiar Yu Hongling has shattered preconceived notions, yet with prolonged acquaintance, it feels as if she remains unchanged, never having faltered. Upon hearing news of an attack by the demonic sect, a message was swiftly dispatched. A stranger was rescued, and martial arts were recommended. Initially, it appeared the young man was in dire straits, pursued by the world. Now, as he points the way to success, he departs with an air of nonchalance. I am grateful that my first glimpse of this martial realm was through the lens of the chivalrous Yu Hongling. Regardless of the vile sights I encounter within this den of bandits, or the base characters surrounding me, the sunset casts a crimson glow across the horizon, and thus, the martial world remains vivid. Zhao Changha, with integrity and nobility, surrounded by beauty, harbors no ulterior motives. He simply wishes for this dream of the martial world to remain untainted. As Zhao Changha turned his gaze, the dusk settled, the willow branches swayed, and the full moon lingered serenely. She does not belong here, neither do I. At the moment of transcending the 3rd level of the profound gate, when the blade emerged from Biming. Chapter 47, Mountain Bandits and Noble Houses. Yet, it is at this instant that certainty prevails. When I first crossed over and could not find a single martial art to seek, Zhao Changha could never have anticipated feeling so tranquil about breaking through to the 3rd level of the profound gate within a few months. It has barely been over half a month since the breakthrough to the 2nd level, and already ambitions are being laid for the 3rd. It is worth noting that both Sun Jiaxi and Fang Buping are merely at the 4th level of the profound gate, and they are both in their 30s, having practiced for over 20 years. In this vast and intricate world of martial arts, only the elite have achieved mastery. allowing Fang Buping to ascend to the position of branch leader. Sun Jiaoxi, as his right-hand man, holds a status scarcely inferior to his own. Lin Feihu, too, has attained the rank of gang leader at the 4th level. The journey through the realms of martial arts is akin to traversing a vast expanse, where countless individuals squander their lives without ever reaching enlightenment. This disparity is influenced by individual aptitude and the caliber of their techniques. Not everyone is destined to practice for a decade or two. For instance, Yu Hongling achieved the 8th level by the tender age of 19, perhaps owing to some fortuitous encounters along her path. After all, one cannot simply compare individuals. Thus, while many remain ensnared in mediocrity, the potential of a dragon lies hidden beneath the surface. Xia Qiqi possesses exceptional talent, having been taught formidable skills by her mother from a young age. By 16, she had already reached the 4th or 5th level of mastery. Following the transformative experiences brought by the Qinglong seal, she received comprehensive training from the Four Symbols sect, making it entirely plausible that by 18 or 19, she would be on par with, or even slightly surpassing Yu Hongling. Conversely, Zhao Changhe initially appeared lackluster. The prevailing judgment among most, including the master-level Zhu Ke, was that he was merely a late-blooming youth with little promise. Beginning his martial training at 19, his foundation was deemed too weak, and it might take him a decade just to reach the 3rd level. There was a possibility he would never achieve significant advancement. The blood fiend technique seemed to be the sole method capable of circumventing the disadvantages of his age while leveraging his physical attributes to forge a shortcut. Despite its myriad drawbacks, he found it impossible to relinquish this path. Originally, he aspired to cultivate both internal and external skills, but the disadvantages inherent in internal cultivation were insurmountable. However, upon encountering the legacy of Xiaolong Yuan, he not only bypassed the initiation phase, but also discovered a technique that harmoniously blended various practices. Perhaps, even in its later stages, it cannot escape the disadvantages of age. However, it need not endure the arduous trials of the Xian Guan as its primary technique. Instead, if it serves merely as an auxiliary to the bloodthirsty technique and as an additional reserve for energy, it becomes a shortcut among shortcuts. With such an advantage, why not attempt the triple Xian Guan? The pace may slow in the future, but who cares about that? The bandits, having discovered that their captured lady had escaped, found their leader brooding in silence for days, casting a shadow over the atmosphere of the hideout, which grew increasingly tense, with no one daring to speak loudly. Alas, it was evident that with Zhao the Great's marital principles, he would inevitably lose control of his wife. Perhaps it would be wise not to seek out such beauty in the future. What use is it to resemble Yu Hongling when she is not truly Yu Hongling? Reflecting on the painful reminder of their leader's experience, one realizes that even if the real Yu Hongling stood before them, no one would dare to claim her. For the future of a family under such circumstances would be tragic. What recourse would one have when she decides to leave? The leader has been unusually taciturn these days, but seems to channel his sorrow into an insatiable appetite, consuming 3 pounds of meat and 3 large bowls of rice in a single meal, as if his stomach could somehow accommodate it all. Were it not for the newfound wealth of the hideout, his voracious consumption could have impoverished the old stronghold. After dining, he would practice boxing, wielding his sword, and shooting arrows, lifting hundreds of pounds in stone locks and squatting in horse stance. Later, he would retreat to his chamber for medicinal baths, the muffled cries of agony echoing through the night, suggesting he has increased the dosage of his treatments. Although this has become his daily routine, he has recently been particularly relentless. After all, with his wife gone, he has one less outlet for his energies, lest he become completely drained. Who could have imagined that Zhao Changhe was fervently absorbing nutrients to transform them into the corporeal energy required for the 3rd level of blood fiend technique? Remarkably, he dared to entertain such thoughts after merely a few months of training. Zhao Changhe himself felt somewhat inadequate, although he sensed that the transition from the 2nd to the 3rd level would not be excessively arduous. He had nonetheless underestimated the intensity of the vital energy required for this transformation. At present, he had only managed to replenish half of it, relying solely on food and medicinal baths, which would take time to accumulate, rendering the prospect of achieving his goals in a short span unlikely. Essentially, it resembled physical training, an endeavor that has never yielded immediate results. However, there exists a notable distinction. With the right medicinal aids, one could directly fulfill the necessary vital energy requirements, far surpassing the effects of mere protein supplements. Taiju, have you received any news about the medicine you were supposed to find in the city? Boss. The vital energy powder you requested is not available in the city. It's not surprising that ready-made medicine isn't sold. This is an auxiliary remedy recorded in our blood fiend technique. Who would sell it? Are you a fool? Zhao Changhe retorted, exasperated. What about the medicinal ingredients I listed? We can concoct the remedy ourselves. This is merely brewing a decoction. It is not alchemy. How difficult can it be? We do have some medicinal materials, but not in abundance. Taiju produced a small package. This is all we have. Upon seeing the herbs, Zhao Changhe's expression softened slightly. Though he still found it puzzling. Why are there so few? The faction leader often purchases such medicines, and the quantities are quite substantial. Zhao Changhe was taken aback, scratching his head. This was likely not a personal slight from Fang Buping. If it were, he certainly would not have left even this package for him. It is not merely due to the fact that each branch is dedicated to the practice of relevant techniques. There exists a collective demand, and thus, the consumption is considerable. It is only natural that such a remote town would possess scant resources. This reveals a lack of foresight on my part for not preparing these medicinal supplies in advance. Yet, who could have anticipated the urgency to breach the third level of the Xianguan so swiftly? Fang Buping would not have dared to consider it either. Otherwise, everything would have been thoroughly searched by now. Having these supplies will suffice for the time being, allowing us to endure for a few days. Please, venture to more distant towns to seek further assistance. A delay of a few days is inconsequential. Zhao Changhe sighed, recalling her words. One must avoid impatience in cultivation. Indeed. I have been somewhat hasty these past few days. The bandits exchanged peculiar glances at their leader. The man who had absconded with the wife of another seemed pitiable. Still lamenting after several days, Zhao Changhe discerned their thoughts and chose not to defend himself. It would be absurd to mention that their captive was none other than Yu Hongling, who departed after fulfilling her purpose. Each farewell, it seems, imparts a modicum of growth. In truth, having traversed the new year, one inherently ages by a year. Now I am 20. I cannot shake the feeling that these past few months have fostered a swifter maturation than the preceding years. Is this what they refer to as the passage of time in the Jianghu, hastening one's aging? Zhao Changhe gazed at the steam rising from the medicinal pot. And suddenly a smile broke forth. Your recent practice has been relatively composed. You no longer leap about like a rabbit as before. Cui Yuanyong sighed deeply as he regarded his sister. If only you could cultivate with such tranquility. How could you still be at merely the second level of the Xianguan? Our family's most gifted genius ought to be you. It is truly a pity to squander such talent. Enough, enough. After all these years, my ears have grown calloused from listening. If you practice diligently, that is commendable. But why should I exert myself? It is arduous, exhausting, and utterly tedious. If you were content like other young ladies, engrossed in poetry and embroidery, and eventually marrying into a respectable family, it would be of little consequence. Yet, you aspire to pursue thieves and apprehend criminals, finding bounty hunting intriguing, while simultaneously lacking diligence. Is this not a blatant path to ruin? Who would dare to harm a member of the Cui family? A chaotic era is upon us, and the Cui family's reputation may not hold sway everywhere. Not to mention, the Four Symbols sect would relish the opportunity to slay a member of the Cui clan to raise their banner. Furthermore, neither your father nor your brothers can protect you indefinitely. Cui Yuanyong sighed. After the new year, you will be 16. It is time to mature. My birthday is at the end of the year. There is still time. I am only 15. 15. Very well, 15. Cui Yuanyong found himself at a loss with his sister, shaking his head as he handed her a medicinal pill. Your progress these past few days has been decent. If you continue like this, you should be able to break through in about 10 days, rather than the anticipated 2 months. This is a Qingxian pill. Take it when the time comes, and it will ensure a smooth passage through the barrier. How stingy? Just one. All right. I shall give you 3. Cui Yuanyong sighed again. The human heart is insatiable. Zhao Changhe has sent someone into the city to purchase herbs, and even those low-grade materials are gathered pitifully. You are surrounded by superior medicinal pills and still find them lacking. What does he need the herbs for? Is he unwell? If I am not mistaken, he too is seeking to break through to the third level. Cui Yuanyong regarded his sister with a knowing look. He has been practicing martial arts for about 3 months now, relying on the meager resources from the stronghold, and has had to compete with others for even a morsel of meat. The girl widened her eyes in disbelief. Impossible. This time, I will certainly be faster than him. Chapter 48. Defeat. Time passed swiftly, and it had been almost a month since Yu Hongling's departure. The silent passage of January had given way to February, heralding the warmth of spring and the blossoming of flowers. The medicinal supplies had been exhausted. Not only were the ingredients for the qi and blood powder insufficient, but even the daily medicinal baths were lacking. Recently, due to Zhao Chang's men scouring the area for medicine, Fang Buping had caught wind of this and began hoarding supplies, leaving nothing available, not even in the neighboring towns. To make matters worse, after a prolonged period of recuperation, Fang Buping had finally recovered from the injuries inflicted by Zhu Qiue's punishment. In the past 2 months, Zhao Chang'e had garnered considerable income from the challenges posed by the simpletons, and he had only allocated a token amount to the branch to signify that the Baiman Mountain stronghold remained under the Blood God Sect's banner. As for Fang Buping's prior demand for half, Zhao Chang'e dismissed it with disdain. However, early this morning, Fang Buping sent someone to demand half of the resources with an air of arrogance. Now that he was healed, he felt emboldened. And after months of suppressing his grievances against Zhao Chang'e, it was time to vent his frustrations. Is Zhao Zhaizhu still part of the Blood God Sect's stronghold? Is he attempting to establish independence? Brother, where do such words come from? We are all brothers within the sect. Come, let us sit. The newcomer gazed upward. Master Fang stated that it was previously agreed with Zhao Zhaizhu that half of the stronghold's monthly earnings would be submitted to the branch. However, last month, only 88 taels were submitted. What does this signify? Regarding the government's suppression of bandits that you and the master discussed, the master has certainly resolved the matter thoroughly. Hasn't there been no disturbance from officials for months? Zhao Chang has scoffed inwardly. Had the officials truly not come? What do you think Cui Yuanyong has come for? With his presence, what need is there for this small town's officials? It suffices to cater to young Master Cui's every whim. His inaction can either be attributed to the presence of Yu Hongling or to the peculiarities of his own identity. It has nothing to do with you, Fang Buping. Conversely, is not the trouble brought upon by Lin Feihu a result of your own doing? Though he refrained from voicing this sentiment outright, he leaned back in his seat and spoke languidly. What we agreed upon concerns the gains of the stronghold. Yet the income from these past 2 months has primarily been from my personal challenges and rewards. This is my individual profit, and by placing it in the public treasury, I treat everyone as brothers, sharing the blessings. However, this does not imply it constitutes the stronghold's revenue. Bestowing 88 taels upon you is already quite generous. Ask any brother if this is not the case. A group of bandits surrounding him stood shivering, their thoughts varied. Indeed, the leader's statement held merit. The stronghold's earnings were minimal, primarily derived from hunting, and the crops suggested by the lady of the stronghold had only recently been sown and had yet to bear fruit. Presently, the stronghold's income undeniably stemmed from the leader's personal challenge rewards, selflessly contributed to the communal treasury. Others had merely lent their efforts in setting traps, truly exemplifying the notion of shared fortunes. The leader's character was beyond reproach, demonstrating great loyalty. Nonetheless, it must be noted that allegiance is not solely determined by one's virtues. Fang Duozhu, ultimately at the 4th level of the mysterious gate and a designated superior within the sect, who would dare to openly side with you. Furthermore, some contemplated that the lack of income was a result of your restraint in preventing others from seizing opportunities. Otherwise, how could there be such a dearth? Do we still consider ourselves bandits while residing in such a place? These individuals are not the result of oppression. Each one is either a ne'er-do-well or a wrongdoer who has taken to the mountains. Had they been willing to till the land honestly in the past, who would have ventured into the hills? A voice in the crowd erupted with laughter. Which of your comrades agrees with your reasoning? You are the lord of the bandits. Your income derives solely from banditry. Zhao Chang'e observed the expressions of those present, a faint smile gracing his lips. That is true. He then addressed Dasha. Take this esteemed envoy to the storeroom and retrieve half of the goods. Instantly, some faces darkened. That was the collective property of the group. And to relinquish half without a word felt like a betrayal, their hearts heavy with grief. Recently, no fool dared to issue a challenge. Where would they find such resources? If this continued, they would soon find themselves in dire straits. Yet, no one had echoed the leader's sentiments just moments ago. Now, however, Zhao Chang'e could barely suppress a smile as he languidly remarked, "Very well, summon 3 companions. No, a few individuals to attend to the esteemed envoy. Prepare the finest room, and remember to reserve the lamb's leg for our honored guest tonight." With that, he dismissed the assembly, unfazed by the varied expressions in the gathering hall, and strolled away with nonchalance. Outside the mountain's back pond, the water remained crystal clear, devoid of any lingering snow. Trees unfurled new branches, and fragrant blooms adorned the ground. Wild geese returned from the south, their calls resonating in the sky. Zhao Changhe stood in silence for a moment, then suddenly drew his three-stone bow, aiming without hesitation, and released an arrow toward the flying geese above. The bowstring twanged, and the arrow soared like a meteor, striking two geese mid-flight, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Zhao Changhe did not look back. He gazed into the distance, now able to discern the wounds upon the wild goose. It was not a mere arrow that had pierced it, but rather the spiraling, bloodthirsty energy that had rendered its body a gaping hole. Surrounding the wound was a swirling miasma of sanguine malice, accompanied by shattered bones, fracturing inch by inch. The bow and arrow had reached a significant mastery, his senses keen and clear, as if reflecting within his heart. However, without a breakthrough in his prowess, he found himself at an impasse. The scarcity of medicinal herbs rendered his ambitions futile, and thus, Zhao Changhe's determined strides reluctantly slowed, solidifying his resolve to depart. With insufficient resources even for the second or third levels, how could he aspire for greater heights? He pondered for a moment before concealing the bow and arrows behind a tree by the pond and striding away. Despite a lingering sense of inadequacy, Zhao Changhe resolved to attempt a breakthrough to the third level that very night, regardless of success or failure, for he had his own calculations. Tomorrow marked the awakening of insects as they broke through the earth. How could the dragon remain hidden? The third level of bloodthirsty technique no longer required a horse stance. The current posture, reminiscent of Michelangelo's David, felt exceedingly embarrassing, and the necessity to gradually shift positions only added to the humiliation. Yet, such a stance was more conducive to the circulation of blood energy, facilitating the infusion of vitality from the blood vessels and muscles into the bones and internal organs. When the bloodthirsty energy permeated both within and without, the technique would reach its pinnacle. Yu Hongling's judgment was undoubtedly sound. This was indeed a martial art with a high ceiling, one of the few external techniques capable of strengthening the bones and internal organs. However, as one progressed to the later stages, the demand for energy replenishment grew increasingly substantial, accompanied by escalating agony. He could distinctly perceive the surging malevolent energy coursing through his veins, seeping outward, permeating his skin, and spreading through the fascia. Gradually, excruciating pain began to invade him, the fervor of his blood rising to the surface, his rationality growing increasingly feral, consumed by a desire to rend apart everything in his sight, both to release his inner fury and to alleviate the physical torment he endured. Zhao Changhe understood that, should anyone be nearby, they would witness the crimson hue of his eyes, as though he were on the brink of transforming into a frenzied beast. Seizing the fleeting remnants of his sanity, he activated the techniques of Xia Long Yuan, allowing a strand of coolness to flow from his perineum into his dantian, ascending through his heart meridian and further to his spiritual platform, preserving his spiritual light from extinguishing. Yet, the more lucid he became, the more unbearable the pain felt. The ferocity of the blood fiend technique could, in a certain sense, be seen as a means to either ignore or release one's corporeal suffering, contingent upon one's willingness to forsake their humanity. Zhao Changhe, of course, was unwilling to do so. Threads of true energy meandered from his dantian through his meridians, dispersing through his bones and muscles, alleviating the agony of his body. Whether it was the initial assistance from Xia Qiqi or the current reliance on Xia Long Yuan's techniques, internal cultivation had always served to mitigate the drawbacks of the blood fiend technique rather than eradicate them entirely. The only true remedy lay in the blood-settling pill bestowed by Master Sun, yet to this day, Zhao Changhe had never consumed a single one. Once reliant on such a substance, autonomy would become a distant memory. The alleviation provided by his internal energy was sufficient. A stalwart man of virtue, how could he not endure a modicum of pain? In a hazy state, he seemed to hear a commotion outside, and perhaps someone was knocking at the door. However, Zhao Changhe, in his muddled rationality, paid it no heed, relentlessly battering against the final threshold, uncertain of how long he had endured. Zhao Changhe could already feel his sweat soaking through his garments. The bloodthirsty force he attempted to unleash was perpetually just out of reach, just a fraction more. No matter how many times he bore the pain and struck, the intensity was insufficient. It simply was not enough. The energy was lacking, the medicine was inadequate, and time was too fleeting. Ultimately, he was no prodigy favored by fate. Damn it! Zhao Changhe furiously opened his eyes and kicked the bathtub by the side of the room, sending the medicinal bath splattering across the floor. a testament to his failed breakthrough. Boss, boss. Seemingly alerted by the commotion within, a voice outside called out anxiously, Boss, you're finally awake. Zhao Chang'e, panting with exhaustion, rebuked, What is it? There are intruders in the stronghold, trapped in a pitfall, but her swordsmanship is formidable. Everyone has been locked in a stalemate with her for nearly half an hour and still cannot subdue her. Chapter 49. Borrowing your head for a use. Zhao Chang'e, harboring a belly full of frustrated rage from his failures, his eyes still glimmering with the remnants of bloodthirst, strode purposefully towards the trap. This was a pitfall within the stronghold, located right beside the training ground, which Zhao Chang'e had personally ordered to be dug, asserting that no one would suspect such a place to harbor traps. Yu Hongling had been listening nearby. Who would have thought that this very trap would ensnare fish? However, Yu Hongling subsequently ordered the dismantling of the spikes in the traps, repurposing them solely for the purpose of ensnaring foes. It seems this night raider is fortunate. Had it been in the past, he might have been impaled by the deadly spikes below, leaving no room for a standoff. Zhao Chang'e approached the edge and observed a band of brigands surrounding a deep pit, thrusting their spears downward in a flurry. The glimmer of swords illuminated the depths. No matter how many spears were thrust, they could not pierce a single hair of the adversary below. The swords wielded by the trapped individual appeared to be exquisite. Many of the spears were severed upon contact, leaving only smooth, truncated stubs in their assailants' hands. Yet, the sheer number of attackers, relentlessly pushing forward, prevented anyone from escaping. Zhao Chang'e found himself at a loss for words. From this scene alone, it resembled a farcical clash of ineptitude. They had ensnared their enemy in a pit. Yet this was their approach. After a prolonged struggle of nearly half an hour, they were still at it? The individual below, judging by the swordplay and the quality of the blade, seemed to possess a remarkable heritage, suggesting a mastery of internal martial arts. Perhaps even at the second or third level, one would expect that standing on the edge of a trap, they would immediately sense something amiss and take flight with their lightness skill. How could they have fallen into the pit? Were they similarly afflicted as Yu Hongling? Their inner sword energy disrupted? Is this truly the extent of their combat experience and adaptability? Boss. The boss is here. Look at this little girl, still so arrogant. A group parted to make way for Zhao Chang'e. In that fleeting moment, the sword energy surged forth, almost allowing the trapped individual to escape. Zhao Chang'e stood at the pit's edge, gazing down. A young girl looked up defiantly, her eyes reflecting a mixture of defiance and fear. The young girl appeared quite disheveled, drenched from head to toe, with water dripping down her face, as if she had fallen into a pit and triggered a mechanism that doused her in icy water. Despite the warmth of spring and February, the chill was undeniable. Could her meager training withstand such circumstances? At that moment, Zhao Chang'e was consumed by a tempest of irritation and, without further contemplation, declared, I present you with two choices. First, continue to resist, and we shall roll a boulder into the pit, transforming you into spring mud to nurture the flowers. The girl stood there, her expression defiant yet frozen. The bandits nearby were flushed with embarrassment. After a tense stalemate lasting nearly half an hour, it became apparent that the resolution was rather straightforward. Zhao Chang'e continued, Second, you may cast aside your sword and surrender. I am in need of a bandit queen. The girl's face flushed with indignation as she retorted, You may as well crush me. I'd rather die than yield. Her skills may be lacking, but her temper was considerable. Zhao Chang'e began to unfasten his belt. Your swordsmanship is hardly impenetrable. I was unable to relieve myself earlier, so I shall send you off with a parting gift. The girl stared at him in disbelief. You scoundrel. No, wait, hold on. What? He taunted. Don't you dare. I surrender. The surrounding bandits exchanged glances, pondering how they had not conceived of such a tactic. Surely, this ploy cannot possibly work, murmured the girl. You cannot harm me. I am an emissary of the court. Was this young lady truly so naive, having just emerged from some gilded cage? How fortuitous, for we are bandits, and our game involves those of the court. As they observed the girl feebly toss her sword aside, their minds began to conjure an array of imaginative scenarios. The officials of the court held some sway over Zhao Chang'e, yet their influence was not substantial. The naivety of the young girl, however, elicited a chuckle from him, dissipating much of his earlier irritation and fury. As people exchanged furtive glances and dispersed, Zhao Chang'e pressed a pressure point on the girl and lifted her effortlessly. Come along, little one, into the house with me. You cannot make me your captive wife. The girl retorted indignantly. Once my brother arrives, he will annihilate your lair. Oh, You have connections, do you? Zhao Changke found the situation amusing. Spare me, little girl. I am no virtuous man, nor do I harbor any inclination towards your diminutive frame. I simply have yet to encounter anyone from the court, and I wish to glean some information. The girl, resolute in her defiance, declared, I will not divulge anything you ask. With a derisive snicker, Zhao Changhe feigned loosening his belt. The girl's expression shifted dramatically. You dare? Did you not consider that upon your surrender, this might be repositioned, even if it does not rain down upon your head? You are despicable, shameless, unprincipled. Zhao Changhe merely intended to frighten her, but just as he was about to escalate the jest, a knock echoed from outside. Boss, boss. Frowning, Zhao Changhe inquired. What is it? The faction leader has arrived, stating that we have captured someone from the court. The lair is not permitted to handle this matter independently. It must be submitted to the branch, as per protocol. Damn it, Zhao Changhe scoffed. Can he fly? How could he arrive so swiftly? Surely. Someone informed him half an hour ago. It is evident he is merely seeking to usurp a woman from me, and now that he realizes she is from the court, he feigns ignorance. Outside, not a soul dared to utter a word. Enough, where is he? He is on the mountain path, nearing the village. Understood. I shall escort this woman there myself. Silence enveloped the space outside. Zhao Changhe turned to glance at the girl, whose pallid countenance met his gaze. Oh, so you have come to realize the fate of surrender, have you? Zhao Changhe grasped her hand and led her outside, heading towards the village gate. Zhao Changhe, how foolish of me to believe you were a man of honor. This servile behavior towards the leader is beneath you. Before she could finish, the girl noticed that her acupoints had been released, and the sword that had been confiscated was once again placed in her grasp. Are you foolish? Who told you that this stronghold has but one entrance? This is the back door. Zhao Changhe waved his hand dismissively. Hurry, with your current ineptitude. You should spend another 3 years training under Master Tang before considering any tasks. Do not presume that all bandits will be as accommodating as I am. The girl stared at him, bewildered. Do you know who I am? I am not sent by Master Tang. Indeed, you are. Then that settles it. Zhao Changhe replied impatiently, I care not who sent you. I refuse to partake in such trivial matters. Initially, I intended to inquire about your affiliation with the court. But since the timing is unfortunate, let it be. Depart swiftly. I have matters to attend to and cannot afford to waste time here. The girl protested, but you, the leader, are at the 4th level of Xinguan, and you have not even broken through to the 3rd level. If you release a captive of the court and he discovers it, what will you do? Oh, have you regained your wits? Zhao Changhe chuckled. Enough. I have my own plans. Your presence here is merely a hindrance. The young girl lowered her head, pursed her lips, and hesitated for a moment before suddenly retrieving 2 damp elixirs from her pocket. These potions will aid you in breaking through the 3rd level. Thank you. I shall immediately seek assistance for you. With that, she stamped her foot and swiftly departed. It seemed she was aware that her current abilities were more of a hindrance than a help, so she went to fetch reinforcements. Zhao Changhe was momentarily taken aback. Her lightness and grace in movement were remarkable, undoubtedly indicative of a prestigious lineage. What esteemed family would allow such an innocent descendant to venture forth on such errands? Wait a moment, there is a notable family nearby. Cui Yuanyong has a sister. He glanced down at the elixirs in his hand in silent contemplation. Were these concocted by the Cui family? Bringing one to his nose, he inhaled deeply, quickly sensing a stirring in his dantian. Clearly, these were inner strength elixirs. Beneficial for the Xia G8 refinements, not the blood fiend technique. However, at present, he was utilizing the Xia G8 refinements as a supplement and catalyst for the blood fiend technique. Perhaps it was worth a try? Regardless, Fang Buping was already on his way. Zhao Changhe tilted his head back and swallowed one of the elixirs, allowing the energy within his dantian to begin to circulate. As he strode toward the gathering hall, Wang Dashan and the others were setting up a feast in the hall to welcome Fang Buping's arrival. Upon seeing Zhao Changhe enter, they were momentarily stunned. Boss, where is that woman? Zhao Changhe casually approached, smiling as he replied, We'll discuss matters concerning women later. I wish to borrow something from you. Wang Dashan, puzzled, laughed. What a peculiar way to put it. Boss, take whatever you need. Why mention borrowing? What is it that you desire? I seek to break through the 3rd level of the blood fiend technique. Everything is prepared. I merely lack the essence of the blood fiend to propel me forward. Zhao Changhe, in the midst of his words, suddenly drew his steel blade, exclaiming, I have come to borrow your head. With a swift motion, the blade flashed, and blood gushed forth. Wang Dashan's head soared into the air, his expression frozen in shock and disbelief. How could he dare? The faction leader had already arrived. The entire assembly was taken aback, gazing at Zhao Changhe's unabashedly ferocious demeanor, their hearts quaking, legs trembling. Thunderous sounds echoed as Zhao Changhe turned inward, focusing on his dantian. The recent elixir's effects were overwhelmingly formidable. The energy coalesced into a swirling vortex, rapidly circulating through his meridians, penetrating vital points. Unexpectedly, he breached the third level of the internal martial arts, the Tianzhong acupoint. Simultaneously, a murderous intent surged forth, the bloodthirsty energy flooding his heart, rushing toward his spirit platform. His vital essence surged like a tidal wave, fiercely attacking the previously obstructed fascia. The newly attained internal energy was decisively summoned, merging with the bloodthirsty force. And amidst excruciating pain, the fascia was violently penetrated. Zhao Changhe let out a piercing howl to the heavens, suppressing the intense agony of his breakthrough, and with renewed vigor, he shattered the plaque of the Gathering of Righteousness Hall with another strike, departing with a hearty laugh. To speak of righteousness without true virtue, to gather in the name of justice, yet possess none, what use is it to keep such a thing? Until we meet again. Chapter 50. The Awakening of Insects Under the Cloak of Night. Zhao Changhe sprinted towards the back mountain, closely pursued by Fang Buping. While slaying the traitors had brought fleeting satisfaction, the true challenge lay in whether he could evade Fang Buping's relentless pursuit after the bloodshed. In the moonlight, Fang Buping's expression was a blend of savagery and, surprisingly, a hint of delight. Zhao Changhe, you slaughter your fellow disciples, violating the sect's rules, and yet you think you can escape? Come and meet your end. Fang Buping was genuinely pleased. Originally, Zhao Changhe's formal identity as a disciple was quite detestable, especially with the backing of a saintly figure. Thus, he dared not take rash actions against him. Even contemplating the act of killing Zhao Changhe was out of the question. Instead, he resorted to wielding power to bully him, causing Zhao Changhe to suffer in silence. To his astonishment, Zhao Changhe, unable to maintain his composure, revealed his vulnerability after just a few casual provocations. This was truly surprising. He was aware that Zhao had recently advanced to the third level of the profound realm, and such potential was indeed somewhat terrifying. Frankly, he could not fathom how a mere human could achieve such a breakthrough in just 4 months of martial training. The blood demon technique was something everyone had practiced. Who was unaware of it? Even if Zhao Changhe had secretly trained in internal skills as an aid, such a feat was utterly preposterous. The more remarkable his potential appeared, the more he felt compelled to eliminate him. Their enmity had long been established. Why wait for Zhao to grow stronger? What was so impressive about just having reached the third level? He had yet to refine his abilities adequately at this stage, and his third-level prowess might barely manifest. Meanwhile, Fang Buping had honed his skills at the fourth level for many years. Not to mention, his 2 decades of combat experience and mastery of sword techniques far surpassed what this young upstart could offer. Did Zhao think he was Yu Hongling, capable of defeating sect master Shui at such a tender age? Even Yu Hongling had trained rigorously for over a decade. Such pointless chatter. Had he achieved his position merely by making a loud noise? Just wait until I have you in my grasp. You will find yourself unable to live or die. The sound of fluttering garments cutting through the air drew closer as Zhao Changhe raced ahead, his expression remarkably calm. Everyone was equally adept in lightness techniques, moving with bloodless grace. However, Fang Buping, with his superior cultivation, clearly outpaced him. It was certain that Zhao could not escape by mere speed. However, he never intended to flee. Rather, his intention was to confront. Escaping the stronghold was merely a strategy to avoid encirclement, leading Fang Buping to the rear mountains. Yu Hongling discerned that he possessed a remarkably clear objective. Indeed, that objective was Fang Buping. From the very beginning, Zhao Changhe measured his worth by his ability to contend with Fang Buping. The deputy leader Huang was a temporary appointee following the retreat of the elite, while Fang Buping had always been the commanding leader, overseeing the elite disciples under Sun Jiao's tutelage, a prominent figure safeguarding a territory within the notorious demonic sect, albeit possibly ranking lower. This was the most arduous and perilous battle since his arrival in this realm. For instance, his fundamental cultivation technique might not solely be the blood-killing technique. It could very well be a synthesis of superior methods from within the sect, perhaps incorporating elements of the blood god technique. The bloodless flight is a light body technique that necessitates the activation of internal energy, and from Fang Buping's use of this lightness, one could deduce that he possessed internal strength, not merely a practitioner of external arts. Harmonizing both internal and external cultivation, for realms of profound understanding. Moreover, his swordsmanship was highly refined, marked by extensive experience. Could such a person possibly contend against opponents of a higher level? Whoosh! The sound of the blade sliced through the air, its chilling sharpness palpable from a distance, causing his back to involuntarily tense. The pursuit was alarmingly swift. As the blade was unleashed, the force was not fully expended, and soon he deftly shifted his weight, propelling himself diagonally with remarkable agility, disappearing several zhang away in the blink of an eye. Fang Buping could not help but admire the solidity of this young man's foundational skills. His coordination of blade, hand, leg, and body was seamless, his positioning precise, and his application of force meticulous. His swordsmanship could undoubtedly be deemed as having reached a commendable level. Furthermore, this remarkable ability to discern the sound and position of the blade was inexplicable. Even without sight, one could intuitively know where the blade would strike. Regrettably, despite having just broken through the threshold of the third realm, there remains a palpable gap in raw strength. Zhao Chang's hands trembled slightly, yet within his heart, there was no trace of the panic that Fang Buping had anticipated. Instead, he felt a profound sense of assurance. There was no sensation akin to being unable to be shaken as if he were striking a solid wall, nor did Fang Buping's blade present an unforeseen and exquisite follow-up. It was merely a difference in power. This implied that there was still a fight to be had. He remained silent, continuing to soar through the air, and suddenly leaped over the thicket ahead. Fang Buping, with a grin, followed suit, leaping over the underbrush. I am fully aware of the traps within your stronghold. Do you think to turn the tides with this? Ha ha ha. Does it not feel utterly despairing? As he made this leap, the long blade in his hand began to emanate a crimson hue, exuding a malevolent aura that was fearsome beneath the moonlight. The divine and the demonic were cast aside. Zhao Changke could sense that the bloodthirsty energy within him was being thoroughly suppressed by his opponent, even feeling as though it was being drawn and stirred. The gaze behind him had an unexpected effect, revealing that fierce bloodlust which stirred his very soul, evoking a genuine sense of fear. Clang! The sound of a fierce clash reverberated through the night as Zhao Changge spat blood and was sent flying backward. In midair, he deftly grasped a vine that hung suspended and propelled himself toward a nearby tree trunk, using it to launch himself toward the direction of the pond. Executing the maneuver flawlessly, Fang Buping stumbled back a step, utterly astonished. How could Zhao Changhe discern the weakest point of this technique? As if he had deciphered it 1,000 times over? This should not be the case, even with prior knowledge. It is inconceivable that he could attain the experience to discern the weaknesses of his own techniques. That would be exceedingly extraordinary. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he observed Zhao Changhe soaring through the air, grasping a vine. He too seized a vine, leveraging it to propel himself. However, Zhao Changhe remained unfazed as he clutched the vine. When he tugged at it, he suddenly felt a void in his hand, and the vine snapped abruptly. Simultaneously, it seemed he had triggered some mechanism, and sharpened wooden spears shot forth from all directions. Did the informant not set the stage precisely for this moment? To lead him to believe he was well acquainted with the circumstances here, while in reality, Wang Dashan remained utterly oblivious to Zhao Changhe's covert arrangements. Yet, Fang Buping, seemingly weightless in midair, wielded his long knife with the grace of falling pear blossoms, effortlessly severing all the incoming spears in an instant, posing not the slightest threat, a testament to his seasoned prowess. Behind the water pool and the trees, Zhao Changhe had, unbeknownst to anyone, drawn his bow, his eyes radiating a palpable killing intent. With a thunderous sound, the bowstring twanged like a bolt of lightning, and the arrow shot forth like a meteor. Just as Fang Buping had finally relaxed after evading the trap's peril, the sound of the bowstring thrummed, and the arrow was already hurtling towards his face. Where did that bow come from? He had not borne one. In a flash of realization, Fang Buping roared, swiftly deflecting the arrowhead with his blade. The arrow, imbued with the terrifying blood energy enhanced by his internal power, spiraled forth with unmatched ferocity, flooding into Fang Buping's meridians and stirring the blood within him. He could not help but take a step back to counteract the overwhelming force, yet he managed to deflect the arrowhead just in time. Before he could exhale in relief, a flash of crimson erupted before his eyes. The bloody blade sliced through the heavens, and beneath the moonlight, a shadow leaped from the depths, akin to a celestial demon soaring in the air. The divine and the demonic scattered into oblivion. The relentless waves of assault surged forth like an unstoppable river. Clang! Fang Buping hastily blocked with his sword, the earth-shattering clash resonating as if it could be heard from afar within the encampment. The old strength had dissipated, while the new strength had yet to materialize. There, Zhao Chong he had been accumulating his power, waiting for this very moment. In this ebb and flow of battle, the clash of their blades was truly evenly matched. Blood seeped from the corners of both their mouths, their arms swollen, their eyes gleaming with a feral intensity. Unexpectedly, you truly managed to contend with me to this extent. Remarkable. In this stalemate, Fang Buping ultimately possessed greater stamina and gradually spoke, but it ends here. Before he could finish, a blinding white engulfed his vision. A bag of lime exploded upon his face, and he swallowed a considerable amount, his eyes stinging in agony, rendering him blind. Damn it! To think a man of such fierce valor would resort to hurling lime in the midst of this most intense and fervent battle of warriors. Fang Buping scarcely had time to curse before a sudden chill gripped his throat. The moonlight fell silent. Covered in lime, blood trickled from his throat, and he slowly fell backward, crashing to the ground with a thud, signaling the end of this relentless pursuit. It is likely that he never imagined that his relentless chase would culminate in such a fate. Zhao Chong he, utterly exhausted, staggered a few steps back, planting his sword into the ground as he half-knelt, gasping for breath. Every ounce of strength he had harnessed, every potential he had tapped into, was expended in this singular moment. Should he fail to achieve victory now, death would be his inevitable fate. The leader of the demonic sect is indeed a figure beyond ordinary comparison, possessing formidable strength. Should he emerge into the martial world, countless heroes would be eclipsed. Surpassing levels of challenge is no longer as simple as once imagined. As for the matter of lime, the natural order persists, neither for the preservation of Yao nor for the downfall of Jia. Even in chaotic times, the chronicles are acknowledged, are they not? Zhao Chongha inhaled deeply, forcing himself upright, sheathing his sword and striding down the mountain. Elder brother, swiftly, a bit faster. The young girl anxiously urged her brother. Soaring through the air, he hasn't even broken through the 3rd level of the Xian Guan. Fang Ping has been honing his skills at the 4th level for many years. He cannot contend with him. I told you to abandon the mission. Who permitted you to stealthily engage in a night raid? Cui Yuanyong followed his sister helplessly into the mountains. Just as they stepped onto the path, his expression suddenly shifted as he looked up at the sky. A flash of golden light streaked across the heavens. New chapters of the chaotic chronicle were unfolding. In February, during the awakening of insects, Zhao Chongha had been practicing martial arts for merely 4 months, breaking through the 3rd level of the Xianguan. At that time, he forcefully struck down the branch leader of the Blood God sect, Feng Ping, in Beimeng. The rankings of the Hidden Dragon list shifted. Hidden Dragon 91, Zhao Chongha. The long river descends from the heavens, converging in the martial world. Into Volume 1, Chapter 51, the blade emerges from Beimeng. Spring rain fell incessantly, a gentle patter. A distant traveler, clad in a straw raincoat and wearing a bamboo hat, carrying a long sword, stepped into the deserted streets of the small town amidst the misty rain. To say it was deserted would not be entirely accurate. The long street lay in cold silence, with an elderly beggar huddled beneath an eave to seek shelter from the rain. The eave could not shield him from the spring rain's gentle descent, and the thin blanket draped over him was already visibly soaked, making him appear most pitiable. The visitor approached him, sighed softly, and bent down to drop a few copper coins. Thank you, thank you. The old beggar, trembling with frail, withered hands, reached out shakily to accept the coin. In that very instant, as the coin touched his palm, a blade sprang forth from his sleeve, aimed directly at the visitor's abdomen. The world of martial arts teems with peril. Yet, at the moment the blade emerged, the visitor flicked the coin from his hand with a sharp snap, embedding it into the beggar's forehead. The blade lost its potency, and the visitor deftly seized the beggar's wrist. Upon glancing at the old beggar, he noticed a gaping wound in the center of his brow. He was irrevocably deceased. You felt a sense of urgency. The grime on your face was hastily smeared, not the result of neglecting to wash. A discerning eye would easily discern the truth. With a sigh, the visitor turned and departed. The spring rain continued to fall, washing away the blood that flowed, and the long street remained desolate, with no one aware of the recent events that had transpired. At the end of the street, a wine banner seemed to flutter, the rain striking the lantern. Swaying and creaking, the visitor stood outside the door, listening to the clinking of cups and the cacophony of laughter. Many patrons sheltered from the rain inside, indulging in drink and revelry, creating a lively atmosphere. Have you heard? A fierce individual has emerged in the martial world, with so many formidable figures around. Who are they referring to? Ah, it goes without saying, it must be that infamous Zhao Chang'e, the Hidden Dragon 91. Who else has garnered more attention than him these days? The visitor smirked slightly. This time it's been adjudicated. No, there is a verdict. But why does this ranking seem to be at odds with me? Either it's the fool or Mr. Zhao at 91. Who penned this flawed document? How long am I to be sentenced? However, listening to the discussions about oneself is quite delightful. Zhao Changhe pushed the door open and entered. Innkeeper, is there a table available? Bring me the hero's set. Oh, pour me 2 jugs of wine and a plate of cooked beef. Also, add 2 more pounds of wine to be packed in a gourd. Very well, esteemed guest, please take a seat. The patrons engaged in conversation glanced over at a young man, his face clean-shaven and strikingly handsome. He wore a bright, cheerful smile, and though a scar adorned his face, it only added to his rugged charm. Presently, he appeared somewhat disheveled from the rain, shaking off his cloak in a lively manner. The onlookers merely cast a brief glance before returning to their discussions. Speaking of which, Zhao Changhe truly is a formidable figure, having slain the young master of the Luo family while mingling among them, and having dispatched the branch leader of the Blood God sect while infiltrating their ranks. Born with a rebellious spirit, he is indeed a spawn of darkness. Zhao Changhe, did you truly believe you were discussing my illustrious deeds of slaying multiple foes in the chaos of war? Can you not see the effort I exerted in vanquishing those who failed to recognize my prowess? Have you overlooked the verdict proclaiming the river of Longhe falls from the heavens? What are you all conversing about? Indeed, what can be deemed a more ruthless individual than one such as he? Now, with a bounty on his head, the righteous do not tolerate him, and having defected from the cult, the sect's assassination order is spread far and wide. How many days can this man possibly survive? The cult, however, has been rather generous, offering a reward of 1,000 taels of gold. What of the court? Merely 100 taels of silver as a bounty. And it has remained unaddressed for months, showing little regard. Just yesterday, I visited the city, and the wanted posters at the city gate had been rendered illegible by the rain. No one bothered to replace them. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of Zhao Changhe's appearance. Thus, it seems that the path is not as insurmountable as it might appear. Perhaps the pursuit by the cult is indeed arduous, while the government and the righteous do not place significant importance on the matter. Is it truly that simple? The bounty from the demonic sect is exceedingly high. Countless individuals have come for the sake of wealth. Various assassins and bounty hunters have always existed in the world of martial arts. I've heard that even the Listening Snow Tower has individuals eager to take action. The foremost Assassin's Guild? Indeed. Let him wish for his own fortune. He must not let his whereabouts be known. Why do you seem somewhat concerned for him? Oh, haven't you heard? That foolish bird harbors a secret affection for Yu Hongling. When he was the bandit chief, he even sought a wife who resembled her, yet in the end, he was left pitiably abandoned. Not even this counterfeit could be retained. Does it not feel suddenly relatable and endearing? Are you unwell? This is not endearing. This is about someone coveting my wife. Even disregarding the bounty, had he the audacity to appear before me, I would have taken a knife to him. Spare me your dreams. You are more deluded than he. The crowd erupted in laughter. It is indeed true. It seems he alone possesses such a ludicrous position on the hidden dragon ranking. Who else is not of lofty stature? Something to be aspired to but never attained? Quite right. If he were in my presence, I would likely invite him for a drink and inquire about the feeling of being spurned by a bandit wife. Ha ha ha. Let us hope he does not perish too soon. I still wish to witness the amusement when Yu Hongling encounters him. Ha ha ha. The tavern was filled with a joyful atmosphere, while veins throbbed on Zhao Changhe's forehead. Truly, I appreciate your concern. What of my illustrious achievements in battle? What of my feats of strength? What of my verdicts? I have gone to great lengths to put on a fayade. Could you not focus on the crux of the matter and discuss something of significance? By the way, who was it that called me a foolish bird just now? In a moment of distraction, the waiter approached with food and drink, chuckling. Dear guest, your wine gourd appears somewhat antiquated. Our establishment also offers new wine pouches, crafted from fine leather. Would you care to exchange it? Zhao Changhe glanced at the old gourd, a faint smile gracing his lips as he chose to disregard the suggestion. Instead, inquiring whimsically, pray tell, is it illegal to slaughter cattle? The waiter hushed him. We only deal with cattle that have died of natural causes. Duly reported to the authorities. Please do not speak carelessly. Died of natural causes? Zhao Changhe lifted a slice of beef, his smile growing ever more sardonic. Yet I can't shake the feeling that it was poisoned. The waiter's expression shifted dramatically, a dagger suddenly appearing in his hand. Before he could make a move, Zhao Changhe had already driven his chopsticks forcefully into the waiter's palm, pinning it to the table. The waiter's blood-curdling scream sent a chilling silence throughout the tavern, leaving patrons aghast and at a loss. True to his notorious background, Zhao displayed an uncanny mastery of the situation. The proprietor slowly emerged from behind the counter, shaking his head with a sigh. Indeed, it is befitting of the notorious Qianlong 91, such swift reflexes. The onlookers remained frozen, hesitant to utter a sound. Qianlong 91. Wasn't that the very subject of their recent discussions? They had been gossiping about him, while he quietly observed from the sidelines. The individual who had earlier mocked the fool had long since slipped away, and the one who boasted about severing Zhao Chang's head had vanished in a flash. Clutching his groin, what had once seemed like a lively young man now appeared a veritable terror as he pinned the waiter's hand to the table, his screams echoing the horror of the moment. Zhao Changhe, grasping his chopsticks without releasing them, remarked languidly, "In truth, I possess little understanding of the intricacies of your underworld dealings. However, after encountering an assassination attempt outside, I grew cautious and inadvertently intimidated this young innkeeper. To my surprise, it actually bore fruit." The innkeeper, drenched in sweat from the pain, pleaded, "Help, save me," with a swift motion. The proprietor cleaved the innkeeper's hand with a blade. "Incompetent fool." The innkeeper collapsed, clutching his severed arm, his gaze towards the proprietor a tumultuous blend of gratitude and resentment. "Tingshuola," Zhao Changhe remarked, "it bears a certain ruthlessness. Yet it pales in comparison to Mr. Zhao's rebellion against his superiors." The proprietor, brushing off his garments, stated earnestly, "Tingshuola is pursuing the wind. I implore Mr. Zhao for guidance." Before he could fully adopt his pretentious demeanor, a steel blade descended upon him with alarming swiftness. "A mere assassin dares to feign chivalry? Do you take me for a fool? Die." The proprietor, taken aback by the sudden ferocity of this man who had previously appeared so composed, could scarcely believe the speed of the blade, which struck before he could react. He hastily dodged, causing the poison needles concealed beneath his garments to scatter across the ground. Indeed, his grandstanding had led to his downfall. For Zhao Changhe was far too astute. The code of chivalry? Such notions had no place among these individuals. With the proprietor caught off guard, he struggled to evade the relentless onslaught of Zhao Changhe's strikes, exclaiming in desperation, "Zhao Changhe, you are wanted by both righteous and demonic forces. There is no refuge left for you in this world. Must you further antagonize my Tingshuola? Rather than fostering a bond of goodwill, leaving some lingering connection." Zhao Changhe, without uttering a word, swiftly pursued and severed the innkeeper's neck with a single stroke. Such trivial chatter. The innkeeper, unable to finish his sentence, fell to the ground in disbelief. The young attendant, clutching his severed arm, recoiled in terror. Zhao Changhe pointed his long blade with a cold smirk and declared, "Zhao Changhe's blade emerges from Beiming, eager to challenge the world. If the heroes of this realm are all like you wretched vermin, it would indeed be a profound disappointment." Chapter 52. Cui Yuanyong, the young attendant, alongside the innkeeper, lay lifeless on the ground, liberated from the plight of his severed limb. The patrons had fled in a panic, and Zhao Changhe surveyed his surroundings, scoffing. "Just moments ago, someone claimed they would treat me to a drink, yet they scurried away faster than a rabbit." He directly approached another table, seizing the untouched wine and meat, and sat in the middle of the tavern, feasting heartily, as though the previous offer had indeed been made. Laughter rang out from outside. In the midst of conflict and bodies strewn about, who among the respectable would still dare to sit here and drink? How could I possibly extend an invitation to you? Without lifting his gaze, Zhao Changhe replied, "Isn't Master Cui also among the respectable?" Cui Yuanyong took a seat opposite him, chuckling, "Perhaps not. Thus, who is truly inviting whom?" Originally, the young gentleman merely sought a free meal, which hardly qualifies them as respectable individuals. Zhao Changhe casually poured him some wine. "Where's your sister? Why is it only you here? Inviting her for a meal seems reasonable, but inviting you feels rather peculiar." Cui Yuanyong smiled faintly. "What? Do you harbor feelings for her? Spare me. I have no interest in fools." Zhao Changhe rolled his eyes. "Yet, despite her foolishness, she is still a charming young lady, pleasing to behold. You are growing increasingly handsome, almost on par with me, which I find rather displeasing." Cui Yuanyong chuckled softly. "I suspect your discomfort arises from my apparent connection with you, Hongling, does it not?" Zhao Changhe, chewing on beef, scrutinized Cui Yuanyong for a moment before breaking into a grin. "Whether you harbor feelings for her, I cannot ascertain, but I am certain she would not reciprocate your affections. So there is little to feel resentful about." Cui Yuanyong, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, what makes you so certain?" Do you believe she has her eyes set on you? No. Zhao Changhe shook his head. Her heart belongs to the martial world, and it is uncertain when she will yearn for home again. For now, she belongs to no one. Neither you nor me. Cui Yuanyong laughed. Yet I sense you are no different, whether it be for Xia Qiqi or Yu Hongling. Zhao Changhe maintained a stoic expression. If someone who understands me so well were my sister, perhaps we could have a conversation. What is your intent in knowing me so intimately? I have heard that families like yours often harbor such tendencies. Cui Yuanyong gazed into Zhao Changhe's eyes, unable to discern whether his words validated his assumptions or were merely jesting. He chose not to delve deeper, simply smiling. Such tendencies are not exclusive to noble families. In fact, they are often more pronounced in various factions, perhaps something the leader of Zhao is well acquainted with. Zhao Changhe responded with a grunt of discontent. Finally, Cui Yuanyong raised his wine glass, signaling, "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Cui Yuanyong." Zhao Changhe lifted his cup in return, signifying a friendly gesture. He had initially intended to ask Yu Hongling for an introduction, as he did not wish for the atmosphere to be tense with anyone. These aristocratic families are intricately connected to the future of the false prince, as well as to the unfolding of the world's background mysteries. He harbors a desire for meaningful dialogue, particularly since this individual does not seem to harbor any animosity. The gentlemanly contest with Yu Hongling was measured, imbued with mutual respect. And after mistakenly believing that Yu Hongling had fallen victim to bandits, he even went to her aid despite his injuries. Furthermore, he refrained from indiscriminately spreading the rumor that the bandit leader was, in fact, Yu Hongling herself. Thus far, Zhao Changhe has formed a rather favorable impression of him. Moreover, Cui Yuanyong has inadvertently assisted him by shouldering a significant matter that very night. He apprehended all the members of the Baiming Mountain Bandit Group and brought them to the magistrate's office in Mongshan City, proclaiming that this once dominant gang of bandits had been eradicated by the authorities, thus earning the local government substantial merit. While this act may lead some to speculate that Zhao Changhe has aligned himself with the Cui family, serving as a precursor to their interests, it equally implicates the Cui family as the orchestrators, drawing the scrutiny of the Blood God sect and the Four Symbols sect primarily upon them. Consequently, any adversaries wishing to confront Zhao Changhe must also consider the stance of the Cui family. Along this journey, he has encountered treachery at every turn, with few genuine individuals present, which is not entirely unrelated to the circumstances. The notion of a false prince currently exists solely within the minds of himself and Xia Qiqi. Others may not share this perspective. In truth, the respectable individuals are more apprehensive of the Cui family, which is the reality of the situation. Presently, as it is well known that he set out from Baiming, his location is clear. Should others wish to ambush him, they would have to wade along the routes surrounding Baiming to catch him, thus making the journey fraught with thorns and obstacles. However, as the distance grows, it becomes increasingly difficult for others to pinpoint our whereabouts. If we had the assistance of Cui Yuanyong to obscure our traces, we would no longer need to remain so tense in these past few days, feeling uneasy at the sight of a beggar or a waiter. Frankly, such a life is unbearable. Had I not indulged in martial arts novels and taken note of such strategies, I might have already fallen into their trap. Thus, this was not our first encounter. The brother and sister had been trailing us for several days. Zhao Changhe had seen Cui Yuanyong's face countless times behind him. It is unclear why they had refrained from engaging until today, when they finally appeared to share a drink. The two clinked their cups and drank heartily. Cui Yuanyong then produced a silk handkerchief, leisurely wiping his mouth. "Isn't it peculiar that we have been following you for days without interaction, observing your clever maneuvers and hardships, only now to reveal ourselves?" Zhao Changhe glanced at the handkerchief, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, and could only respond, "I am indeed curious." "What were you thinking?" Cui Yuanyong sighed. "If I were to say that it was merely to allow my younger sister to learn the ways of the martial world, would you believe me to be lying?" Zhao Changhe's lips nearly curled in disbelief, but after a moment, he replied, "I feel as if that might be the truth." Cui Yuanyong chuckled. "Indeed, it is the truth. I have taken her out, and we have encountered no incidents along the way. The only exception being when you set up an ambush. Ultimately, you did not detain us and allowed us to pass. At that moment, we had a favorable impression of you." "Ah, so those two passers-by were you. I had completely forgotten what you looked like." "In my clan, the current generation of males is flourishing, with only one sister. She has been indulged since childhood, cherished by everyone to an excessive degree. Completely unaware of the treachery of human hearts or the malevolence of the world, remaining blissfully innocent. Possessing remarkable talents, she refuses to diligently practice her skills, and no one dares to speak sternly to her. This time, disregarding my advice, she impulsively launched a nighttime raid on the Zhao village chief, resulting in her capture. Fortunately, the Zhao chief, though labeled as a bandit, is, in truth, a gentleman, which can be considered her stroke of luck. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unbearable. Zhao Changhe lowered his head and sipped his wine, acknowledging, indeed, she acted rather foolishly. This time, the Zhao chief generously released her, enduring the wrath of his superiors with his life hanging by a thread, which nearly drove her to despair. Cui Yuanyang chuckled and clasped his hands, remarking, "I feel she has matured significantly overnight. This truly is an important growth experience for her, thanks to the Zhao chief." Zhao Changhe could only respond, "It illustrates her inherently kind nature. I must also express my gratitude for her elixir. This is indeed the case, although my sister is somewhat spoiled. Her innate goodness remains intact." Cui Yuanyang continued, "Thus, when she saw you departing from Biming alone, appearing somewhat weak, she persistently urged me to protect you. I told her that such a fierce tiger descending from the mountain or a dragon entering the sea does not require protection. Not only should she not be shielded, but it would also serve her well to broaden her horizons. If she were to learn from others, she would likely pout. However, when it comes to you, she behaves quite obediently." Zhao Changhe remained silent, merely sipping his drink. Cui Yuanyang took another sip and sighed. "Do you know why I came to find you today without bringing her?" Zhao Changhe shook his head, cleared his throat, and continued to drink in silence. In the esteemed lineage of the Cui family, several masters have emerged, among them Cui Yuanyang, who stands at the 8th level of the profound realm. A dragon concealed in the depths, heralding the tempestuous winds of the world. Yet, his younger sister gazes upon a mere 3rd-level wild man and perceives him as a divine being descended from the heavens. One cannot help but empathize with Cui Yuanyang, who might well feel a surge of frustration, especially since Zhao Changhe has committed no wrongdoing. Rather, he is a benefactor to the young lady, rendering him untouchable and necessitating a degree of support from her family. Zhao Changhe mused, "Could it be that the Cui family truly seeks to recruit me?" Cui Yuanyang shook his head, replying, "Brother Zhao, you are not one to dwell among the common folk. Such a notion bears no significance. What we truly wish to discern is the nature of your relationship with Headmaster Tang." Chapter 53. What is your relationship with Headmaster Tang? This reference to not being one to dwell among the common folk leaves Zhao Changhe uncertain whether it is a genuine compliment or a veiled insinuation regarding his rebellious nature, one that renders him undesirable. After the patrons indulged in their nonsensical banter, Zhao Changhe found himself plagued by the suspicion that every utterance concealed a jest, leaving him utterly vexed. What relationship do I have with Headmaster Tang? How should I know? I am but a man she shall never possess. Does that count? Cui Yuanyang, displaying a hint of exasperation, responded, "Brother Zhao, I am not one for jest. Might we speak more earnestly?" To be earnest means to acknowledge that, before her very eyes, I struck down the one she wished to save, leading her to personally issue a warrant for my capture, a fact well known to all. Since she has pursued me, can I not claim she shall never succeed in apprehending me? If it is a jest, it is not devoid of sincerity. Cui Yuanyang continued, however. Does she genuinely wish to capture you? Zhao Changhe responded nonchalantly. As the patrons mentioned earlier, even a warrant would be disregarded in the rain. No one tends to such matters. Such occurrences are quite commonplace when local officials exhibit indolence. The local magistrate is indifferent to the fate of Tang Shozhua. However, many fugitives remain elusive not due to their stealth, but rather due to the incompetence of the pursuers. It is perplexing that despite being aware of your whereabouts in Biming, she chose to dispatch a naive and inexperienced girl, her younger sister, instead of capable warriors. I have never witnessed the Demon Suppression Department display such a lackadaisical attitude towards apprehending fugitives. The fact that the foolish young man from the Cui family was sent by Tang Shozhua indicates that she is already aware of Zhao Changhe's presence in Mingshan. If she knows he is there, it is baffling that she neither chooses to capture him herself nor sends skilled soldiers, opting instead for an inexperienced fool. Zhao Changhe, unable to comprehend this situation, refrained from further jesting and remarked, "She must think that Brother Cui will take action? Perhaps. But you may not realize one crucial detail. I have been equally indifferent to this mission and would rather not involve my younger sister. Hence I have been stalling, allowing her to break through the 3rd level of the Xian Pass first. This delay has extended over a month or two. Yet there has been no response from Tang Shozhua. Is this the official stance towards knowing the whereabouts of a fugitive? Zhao Changha inquired. Why the delay? My intention in stalling was to ascertain that you are not an ordinary criminal, planning to observe longer. However, Tang Shou's silence strikes me as increasingly peculiar. Cui Yuanyong replied coolly. She ought to have reacted. You are not a typical fugitive. The individual you have slain is merely a local gentry worth a bounty of 100 taels. Yet we understand that Luo Zhenwu is far more than that. The ramifications of your actions are severe. Zhao Changhe fell silent. Cui Yuanyong finally addressed the crux of the matter. If he were indeed a prince, Tang Wanzhuang should have taken it upon herself to apprehend you at once, rather than leaving it to my younger sister, who has shown no concern despite the passage of time. This at least suggests one thing. Luo Zhenwu is certainly not a prince, and his demise holds little significance. It turns out that the esteemed Tang was named Tang Wanzhuang. Zhao Changhe sighed. You must have suspected Luo Zhenwu's true identity all along, otherwise. Why would you observe me so keenly? Shouldn't you have been the first to seize me? The Cui family is a prominent household in the Great Xia, with numerous members serving in its ranks. Why has this been reduced to merely a matter concerning Tang? Cui Yuanyong displayed a hint of a smile, offering no further explanation. Yet his gaze toward Zhao Changhe brimmed with intrigue. Zhao Changhe, feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, retorted, Why do you look at me like that? If Luo Zhenwu is not a prince, it is entirely reasonable that the pursuit against me is not taken with utmost seriousness. There is nothing peculiar about it. However, Cui Yuanyong pondered. She instructed my younger sister to capture you. Does she not realize that, in a typical scenario, the inevitable outcome would be a confrontation between you and me? What is her true intention in wanting to capture you while simultaneously appearing to wish for your demise? Zhao Changhe narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the esteemed Tang must have received news of my exploits in Baiming, precisely when I had just triumphed over Vice Leader Huang and ascended the ranks of the chaotic era. At that time, the information was deliberately leaked by Wang Dashan and others, provoking a throng of naive challengers to the Qianlong list. It stands to reason that the local authorities would not have remained uninformed. They likely reported to the Demon Suppression Division without delay, upon witnessing his sister ensnared in peril. How could Cui Yuanyong possibly refrain from intervening? Thus, it was inevitable that he would confront Zhao Changhe, and given Cui Yuanyong's formidable prowess, how could Zhao hope to withstand such an encounter? It would surely spell his doom. Yet, if the intent was to eliminate him, the esteemed Tang could merely dispatch a trusted confidant to accomplish the task. Why resort to such convoluted methods? Is it due to the Cui family's stature? Would the assassination of a prince by the Cui family truly benefit the current situation? It would only serve the interests of the rebels, rendering the very notion laughable. Could it be that Tang is convinced Cui Yuanyong would never resort to lethal measures against someone of Zhao Changhe's dubious standing, intentionally allowing Cui Yuanyong to engage with Zhao to ascertain certain truths? But why would she herself not seek confirmation directly, opting instead for such an unpredictable approach? It was perplexing. Zhao Changhe scratched his head, speaking earnestly. Cui brother, it is not that I feign ignorance. I too am baffled by this matter. Could you enlighten me on the circumstances that led you to Baiming? Is your sister affiliated with the Demon Suppression Division? She does not appear to be. Actually, I was the one intending to go to Baiming, Cui Yuanyong replied. I sought to challenge Yu Hongling and had someone keep watch over her movements. Learning that she had indeed been seen in Baiming, my sister, aware of my impending departure, could not contain her desire to accompany me for a bit of adventure. I considered that at her age, it was time she ventured out. Traveling 1,000 miles would be beneficial for her. So I decided to take her along on this journey, and my family agreed. This was indeed a reasonable explanation. Zhao Changhe refrained from interjecting, pouring him another cup of wine, fully aware that there was more to come. Though my home is not directly on the way to the capital, a slight detour leads us there without much trouble. Thus, I naturally took her on a tour of the capital, where we paid a visit to the esteemed head of the Tang. It is my earnest wish that women could embody the grace and poise of the Tang's leadership. Zhao Changhe recalled that night when a woman's sword gleamed like water, her frail form standing resolutely before the forces of darkness, exuding a serene beauty yet commanding presence. One could almost envision her, coughing gently as she labored at her desk, her ailing body bearing the weight of a decaying empire. Although this sentiment may not be entirely accurate, it certainly leaves a lasting first impression. Even if she could merely emulate a fraction of the Tang's composure, it would surely warrant celebrations among the Cui family. He could not suppress a chuckle. What followed? The younger sister did not aspire to emulate the Tang's grandeur. Rather, She expressed a keen interest in the endeavors of the Demon Suppression Division, speaking of capturing thieves and rooting out bandits. Proclaiming justice in the world, a notion that was quite enticing. As the conversation progressed, she even declared her desire to join the Demon Suppression Division. Zhao Changhe nearly burst into laughter. The responsibilities of the Demon Suppression Division resemble those of a modern major crimes unit, albeit with far greater prestige. For this is a realm of martial arts and fantasy where the demons they confront are often figures of renown in times of chaos, typically rebel leaders or foreign chieftains. The Tang's role in relation to such individuals transcends that of a simple major crimes captain or special operations leader. It is that of a paramount minister within the imperial court, holding the highest rank of the day. A pampered young girl, raised in the comforts of her home, boldly declared her intention to confront the most formidable task force in the empire, engaging in a blood-soaked battle. Yet, even if she were to join, she would merely serve as a mascot. Did she truly believe she could quell the forces of darkness? Observing Zhao Changhe's expression, Cui Yuanyong discerned his thoughts and let out a resigned sigh. It is common knowledge that this endeavor is frivolous. To speak candidly, our family has no desire to affiliate with such an institution, as it contradicts our principles. Moreover, the Chief Tang may not be particularly keen on having a member of the Cui family join the Demon Suppression Department. Should that occur, she would likely find herself overwhelmed. Thus, she stated that to join the Demon Suppression Department, one must first complete an initiation task, the outcome of which would determine their eligibility for employment. Zhao Changhe clicked his tongue. Her words were rather insidious, for she did not explicitly state that completing the task would guarantee acceptance. Indeed, I sensed immediately that her statement was merely a pretext, a ploy to convey to my sister that apprehending thieves and bandits is no trivial matter. And we shared an unspoken understanding that I would not intervene to assist her in fulfilling the task. Cui Yuanyong remarked that while she was selecting tasks, they engaged in casual conversation, and upon learning of her intention to travel to Baiming, the chief suddenly paused, furrowing her brow in deep contemplation for an extended period. Was the task then to capture me? The chief stated that she had just received news of a wanted criminal located in Baiming, and that it would pertain to him. Such is the nature of events. Otherwise, how would we know of your whereabouts? It seems that the chief had not considered this angle previously. Rather, upon learning of Cui Yuanyong's imminent arrival in Baiming, she must have conducted some intricate deductions, transforming what was originally a perfunctory task for the Cui family's young lady into something far more consequential. Zhao Changhe's expression gradually grew peculiar, and suddenly an absurd thought struck him. If Tang Shozhua could indeed be certain that Cui Yuanyong would not resort to violence, then this arrangement bore an uncanny resemblance to matchmaking. No wonder Cui Yuanyong inquired not about one's identity, but rather about the relationship between Zhao and Tang Shozhua. Chapter 54. A secret to reveal. While matchmaking may seem trivial, its essence is surprisingly similar. The significance of the false prince's identity is paramount. How others perceive it has been entirely a product of Xia Qiqi's imagination and perhaps her naive wishful thinking. Tang Shozhua possesses his own reasoning, other alternatives, and solutions that may evolve with the shifting tides of circumstance. It is not necessarily predetermined that a false prince is required, nor must Zhao Changhe be the one chosen for this role. Furthermore, Xia Longyuan's thoughts remain an enigma, shrouded in uncertainty. In this state of complete ignorance regarding one another, if matters were to unfold solely according to Xia Qiqi's conjectures, it would indeed be remarkable, even if her assumptions appeared somewhat plausible on the surface. Naturally, the probability of Zhao Changhe being the true prince is not to be dismissed. Thus, the warrant remains in a state of cold treatment. It cannot be revoked without arousing suspicion, yet neither can they pursue a capture for fear of complications. Currently, fortune has aligned thus, given the Cui family status. They undoubtedly possess some awareness of these affairs. This arrangement serves to allow the Cui family to observe. Do you believe this is feasible? It also provides Zhao Changhe with a legitimate avenue to engage with the aristocracy. To the outside world, this merely appears as an operation to apprehend a fugitive, drawing little attention. As for the uncontrollable, she had no intention of controlling it. Zhao Changhe's potential path through this line was precisely what she wished to observe. She desired to discern the capabilities of this individual and the transformations that his interactions with the noble families might provoke. Intriguingly, a young princess from the Cui family, yet to be wed, was intricately involved in this scenario. Zhao Changhe himself remained unmarried. Would the Cui family harbor any ulterior motives in their considerations? If it indeed proves suitable, would it not be a match made in heaven? One could argue that half of the great Xia would find peace then. Just moments ago, Cui Yuanyong, during their casual pleasantries, inquired whether Zhao had an interest in his sister, and he expressed a sentiment that he sensed mutual feelings. Whether it be Xia Qiqi or Yu Hongling, the implication was unmistakable. The two men exchanged glances, each perceiving the mix of amusement and exasperation hidden within the other's eyes. Such topics were hardly suitable for open discussion that could only be hinted at. Eventually, Cui Yuanyong took a sip of wine and mused. There is a secret I ponder whether to share with you. If I divulge it, will you deem me a gossip? I fear I might even fail to keep Yu Hongling's secret safe. Zhao Changhe cleared his throat. People are often hypocritical. I trust you to keep Yu Hongling's matter private, but what secret do you have to share? Cui Yuanyong chuckled. You. Come now. I have invited you to dinner. The former crown princess passed away, after which the grand chancellor and the crown prince discussed a marriage proposal. Yet before the engagement could be formalized, the male counterpart passed away. Anyone with a modicum of political awareness understands that the significance of this proposed union lies in the connection between the Tang family and the position of the crown prince, rather than the identity of the prince himself. Since this matter has commenced and a new crown prince has been appointed, it is conceivable that the marriage negotiations may proceed once more. Zhao Changhe nearly spewed his drink across the table in astonishment. What exactly is your relationship with Master Tang? The thoughts of Tang Wanzhuang must be rather intricate. Cui Yuanyong languidly leaned back in his chair, emitting a sigh. Perhaps her maneuver holds a deeper intention of securing her own freedom? This could indeed shed some light on her actions. Ha! Ha! Your laughter seems to be undermining your character, Zhao Changhe remarked, both exasperated and amused. You are fundamentally a gossip monger, aren't you? Now I genuinely worry about the situation with Yu Hongling. Isn't it you who requested me to speak? Cui Yuanyong subdued his laughter, lowering his voice. She has her own intentions, which are understandable. However, my family is no mere puppet for her to manipulate. As for my sister, do not hold on to any hopes. At least for now, it is impossible. Zhao Changhe replied, exasperated. Let me reiterate, I have no interest in fools. I must remind you, I haven't even asked for her name. There's simply no appeal. Come now, mentioning her formal name is one thing, but why disclose her nickname? Tang Wanzhuang pondered with her own tangled thoughts. Cui Yuanyong finally rose from his seat. Our discussions have reached their conclusion. At present, I wish to witness Zhao Changhe's prowess in the world rather than become entangled in such inconsequential matters. Proceed with your journey. I have ensured your whereabouts remain concealed, at least for now, so that you may dine in peace. Zhao Changhe also stood and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. No need for thanks. It is a matter of course. Cui Yuanyong sighed, expressing his genuine curiosity about your next moves, yet he wondered if following you seemed peculiar. They say you are quite the gossip, and you refuse to allow your sister to accompany. How absurd. Cui Yuanyong turned to leave, saying, I shall await the day when I see your name shining in the chaotic annals of history. Strive harder. The man forever unattainable to Tang Wanzhuang. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Who just remarked about lacking a sense of humor? Until now, neither had explicitly addressed Zhao Changhe's true identity, merely skirting around the topic of whether Luo Zhenwu was indeed Tang Wanzhuang's betrothed. Yet, in essence, much had been conveyed. Cui Yuanyong had acquired the confirmation he sought, and whether Zhao Changhe was genuine might not hold much significance in his eyes. Conversely, Zhao Changhe gleaned a wealth of unknown information and insights into the thought processes of various families. The Cui family indeed harbored intentions to invest in this individual, yet they would not make their motives overt. You must continue to provide answers. Should you fall in the tumult of the martial world, they might not even sigh for your loss. Historically, persuading influential families to place substantial bets on anyone has always been a formidable challenge. Long after Cui Yuanyong had departed, Zhao Changhe suddenly drained his cup and erupted into laughter, so hearty it nearly induced a cough. Damn it, I almost forgot. I was supposed to inquire about the family history and the significance of epics. Blast. Women truly do affect the efficiency of all endeavors. Zhao Changhe grasped the long sword resting on the table and turned to exit. What are Tang Shozhua and Qinghe Cui? Each one more ordinary than the last. Am I here merely to sift through and evaluate you all? How rare. Were it not for the entanglement of my position with this identity debacle, who would care for such matters? Unjustly sullied, I find no solace in any company. What lies ahead? What is there to be curious about? Naturally, it is the pursuit of advancement and experience. One day, when the dragon emerges from the depths, and my name graces the celestial rankings. It shall not be a matter of your choosing me, but rather of my choosing you. Is this not the way of the world? Amidst the misty rain, a young man dons his cloak, shoulders his sword, and strides forth from the town. After departing from Mongshan, the surroundings have flourished, no longer akin to the desolation of yore. Ahead lies a city of states, replete with martial sects and clans, where the formidable congregate. As night deepens, heavy rain pours. Before the martial hall, a traveler, weary from the journey, arrives despite the downpour. The doorman raises a hand, signaling him to halt. It is late. If young brother seeks to apprentice, please return tomorrow morning. The visitor beams, radiating warmth. I have heard that your esteemed hall practices the rigorous and exquisite Yulong Bagua swordplay, and I have come to seek guidance. I hope the master will graciously impart his teachings. A challenger? The doorman scrutinizes him. Youthful one, do not court death. Our master has attained the 3rd level of Xian Guan. What a coincidence, so have I. The visitor's smile broadens. Just inform the elder. Pray. Share your name. Zhao Changhe of Baiming. Clang. The doorman could no longer remain composed, dashing into the martial hall. Master, master, bandits have come to rob us. Zhao Changhe? If Cui Yuanong were to learn that the painstaking efforts to erase traces of his whereabouts had been carelessly revealed by this fellow, one can only imagine his feelings. She departed midway. Did no one inform you? He stood there, a throbbing headache soon to follow. Chapter 55. Cui Yuanyang. The opponent's footwork shifted once more, inexplicably appearing to the left, as the long knife continued its thrust toward Zhao Changhe's waist. Zhao Changhe's blood fiend blade technique inherently possessed its own footwork, allowing for a commendable degree of agility. When combined with the lightness of the flying blood without trace technique, it felt even more fluid. However, this time, the challenge rendered him as if he were clumsily standing still, while his adversary proved to be exceptionally elusive and tenacious. Both were at the 3rd level of the Xian Guan, yet the opponent was not fully balanced in both internal and external cultivation. Thus, this contest was already formidable. To be precise, should he lose, it could be considered a defeat against an opponent of a higher tier. Every individual possesses their own strengths and weaknesses. Within the Blood God sect, everyone trained in similar techniques, their advantages and shortcomings nearly indistinguishable. Once one steps beyond this realm, the vastness of the world becomes apparent, revealing endless opportunities for learning. This was something Zhao Changhe realized during his sparring with Yu Hongling, understanding that the world is expansive and each school possesses its own strengths, hidden from the confines of a mere corner like Baiming. Hence, one must wield their blade to explore the world. Fortunately, even though the master of the dojo possessed slippery footwork, it paled in comparison to that of Yu Hongling. After intensive training with her, Zhao Changhe had developed the ability to read the movements of opponents of this caliber. The longer the engagement lasted, the more clarity he attained, ultimately being able to anticipate where the opponent would evade next. With a sudden movement, the master darted to the right, and Zhao Changhe, seizing the moment, extended his foot and caught him perfectly. The master fell in terror, his first thought flashing through his mind. My head is gone. If Zhao Changhe were to strike down with his blade, his head would surely be severed. It is said that a ruthless individual such as Zhao Changhe, who slaughters indiscriminately, could indeed do such a thing. The disciples of the martial arts school shouted in unison, about to step forward. When they witnessed Zhao Changhe grasping the shoulder of the master, retreating a step, and holding the hilt of his sword in a gesture of respect, "Thank you, master, for your guidance. The Yulong Bagua steps are indeed an excellent technique. I have greatly benefited from today's battle, for which I am grateful." The members of the school gazed blankly as Zhao Changhe turned to exit, soon disappearing into the rainy night, no longer visible. The onlookers exchanged glances, while the master rubbed his bruised ankle, puzzled and murmuring, "Is this truly Zhao Changhe? How does he differ so greatly from the rumors? I had heard that Zhao Changhe bore a full beard and had a rugged, fearsome appearance. I had heard he stood 8 feet tall with a waist of the same measure. I had heard he could consume human flesh raw." Amidst the chaos, someone timidly remarked, "But the wanted poster indeed depicts him this way. Haven't you all seen it? What are we even discussing?" Silence ensued. Indeed, it was Zhao Changhe. Is the world's perception truly flawed? The master sighed. Enough of this chatter. Of course, it is Zhao Changhe, such a quintessential embodiment of blood-killing techniques. His blood-killing swordplay exudes an aura of menace, his eyes bloodshot with the power he wields. Indeed, It is rather peculiar how he can master such a formidable martial art with such ease. Moreover, he exhibits a remarkable sense of courtesy. I was completely convinced when he mentioned that those individuals belonged to the Chui and Wang families. This implies that he has genuinely come merely to challenge and broaden his knowledge of swordsmanship, rather than seeking to showcase his prowess or resorting to robbery. How could someone of his character have garnered such a tarnished reputation? The members of the martial arts school seemed to be ensnared in a dreamlike state. And Zhao Changra was equally entranced. As he turned the corner, his gaze fell upon a small girl, huddled pitifully in a plush hooded mink coat, shivering against the wall. The torrential rain soaked her completely, rendering the coat ineffective. The more she wore it, the colder and more uncomfortable she became. "Are you in training?" he inquired. "Indeed. I am," she replied. "You left the North Mang to hone your skills in the world rather than endure the hardships of solitary training in the mountains, correct?" "Of course. Then why can I not accompany you in this endeavor? I have memorized all the martial arts from my home, and I have pilfered numerous pills. What is the significance of my solitary practice at home compared to your experiences in the world?" Zhao Changke was left speechless, having inadvertently ensnared himself in a convoluted argument. Her reasoning was surprisingly astute. In terms of training, her logic was irrefutable. Wasn't the very purpose of his departure from home to venture into the world? Yet, the crux of the matter remained. What basis did she have for placing such trust in him? She ought to continue honing her skills with her brother. "Miss Chui," Zhao Changhe said, exasperated, hands on his hips, "are you aware that your actions are described by a term in my dialect that translates to gifted for free?" Chui Yuanyang blinked her large eyes, perplexed. What is the most crucial thing to guard against while traversing the martial world? Chui Yuanyang, without a moment's hesitation, remarked, "Human nature is treacherous. One can discern it from your journey thus far. What grounds do you have to believe that the malevolent one is not myself?" Zhao Chang'e, rendered speechless, replied, "You, a lovely young lady, profess to remember all the martial arts of the Chui family, bearing resources and medicinal concoctions, perhaps even possessing considerable wealth. Am I not entitled to seize your possessions, compel you to reveal the Chui family's esoteric secrets, and display you like a prized possession for my amusement?" Chui Yuanong finally found herself unable to withstand the starkness of his words, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head. You wouldn't dare," Zhao Chang'e countered. "If I had, it would have been a matter of circumstance and disposition. Once placed in a favorable environment, I cannot guarantee what I might do. Do you trust me more than I trust myself? I am a bandit. Do you not comprehend that?" Chui Yuanyang, clutching the hem of her garment, fell silent. Zhao Chang'e surveyed his surroundings. The heavy rain continued to pour, and the long street lay deserted. Stealing a glance at his expression, Chui Yuanyang mused to herself. How can one claim to be a villain when he is, in truth, a paragon of virtue? Why must he feign a rough and uncouth demeanor? People often underestimate me, yet I am usually quite discerning. Come, let us proceed. The inn lies ahead. We should take shelter there. You cannot remain in this downpour for much longer, or you shall surely fall ill. Chui Yuanyang followed him closely, a peculiar feeling washing over her as she listened to his seemingly nonsensical mutterings. It dawned upon her at that moment that they were indeed two solitary souls sharing a lodging. Previously, I was filled with thoughts of how delightful it would be to traverse the world with him, never once contemplating this particular scenario. Yet, curiously enough, a sense of tranquility enveloped me, for he truly embodies the virtues of a gentleman. "Innkeeper, do you have any rooms available?" "Do not tell me there is, but a single one." "Of course, there are several rooms, even independent courtyards," the innkeeper replied, drowsily leaning on the counter, his impatience evident. "As long as you have the coin." Zhao Chang'e snapped his fingers at Chui Yuanyang, signaling that it was her time to perform. Blushing, Chui Yuanyang fumbled in her package and produced a piece of silver. "Please, reserve an independent courtyard and ensure we are not disturbed." The clear, melodious tone dispelled the innkeeper's drowsiness, causing him to sit up and scrutinize the young girl before him, his gaze towards Zhao Chang'e turning decidedly peculiar. "Young man, how long do you intend to be sentenced?" Chapter 56. He is unlike any other in this world. "How old are you exactly?" Inside the room, Zhao Chang'e was instructing the waiter to heat water, and in a moment of privacy, he quietly questioned Chui Yuanyang. "I can't shake the feeling that everyone is looking at me strangely." Chui Yuanyang, her cheeks flushed, whispered, "I am 16. You hardly appear to be 16. Where do I not look it? I am over 5 feet tall. Isn't that just about 1 meter 50? Can your head even reach my armpit?" Chui Yuanyang, indignant, attempted to measure her height against his armpit. "I can clearly reach above your armpit." Zhao Changhe quickly dodged and pressed her head down. Let us not get carried away. You are still quite youthful, with baby fat that has yet to dissipate, round and rosy. My age in terms of years is indeed 16. Ah, I see you mean 15. What does the law of the great Xia say about this? What laws exist, really? In prosperous times, there are plenty of instances of 14-year-old marriages, let alone in the present day. Who is to oversee such matters? With a creak, the door opened, and the waiter entered with water, casting increasingly peculiar glances at the two. The pair fell silent, only then realizing that discussing such topics might not seem entirely normal to others. Truly, what concern is it of yours how old I am? After the waiter left, wearing an odd expression, Zhao Changhe helplessly remarked, All right, you should quickly wash up and change your clothes to avoid falling ill. I will go next door. We can talk later. Wait a moment. The young girl lowered her head and said, I did not bring any clothes. Zhao Changhe's eyes widened in surprise. Did you not have a bundle? That small bundle only contains some silver and medicine. There is no way to carry winter clothing. Cui Yuanyang explained, her gaze towards Zhao Changhe filled with confusion, as if questioning who the Navi one lacking experience truly was. Frustrated, Zhao Changhe replied, Just wait a moment. I will see if there is a tailor nearby to buy you an outfit. As Zhao Changhe dashed out into the rain once again, Cui Yuanyang's eyes sparkled. In such torrential weather, if it were her brother, he would have merely scolded her and sent a servant to fetch something. How peculiar. This person, far from resembling a mountain bandit, at times seemed almost otherworldly. She wondered if anyone else had ever felt this way. Meanwhile, Zhao Changhe was in a state of utter exasperation. He truly had no interest in a girl who was merely 5 feet tall and still developing, especially when he could think of others like Xia Qiqi or Yu Hongling, tall and graceful with a curvaceous, athletic form. Never mind. For now, he would simply regard it as looking after a classmate's younger sister in this world. The street was dotted with ready-to-wear shops, though they had long since shuttered their doors. Zhao Changhe, in a moment of desperation, scaled the wall, never anticipating that his first foray into thievery would be for the sake of pilfering a woman's attire. Should this escapade come to light, his reputation would plummet to unfathomable depths. Although his reputation was already less than stellar, this would certainly not improve it. With swift hands and keen eyes, Zhao Changhe seized a fluffy outfit that bore a striking resemblance to the one worn by Cui Yuanyang. Just as he was about to make his escape, he paused, a hint of crimson creeping to his cheeks as he ventured into the lingerie section. Embarrassment deepened as he hastily grabbed a belly band, tossing a silver coin aside before making a hasty retreat. What did women's undergarments look like in this era? He had never seen Yu Hongling's, and during Xia Qiqi's time, she had disguised herself as a man, using a binding cloth. In novels, they always depicted belly bands. So it must be correct. Moments later, Cui Yuanyang, nestled by the brazier, looked astonished as Zhao Changhe solemnly presented her the item, her face reddening as if it were a peach. Why purchase clothing only to choose such an array of undergarments, and one embroidered with mandarin ducks, no less? A belly band that had been touched by a man, which she would now wear. Oh dear. Living together as a man and woman truly posed its peculiar inconveniences. It was bizarre how Yu Hongling managed to cohabit with him for half a month. Could it be that their relationship was indeed of that nature? Zhao Changhe, oblivious to the Navi thoughts swirling in her mind, was himself chilled and weary, having already rolled into his own room to soak in a bath and seek solace in sleep. Daily practice of his fundamental skills had been neglected, rain or shine. Truly unfortunate. A night of sporadic rain and fierce winds. Alone and following a man. The young girl should have felt a sense of unease that would hinder her sleep. Yet, to her surprise, Cui Yuanyang slumbered profoundly, feeling more at ease than she ever had at home. Of course, it was merely an illusion, a consequence of her overwhelming fatigue. Were it not for Zhao Changhe urging her to soak in a hot bath, she might have succumbed to a serious illness. Waking languorously in the morning, Cui Yuanyang still felt somewhat enervated. She stretched her arms lazily, glancing down at her belly band with a hint of embarrassment. He had claimed he could perform a myriad of forms, yet he had done nothing but this? Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard sounds from outside, the swish of blades and the shuffle of feet. Cautiously, she slipped out of bed and leaned against the window to peer outside. Zhao Changhe was practicing with a sword in the courtyard. The heavy rain had subsided, leaving only a light drizzle. Finding the dampness bothersome, he had discarded his outer garment, allowing the rain to drench him as he wielded the sword with impressive vigor, his well-defined muscles rippling with strength. Cui Yuanyang's heart raced at the sight, but she quickly withdrew, too timid to gaze longer. He was diligent, and it was evident he had been training for quite some time, far beyond mere beginnings. Did one truly need to practice so rigorously even while merely lodging at an inn? Her elder brother, under the watchful eye of their elders and with the threat of a whip, had never applied himself so fervently. Who, then, was there to wield a whip upon him? Though her own skills were lacking, Cui Yuanyang came from a scholarly background and had seen enough to possess a discerning eye. She recognized that Zhao Changha's swordplay was intentionally integrating the 8 trigrams footwork he had challenged yesterday, adjusting his steps accordingly. Yet, she pondered, others' footwork constituted a systematic approach, revealing itself in response to adversarial encounters. What could one glean from such surreptitious learning? Cui Yuanyang felt a twinge of sympathy. Here, everything she desired was within reach. Yet she had not dedicated herself to learning properly. Zhao Changha's circumstances were indeed dire. The meager martial arts of the blood god sect were so lacking that he would joyfully treasure even a mere scrap. Why didn't Yu Hongling impart her knowledge to him? As she pondered this, her gaze gradually shifted. It became evident that Zhao Changha, who had previously stumbled through his steps, was now adjusting with increasing fluidity. He was not merely appropriating the Bagua step from others. Rather, he was assimilating their strengths and endeavoring to refine his own movements. It was no wonder Yu Hongling refrained from teaching him the footwork. He had already integrated her insights into his own, transforming what was once a mere accompaniment to the blood slaughter blade technique into something uniquely his own. If he continued on this path, he would ultimately develop a style that belonged solely to him. Was this truly the ambition of a mere 4-month martial arts novice? Such audacity! Cui Yuanyang suddenly felt that her 15 years had been squandered in vain. "Excuse me, esteemed guest." The innkeeper's assistant peered cautiously through the doorway. "Your requested white-cut meat and 8 treasure porridge." "Oh, just set it down for now." Zhao Changha paused his practice, wiping the sweat and rain from his brow as he made his way to Cui Yuanyang's room. "I'll check if that pig has awakened." Zhao Changha, innkeeper's assistant. What is with that expression? During their meal, Cui Yuanyang curiously inquired of Zhao Changha, why was that assistant bleeding from his nose earlier? "Did you strike him?" "No, it was you who struck him," Zhao Changha replied, his expression impassive as he sipped his porridge. "Forget him. I nearly bled myself because of you. Fortunately, my imagination isn't particularly vivid. I have not practiced the art of inflicting harm from a distance. There is no need for practice. It is a gift." Zhao Changha glanced at her briefly, the corners of his mouth twitching before he resumed sipping his porridge. The fluffy hooded coat he had casually donned last night went unnoticed, complete with adorable rabbit ears. Such cuteness verges on the realm of transgression. Cui Yuanyang, however, found nothing remarkable about it, as such attire must be commonplace in her household. She lowered her head, sipping her porridge, and softly remarked, "You are struggling on your own. Whether it be with sword techniques or footwork. Why not inquire about my family's secrets? The Cui family's martial arts are quite formidable. I doubt you've even considered it." Zhao Changha chuckled lightly. "You cannot provide a clandestine secret. You can only offer something ordinary. Unless I truly wish to sever ties with the righteous path and simply take what you possess." Cui Yuanyang chose to ignore the latter part of his statement and softly replied, "Well, those certainly cannot be disclosed, unless you, regardless. Even if I were to share some ordinary techniques, they would far surpass this 8 trigram step. Do not. Why? Little girl, you are naive. Your family is not. I have no intention of incurring a favor from the Cui family, nor do I wish to become too deeply entwined with them, lest I find myself constrained at every turn. But your current experience and knowledge are truly insufficient to support the creation of your own martial arts. It is too premature. I do not intend to create something of my own at this moment. I am still in the initial stages of accumulating experience. To speak frankly, the Cui family's martial arts may indeed be excellent, but their effectiveness largely depends on the practitioner. Your brother's training undoubtedly surpasses that of Yu Hongling, yet he still falls short by half a measure, which serves as clear evidence. Cui Yuanyang fell silent. The sensation that he was unlike any inhabitant of this world resurfaced in his heart. Although the reasoning seemed sound, who in this realm would take it so earnestly? The enhancement brought forth by superior martial arts is far more tangible than the painstaking progress achieved through relentless exploration. Even if one is fully aware that it may lead to certain complications, remaining composed is no easy feat. Even Yu Hongling would likely feel the same. Zhao Changha remarked, "I believe that if the Cui family remains ensnared in the glory of their martial arts prowess, they shall inevitably meet a fate akin to that of the great Xia, descending into decay. Noticing the slight discontent on Cui Yuanyang's face, Zhao Changhe refrained from further comment and rose to his feet. Let us depart. Our journey through the martial world may not solely involve confronting malevolent spirits. Perhaps we shall also encounter instances of injustice. He expressed a hope that the inequities they would witness in Qinghe would not pertain to her family. Chapter 57. We have been deceived. A gentle rain fell incessantly. Zhao Changhe had discarded his raincoat and hat, opting instead for a large umbrella as he walked alongside Cui Yuanyang through the bustling streets of the city. Although the umbrella was ample, he still shielded her side, exposing half of his shoulder to the rain, which gradually soaked him, yet he remained unperturbed. Cui Yuanyang walked silently beside him, trailing slightly, feeling as though this escapade away from home, in the company of her idol, bore a hint of the embarrassment of being in the limelight, though not entirely so. She could discern Zhao Changhe's detachment, even disdain, towards the aristocratic families, sensing an unspoken divide between them. Though he did not articulate it, the sentiment was palpable. Cui Yuanyang, still firmly aligned with her own family, suddenly felt an increasing distance from Zhao Changhe. Thus, the embarrassment of being in the limelight lingered. How should one articulate this? I wonder if it is a sign of self-deprecation. Initially, Zhao Changhe exuded a rugged and uninhibited charm, brimming with audacity, which held an undeniable allure for a young woman raised in an environment steeped in refinement and currently navigating the tumultuous waters of rebellion. However, upon closer acquaintance, I discovered that he possessed a surprising gentleness and courtesy, attending to me with the same consideration as a family member. Perhaps this is not unusual. Amidst bandits, one would naturally exhibit a wild demeanor, yet when faced with a lady of noble birth, a veneer of politeness is to be expected. This diminished his allure, rendering him akin to the ordinary, which is, perhaps, a manifestation of self-deprecation. I find myself scratching my head, inadvertently brushing against the rabbit's ears. Curiously, my spirits lifted slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, his graciousness stands in stark contrast to the sycophantic overtures of others, with a facade of civility masking an underlying defiance. Thus, he remains distinct. Suddenly, I pondered whether that which felt distant was precisely what drew me to him. Could this be a contradiction? The young girl found herself perplexed. After all, is it not merely a matter of traversing the world alongside my brother? What could one possibly learn from such journeys, where the bureaucracies and prominent families extend their hospitality, and in Beimang, I have yet to engage in a single skirmish? How does that compare to the life and death encounters that accompany someone who has truly stepped into the tumult of the world? Presently, I find myself regarding the beggars by the roadside with a sense of suspicion, wondering if one might be a lurking assassin. I could not resist discreetly tugging at Zhao Changhe's sleeve. Look at that beggar. His eyes are fixed upon us. Could he be an assassin? Zhao Changhe, indifferent, continued on his path. Speak to me. Is it possible that he gazes at you because you have been watching him all along? One might wonder if this young lady intends to bestow some monetary favor upon me, yet she remains unapproachable. Cui Yuanyang pondered. What if he truly is an assassin? We have not approached him. What could he do if he were indeed a killer? Hidden weapons? A crossbow? Then why lurk in plain sight? Masquerading as a beggar on a rainy day? Is he as foolish as you? Cui Yuanyang opened his mouth, yet fell silent in indignation. As for my own experience in the martial world, it is lacking. Yu Hongling once shared some tales with me, but they scarcely differ from the novels I have read. Ultimately, one must undergo such trials personally. Zhao Changhe spoke slowly. Yet, some matters necessitate the accumulation of experience, while others may be deciphered through logical reasoning. I too dread encountering wholly illogical occurrences, which can be quite exasperating, much like your presence. Cui Yuanyang retorted. What does logic even mean? And what is Zhaoquo? Where do all these peculiar dialects originate? Suddenly, Zhao Changhe halted, and Cui Yuanyang, caught off guard, collided with his back, only to sense it tense up abruptly, as if he had entered a state of readiness for battle. Peering from beneath Zhao Changhe's arm, Cui Yuanyang spotted a group of soldiers approaching, their footsteps resounding ominously. Zhao Changhe, how dare a wanted criminal stroll so brazenly into the city, completely disregarding the authority of the government? Regardless of Tang Wanzhuang's intentions, she cannot convey her thoughts to the local authorities. In the eyes of the government, this fellow is indeed a wanted criminal. Normally, they might turn a blind eye to his laziness in governance, but to waltz into the city so brazenly. Zhao Changhe felt a throbbing headache. He had no intention of provoking the authorities. After all, he was dealing with a violent organization known for its brazen displays of strength. He alone could not contend with them. Entering the city under the cover of night, he had initially planned to challenge the martial arts school and leave, but unexpectedly encountered a foolish girl who insisted on arranging for lodging and bathing. After some time, he had completely forgotten about his original intention. His vigilance had clearly faltered, allowing him to overlook such an important matter. Hey, Cui Yuanyang poked her head out. Do you know who I am? Ah, Zhao Chang'e. We received reports of you abducting a young girl, and it appears to be true. Don't worry, young lady, we shall rescue you at once. Cui Yuanyang. Zhao Chang'e. Silly girl, having never ventured beyond the threshold, what gives you the impression that everyone knows you? In fact, it might be better if they don't recognize you. Otherwise, it would be rather inappropriate if others discovered I was sharing a lodging with the young lady from the Cui family. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sounds of rushing wind as elite members of the local Demon Suppression Bureau appeared on the rooftops. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Cui Yuanyang was about to reveal her family insignia to assert her identity when she noticed Zhao Chang'e, with a stoic expression, draw his knife and place it against her throat. Cui Yuanyang. Everyone knows I abducted a young girl. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that I have a hostage? Zhao Chang'e remarked. Do you understand what her question about whether you recognize her signifies? The implication is that she is the daughter of an influential official possessing significant status and not someone you can casually execute alongside a bandit and a hostage. Just look at her visage and demeanor, shall we? It would be prudent for you not to inquire about her family background. Otherwise, I may not have had the chance to tarnish her reputation myself before you do. The elite of the Demon Suppression Division remarked. Have you uttered all that there is to say, leader? Perhaps you should assume a position of authority instead of playing the role of a bandit. Cui Yuanyang, understanding the context, tilted her head and assumed a pitiful posture as a hostage, refraining from uttering a sound, concealing the astonishment and gratitude reflected in her eyes. From the rooftop to the right, a middle-aged man, presumably a leader of the Demon Suppression Division, admonished sternly, Zhao Chang'e, I had thought you to be a man of honor, yet here you are engaging in such shameless acts. The surrounding officials and soldiers looked towards their leader, who hesitated for a moment, finding it difficult to declare in broad daylight that they should execute the hostage along with the bandit. Ultimately, with a reluctant gesture, he commanded, clear the way. Zhao Chang'e, gripping Cui Yuanyang, gradually made his way through the city gate. Upon reaching the outskirts, he suddenly darted away, disappearing into the woods nearby with remarkable agility, leaving behind only the echo of his laughter. Not only am I a bandit, but my next target could very well be Tang Wanzhuang. Tell her to prepare herself. A group of elite members from the Demon Suppression Division pursued him, yet they found themselves unable to trace Zhao Chang'e's whereabouts in an instant. After all, he was born of banditry. Should we continue the chase? The group exchanged glances, awkwardly questioning. Should we relay his last words to Chief Tang? To hell with that. If you wish to die, count me out. Amidst the throng of onlookers, whispers circulated about the esteemed Master Tang. Yet, such matters bore no relevance to us. Who, pray tell, is that charming young lady? She possesses an enchanting beauty, one that would surely attract unwanted attention. It is uncertain. However, Zhao Chang'e's words carry a semblance of truth. Better to refrain from inquiries, lest the young lady's family harbor resentment towards us. What nonsense about a noble lady. Suddenly, someone rushed in, breathless, declaring, the brocade garment workshop has reported a theft. A rabbit fur coat was stolen last night. Could it be that very piece? Furthermore, there is a pair of mandarin duck belly bands, typically favored by the courtesans of Yihong Courtyard. Surely that is not the attire of respectable households. This woman is evidently one of Zhao Chang'e's band of female rogues, cloaked in an innocent facade while harboring a scandalous nature. It becomes clear now, everyone has been deceived by Zhao Chang'e. Chapter 58. The storm at the mountain god temple. Zhao Chang'e, accompanied by Cui Yuanyang, fled at a breakneck pace, managing to escape several dozen miles before finally halting. Breathless and leaning against a tree, utterly exhausted and reluctant to utter a word, Cui Yuanyang squatted nearby, gasping for air, her gaze upon Zhao Chang'e shimmering with excitement. How exhilarating. This is what it means to venture forth. I am not merely a rogue. Perhaps next time, I shall set my sights on Tang Wanzhuang. I shall have her clean up and await me. How delightful indeed. Zhao Chang'e cast her a sidelong glance. Why are you crouching there like a frog? The ground is filthy. Here, the rain has spared us, and the earth remains relatively dry. When journeying, one ought not to fuss over trifles. Oh, how amusing. Why is it that there is rain over there? We've traveled just a few dozen miles, yet here, The ground appears to have been dry for at least 2 days. Surely it has not just ceased raining. Zhao Changtha chuckled softly. Do you believe that the rain will follow us shortly? This is what one might call a child of destiny. Even the heavens seem to weep for me. Cui Yuanyang blinked her large eyes in confusion. That sense of detachment returned, yet this time, she remained unfazed, continuing to blink her eyes inquisitively. Clearly, if I reveal my identity, the trouble could be resolved. Perhaps you might even be graciously entertained by the county magistrate, allowing you to rid yourself of this minor nuisance. Why then, do you tarnish your reputation, leading others to believe you are abducting maidens? Zhao Changhe replied lazily. If Miss Cui were to stay at an inn with a man before her marriage, your reputation would be irrevocably ruined. My own reputation is already established. As a lowly rogue, I am inherently rebellious. What difference does it make if I am further labeled as a lecherous scoundrel? So, you might as well claim I covet Tang Wanzhuang, making the image more convincing? He hadn't given it much thought. After all, he was somewhat exasperated with her. I am an independent entity with my own thoughts, not a mere pawn to be measured and manipulated. While I can understand her, what value does that hold? Mutual understanding is what matters. Otherwise, it is merely servitude. As Zhao Changhe stretched and rose to his feet, he remarked, We've rested long enough. Let us depart. This time, I was careless, strutting about the city with you. If my reputation plummets further, it is well deserved. Perhaps we shall avoid entering the city from now on and take refuge in the outskirts. Are you agreeable to that? Cui Yuanyang clenched her fist with determination. Of course. Zhao Changhe glanced at her exuberant demeanor and chuckled. Then let us be on our way. He found that this little troublemaker was not as troublesome as he had imagined. Her actions were completely understood and mirrored by him, not clumsy at all, really. Although she asked a multitude of questions afterward, like a curious child. Her adorableness rendered it far from annoying. Having such a companion along the way was rather delightful, wasn't he it? Cui Yuanyang followed closely, incessantly questioning. Hey, why aren't you scolding me for causing trouble? Instead, you say it's my own fault. Are you looking for a reprimand? Not at all, just inquiring. She replied, Though you disrupted my plans, the ultimate decision rests with me, not you. Forgetting my own circumstances is indeed my fault. What benefit is there in shifting blame when it comes to personal growth? Enough with the idle chatter. The rain is coming. Let us hurry. Cui Yuanyang turned to glance back and, sure enough, saw the heavy rain advancing towards them, an astonishing sight. She dashed away, clutching her head, laughing as she turned back to watch the rain chase after her. How delightful. At dusk, in the wilderness, stood a dilapidated mountain temple. Zhao Changhe paused outside, gazing up at the dust-laden plaque above the entrance, lost in thought for a moment. What are you looking at? She asked. I'm not calling you. Nor am I saying hey. Why do you seem even less refined than I? Cui Yuanyang pouted. What else should I call you then? Brother Zhao? That feels excessively formal. Changhe? I dare you to call me that without tossing my ears aside. How about Zhao Deji? Just thinking of it gives me goosebumps. She decided to bypass the topic, continuing, What are you staring at? The inscription isn't even that impressive. I could write better. I find myself pondering the existence of deities in this world. Does the mountain spirit truly exist? If it does, why does its temple lie in such disrepair? Cui Yuanyang paused for a moment, then murmured, I do not know. In any case, I have never seen it. Furthermore, I contemplate the dilapidated temple in this wild expanse. A classic scene, and I sense that something will transpire tonight. The little rabbit's eyes were wide and round. What is this? If you believe something will happen here, why must we stay? Can't we find another place? It is not too late to seek lodgings at a nearby farmhouse. I have money. Before I could voice my thoughts, Zhao Changhe had already pushed the door open and entered. Clearly, he was quite eager to reside in this ramshackle temple. Cui Yuanyang thought to himself as he followed him over the threshold. Zhao Changhe halted abruptly, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixed on a corner of the dilapidated temple, his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. A slender young man in black leaned against the wall, eyes closed in meditation, seemingly oblivious to the arrival of the two. Cui Yuanyang felt a twinge of apprehension. They had stood outside for quite some time, and he had sensed no presence within. Even now, as he focused intently, it was difficult to perceive the man's breath, which was faint yet prolonged, indicative of profound internal cultivation. Indeed, something was afoot. Just as Cui Yuanyang was about to speak, Zhao Changhe's hand left the hilt, and he gestured quietly. This is unclaimed territory. Those who arrive first must be respected. Since they arrived before us, let us not disturb them. We shall simply sit and rest by the side. Cui Yuanyang obediently followed Zhao Changhe to a corner opposite the young man in black, carefully retrieving a few pastries from his pack. Care for some? Zhao Chang'e inquired. When did you purchase the pastries? I was unaware. I acquired them from the neighboring Baobazai while you were settling the bill at the counter this morning. They are certainly more delectable than the stale cakes you brought from the inn. Moreover, I have long wanted to mention that the so-called wild tavern at noon lacked even meat. Zhao Chang'e refrained from lecturing on the perils of indulging in lavish luxuries while traveling and, without further ado, reached for a piece of osmanthus cake. Who does not relish fine delicacies? It is indeed a delight to have a wealthy companion on hand. Zhao Chang'e opened his wine gourd. Sipping the liquor in small gulps to accompany the pastries, his peripheral vision never straying from the young man in black. However, until he had nearly finished his meal, the young man remained utterly motionless, resembling a corpse. Just as Zhao Chang'e felt that all was well and the evening would pass uneventfully, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. Someone was treading upon the roof. Zhao Chang'e's hand instinctively crept towards the hilt of his knife. The atmosphere was laden with silence, concealing an undercurrent of menace. At that moment, voices suddenly erupted from outside. Damn it, it wasn't raining just a moment ago. How did this downpour come upon us so swiftly? Let us seek shelter before making any plans. As the words were spoken, a large group of people burst through the door, the wind and rain sweeping in with them, the downpour creating a cacophony upon the temple roof. A middle-aged man, appearing to be the leader, cast a cursory glance around the room. Upon noticing 3 individuals seated in the corners, he impatiently waved his hand, declaring, "This place is reserved by the Chui family. You are requested to leave." Chui Yuanyang nearly choked on a mouthful of cake, his eyes wide as he scrutinized the newcomers, attempting to discern any familiar faces, but found none. She cast a cautious glance at Zhao Chang'e, who was slowly savoring the last piece of cake while meticulously securing his wine gourd, remaining silent all the while. The young man in black across from her also showed no response. After a few moments of waiting, seeing that no one stirred, the leader's face twisted into a mocking smile. There are indeed many who refuse to drink a toast and instead opt for punishment. Drive them away. However, none of the subordinates ventured to confront the young man in black. Instead, they all flocked towards Chui Yuanyang. "Little girl, the night is damp and chilly. Why not come and warm yourself with us? It's truly a waste to mingle with such brutish men." Before the words could fully escape, Chui Yuanyang unsheathed her long sword, her charming face flushed with anger. Do you know who I am?" "Oh, quite spirited, I see." One had already been unable to restrain himself and reached out to touch her face. This rosy little face is truly adorable. In an instant, the flash of a blade cut through the air. No one could discern when Zhao Chang'e had drawn his sword, as the sound of the blade being unsheathed echoed. A severed hand soared through the air, blood gushing forth wildly. Only at that moment did the man realize the pain, clutching his severed arm and screaming in agony, "Kill him! Kill him!" At that very moment, the young man in black, who had been motionless with his sword embraced and eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed unwaveringly upon Zhao Chang'e's hand. Meanwhile, Chui Yuanyang was on the verge of tears, wildly slashing her sword. "I'll kill you all. I'll kill you. Wah." Though the young lady from the Chui family was indeed innocent, she had mastered the highest forms of swordsmanship in the realm of Xin Guan's 3rd level, and her frantic strikes swiftly felled several opponents. The leader's face turned ashen. The distant mountains are like indigo, Chui family swordsmanship. Who are you to question me? I shall slay you, and in return, you shall restore the reputation of the Chui family, and grant me the martial world I desire." Amidst the chaos, Zhao Chang'e refrained from striking, his grip on the hilt of his sword tightening until sweat formed upon his palms. The gaze of the figure cloaked in black bore down upon him with a pressure that rivaled the force of a divine strike from the heavens. Suddenly, the roof above them fractured, unleashing a torrent of wind and rain. A flash of sword light descended amidst the storm, swiftly approaching Zhao Chang'e's throat. The intruder took advantage of the tumult to launch their attack. Clang! The crimson blade cleaved through the tempest, yet Zhao Chang'e had been prepared. Channeling his energy into a decisive strike aimed at the cloaked figure, he resolutely redirected his attack to fully absorb the blow meant for him. The sound of clashing blades resonated, and the assailant emitted a muffled groan, clearly taken aback by Zhao Chang'e's readiness, suffering a significant setback. Nevertheless, he did not falter. Leveraging the force of Zhao Chang'e's strike, he pivoted midair and thrust his sword towards Chui Yuanyang's vulnerable back. Zhao Chang'e's heart skipped a beat. He had always believed the myriad threats were aimed solely at him, only to realize that the true target was Chui Yuanyang. This was undoubtedly a highly skilled assassin. Had he charged directly at Cui Yuanong from the outset, Zhao Changhe, poised to counter, could have severed his head with a single blow. However, by feigning an attack on Zhao Changhe, the assassin had shifted the latter's center of gravity backward, allowing him to exploit that very momentum to strike towards Cui Yuanong. Zhao Changhe, though not particularly seasoned, found himself in a precarious predicament. Had his thoughts been a mere heartbeat slower, or had his reaction faltered by even the slightest margin, Cui Yuanong would have surely met his demise at that moment. Zhao Changhe, unable to recalibrate his balance in time, was taken aback by an unforeseen twist of fate. Just as the assassin's blade veered towards him, Zhao Changhe had deftly propelled a sharp pebble from his left hand, as if the assassin himself had unwittingly presented his back for the strike. With a resounding thud, the pebble struck the assassin's shoulder, causing his arm to go numb and rendering his grip on the sword unsteady. Meanwhile, Cui Yuanong, no mere naive fool, seized the opportunity to execute a swift strike, deflecting the assassin's feeble blade and driving his own sword through the assassin's throat. The assassin, shedding tears in his final moments, perished at the hands of the seemingly innocent figure, utterly bewildered by the circumstances of his demise. This was undoubtedly a consequence of the martial ethics that even Yin Hongling would condemn. Amidst a furious onslaught, Zhao Changhe had subtly launched his pebble, a tactic he had originally devised for combat. Fate intervened, allowing the assassin's turn to become a fatal misstep. The observing youth clad in black could no longer suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Changhe, feeling a surge of luck, was drenched in cold sweat, yet dared not exhale in relief, fixating intently on the hands of the black-clad youth. Shaking his head, the youth finally made his move. The glimmer of his blade flashed, but it was not aimed at Zhao Changhe or Cui Yuanong. The remaining members of the Cui family, almost in unison, let out piercing cries before collapsing to the ground. Heavy rain cascaded through the gaping holes in the roof, washing away the blood that stained the earth, transforming the once desolate and silent temple into a scene strewn with lifeless bodies. Tears still traced the cheeks of Cui Yuanong as she cautiously hid behind Zhao Changhe, peering around his shoulder at the young man clad in black. Not only was she perplexed, but even Zhao Changhe found it difficult to ascertain the origins and intentions of this enigmatic figure. The young man sheathed his sword and finally spoke. Although these individuals do not bear the surname Cui, they can indeed be regarded as members of the Cui family. The intricacies of their connections are known better to Miss Cui than to me. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "To speak of order and decorum, and yet disturb others, is the behavior of a vulgar mountain bandit. To claim this place as one's own and drive others away, that is the prerogative of a noble clan." His laughter escalated into a raucous uproar, reverberating through the walls. Cui Yuanong, in a pitiful manner, tugged at Zhao Changhe's sleeve, nearly burying her head in his armpit. At last, Zhao Changhe inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name?" The man's laughter gradually subsided, transforming into a placid, expressionless countenance. Han Wubbing. Those who introduce themselves so simply are often quite renowned. Now, if Zhao Changhe were to utter that name, others would undoubtedly recognize it. After all, in this world, one cannot escape the reach of the Chaos-era literature. Just a single mention renders one famous, even if only in a modest way. This individual, unperturbed by the potential for ridicule in his self-introduction, clearly belonged to a distinguished echelon. Han Wubbing, ranked 87 among the hidden dragons, was slightly above Zhao Changhe in status and cultivation, being at the 4th level of the Xian Pass. His profession, a bounty hunter. In truth, the Chaos-era literature does not compile a definitive list of all names. Rather, each fleeting moment is recorded, and these rankings are meticulously compiled into volumes that sell out quickly. Each alteration in the rankings is eagerly anticipated by unscrupulous merchants, who then seize the opportunity to market updated editions. Zhao Changhe found himself perplexed as to why he chose to spend money to compile a list when he could have easily done it himself, especially since he had never perused previous editions. It turned out to be Brother Han. Zhao Changhe clasped his hands. "I am Zhao Changhe. I was aware of your presence even before you entered, for I have become quite familiar with your portrait," Han Wubbing remarked, leaving his statement unfinished. Everyone understood the implication. Being a bounty hunter, his familiarity with wanted criminals' likenesses suggested a sinister intention. Cui Yuanong, feeling the tension rise, prudently released her grip on Zhao Changhe's sleeve and took a cautious step back, not wishing to hinder his performance. Han Wubbing's gaze fell upon Cui Yuanong's face. while Zhao Changhe subtly positioned himself to shield her completely, leaving no part of her attire exposed. With a sigh, Han Wubing stated, "Miss Cui is indeed a target for a bounty, but I harbor no intention of taking her life. There is no need for such alarm." Zhao Changhe replied coolly, "So, you intend to kill me then?" The assumption that Han Wubing was a mere bounty hunter was a misconception. The tales of chaotic times seldom delineate one's profession, as the author injects personal biases into the narrative. The truth lies in Han Wubing having collected various bounties, both from the righteous and the nefarious. "Is that not the essence of being a bounty hunter?" he queried. "I traverse the world only to test my swordsmanship. I neither steal nor rob. Thus, from where does my sustenance derive?" Such bounties are often tied to the scoundrels of the martial world or vendettas within the underworld. Pursuing these individuals allows me to hone my skills while fulfilling the necessities of my journey, nothing more. If one insists on labeling me as a bounty hunter, it is a fitting description, albeit with differing priorities. Zhao Changge twitched his lips. It seemed he was indeed destined for greatness. With a ranking quite similar and a slightly inferior strength, was he not the natural swordsman to test his mettle? The government had issued a warrant for his arrest, casting him as a ne'er-do-well in the realm of martial arts. As for money, the demonic sect was offering a staggering bounty of 1,000 taels of gold. Perceiving Zhao Chang's thoughts, Han Wubing replied coolly, "I have indeed come here specifically to seek you out, though I did not anticipate encountering you along the way. Your swordsmanship is commendable, the finest I have witnessed among equally skilled opponents. I genuinely wish to engage in a proper duel with you, albeit not at this moment. Why? Because I adhere to a principle of first come, first served, and I would not wish to disturb you." Zhao Changhe found this notion intriguing. He, alongside Yu Hongling, Cui Yuanyang, and the present Han Wubing, all harbored a vision of the martial world in their hearts, possibly sharing a common essence, or at the very least, a resemblance. He clasped his fists in salute, saying, "That is indeed my wish. Brother Han may propose a location, and I shall undoubtedly honor the appointment." "Very well. Let it be at the banks of ancient Sword Lake on the day of the beginning of summer." Han Wubing returned the salute and, without further words, turned and departed. At that moment, Cui Yuanyang peeked out from behind Zhao Chang'e, remarking, "The legends surrounding the sword at ancient Sword Lake are mostly fabrications. My family has sent people to investigate multiple times, and there is nothing to be found." Han Wubing continued on his path unperturbed, responding, "I am aware. This visit coincides perfectly with the Qiming festival, merely to pay respects to a departed friend. Who is the one offering a bounty on my life? That I do not know, but the reward is indeed substantial. I regret to inform you. This is ultimately not the martial world that resides in the maiden's heart." His voice faded into the distance, and he was soon out of sight. Zhao Changhe turned around and seized Cui Yuanyang, smiling as he remarked, "This person seems to be rather taciturn, yet today has spoken at length, presumably for your sake. Truly, one who is adored by all." Cui Yuanyang remained silent, lost in contemplation as she gazed at the lifeless body on the ground. She murmured, "I never anticipated that in this encounter, between you, me, Han Wubing, this unknown assassin, and the Cui family, the least formidable would indeed be the Cui family." Zhao Changhe ruffled her hair, saying, "This has nothing to do with you." Cui Yuanyang tilted her head to look at him. "You have suddenly become quite gentle. Is it to comfort me after my recent assassination attempt, or is it in response to my earlier words?" Understanding dawned upon her, and she suddenly broke into a radiant smile. "But the martial world I desire, you have already granted me." Chapter 60. Yang Yang's crisis. The rain continued to fall as Cui Yuanyang followed Zhao Changhe through the mountain paths, clutching her head. She observed as he adeptly discovered a hollow in the mountainside, burrowing inside. Within the cave, he rummaged through some dry twigs and leaves, lighting a flint. Soon, a cozy little nook was formed. The choice to relocate was not solely due to the unsettling sight of corpses strewn about, but primarily to avoid encountering others seeking refuge from the rain. With the strange threat directed at Cui Yuanyang, Zhao Changhe felt compelled to exercise greater caution. Surely, a remote cave in the wilderness would be unreachable by anyone. Cui Yuanyang sat by the bonfire, hugging her knees, as she waved her hand about, trying to dry her damp rabbit fur coat, hesitant to remove it. Beneath it, she wore only a small undergarment, adorned with a playful design of mandarin ducks frolicking in water. Zhao Changhe paid her little mind, attending instead to shedding his outer garments and warming himself by the fire. Cui Yuanyuan dared not gaze upon his muscular physique. Turning her head to mutter, "Thug," Zhao Changhe could not be bothered to respond. After all, She had already spied on him practicing with his blade that morning. This pretense of shyness was absurd. I haven't lost my primal instincts to the point of pinning you to the ground, he retorted. Unable to scold Zhao Chang'e, Cui Yuanyuan resorted to blaming the heavens, exclaiming, "What a ridiculous weather, it's infuriating." She shook her head in a daze. Having been the darling of her family since childhood, she was the sort of girl adored by everyone. How could she have possibly offended anyone? If one were to argue, she had occasionally reprimanded her servants. But surely no one would bear a grudge over such trifles to the extent of hiring someone to kill her. That notion was simply preposterous, utterly unfathomable. Zhao Chang'e found himself equally perplexed. Who could possibly harbor animosity towards this young girl? Were there any entanglements of interest? She had no dealings with anyone that would warrant such a response. It would be normal for the Cui family to have enemies. But what significance would targeting such a young lady hold? If they intended to abduct her for some nefarious purpose, that would be somewhat understandable. But hiring a hitman for mere vengeance? That was entirely nonsensical. Of course, if someone were indeed acting out of pure spite, it wouldn't be surprising. There are all sorts of people in the world. But if that were the case, it would be truly impossible to comprehend. Suddenly, a realization struck Zhao Chang'e. How many people knew you came to find me? Cui Yuanyuan paused for a moment. My family should be aware. As for outsiders, I'm not certain. Exactly, Zhao Chang'e snapped his fingers. Even if your family urgently sent someone to find you, how long has it been since you left? It would take time for news to spread and for others to begin searching. Yet, the assassin has already arrived. This timeline suggests it's unlikely that outsiders hired the hitman. Cui Yuanyang shuddered, incredulously murmuring, "Is it someone from my family? Is there someone at home who wishes to kill me? Not only is it someone from your family, but it is also someone aware that your clandestine escape was to seek me out, which is why they were able to locate you with such swiftness." Zhao Chang'e replied with an impassive expression. Could it be Cui Yuanyang? He continued, "He fits this description perfectly." Cui Yuanyang exclaimed vehemently, "Impossible." Zhao Chang'e shook his head, sharing the sentiment of improbability. If Cui Yuanyang truly intended to harm his sister, this foolish individual could have been easily ensnared in a myriad of ways long before this moment. There was no reason to wait until now. Even if he intended to distance himself after her departure, the connection would remain indelible. Everyone knew the sister had ventured out with you, and should she meet her demise, how could he evade responsibility? He would undoubtedly face scrutiny. The one most anxious in this situation would indeed be Cui Yuanyang. If not him, there remained the possibility that someone aimed to place the blame on Cui Yuanyang for failing to safeguard his sister, resulting in her untimely death. Zhao Chang'e chuckled softly. It seems there is a power struggle within your family. Is Cui Yuanyang the only one from the Cui clan to ascend the Qianlong list this generation? What of the others? Cui Yuanyang bit his lower lip, falling silent. The mere fact of being on the Qianlong list does not inherently signify that others lack excellence compared to Cui Yuanyang. After all, the records of chaos are often dictated by achievements in battle. Others may not have had their exploits highlighted, yet possess formidable strength. Furthermore, the selection of a family head among aristocratic clans is not solely determined by prowess. The status of being the legitimate heir holds greater significance. As long as one's abilities and character do not provoke overwhelming opposition from the entire clan, the position of the legitimate heir remains largely unassailable. Cui Yuanyang and Cui Yuanyang both hail from the main branch, yet Cui Yuanyang appears not to be the eldest son, as he has an elder brother. However, this elder brother is born of a secondary wife, which implies that despite Cui Yuanyang referring to Cui Yuanyang as his second elder brother, Cui Yuanyang is indeed the legitimate firstborn. His status is paramount, and as the third of the latent dragons, he possesses the greatest renown, essentially being the predestined successor to the Cui family. In his presence, others find little competition. But what if he were to encounter misfortune? Would the crime of his sister's death be sufficient? It is uncertain, yet it serves as a formidable leverage. At the very least, Cui Yuanyang has more than one elder brother from the main branch, not to mention the illegitimate sons and the legitimate second son. One cannot ascertain whether others from the various branches are also eyeing the position with avarice. The Cui family boasts a robust lineage of males. However, following this line of reasoning, the most probable suspect seems to be the legitimate second son, Cui Yuanqing, who is also Cui Yuanyang's full-blooded brother. This possibility left Cui Yuanyang in a state of utter bewilderment, rendering him speechless for a considerable time. Zhao Chang'e remarked, "Why the silence? I am unfamiliar with your family's affairs. It would benefit our analysis if you could elucidate the situation." After much hesitation, Cui Yuanyang finally stammered out a rough outline of the circumstances. Zhao Changhe's expression twitched slightly, grappling with the complexities of the main and secondary branches, the legitimate and illegitimate offspring, and the legitimate second son, feeling as if his head were swelling 3 or 4 sizes. After much contemplation, he finally comprehended the intricacies of such a large family. He rubbed his temples in exasperation, stating, "Do not adopt such a despondent demeanor. It may not be your brother, but someone else entirely. The more pressing issue we face is the possibility that I might not be able to contend with the assassin." Cui Yuanyang had also entertained this notion. If the funds for the bounty were provided by the Cui family, her reward might very well surpass the outrageous figure of 1,000 taels of gold offered by Zhao Changhe. The assassins enticed by such wealth are not merely of the 3rd or 4th tier of the Xinguan realm. Their strength is indeed difficult to ascertain. In truth, Zhao Changhe's own bounty could attract formidable adversaries, which is precisely why he must veil his whereabouts. Currently, the lack of powerful individuals seeking him out can be attributed to sheer misfortune. What are the odds that a skilled assassin with an interest in the bounty would fortuitously be nearby, even if one were in close proximity? What guarantees they would find him? Han Wubing, for instance, must have journeyed from afar, and the assassin encountered earlier was likely just seeking refuge from the rain at the mountain god temple, fortuitously stumbling upon a dead rabbit. The true factor at play is that everyone was sheltering from the rain at the temple, not that they had some form of radar to detect one another. Certainly, there are stronger opponents lurking, yet they have not yet crossed paths. Zhao Changhe, with his mere 3rd tier of Xinguan, cannot contend with many. If it were solely Zhao Changhe, the situation would be straightforward. No one could predict his movements. As long as he refrains from displaying bravado at the martial arts school, proclaiming himself Zhao Changhe, who can say where he might be a month hence? Soon enough, the matter would dissipate entirely. Now, it remains to be seen how the Cui family will respond, whether they will dispatch elite warriors to secure all routes. Yet, as Zhao Changhe spoke, he quickly negated his own thoughts. It seems rather unrealistic. How could they know he is under assassination? They likely presume he has run off with some wild man, hesitant even to make a public announcement. Cui Yuanyang's head drooped, her rabbit ears nearly grazing the ground. Running away from home may feel exhilarating momentarily, but who could foresee such troubles? At this moment, the young girl genuinely felt that Zhao Changhe's earlier scolding was justified. He truly is a fool. I have an idea. Zhao Changhe stroked his chin and remarked, "It seems your reputation is utterly ruined." Cui Yuanyang, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" He continued, "As long as we avoid Qinghe and take the opposite route, perhaps we could explore the misty rain of Jiangnan or the windswept landscapes of the northern deserts. I have no idea where I am headed myself. They lack divine insight. So how could they possibly track us down? Even when your family eventually learns of your whereabouts, it might be 6 months or a year later. By then, they may have already conjured up names for their grandchildren, and the world at large will surely have taken notice." Chapter 61. The thorny path in the early morning. The night rain had just ceased. The mountains were drenched, with large droplets of water cascading from the leaves, splattering onto the rabbit hat, creating a disheveled scene. Zhao Changhe grasped Cui Yuanyang's small hand. Darting through the forest, after scaling the mountain where they had rested overnight, they forsook the mountain paths and continued their flight up another mountain, deliberately choosing deserted trails. Cui Yuanyang did not utter a single complaint. She obediently allowed him to lead her, despite the thorns of the forest tearing at her charming attire. She offered no alternatives and permitted Zhao Changhe to dictate their course, but her acquiescence itself indicated her reluctance to choose the first option. Leaving home to seek out Zhao Changhe was a decision driven by the allure of the turbulent world outside, as well as the wildness that starkly contrasted with the genteel demeanor of her family. The rebellious young girl acted on a whim. When the impulse subsided, and after experiencing much, she would inevitably recognize the folly of her earlier choices. Fortunately, Zhao Changhe did not disappoint her. Otherwise, she would have found herself in a myriad of regrettable situations, unaware of how much she would come to lament her decisions. When confronted by the officials in the city, she realized the kind of blemish it would cast upon her life. She felt gratitude for Zhao Changhe's actions, which, despite tarnishing his own reputation, served to protect hers. This time, however, the situation was no different. If she chose to flee with Zhao Changhe, her life would be reduced to the singular option of marrying him. Had she truly contemplated this? The young girl had never pondered such matters before. Once she began to think, she discovered her ignorance. realizing that it was reckless to make such a resolute decision. She was still but a child. Their encounter had been serendipitous. Zhao Changhe had already done enough, even refraining from claiming the ordinary manual that belonged to her. Why should he be put in peril for her sake? He had no obligation to become entangled in these affairs, and could have long ago chosen to escape. Zhao Changhe discerned her thoughts. After a silent night, he took her by the hand and led her from the cave the following morning. Cui Yuan resignedly followed him, and when she realized they were heading towards Qinghe, her heart quivered, akin to a stone plummeting from the heavens into Qinghe, sending ripples across its surface. In truth, Zhao Changhe possessed a natural valor and a steadfast resolve. He was destined to traverse this thorny path. Yet, there was something peculiar stirring within Cui Yuan. The morning sunlight filtered through the treetops, illuminating his face with a beauty surpassing that of any master sculptor's work. "Are you tired?" he inquired, breaking the silence after an indeterminate period of swift movement. Cui Yuan, breathless yet steadfast, replied, "Not too bad." "Well, you are at least at the third level of the Xin Guan. With exceptional agility, you can endure." Zhao Changhe suggested, "Let us take a break. We can no longer retreat to the city for rest and sustenance. Regardless of how unpalatable this flatbread may be, we must make do with it." Cui Yuanong observed the coarse flatbread he had produced, which was not only unappetizing but somewhat soiled as well. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and accepted the bread, nibbling at it delicately. Zhao Changhe smiled momentarily, finding her far more endearing than he had anticipated for a wealthy young lady. Cui Yuanyang, cradling a container of water, inquired with curiosity, "Why have you not partaken of your gourd of wine? Has it run out?" Zhao Changhe chuckled softly. "No, it is merely a matter of conserving it." Cui Yuanyang assumed this was a way to cope with potential cravings for alcohol, so she remained silent and continued to eat the flatbread. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, carrying an unsettling scent from the mountains. Cui Yuanyang was unsure of its significance, thinking the mountain breeze to be rather ordinary. Yet, she continued to munch on the flatbread, her mind clouded with thoughts. Zhao Changhe glanced up and said with a smile, "Keep eating. I shall step behind for a moment. Please, do not turn your head." Cui Yuanyang wrinkled her nose in response. Who would pay attention to you? However, her expression soon shifted to one of concern. What would she do if she needed to relieve herself? She had not done so since last night. Oh. Taking advantage of his temporary absence, she could also seize the opportunity to relieve herself. Forgetting his admonition, Cui Yuanyang instinctively turned to see where he had gone. To her astonishment, she witnessed Zhao Changhe leaping forward with a steel knife in hand, confronting a ferocious tiger with distinctive markings that lunged at him from the thicket. The two were on the verge of colliding midair. The roar of the tiger echoed through the mountains, causing the very foliage to tremble. The flatbread slipped from Cui Yuanyang's grasp as she swiftly covered her mouth in shock. Those who have never witnessed a tiger pouncing in pursuit can only imagine how one might evade such a formidable beast. Yet, when faced with the reality of a several hundred-pound creature charging directly toward oneself, many find their minds rendered void, paralyzed by fear. In this moment, Cui Yuanyang's mind was indeed blank. The sword techniques he had practiced since childhood seemed to have vanished. He could only watch helplessly as Zhao Changhe soared through the air, his blade glistening with the hue of fresh blood, striking down with a fierce, crimson glow aimed at the tiger's forehead. The divine and the mortal were cast aside. He had not even considered evasion, fearing that such a maneuver would endanger Cui Yuanyang behind him. Instead, he unleashed his ultimate technique, attempting to confront the tiger head-on. The tiger, its forehead streaming with blood, let out a ferocious roar and executed a swift turn, its tail aimed at Zhao Changhe in midair. Zhao Changhe spun gracefully, evading the tiger's tail swipe, and his blade carved a path along the creature's flank, unleashing a torrential downpour of blood. With a thud, Zhao Changhe landed ahead, the force of his momentum causing him to slide several feet before regaining his balance. Turning to look back, he saw the tiger lay lifeless. To Cui Yuanyang, Zhao Changhe appeared as a celestial being. In a daze, he recalled his brother's words, likening Zhao to a tiger descending the mountain or a dragon entering the sea. How could a mere tiger compare to him? Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Cui Yuanyang asked, "Do you often hunt tigers in Beiming?" "Ah, I have never hunted them. At that time, it was my friend who was hunting, although we only occasionally caught sight of them. It was winter then. While tigers do not hibernate, their activity diminishes, making them difficult to encounter." Zhao Changhe, while slicing the tiger meat, spoke with fervent enthusiasm. At that time, she managed to hunt one. and the entire village was as jubilant as during the New Year. Master Sun personally skinned the tiger to make a cushion, which is the very one I sat on in the Hall of Unity. I wonder if you have seen it. Oh, it seems you Haven T entered the Hall of Unity. I dragged you inside instead. Chui Yuanyang sat nearby, resting his chin on his hand, seemingly unable to comprehend the ramblings. Why are you staring at me? Oh, it's nothing. I also need to relieve myself. Please don't turn around. Chui Yuanyang sprang up like a startled rabbit and swiftly darted behind the bushes at Zhao Chang'e's back. Zhao Chang'e remarked, though I can't see you crouching behind those bushes, must you undress while squatting? Why is it another white tiger? This doesn't seem right. Has it not fully grown? Suddenly, a scream erupted from Chui Yuanyang. Zhao Chang'e stood up abruptly. What is the matter? There's a snake. Chui Yuanyang swiftly drew his sword and sliced the snake, then cast a suspicious glance at Zhao Chang'e's back. How did you know where my hands were? By discerning the sound and its location. Do you not understand? Zhao Chang'e's face flushed with embarrassment, and he lost his desire to roast the tiger meat. It's been long enough. Once you're done, let us hurry along. The little white rabbit, adjusting his trousers, caught up. Zhao Chang'e, it turns out you were quite shameless. Zhao Chang'e turned and struck a pose resembling a tiger's claw. If you keep babbling, I'll arrange you into all sorts of poses. All you have left is your mouth. You just accused me of being shameless. Is your brain made of mush? Humph. The young girl seemed to have entirely forgotten her earlier doubts, effortlessly slipping her hand back into his larger grasp as they embarked on their graceful journey, sprinting together through the wilderness. Days spent alongside a beautiful maiden in the mountains were remarkably simple yet monotonous. If given the choice, Zhao Chang'e would prefer to engage daily with tigers and snakes, traversing the path to Qinghe in this manner. Unfortunately, the route to Qinghe was not merely a series of mountains. After 3 days of weaving through them, they now faced an expansive plain. The stream flowed from the mountain gorge behind, gradually merging with the river ahead, where boats drifted serenely and fishermen's songs echoed in the air. Zhao Chang'e inhaled deeply. If they were to cross the river, it would be the most vulnerable spot, making it exceedingly difficult to conceal their whereabouts thereafter. Humans were far more terrifying than tigers. Chapter 62. Terror on the water. Would you like to take a boat? We have freshly caught river delicacies on board. A lovely boatwoman approached the shore, her oars gracefully slicing through the water, her smile appearing before her words. Upon catching sight of the two on the bank, however, her expression faltered, and she seemed inclined to paddle away, no longer wishing to accommodate these two patrons. Zhao Chang'e and Chui Yuanyang exchanged glances, noting their own disheveled and soiled attire, their faces smeared with mud. Chui Yuanyang's once pristine rabbit fur coat was tattered, with fluff spilling out, rendering her appearance akin to that of a beggar. After 3 or 4 days of navigating through the rain-soaked woods, they had perhaps grown oblivious to their own state. Others might catch a whiff of their unfortunate scent even before they boarded the vessel. Chui Yuanyang quietly inquired of Zhao Chang'e, "Does she find us repugnant? Is she a typical boatwoman?" Zhao Chang'e felt a sense of great comfort. This simpleton was contemplating such matters, rather than lamenting over being despised. Truly, he seemed to be shedding his foolishness and perhaps even his charm. Zhao Chang'e scrutinized the vessel, observing the hesitant boatwoman who was attempting to approach yet paddling slowly. An elderly boatman, meanwhile, was at the helm, his expression revealing a degree of discomfort, seemingly reluctant to accommodate these two passengers. It is difficult to ascertain if this is typical behavior for boatmen, but it certainly appeared more subdued compared to those who exhibit excessive enthusiasm. Zhao Chang'e, with his limited experience, could not discern any immediate issues and remarked, "We must cross the river. We need to choose a boat." After a moment of reflection, he suddenly chuckled. "In fact, your father might not even recognize you if he saw you now." Chui Yuanyang huffed and shouted, "Hey, boatman, how can we board to enjoy the river delicacies if you don't come closer?" The boatwoman hesitated, saying, "River delicacies are quite expensive." Chui Yuanyang, hands on her hips, brandished a silver coin high above her head, proclaiming, "I have money." It was a moment of pride. The wealth of this affluent young lady had seldom been put to use, and she had long awaited this opportunity. The boatwoman's eyes gleamed with excitement as she beamed and paddled over, exclaiming, "Today, I've caught a magnificent carp. I knew distinguished guests were on their way." Chui Yuanyang smiled brightly. "You certainly know how to flatter." The two boarded the boat and entered the cabin, which resembled a cozy little room complete with a bed and a table, ideal for a family outing to enjoy fishing. It appeared that such activities existed even in this tumultuous world. From this perspective, the chaos of the era seemed to be greatly exaggerated. However, whether it is due to the proximity to the edge of the Chui family sphere of influence that renders the atmosphere relatively tranquil remains uncertain. Will your boat take us directly across? Zhao Changhe inquired of the boatwoman. Well, if the guests wish to cross directly, they may do so. However, if you prefer to drift downstream, that is also possible, to whatever distance you desire, for an additional fee. The boatwoman responded with a lively smile. Chui Yuanyang handed over some silver, saying, "Then please take us downstream to Wei County. Is this sufficient?" The boatwoman cheerfully replied, "Perfectly adequate. I shall prepare some fish for the guests." As the boatwoman stepped outside and the curtain was drawn, the two exchanged a glance, a shared sigh of relief passing between them. Upon reaching Wei County, they would truly be within the heart of the Chui family's domain, where Chui Yuanyang could easily find someone to ensure their protection, encircled by layers of security and free from peril. Moreover, the closer they drew to the Chui family's territory, the safer they would be. Initially, it was understandable that the Chui family remained unaware of the situation. However, after 3 or 4 days in the mountains, the scent of bounty would surely attract more and more opportunists. It was inconceivable that the Chui family would remain oblivious. Provided that the members of the Chui family possessed a modicum of intelligence, they would undoubtedly have dispatched their elite forces to clear the way and assist the young princess, while also beginning to scrutinize for traitors. Naturally, given the vastness of the area, precise coordination might prove challenging, and it would be too late to extend arrangements beyond their sphere of influence. Nevertheless, the closer they got, the safer they would inevitably be. Chui Yuanyang genuinely believed that they would encounter no issues, gazing out the window, his head tilted in anticipation of the fish. Yet, Zhao Changhe's nerves grew increasingly taut. In moments like these, one could never afford to be careless. Every sound and flicker of light around him flashed through his consciousness, frame by frame. The sound of footsteps approached. Zhao Changhe's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword. The boatwoman entered, lifting the curtain with her signature silent smile, announcing, "Guests. The fish soup is here." The soup was placed on the table, swaying gently with the rhythm of the boat. Chui Yuanyang leaned forward, inhaling the aroma. So fresh. The boatwoman chuckled. "There's also braised fish. I shall fetch it without disturbing your soup." With that, she exited again, leaving Chui Yuanyang oblivious to any oddity, eagerly taking a spoon to sample the delicacy. Zhao Changhe, swift as lightning, seized her wrist. Confused, Chui Yuanyang looked at him, but Zhao Changhe merely shook his head, uttering not a word. Perplexed, she set down the spoon, her silence betraying her yearning. The fish soup was indeed tantalizingly fresh. It would soon turn cold if not savored soon. As Chui Yuanyang endured the agonizing wait, time seemed to stretch until finally, the boatwoman returned with the braised fish. Noticing the untouched soup, she appeared astonished. "Why aren't you drinking the soup? It's nearly cold." "Oh, nothing. We simply prefer it lukewarm," Zhao Changhe replied with a smile. "Let the braised fish sit for a while too." The boatwoman looked at Zhao Changhe in utter bewilderment, muttering, "Such peculiarities." She did not insist further, placing the fish down with a puzzled expression before turning to leave. Chui Yuanyang, unable to discern any issue, thought Zhao Changhe was overly suspicious. Just as she was about to speak, a flash of steel caught her eye. Zhao Changhe, without warning, swung a knife towards the delicate neck of the boatwoman. Chui Yuanyang was left dumbfounded. The scene that unfolded next widened her eyes in sheer astonishment. The ship maiden swayed gracefully, stepping lightly as she deftly evaded the knife aimed at her back by Zhao Changhe. She spun around and swiftly plunged a dagger towards Chui Yuanyang's heart. Bang! Zhao Changhe intercepted the strike with his blade, simultaneously pulling Chui Yuanyang aside, while his other foot kicked over a table, sending fish soup cascading outwards. As if in perfect synchrony, just as the fish soup splashed out, a gust of wind swept through the curtains, revealing the old boatman's pole, which had mysteriously lost its bamboo tip, transforming into a gleaming spear that came directly from outside. The tranquil scene of fishing songs at dusk along the river suddenly morphed into a perilous den of tigers, where every step was fraught with danger. Chui Yuanyang had yet to adjust to this abrupt change in roles, and instinctively drew his sword, executing a technique from the Chui family's swordplay, the green waters stretching far, aimed at the ship maiden's face. The ship maiden chuckled. "Young Master Zhao is astute, and Miss Chui wields a commendable sword technique as well." Meanwhile, Zhao Changhe's blade had already struck the tip of the bamboo, producing a sharp sound akin to metal clashing against metal. The spear lunged toward Zhao Changhe's throat like a serpent striking. Zhao Changhe sidestepped the thrust with a slight misstep, trapping the spear under his arm, and with fury, he aimed a downward slash at the back of the ship maiden's head. The ship maiden was taken aback. Her teasing words had barely escaped her lips when a fierce wind whooshed past her, leaving her caught in a pincer attack by Zhao Changhe and Cui Yuanyang. She could hardly comprehend Zhao Changhe's intentions. With the spear pinning down her opponent, why was his blade aimed elsewhere? It was a classic case of leaving oneself wide open. The opponent could easily deliver a deadly kick to his abdomen. Was he truly intent on striking her? Or did he prioritize Cui Yuanyang's safety above all else? With a resounding thud, the boatman delivered a swift kick to Zhao Changhe's abdomen. The boatwoman, caught between the two assaults, barely managed to evade, hastily darting to the side and shattering a window before leaping into the river. However, Zhao Changhe's blade had already carved a deep gash across her back, crimson droplets surging from her wound into the water, leaving her fate uncertain. Observing the boatwoman's escape, the boatman decisively relinquished his bamboo spear, executing a backward somersault and plunging into the depths below, vanishing from sight. At this moment, Zhao Changhe knelt, propped up by his sword, clutching his abdomen and gasping for breath, clearly wounded from the blow. Cui Yuanyang hurriedly supported him, exclaiming, "Brother Zhao." At last, he uttered this term of endearment, yet Cui Yuanyang felt no shivers of apprehension. Instead, anxiety gripped his heart. "What has happened to you?" "I have medicine for internal injuries." "Indeed, I chose this course of action precisely because I knew you possessed good medicine," Zhao Changhe replied. "Why did you insist on confronting the danger while injured?" "I could have managed her for a while." Zhao Changhe swallowed the medicine and shook his head, gazing out at the flowing river. "Do you understand why I suspect them of wrongdoing?" Cui Yuanyang, bewildered, shook his head, as the adversaries had revealed not a single flaw. "It is because I noticed our vessel is slower than theirs. During this pursuit, an increasing number of boats have followed in our wake. I must resolve this situation with these two as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, becoming ensnared in the depths of this river spells certain doom. For this, I am willing to endure my injuries." As Zhao Changhe spoke, he took a few moments to regulate his breathing, discovering the efficacy of Cui's family medicine, which had dulled his pain to a mere ache. He steadied himself and rose, blade in hand. "Can you row a boat?" "My family has a river." "I know a little." "Very well, you row towards the shore. I must plunge into the water immediately, otherwise, should the two water specters beneath the boat breach it, we shall perish here." Chapter 63. Crossing the River. "Do you have any sharp objects?" "I see none upon your head," Zhao Changhe suddenly inquired. "Indeed. I possess one in my bag," Cui Yuanyang replied, uncertain of its intended use. From a small parcel in his bosom, he retrieved a golden hairpin. "Will this suffice?" It truly was a woman's satchel. Like Doraemon's pocket, it appeared small yet contained an array of items. "This will do," Zhao Changhe exclaimed, swiftly seizing the hairpin. He forcefully sliced off a pointed end with a steel knife and hurried out of the cabin. After a moment's contemplation, he deemed the hefty steel knife cumbersome underwater, leaving it behind. Instead, he procured a slender fish-scaling knife, tucking it into his waistband before diving into the water. Cui Yuanyang hastily maneuvered the boat, only then noticing the scene Zhao Changhe had described. Shadows of numerous boats loomed ominously behind them, and the once tranquil river surface inexplicably bore an oppressive atmosphere reminiscent of war. Indeed, it was far from ordinary. A few vessels had drawn alarmingly close, appearing nearly within the range of arrows. Whether the fish were poisonous or not became irrelevant, even if harmless. Leisurely fishing would soon lead to their families feasting on a banquet of sorrow. Anxiously, Cui Yuanyang rowed towards the opposite bank, casting furtive glances at the rippling water, uncertain of Zhao Changhe's fate beneath the surface. But wait, can he swim? In the verifiable chronicles of Zhao Changhe's life, Zhao Qiuo, Luo Jiazwang, and Baima all belonged to realms where only clear streams and tranquil pools resided. No one knows why Zhao Changhe can swim, yet he truly possesses a remarkable proficiency in the water. He plunged into the depths, and indeed, his first glance revealed the boatman beneath the vessel, diligently wielding a chisel. Operating underwater is far from convenient. The boatman's strike only carved a shallow pit. Zhao Changhe's entry into the water startled him, and upon turning, the boatman was equally astonished. Could Zhao Changhe's swiftness and decisiveness be attributed to his brief experience in the world? If he were not a seasoned veteran, one could only conclude that he was a natural wanderer of the rivers and lakes. This fleeting thought crossed the boatman's mind, and a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes as he abandoned his work, brandishing a water-splitting spear and swimming towards Zhao Changhe. As he approached, the spear lunged forth, and Zhao Changhe drew his fish knife to parry it. In a single motion, it became evident that he was somewhat awkward beneath the surface. His eyes struggled to remain half open, and he appeared quite uncomfortable, his movements noticeably less agile than on land. The boatman mused that if Zhao Changhe's skills were limited to this, he could meet his demise right here. As a practitioner of the third level of the Xian Guan, he wondered if he could usurp Yao's ranking in the turbulent world of martial arts. With this thought, he pushed off with his legs, advancing even closer to Zhao Changhe. Zhao Changhe clumsily swung his knife, only for the boatman to deftly catch it under his arm. Reversing their previous encounter in the cabin, a smile crept onto the boatman's face as his right hand thrust the water-splitting spear menacingly towards Zhao Changhe's chest. Yet, in that moment of close quarters, Zhao Changhe's tightly pursed lips suddenly released a projectile, a broken gold hairpin, infused with internal energy, shot forth with great force. So unexpectedly close, even though the speed of the golden hairpin was relatively slow in water, it nonetheless transformed into a harbinger of death in the eyes of the boatman. In a state of sheer horror, he attempted to evade. Yet, at such a short distance, it was ultimately too late. The sharp tip had cruelly penetrated his eye socket. Blood gushed forth, and the boatman instinctively cried out in pain, but the river water surged in, rendering him voiceless. What the hell? Are we the treacherous assassins, or are you the treacherous assassins? How could you be more insidious than us? This was the boatman's final thought. In reality, the water-splitting dart had struck Zhao Changhe's chest, albeit with diminished force, as Zhao managed to grasp the wrist with his left hand, the tip barely sinking into flesh. Yet, the dart was laced with poison. It was not only Zhao Changhe who was adept at treachery. Zhao had no time to concern himself with the injury or the toxin. He harnessed his inner strength to suppress the venom and forcefully withdrew his trapped right hand, sending the fish knife flying backward in a sudden arc. The slender blade spun, precisely slicing through the throat of the approaching boatwoman. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She was heavily injured and had intended to retreat, but upon witnessing the struggle, she seized the opportunity to ambush Zhao Changhe. How could he, with his back turned, possibly know of her stealthy approach and accurately discern the location of her throat? How did he know? No one could reveal to the boatman who the true master of treachery was, nor could anyone explain to the boatwoman how Zhao Changhe perceived her from behind. Clutching his chest wound, Zhao Changhe hastily plunged into the water, gasping for breath. It may seem straightforward and swift, with few movements. Yet quite a considerable amount of time has elapsed, 2 or 3 minutes, indeed. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have been suffocated by now, were it not for the internal energy of Xiao Long Yuan, which provides a brief period of internal circulation. He would not have been able to execute such a sharp killing maneuver. Zhao Changhe pondered for a moment whether, if he practiced this internal technique further, it might eventually allow for a complete transformation into internal breath, rendering respiration unnecessary. However, the situation did not permit him to dwell on the intricacies of martial arts. Enduring the pain from his injuries and the onslaught of toxins, he surveyed the current scene. Cui Yuanyang mentioned she had a modicum of skill in rowing, but that was truly an understatement. Her experience amounted to little more than playful attempts. Who would ordinarily allow a young lady to engage in such laborious tasks? Presently, her speed in rowing towards the shore was hardly superior to that of drifting downstream, merely demonstrating a level of proficiency that prevented her from spinning in place. The river was rather wide, and the shore was still a discernible distance away. The vessel behind them was drawing closer, and Zhao Changhe could already see individuals preparing to draw their bows. At this moment, he found himself positioned precisely between Cui Yuanyang's boat and the approaching one, equidistant from either side. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Changhe sprang into action, skimming across the waves, and swiftly boarded the vessel behind. A few individuals were measuring the distance to determine its suitability for archery when suddenly, a figure erupted from the water, startling them all. With no weapon in hand, Zhao Changhe wasted no time delivering a punch to the temple of the archer, seizing the bow and arrows in one fluid motion, then executing a clean backflip directly into the water. It was only then that the people on the boat realized what had transpired and collectively shouted, "It's Zhao Changhe." The river sprite and water eagle may have already perished. Regrettably, amidst the chaos, a moment was lost. As someone drew their bow, aiming at Zhao Changhe, he had already traversed more than half the distance. Swiftly, he sprang forth, soaring through the waves, rapidly approaching the shore where Cui Yuanyang stood. "Yuanyang, the rope from your boat. Toss it over to me." Without hesitation, Chui Yuanyang abandoned the oars, bent down to grasp the thick rope securing the vessel, and swung it with all her might. In her heart, a singular thought remained: this is not a celestial being. What then is a celestial being? Yet, as the so-called deity stumbled onto the bow of the boat, his face turned pale. Chui Yuanyang noticed the dark stain of blood on his chest. You have been poisoned. Indeed, I have my tricks, but others are even more skilled, Zhao Changhe replied, laboriously leaning against the ship's railing, still managing a smile. I'm counting on you, Duobao. My dear little girl, you won't let me down, will you? Chui Yuanyang had no inclination for jest. In a flurry, she opened the small pouch she carried, extracting a pill and promptly placing it into his mouth. Different poisons require different antidotes. The Chui family has no miraculous elixirs. As long as it alleviates and suppresses the toxin, that is sufficient. Zhao Changhe sensed the efficacy of the medicine, which indeed began to counteract the poison's spread. Contentment washed over him as he cheerfully grasped his knife, methodically carving around the wound to excise the necrotic flesh. Blood gushed forth, yet suitable bandaging materials were lacking. Every visible piece of cloth appeared increasingly filthy, and haphazard wrapping would only invite infection. Zhao Changhe paid little heed to this as he poured wine from his gourd over the wound before rising once more. Turning his gaze, he noted that the nearest enemy vessel had now entered range, a multitude of bows drawn and arrows nocked. Zhao Changhe seized the recently acquired bow and arrow. Drawing the string taut, the arrow shot forth like a meteor. With a sharp twang, the opposing ship's sail abruptly collapsed, its speed diminished in the favorable wind. In the next instant, arrows rained down like locusts, yet they fell just beyond their range, landing harmlessly on the deck. All this time, the little rabbit had been rowing furiously, and by now, the boat should have reached the shore. Zhao Changhe swiftly pulled Chui Yuanyang along, leaping towards the bank. The river breeze rustled, carrying his boisterous laughter. Thank you for your company. Until we meet again. Chapter 64. The tiger falls to the plain. Though one may revel in the thrill of bravado, it is essential to remember that others will also approach the shore, and those riders seen earlier along the bank might very well be assassins. Zhao Changhe dared not linger, pulling Chui Yuanyang along as they dashed away. Upon escaping the road, they spotted fields and veered chaotically into the furrows, soon slipping into a thicket, moving with the agility of a rabbit. The mountains were no longer in sight, fortunately. The ancient world still boasted abundant forests, offering some concealment. Pursuers on horseback would find it difficult to follow, as the terrain provided ample opportunities for evasion and brief respite. As they boarded the vessel, dusk painted the sky with hues of twilight. Despite the fierce battle and their hasty crossing, it had yet to grow completely dark, a testament to how brief the ordeal had been. However, this fleeting moment marked the most injuries Zhao Changhe had sustained since his arrival in this world. He had taken a kick earlier, and beneath the water, he had been struck by a poisoned dart. Even now, blood flowed from his chest, soaking his tattered clothing in crimson. His complexion was pallid, his condition dire. Yet, they had crossed the river. Had they not surmounted the most troublesome hurdle? Zhao Changhe, exhausted, leaned against the tree, panting heavily. This is utterly nonsensical, he muttered. Why doesn't the poison in my weapon dissipate in water? Isn't he afraid of drinking the poisoned water himself? Chui Yuanyang shook her head, uncertain of these martial arts intricacies, and lacked Zhao Changhe's current inclination to delve into the matter. Observing that he was bleeding profusely without any means to bandage his wounds, she felt a deep sense of foreboding. If this continued, he might succumb to excessive blood loss without even needing to fight. She exclaimed, "You, at a time like this, still think about such things. Moreover, with your injuries, you should speak less. Talking will only aggravate your wounds. Yet here you are, raising your voice to declare something about future meetings." Coughing, Zhao Changhe replied, "There are things one can forego, but one must certainly maintain an air of bravado. Surely you understand this." Chui Yuanyang retorted, "Oh, come on. Just now, with that arrow I shot, should I perhaps adopt a title for myself, like Zilong? After all, my surname is Zhao. What nonsense is this? You should focus on resting," Chui Yuanyang said, stomping her foot in frustration, while Zhao Changhe merely chuckled. It was truly vexing. Yet seeing him in such a state tugged at her heartstrings. Reflecting on the moment he had cut his flesh and poured wine over it, she felt a pang of pain just by witnessing it. His expression had remained unchanged throughout. Chui Yuanyang believed that even the esteemed elders of her family could not compare to this man's fierce bravery. They were simply not on the same level. Was this the distinction between mountain bandits and noble families? No, There was a vast chasm that existed solely because of Zhao Chang'e. His current deplorable condition was a result of defending her. What could she possibly do for him? Biting her lip, Cui Yuanyang pondered for a moment before retreating behind the tree. Zhao Chang'e paid little attention to her movements. He jested verbally, while in reality, he was channeling his internal energy to expel the poison. The medicine provided by Cui Yuanyang merely suppressed the spread of the toxin without detoxifying it. However, the advantage of possessing internal power lies in the ability to expel such toxins. It is a skill commonly portrayed in television dramas. There is no reason for him to be incapable of it. After all, the summer G8 refinements should be considered a form of divine skill. A closer examination reveals that this toxin is not particularly formidable. At least it does not pose an immediate threat to life. Its primary effects are corrosive and debilitating. Thus, its toxicity and permeation are rather average, making it manageable. Under the influence of his internal energy, the toxins in his blood were visibly expelled, seeping out through the wound. He could even sense that some of the toxins were directly dissolved by his internal energy, rendering them ineffective. It can be tentatively established that the Summer Longyuan technique possesses a remarkable resistance to toxins, a boon for future endeavors in the martial world. He couldn't shake off the feeling that its nature bore some resemblance to the Nine-Yang divine skill, yet regrettably, he could not currently regard this technique as his primary focus due to his age disadvantage. After all, Zhang Wuji had the foundational training of the Wudong Nine-Yang from a young age. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside such thoughts for the moment. While the poison was expelled with relative ease, Zhao Chang'e's sense of fatigue grew increasingly profound. A surge of blood had initially allowed him to push through, seemingly dulling his pain. Yet this was not merely a testament to his toughness, but rather a characteristic closely linked to the blood fiend technique. It is well known that under such a state, one can easily overlook various discomforts. And one of the properties of the blood fiend technique is to induce such a state. However, once this state fades, fatigue sets in rather swiftly. And he now found himself exceedingly weary. Not only fatigue, but the pain from the previously endured injury now begins to assail. What once felt like a mere bruise from a kick now manifests as a subtle ache in the lower abdomen. After entering the water, my body remained damp and unrefreshed. And now the chill of humidity begins to invade. A myriad of ailments have arisen. The most alarming aspect is that the agonizing side effects of the blood fiend technique have also begun to surface due to the intense exertion of the martial art. In moments of vitality, one can endure this suffering, but in weakness, it feels as if a built-up debuff has suddenly erupted. When Cui Yuanyang emerged from behind the tree, she was met with the sight of Zhao Chang'e, whom she had envisioned as a divine being, having inexplicably slid from his seated position to the ground, curled up and groaning in distress. "Brother Zhao," Cui Yuanyang hurriedly approached to support him. "What has happened to you?" I still have medicine." Yet, as she lowered her gaze to meet Zhao Chang'e's eyes, a deeper alarm filled her heart. Those eyes had taken on a blood-red hue, brimming with a ferocious madness, as if he might leap forth and rend her to pieces at any moment. Zhao Chang'e, overwhelmed by the full manifestation of his negative state, was on the verge of losing control over the chaotic energy, perhaps subconsciously reluctant to suppress it any longer. In a state of disarray, he thought, perhaps if one is no longer lucid, the pain may cease. He maintained his final shred of will, struggling to whisper, "Stay away from me. The farther the better. I am very dangerous now." "That is impossible," Cui Yuanyang exclaimed urgently. "Your condition is so dire. Your wounds are still bleeding. How could I possibly abandon you? It is not a matter of whether you abandon me. Rather, my cultivation technique may lead to a loss of reason, something I cannot control. At that moment, I would no longer be myself. So keep your distance, quickly." Cui Yuanyang suddenly pointed at Zhao Chang'e's acupoint, silencing his remaining words. Did she truly believe him to be foolish? Cui Yuanyang murmured. "Now it seems you have burnt your brain. How could you not even think that I know how to pressure acupoints?" "Zhao Chang'e." Cui Yuanyang bit her lower lip and began to remove Zhao Chang'e's tattered clothing. Zhao Chang'e, his already muddled state of mind, was almost jolted back to clarity. "What are you doing?" The little white rabbit struggled to peel off the clothing of the great black bear, her cheeks flushed, revealing a piece of crimson silk cloth. Upon seeing the pair of mandarin ducks on the cloth, Zhao Chang'e was left speechless. "Isn't this your belly band?" Cui Yuanyang cast him a sidelong glance, her eyes a mix of annoyance and resentment, then lowered her head in embarrassment. She sprinkled some medicinal powder on Zhao Chang'e's wound and carefully wrapped it with the makeshift bandage fashioned from the belly band. Perhaps this was indeed the only available material for a bandage at the moment. Are you still in pain? Chui Yuanyang tidied his clothes and gently wiped the sweat that streamed down his forehead from enduring the agony, softly saying, "You needn't carry everything alone." Yuanyang is not merely a clumsy fool who drags others down. Zhao Changhe twitched the corner of his mouth. Indeed, it was true. At least you know how to row. And your cooperation is quite commendable, effortlessly tossing the rope. In truth, this girl possesses considerable potential. Now it is my turn to care for you. Chui Yuanyang selected a few medicinal herbs and placed them into Zhao Changhe's mouth. I am uncertain how to alleviate the drawbacks brought about by your blood fiend technique. These are restorative herbs meant to replenish your vitality and blood. After consuming them, rest well for a while, and you should feel significantly improved. He scratched his head, uncertainty evident in his demeanor. I cannot be sure. I am merely speculating. Could it be that your body does not accept nourishment? Zhao Changhe replied. I can sense that some of these herbs are indeed for enhancing vitality. You could first relieve my mute acupoint, truly. But never mind. Let me attempt to channel my inner energy to unblock it. As the night deepened, darkness enveloped the forest. Chui Yuanyang felt a pang of guilt. The pillar upon which he relied had fallen. Now, with the night dark and the wind howling, everything around seemed ominous. Despite knowing that someone was searching for him, he hesitated to light a fire. I should first fetch some water for Brother Zhao, he resolved. As he turned to leave, he stumbled upon a tree root and fell flat on the ground with a thud, akin to a rabbit tumbling in the mud. With his body sprawled out, he began to weep quietly, the facade he had maintained to care for others crumbling in an instant. I am utterly useless, trapped in the third level of the mystery. He should not have traversed this thorny path. How wonderful it would have been to accompany him to witness the misty reign of Jiangnan. Outside, faint voices echoed. You all should check that direction. Zhao Changhe must not have gone far due to his injuries. They had finally arrived. Chui Yuanyang sprang to his feet, rushing to lift Zhao Changhe and flee, but to his surprise, Zhao Changhe was heavier than anticipated, and he struggled to lift him. From his back came Zhao Changhe's exasperated sigh. Damn it, the mute acupoint has finally been unblocked. Impudent girl, what are you pretending for? Quickly release my acupoints, and let the battle commence. Chapter 65. No dog shall deceive. Chui Yuanyang, filled with surprise, unsealed his acupoints. Are you all right now? Zhao Changhe stretched his limbs, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Fortunately, you didn't mention that you only learned how to seal acupoints and not to release them. Although he had yet to return to his normal condition, the overwhelming discomfort from various debuffs had indeed subsided, especially with the wounds receiving proper treatment. The application of medicinal ointment and bandages had alleviated the poison, bringing him considerable relief. Moreover, the restorative herbs that Chui Yuanyang provided, aimed at replenishing vitality and enhancing vigor, surprisingly suited his current state. The torment from the chaotic blood energy gradually diminished, and his fatigue notably lessened. While he still felt somewhat unsteady, engaging in less intense combat was no longer a significant issue, greatly expanding his operational capacity. The purpose of retreating to the woods was to achieve such a result, and the outcome now exceeded his expectations. Yuanyang was indeed not a burden but a true ally in battle. Unable to contain his affection, Zhao Changhe ruffled her hair and chuckled. Now it's my turn. Upon witnessing his cheerful demeanor, Chui Yuanyang felt the earlier anxiety dissipate entirely. She realized that even if she were to be ensnared again, she would not falter. She had almost forgotten her proficiency in lightness skill. The footsteps outside grew ever closer, and the flickering light of torches became faintly visible, indicating that they might soon be discovered. Chui Yuanyang's heart raced to his throat. Yet Zhao Changhe did not hasten his departure. He scanned the surroundings, seized a stone, and leaped onto a tree branch, precariously placing the stone at an angle that suggested it could tumble at any moment. Only then did he descend from the tree, gently pulling Chui Yuanyang as they stealthily made their way towards Qinghe. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the stone he had positioned earlier finally plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud. At that moment, a cacophony of voices erupted, plunging the area into chaos. Go, Zhao Changhe urged, hastily leading Chui Yuanyang away, their hurried footsteps barely audible amidst the multitude of sounds surrounding them. Chui Yuanyang felt an unparalleled sense of tranquility, reassured that as long as Zhao was by his side, no challenge was insurmountable. Do not be careless, Zhao Changhe whispered. Currently, most attention has been diverted, but there are still stragglers scattered about. Here they come, he added, as he swiftly pulled Chui Yuanyang into the cover of a thicket. Ahead, Three figures approached, brandishing torches. Zhao Changhe leaned in close to Cui Yuanyang's ear. On the count of three, we act together. I will dispatch the two taller ones, while you take down the shortest. If you understand, squeeze my hand. Cui Yuanyang felt a tickle in his ear. His face flushed crimson, yet he remained silent, gently squeezing Zhao's hand to indicate his comprehension before releasing it. They held their breath, waiting in silence as the trio drew near. 3, 2, 1. In an instant, blades flashed, and the three figures fell soundlessly, not even a muffled groan escaping their lips. Zhao Changhe swiftly lunged forward, catching the falling torch before it struck the ground, and then boldly led Cui Yuanyang onward, striding confidently into the night. Before long, they encountered another group of torches face to face. Zhao Changhe boldly stepped forward, casually inquiring, "Have you found anything?" "No, they went that way earlier. And now there is no sound. It's likely some wild beast." It was peculiar. Zhao Changhe seemed quite adept at evasion. Suddenly a flash. The glint of blades re-emerged, and once again, three men fell lifeless at that very moment. "Let us go." As they neared the edge of the forest, Zhao Changhe discarded the torch, no longer concealing his intentions, and with all his might, he urged Cui Yuanyang to unleash her lightness skill and flee. The moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, and a gentle breeze caressed them. In their frantic flight, Cui Yuanyang truly discovered the thrill she had sought when she ran away from home. Yet, at that moment, the girl felt none of the exuberance she had possessed when she left, for this excitement was tainted with harsh reality. A cruelty that bore down upon both man and self. Perhaps in the next instant, it would be her own life that would be extinguished. As she pondered, a distant voice reached her ears. Zhao Changhe indeed lives up to the reputation of being among the top 100 of the hidden dragon. He has managed to nearly carve a path through the multitude of foes in the underbelly of the river, even while burdened with a liability. But alas, this is where it ends. Zhao Changhe halted, gazing at the ethereal shadow drifting beside him, his expression as tranquil as still water. Cui Yuanyang also came to a stop, inwardly sighing. The masters had finally arrived. In truth, there had been skilled individuals earlier. The boatman and his dame were both at the third level of the Xianguan, yet they had waited for the boats behind them to arrive before making their move. It was evident that stronger figures, at levels 4 or 5, or even beyond, were lurking on other boats or along the riverbank. However, Zhao Changhe's strategy had been astute. He struck swiftly and then vanished, using arrows to obstruct the boats, thus avoiding any direct encounters. However, true masters are not mere clay molded by hands. Their movements within this region are destined to be discovered. This represents the ultimate test. Cui Yuanyang realized that he felt no anger, only a profound disdain swelling within him. "Who are you?" The gaunt man leisurely remarked. "There is no need for such concern." Strange indeed. He inquired if the young lady had ever heard of him. Cui Yuanyang had never heard of such a lowly bandit. Zhao Changhe, however, recalled that the brothers of the mountain stronghold had spoken of him. It is common for men to discuss professions such as flower thieves when gathered together, and this man is one of the more notorious among them. When his victims struggled, he would merely chuckle and say there was no need for such distress, a phrase that earned him his nickname, eventually leading to a change in his name as well. This marked Zhao Changhe's first encounter with someone possessing an official nickname, someone who could be regarded as a figure of renown. To be such a figure, one must possess considerable skill, otherwise they would have been dispatched long before their fame could spread. He had long reached the 4th level of the Xianguan, and it remains uncertain if he has ascended to the 5th. Even if he is not, he is likely on the cusp of it. In truth, Fang Buping is of similar caliber. If this man has not broken through to the 5th level, his actual combat prowess may not surpass that of Fang Buping, who, after all, is the master of a sect, holding a position that is undoubtedly higher. Yet at that moment, Zhao Changhe was fully prepared, poised for action. However, his current state was one of severe injuries and exhaustion, needing to resort to ambush tactics even against mere minnows, and he had run out of line. In the eyes of the strange man, Zhao Changhe was nothing more than a floundering fish. As for Cui Yuanyang, a mere 3rd level of Xianguan, he was hardly worth consideration. With a delicate folding fan in hand, she approached the two, his gaze lingering on Cui Yuanyang's face, perplexed by how he could discern beauty in the presently disheveled figure before him. Cui Yuanyang gripped his sword tightly, his heart heavy with uncertainty, stealing a glance at the silent Zhao Changhe. That fleeting glance nearly caused him to drop his sword in fright. The once buoyant Zhao Changhe, who had regained his sunny disposition, now bore a grim and menacing expression. His eyes, at some point, had turned a deep crimson, not merely the result of his previous cultivation, but rather an unsettling transformation that made even the whites of his eyes appear blood-red, an utterly terrifying sight. In that instant, Cui Yuanyang comprehended Zhao Chang's intentions. He had deliberately unleashed the bloodthirsty aura he had long suppressed, allowing it to surge into his mind, willingly plunging himself into a state devoid of reason and sanity. This marked the first time Zhao Changhe had succumbed to madness since mastering the bloodthirsty technique, and it was a conscious choice. In this feral and irrational state, he could disregard all injuries and pain, channeling his entire essence to the zenith of bloodthirst, compensating for previous losses. In a strict sense, this frenzied state represented the culmination of the bloodthirsty technique, albeit at the cost of his combat intelligence. Whether his combat prowess was enhanced or diminished in this state remained uncertain, but at this juncture, no alternative strategies existed. Cui Yuanyang's heart was laden with concern, yet he knew what was required of him. Zhao, in his near-manic fervor, had repeatedly cautioned him to keep his distance. Suddenly, she withdrew her sword and darted to the side. She, momentarily believing the little rabbit intended to flee, chuckled, "My dear lady, do not be hasty. Wait until I claim your beloved's head before I take my time with you." As the words left his lips, an ominous feeling surged within him. In the depths of the forest, one feels the piercing gaze of a pack of wolves, their emerald eyes glistening in the night, eliciting an overwhelming sense of dread. A hoarse voice echoes in the air. Zhao, a great man, does not deserve to be trifled with. Without the need to turn rigidly, one beholds a pair of blood-red eyes, the glint of a gleaming steel blade stained with crimson, as if a demonic sword has returned to the world. The crescent moon hangs low in the sky, and Zhao Changhe appears as a deity of blood, his mere presence striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. The blade remains sheathed, yet its aura is already soul-chilling. With a primal roar, Zhao Changhe can no longer discern friend from foe. Any life before him is merely an obstacle to overcome. As he unleashes his ferocity, the atmosphere grows tumultuous, and the heavens seem to tremble at his fury. A single slash of his blade could disperse even the mightiest of gods. Chapter 66. The unending turmoil. Chi Bubi stands frozen in terror, his instinct urging him to flee rather than confront a madman. The effects of Zhao's ferocity scatter divinity and instill fear. This terror is ineffectual against the resolute Yu Hongling or the naturally brave Zhao Changhe, yet it proves particularly potent against the faint-hearted. With a clang, Chi Bubi dares not meet this strike head-on. He deftly employs his folding fan to deflect the blade's trajectory, attempting to redirect its course. In a swift motion, he unfurls the fan to aim for Zhao Changhe's wrist. One must concede that the technique is indeed exquisite. However, the outcome is far from favorable. The already waning strength of his strike only shifts the blade's path by a mere inch, while Zhao Changhe remains indifferent to the fan's edge slicing into his wrist. Feeling not a hint of pain, the relentless force of the blade descends upon Chi Bubi's shoulder. Having lost his initial advantage, how can he hope to change tactics in time? He was quite experienced. With a lazy roll, he narrowly evaded the strike, merely suffering a superficial cut to his shoulder. Clumsily rising from the ground, he cast a glance upward, his spirit plummeting further into despair. The bloodied blade seemed to absorb the very essence of life. The initially superficial aura of bloodlust now appeared as if the blade and the blood were inextricably intertwined. Blood from Zhao Changhe's wrist flowed continuously toward the weapon, which resembled a ravenous demon, suddenly nourished, evoking an almost euphoric sensation. Yet, it was merely a finely crafted steel knife worth a few dozen taels of silver. Far from the sacred treasure of the blood god sect. What was happening? It was merely an illusion, a mirage conjured by the seizure of his will. The malevolent bloodlust was beyond the endurance of ordinary beings, be they foe or ally. The curious illusion was fleeting. In that brief moment, Zhao Chang's second strike had already descended upon him. If the previous attack had resembled a demon wielding a blade to sever the heavens and the earth, instilling unparalleled terror, this one conveyed a desolation after blood had flooded the land, an absence of life in the universe, a return to silence, affecting both enemy and self alike. The second of the blood saber's three ultimate techniques, heaven and earth without me. This was a move that could only be unleashed in a state of frenzied selflessness. In this moment, he seemed ensnared in an illusion, standing in a barren wasteland, the sky stained crimson, the ground littered with corpses, blood flowing like a river. As the sole remaining being in this realm, he faced the annihilation of celestial law, a presence that should not exist here. Thus, the blood moon descended, enacting divine retribution. Clang. The clash of weapons jolted Chi Bubi awake. In that moment, he realized that what he perceived as a blood moon descending from the heavens was, in fact, Zhao Chang's steel blade. His folding fan instinctively attempted to parry, but the myriad of illusions clouded his mind, rendering his defense feeble and ineffective, causing the fan to be cleaved aside. Chi Bubi, in a state of sheer panic, retreated backwards, utterly unwilling to engage with such a formidable opponent, devoid of any fighting spirit. It must be said that Zhao Chang's lightness skill was rather ordinary. In his frenzied, mindless state, he did not pursue his enemies relentlessly, making escape a feasible option. Let the other headstrong warriors confront this madman. He would take his leave. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced his back. Chi Bubi turned in a daze, only to find the seemingly inconsequential Cui Yuanyang had stealthily positioned herself behind him, a sword piercing through his heart. The once innocent little rabbit now bore a resolute gaze, tinged with a hint of ruthlessness. She was no longer merely an inexperienced girl in the martial world. In this brief encounter, she had already claimed several lives. As this realization flickered through Chi Bubi's mind, a sense of regret washed over him. Yet before he could utter a word, a thunderous roar erupted behind him, and a steel blade was already pressed against his neck. His head was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Cui Yuanyang, through the splattering crimson, locked eyes with Zhao Changha. The blood enhanced the vivid red of his gaze, intensifying his ferocity and adding a touch of bloodthirsty exhilaration. His labored breaths resembling those of a beast. Would she perish at his hands? Cui Yuanyang was uncertain. However, she knew she could not abandon him. For if others were to arrive, Zhao Changha, in his frenzied state, would not flee but would instead unleash chaos. Everyone was at the threshold of the third realm, and Cui Yuanyang knew that he still had a chance. All he needed was to strike at his vital points. He unleashed his extraordinary skills in a frantic manner. Yet it should have been the end of his strength. There was a glimmer of hope. He had to remain composed. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely raised her sword, gazing at Zhao Changha with an intensity reminiscent of a beast. They locked eyes for what felt like an eternity. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment, when Zhao Changha's blood blade surged forth once more. At that instant, a piercing whistle echoed through the air as a streak of sword light, like a meteor chasing the moon, swiftly reached Zhao Changha's neck. He redirected his blade in a swift motion, clashing against the radiant sword light, only to let out a muffled groan as he coughed up blood, his body sent sprawling far away. The assailant, taken aback, seemed to have misjudged the force behind Zhao Chang's strike, and also retreated in midair to dissipate the recoil. The heavy blade met the delicate sword, and in his frenzied state, Zhao Chang's power was utterly insufficient. He was propelled backward by the sheer force of that sword, spitting blood in the process. Cui Yuanyang's heart raced. She recognized the identity of the attacker from that strike, an assassin from the listening snow tower, at least of silver rank. Judging by this blow, they could very well be at the fifth realm, or even higher. This was an adversary she could not hope to confront at this moment. A sense of fatigue washed over Cui Yuanyang. The situation felt endless. Yet simultaneously, a sense of irony arose within her. At this point, Zhao Changha was likely devoid of combat capability. The one with strength now was she, Cui Yuanyang. The malevolent aura that had clouded Zhao Chang's mind was dispelled by that sword strike, his eyes regaining clarity. As Cui Yuanyang held him close, he weakly urged, "We must head in the direction we just came from." Without questioning why, she silently embraced him and swiftly departed under the moonlight. Just moments ago, he felt overwhelmed by the thought of carrying her, yet at this moment, enveloping her in his embrace felt surprisingly effortless. The human psyche and willpower wield a profound influence. Indeed, after only a few strides, he spotted a horse wandering beneath the moonlight. Cui Yuanyang swiftly comprehended Zhao Chang's implication. Surely, these individuals must have arrived on horseback, for it was improbable that they had traversed the vast mountains and rivers solely on foot. Therefore, as he moved in their direction, the likelihood of encountering a horse was significantly high. His clarity of thought was remarkable. Just moments prior, he had relied on her to row, and now he depended on her to ride. But alas, he was utterly unskilled in horsemanship. Zhao Changha leaned weakly against her, a hint of embarrassment playing on his lips as he chuckled softly. Cui Yuanyang was perplexed by his ability to find humor in such dire circumstances. Nevertheless, her equestrian skills far surpassed her rowing abilities. With a graceful leap, she mounted the steed, swiftly turning to position Zhao Changha securely behind her. With a commanding shout, she urged the horse into a gallop. The sound of rustling garments echoed behind them, as the assassins from the listening snow tower closed in, drawing ever nearer. Along the roadside, willows swayed gently, while several figures stood poised atop the branches, silently observing this moonlit chase. A voice whispered, "Saintess, shall we intervene?" Just moments ago. The image of Xia Qiqi, strikingly beautiful under the moonlight, flashed in Zhao Changhe's mind as he watched her silently remove the longbow from her back. In this critical moment, instead of fleeing in despair, he was still attempting to resist. Such steadfast bravery was captivating and stirring. Yet, he pondered, how did he intend to confront this little vixen? Chapter 67. The bloodstained clear river. The night unending. Someone nearby remarked, "The news of the river crossing battle has likely reached the Cui family by now. If all goes as expected, it is probably Cui Wenqing who has come in person. Considering the time that has passed. It has only been 2 hours since we crossed the river, hasn't it? From the moment we crossed, the news would have reached the Cui family, and they would send someone to assist us. If we can endure this perilous interval, we shall emerge unscathed. We perceive the duration as lengthy due to the relentless waves crashing upon us, yet in truth, it has not been long at all. Given the current circumstances, Cui Wenqing must be en route, and if we do not act, we may indeed be intercepted by them. TSK, this Zhao Changhe is truly remarkable." Moreover, understanding the situation further reveals that the Holy Maiden had previously shared a chamber with that man for 1 to 2 months, likely having indulged in various escapades. Although the teachings of the Four Symbols sect do not impose restrictions against such matters, and there are instances of enchantresses entwining with men and internal unions, a woman with a romantic history is certainly ill-suited to be a Holy Maiden. The positions of Holy Son and Holy Maiden within the sect are theoretically devoted entirely to the divine, free from ulterior motives. Should one stray from this path, one need only recall the painful lesson of the former White Tiger Holy Maiden. Thus, Xia Qiqi's trials as a Holy Maiden are even more stringent than usual, with the 28 constellation array set in motion. Ultimately, this individual is indeed a natural-born Holy Maiden, a fact that speaks for itself. Even now, she embodies the dual roles of Holy Maiden for 2 sects, remaining steadfast and revered. No one has observed any signs of her longing for men in her daily demeanor. Everyone believes the Holy Maiden possesses clarity of mind, discerning the weight of matters with precision. After all, she had only just turned 17, still in her youth. The fleeting infatuation of a naive girl soon faded, leaving little significance. The followers of the Four Symbols sect, having witnessed Zhao Changhe's series of actions, genuinely felt inclined to commend the young man. It was no wonder that the saintess had chosen to share a bed with him. Had it been me, well, the truth is, he indeed possesses remarkable discernment. Yet, upon reflection, praising him might awaken the saintess's dormant affections anew. After all, he is a traitor from a subordinate sect. Deserving of death, what merit is there in flattery? The onlookers, perceiving her thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle, and one boldly interjected, "Thus, if we are to eliminate the traitor, we must act without delay. Shall we proceed?" Xia Qiqi, her expression impassive, retorted, "What? Since when did our Four Symbols sect become the lapdogs of the Blood God sect? Have we traveled such a great distance merely to assist them in ridding themselves of traitors? What are we doing here then? We are on our way to the ancient Sword Lake to initiate the sword ritual, and have merely encountered this situation." Xia Qiqi replied with a calm demeanor. "So we are merely spectators. Why should we interfere in the internal affairs of the Cui family or the Blood God sect? What concern is it of ours?" The crowd fell silent, sensing that she did not quite fit the role of an observer, as she had nearly betrayed her intentions to rescue someone on multiple occasions. However, Zhao Changhe's impressive conduct rendered the saintess's true feelings unnecessary to reveal. Or perhaps, witnessing his amiable interaction with a little rabbit had left her feeling quite envious. But enough speculation. Finally, an elderly gentleman spoke up. "What kind of hero takes advantage of the injured?" The words of the saintess were not without merit. Why should we assist the Blood God sect in their troubles? A mere traitor of the 3rd level of the Xian Guan dares to ask for our help in eliminating them? What audacity! They are utterly worthless. The crowd nodded in agreement. Not to mention anything else, to ambush an enemy at the brink of collapse, while we, all being guardians of the Four Symbols sect, Azure Dragon and White Tiger branches, are present, is simply preposterous. Moreover, how could we, as an upper sect, stoop to claim a bounty from a lower sect? That would be absurd. With this thought, the group sighed. Then let us depart. If Cui Wenqing truly arrives here, we will have further troubles. At that moment, Xia Qiqi suddenly spoke. The traitor is not beyond elimination. I shall personally allow him to choose his demise. Thus, the decision was made to leave. The crowd noted the genuine venom in her words, feeling reassured that the saintess was indeed clear-headed. Xia Qiqi turned her gaze again, but the sounds of hooves had long since faded, leaving only swirling dust in their wake. Little did anyone know, the saintess harbored two thoughts: little hussy, pretending to be innocent and charming, yet so casually embracing men, delivering Yuan Yang from 1,000 miles away, truly a magnificent hero. Brother Zhao, just you wait. While the members of the Four Symbols sect deliberated, on the other side, Cui Yuanyang rode swiftly alongside Zhao Changhe, aware that the assassins from the Shui Lu were drawing ever closer. Zhao Changhe, glancing back, silently assessed the situation. The assassin's speed surpassed that of a horse. This must be a master of the 5th or even 6th level of the mysterious realm. At this level, their combat prowess seems to rival that of the 5 absolutes. At the very least, their agility could be compared to that of Zhao Changhe. He recalled how a monk once caught up to a galloping horse, earning the cheers of the soldiers in Xiangyang City. Although currently, this horse carried 2 individuals, it should not be too far off in speed. In other words, the one he had pinned against the wall, while toying with the jade rabbit, was surprisingly a master of the 5 absolutes. As for himself, he likely stood at the level of the 7 disciples of Chuanjin, or perhaps even Mei Chaofeng. This realization rendered Zhao Changhe's expression somewhat peculiar, filled with unspoken grievances. He took a deep breath, quietly channeling his internal energy to nourish his weary body, and slowly retrieved the bow he had slung over his shoulder since earlier, and used after shooting at the ship's sail. Even if you are one of the 5 absolutes, you are not invulnerable to blades. Based on my experience with the jade rabbit, it should still be soft, right? Little did he know, the very individual he was toying with was observing him as he prepared to draw his bow. His quiver contained only 5 or 6 arrows. Zhao Changhe selected one, suddenly drawing the bowstring and swiftly launching the arrow. The projectile whistled through the air, cutting through the void. He deftly deflected the arrow with his sword, but the momentum of his flight was hindered, allowing the horse to dart far away once more. The assassin could not help but feel a tinge of admiration. Not everyone could achieve so much in a situation where they were both injured and exhausted, with their resources nearly depleted. But was this of any consequence? How many arrows do you possess? He surged forward again, and as expected, upon reaching the effective range, another arrow was shot forth. The assassin had anticipated this and deftly deflected it, continuing his pursuit. This exchange repeated 4 or 5 times, and Wei County drew ever closer. The assassin felt a flicker of hesitation within. He was acutely aware that they were perilously close to the sphere of influence of the Cui family. The news of Zhao and Chui's river crossing had undoubtedly reached the ears of those in the vicinity. Could it be that Wei County remained oblivious? The implication was clear. They were in imminent danger of encountering reinforcements. To continue the pursuit would be fraught with peril. Observing Zhao Changhe at that moment, with his bow drawn, his arm trembling, and the string barely taut, the assassin gritted his teeth and pressed on. Zhao Changhe knocked his final arrow, his jaw clenched, his arm quivering as he painstakingly took aim. Cui Yuanyang, who had been riding furiously in silence, suddenly cried out, keep staring, and I shall never acknowledge you again." With a resounding thwack, the last arrow was released. Almost simultaneous with the sound, a beam of sword light, as if descending from the heavens, shot forth from an unfathomable distance. Even before Zhao Changhe's arrow could reach its mark, the sword light had pierced the assassin's brow. A strike that transcended the speed of sound. Cui Wenjing, the head of the Cui family, Yu Wenyang's own father, ranked 9th on the celestial. Whoa. Cui Yuanyang reined in her horse, panting heavily as she sat astride it, gazing fixedly at her father bathed in the moonlight. She yearned to weep, but found her face rigid, almost incapable of expressing any emotion. She longed to dismount and embrace her father, but felt all her strength had ebbed away, rendering her incapable of even the simplest of movements. At last, the thorny path had come to an end. Cui Wenjing gazed serenely at his daughter, disheveled and unrecognizable, yet composed and tearless. He then turned his gaze to the man peeking out from behind her, scrutinizing him. No matter how well the man concealed himself, he could not escape his keen eyes. The color of the undergarment peeking out from his chest was simply too glaring. In Cui Wenjing's eyes, it is unclear what emotions are concealed, admiration or something else entirely. At that moment, Cui Yuanyang suddenly recalled that his father's attitude towards Zhao Changhe might not necessarily be friendly. A sudden jolt surged through him, and just as he was about to speak, A flash of golden light streaked across the sky. The tumultuous era unveils a new chapter. The three of them instinctively looked up. In March, Zhao Chang'e traversed mountains and rivers to escort Yuanyang 1,000 miles, cutting through enemy lines. Countless foes fell before him. His garments soaked in blood, his long blade marred with deep gashes, arrows exhausted and bow shattered. Cui Wenjing's gaze flickered, and the usually composed Cui Yuanyang, lost in thought, suddenly broke into tears. Exhausted from the ordeal, he shared the burden of slaying the extraordinary, narrowly escaping the relentless pursuit of the silver metal assassins from the listening snow tower. The rankings on the hidden dragon list shifted, with new positions created. Zhao Chang'e claimed the 88th spot, while Cui Yuanyang secured the 213th. The river ran red under the night sky, yet the tale was far from over. Unlike previous occasions, this time, the world was shaken. Chapter 68. The Destroyer of Reputation, Zhao Chang'e. Even if one were a mere dog, achieving 3 consecutive entries on the chaotic rankings within 5 short months would undoubtedly rattle the world. Has there ever been such frequency before? Even when Xia Longyuan debuted? It was not so. Could it be that Zhao Chang'e is the chosen one? Moreover, this time, he is entangled with noble daughters from prestigious families and the underworld of an entire county, breaking through 1,000 miles. Cloaked in blood-soaked garments, a topic of legendary allure that overflows. How can one compare this to the insignificant phone booping? To the majority of the world, Zhao Chang'e has undoubtedly struck gold. This is an enormous favor from the Cui family. From this point onward, who would dare to lay a hand on him lightly? Does the government's lackluster bounty hold as much weight as the Cui family's influence? Even if the Cui family were to openly declare that they had sheltered this wanted criminal, it is likely that Master Tang would feel compelled to withdraw in order to save face. Moreover, this situation transcends mere appearances. It could well lead to a proposal of marriage, as they navigate through treacherous paths to escort the young lady. What began as a matter of camaraderie has transformed into a journey shared between a budding youth and a spirited young man, braving the elements together. It is simply implausible to believe that no sparks would fly between them. If these young hearts were to secretly vow their lives to one another, they might face opposition. Yet the entire world is now aware of their bond. At the very least, it seems that the young lady, Yin Yan, will find it difficult to negotiate a marriage with families of equal standing. Who would wish to enter into matrimony while the world scrutinizes the color of their metaphorical hats? The young man's gallantry is indeed commendable. Any reasonable observer would applaud him. Could the Cui family truly turn their backs on him? That would be utterly disgraceful. It is highly probable that he is genuinely on the path to becoming a suitor, leaving little room for alternative outcomes. For some with ulterior motives, this development is indeed tantalizing. Far away in the capital, Tang Wanzhuang stood alone atop a tall building, leaning against the railing as she gazed quietly at the moonlit sky. After a prolonged silence, she sighed softly, reflecting on the unexpected turn of events. Who could have foreseen that the youth, who had not even trained in martial arts, would stand before her, brandishing a sword and declaring, "The murderer, Zhao Chang'e." Memories resurfaced, and it was hard to believe that within just half a year, this young man had emerged from Beiming, making a name for himself across the world. The Cui family, Tang Wanzhuang murmured to herself, only to be interrupted by a sudden cough. A maid hurriedly approached from behind, draping a garment over her. "Miss, the night is deep and the dew is heavy. You should rest early," Tang Wanzhuang murmured. "Instruct the authorities to formally withdraw the wanted notice." Understood. Zhao Chang'e? He indeed frequented this vicinity and even pilfered clothing. Was there anyone by his side? There was a charming yet audacious young lady. Before the words could fully escape, a flash of golden light streaked across the sky. The official stared in astonishment for a while, then twitched his lips in silence. Cui Yuanyang also gazed upwards. A heavy burden lifted from his heart, and inquired, "What did you just say?" "Oh, at the time when young Master Zhao left the city, his demeanor was imposing. I remarked how lovely that young lady beside him appeared, wondering which noble family she hailed from. It turns out she is Miss Cui. No wonder. I should have realized that such a radiant beauty, pure and clear, could only be nurtured by a distinguished family like the Cui clan." Just as Xia Qiqi was departing, she stumbled, nearly losing her balance. "Saint Lady, what's the matter?" The Book of Turmoil has stirred, indicating that Zhao Chang'e and Cui Yuanyang have escaped. "This must be the arrival of Cui Wenjing. You should rest, Saint Lady. I am well aware that the Book of Turmoil has stirred. It is precisely this that infuriates me. Who penned this wretched tome? Can they even write?" The crowd remained perplexed. Saint Lady, are you upset because your previous remarks were not as captivating? Surely not. Your words were formidable, and you ranked 13th, far surpassing theirs, who are merely 213th. Across the vast expanse in Jiangnan, Yu Hongling sat alone beneath the eaves, leisurely sipping from a wine pouch. The words in the air flickered by like fleeting moments, and as she gazed upwards, they seemed to complement her drink. As the words dispersed and the wine was consumed, Yu Hongling cast aside the pouch, exclaiming, "Just so, how delightful it is." She then rose, stretching languidly, and mused. It appears that the women I have encountered seem to carry a certain reputation. In Wei County, within the courtyard of the magistrate's residence, a maidservant implored, "Young Master Zhao, do you truly not wish for me to assist you in your bath?" To which Zhao retorted, "I have said I do not want it. So I do not." Master Cui had mentioned understanding the potential for misunderstanding, yet insisted it was not a test. Whether he tests or not is of no concern to me. Bathing is a simple matter that can be completed in a few strokes. Must I endure this farce with you for so long? It's quite bothersome. Just fetch me a set of clothes. I can wash myself. The maidservants giggled behind their hands, finding this young Master Zhao to be quite uncouth. Not only was he rude, but he also lacked any sense of romance. It seemed implausible that Miss Cui would choose to associate with such a man. Regardless, even the maidservants understood. This young man was likely to become the son-in-law of the Cui family. The presence of the maidservants was not merely a test. Such was the way of noble families. If Cui Yuanyang were to make arrangements, it would likely be in the same vein. If Zhao Dage wished to indulge with a maid, he certainly could. Yet, Zhao Changhe was devoid of any inclination for such matters. He felt utterly exhausted. He feared that without a proper wash and rest, he might collapse. He had no interest in the maid's assistance. He simply desired peace to sleep. Once the maidservants were dismissed, Zhao Changhe finally found solace. Enveloped in the warm embrace of the bath, alleviating his fatigue, he fully comprehended the moment's significance for the Cui family. Realizing that he did not wish to be the one to spread rumors, especially not with Xia Qiqi learning of it. Moreover, the deep ties with the Cui family were never his intention. To be candid, he remained uncertain whether there was any spark between him and Yang Yang. In truth, Zhao Changhe had never entertained any improper thoughts. The reasoning was quite simple. During her endearing and charming phase, their interactions had been minimal, and he had found her somewhat bothersome. As their friendship deepened and he began to appreciate her, she appeared rather disheveled, akin to a little beggar. Who could possibly develop feelings for a beggar? The chaotic narrative of the turbulent world was not authored by him, so how could he prevent it from running awry? It was indeed quite vexing. Nevertheless, he managed to convey himself quite handsomely this time, and the jumbled rankings were now attributed to Yang Yang, no longer rendering him as merely Mr. Zhao, the mediocre one at 91, but instead boasting the commendable figure of 88, albeit with an additional price to pay. Now, Yang Yang had ascended to 213. This ranking truly surprised Zhao Changhe. In reality, there had been no significant challenges, as most of the enemies he faced were of the same level or even weaker. It was unnecessary to calculate any leap in rank. However, had it not been for Yang Yang's ambush, Qi Bubi would undoubtedly have escaped, potentially lurking in the shadows to strike. And it could very well have been himself who fell victim. Thus, had it been solely his endeavor, he would likely have faced defeat. The turbulent world regarded this as a collective achievement rather than merely Yang Yang claiming the kills, a conclusion that held merit. Yet, for this reason, what justified the rise in rank? Was it truly more commendable to force an opponent into retreat during a poor state than to achieve a decisive kill? The final assassin from the Listening Snow Tower, in a desperate flight, resorted to archery solely to delay time until reinforcements arrived, without any intention of engaging in combat. Moreover, the achievements of Yang Yang hold little weight. How could she possibly make the rankings, and even parachute in higher than my previous 250? Ultimately, it boils down to the fact that in chaotic times, one should not merely assess achievements based on one-on-one confrontations. Zhao Changhe successfully led a young girl through various ambushes and schemes, which in itself is a commendable feat. Yang Yang also made the list because of this. Throughout the entire ordeal, she did not hinder progress in the slightest, but rather collaborated effectively. For a sheltered young lady with no practical experience, such a performance is truly remarkable. For instance, if we were to gather 10,000 schoolgirls, would any of them be capable of such an accomplishment? The chaotic world recognizes this as potential. With further refinement, she might indeed be a gem in the rough. After all, The hidden dragon list evaluates potential, not merely combat prowess. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhao Changhe, in a daze while soaking in the hot water barrel, unknowingly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he beheld a familiar visage, a woman quietly suspended in the profound night sky, her eyes closed. Chapter 69. Between heaven and earth. Zhao Changhe no longer felt the same impulsive urge to seize her as before. Instead, he calmly inquired, "So, is it not enough for you to secretly observe my every move? Now you dare to openly watch me bathe? Is it grand? By the way, did you see all my bodily functions along the way? How was the aroma?" The blind man replied, "In your dream, how could you be bathing?" Zhao Changhe lowered his head and observed that he was indeed not in a bath barrel. He was clad in his modern attire, standing in a room. The bath barrel nowhere to be found. It was evidently a dream. How ironic that now, the reality had transformed into something that could only be encountered in dreams. He chose not to dwell on this notion and continued speaking. "So, you have not been spying on me all along?" The blind man shook his head, responding, "I have not. Is the Book of Chaos not penned by you?" Zhao Changhe inquired directly. "I have always felt that while it appears earnest on the surface, it harbors a profound mockery within, which aligns perfectly with the impression you have left on me." The blind man pondered for a considerable time, seemingly perplexed by his own image in Zhao Changhe's mind. Eventually, he remarked, "The Book of Chaos is merely a name defined by the world. It possesses a grander title." "Indeed? What is this grand title?" Zhao Changhe prompted. "The title is quite simple. It is the Heavenly Book, or to be more precise, it is but a single page of the Heavenly Book, dedicated solely to recording the martial affairs of the mortal realm." The blind man sighed, thus, "This is a record of the heavenly principles, beyond my control. If I could truly wield such power, I would indeed be the heavenly principle myself. What need would a heavenly principle have to engage in such trivial matters with you?" Zhao Changhe coldly retorted, "Then where is the heavenly principle? Do not resort to such nonsensical phrases as there is no heavenly principle in this realm." His eyes widened in astonishment. "The heavenly principle is dead? What does that imply? Do you believe that the Four Symbols sect and Xia Longyuan truly pursue the mountains and rivers of the mortal world?" The blind man chuckled derisively. "Perhaps, in contrast, the Chui family embodies a more human perspective." Zhao Changhe fell silent for a moment before slowly replying, "You are no different. Are you not the same? To this day, you have yet to regard yourself as a person of this world, incessantly babbling in your Zhaoqiu dialect. How much of it is an unyielding linguistic habit? And how much is a deliberate attempt to distinguish yourself from this realm? You claim you have not been peering into my affairs. You were brought here by me. What is so peculiar about your attention?" The blind man sighed. "I never anticipated that you would manage to decipher the celestial script within a matter of months. It indeed took me by surprise." Zhao Changhe replied nonchalantly, "So, your visit this time is because you deem me a person of potential, here to grant me a golden opportunity?" The blind man did not respond. Instead, he said, "Someone has come to find you." With that, he vanished, and the night shattered into fragments. Zhao Changhe opened his eyes. And outside, the day had dawned bright. He remained in the tub, the water having turned cold long ago. He hastily rose from the tub, wiping himself down. After soaking all night, had it not been for his cultivated abilities, he would have surely caught a fever. As for the significance of the blind man's visit, Zhao Changhe scoffed verbally, but was inwardly aware. If the chaotic tome is merely a page of the celestial script, what of the other pages? The blind man did not state it outright, yet anyone who heard it would likely be compelled to seek further. That would be the true treasure, far superior to any golden opportunity. It also hints that the intentions of the Four Symbols sect and Xia Longyuan are likely intertwined with this. If the way of heaven is perished, who will hold dominion? This is the ultimate truth that the heroes of this world pursue. And it is also the purpose behind the blind man's guidance of Zhao Changhe. What is her true aim? Lost in a myriad of thoughts, as I brushed past, the door swung open with a creak, and Chui Yuanyang leaped inside. "Zhao, elder brother," he stammered. Zhao Changhe, expressionless, glanced down at his invincible younger brother, then raised his gaze to Chui Yuanyang with the same stoic demeanor. Step by step, Chui Yuanyang retreated, only to stumble over the threshold, letting out a yelp as he fell onto the floor, sitting awkwardly. Zhao Changhe, unable to contain his swirling thoughts, burst into laughter. The Hidden Dragon, 213. If this gets out, the credibility of the Chronicles of Chaos will surely crumble. Chui Yuanyang covered his eyes in embarrassment. "Why are you not dressed so early in the morning?" Zhao Changhe leisurely donned his trousers. One morning during breakfast, someone in the room shouted, "I am not dressed yet." Who could that have been? Two maidservants peeked in from either side of the doorframe, their eyes blinking curiously. Zhao Changhe remarked, "It seems there is no clearing this up. I shouldn't have made such jokes with her. But we have grown too familiar with one another in recent times. Yet, it appears that no matter what, it remains indefensible." Cui Yuanyang, blushing, rose from the floor and chided softly, "What are you all watching? Go away. I will take the dishes inside." The maidservants stifled their laughter and offered a slight bow. Yes. Cui Yuanyang took the tray from the maidservants with care, carefully stepping over the threshold. While Zhao Changhe had already donned a new outfit, smiling at her. It was a resplendent robe, adorned with hints of crimson and purple, intricately embroidered with mountains and rivers, exuding an air of magnificence. The fabric was of the highest quality, and it seemed that even the embroidery was woven with threads of gold, radiating unparalleled opulence. Zhao Changhe had never donned such exquisite attire in either of his worlds. Furthermore, the ensemble was not of a warrior's style. Rather, it exuded a refined elegance that considerably softened his previously rugged and bold demeanor, endowing him with a dignified and tranquil presence. Cui Yuanyang gazed with sparkling eyes. Finding the sight intriguing, she had never contemplated that Zhao Changhe could possess such an aspect of charm, and she was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected discovery. In a similar vein, Zhao Changhe was equally captivated, for the current Cui Yuanyang was undeniably beautiful. Indeed, she was no longer merely cute. She had transformed into a vision of beauty. Gone were the days of her fluffy rabbit hat and the tattered, mud-streaked appearance of a beggar. Instead, she now adorned herself with a delicate touch of makeup, her hair elegantly pinned with jade hairpins, and she stood gracefully in a pale green dress that elevated her stature, rendering her face less round and more oval, thus enhancing her beauty. She was unmistakably a striking young lady. The only remnant of her former self was the impeccably straight fringe that framed her forehead, giving her a doll-like appearance that added an extra touch of endearment. As their eyes met, both experienced the realization of, "So, this is how they look." Simultaneously, they broke into laughter, as if they were in a different realm altogether. "Come, let us eat." Cui Yuanyang cheerfully placed a dish on the table, but in turning, she inadvertently revealed the dirted backside from her earlier tumble, causing Zhao Changhe to burst into laughter. There was no sense of distance between them. They remained as they always had. "What are you laughing at?" Cui Yuanyang turned, feigning annoyance. "We haven't eaten anything good along the way. You should join me in this feast, as it is my rightful duty to shine in this moment." Observing the perpetual disappointment on Fu Luoli's face regarding her unsuccessful attempts at securing a benefactor, Zhao Changhe's dreams and concerns dissipated entirely, and with a buoyant spirit, he approached the table. "What delightful confections are these?" he inquired. "This is the fragrant jade cake from Piaxiangfang, and here we have the Mandarin duck 8 delicacies." Along with the snow jade cake crafted by the esteemed Zhang family of the capital, Cui Yuanyang eagerly elaborated, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "See if any of these delights resonate with your palate. Perhaps they mirror my own taste." Truly, she embodied the essence of youth. Despite traversing a tumultuous path rife with peril, she retained such a childlike innocence. Zhao Changhe sampled each delicacy, chuckling, "This jade cake is particularly delightful." Cui Yuanyang beamed with joy. "I knew it. Our tastes aligned perfectly." Zhao Changhe merely smiled in silence, recognizing that her initial introduction of this cake was the sole reason for their shared preference. As he savored the fresh milk alongside the exquisite pastries, he reflected on his luxurious attire and contemplated the implications of Cui Wenjing permitting his daughter to seek him out so early in the day. If this lifestyle were his desire, it seemed that a few well-chosen words could indeed secure such a life adorned with opulence, a charming wife, a father-in-law of great influence, and a network of power extending across states and counties. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a lingering sense of incompleteness. Perhaps the words of the blind man from the previous night echoed ominously in his mind. There exists a person who watches you, rendering your every action a mere performance in their eyes. Meanwhile, another group seeks the mysteries of the world, aiming for the heavens, striving to enact divine will. As the sunset painted the river in hues of crimson, the vast expanse of the martial world began to unfurl its narrative. As the steel blade from Baiming barely grazed its edge, did the knife in his heart also become dulled? "Brother Zhao." The voice of Cui Yuanyang emerged. "Why are you lost in thought while eating? There are no ill-intentioned boatwomen here." Zhao Changhe regained his senses and chuckled. "I wonder if there are any mischievous little rabbits." Cui Yuanyang's face flushed slightly. Her head bowed as she murmured, "There are not." In that moment, the girl's shyness rippled within her heart, nearly shattering the rosy glow of the rivers and lakes. Zhao Chang'e found himself hesitant to gaze at her crimson face, lowering his head to softly say, "I wish to meet your father. There is a matter I wish to discuss." Had there been others present, their immediate reaction would have been to assume he sought a marriage proposal. Yet, upon hearing this, Cui Yuanyang's blush gradually faded, her large eyes fixed intently on Zhao Chang'e. Given brother Zhao's bold and valiant nature, why would he speak so softly if it were indeed a proposal? Chapter 70. Cui winching. Ultimately, Cui Yuanyang said nothing more, merely stating, "Father is in the back courtyard admiring the flowers. I believe he is also waiting for you, brother Zhao, to meet him." Zhao Chang'e lifted his gaze to her. Her usually expressive eyes, which conveyed joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness with great clarity, were now shrouded in mist, obscuring her true thoughts. Yet, her smile remained bright. Once Zhao Chang'e finished the creamy pastries, she gracefully lifted her skirt and stood. "I will take you to him, brother Zhao." Zhao Chang'e rose, and Cui Yuanyang naturally took his hand, leading him out of the room. Zhao Chang'e felt a touch of awkwardness as he turned to glance at the surroundings. "You are still holding hands here." Cui Yuanyang responded nonchalantly. "Whether it is appropriate or not, we have held hands countless times. There is no need for self-deception. Regardless of the presence of others, Yaoyang remains Yaoyang." As Cui Yuanyang leisurely guided him along, she remarked, "In truth, my mood has not been particularly good." Zhao Chang'e inquired, "Is it because you discovered who the traitor is?" Cui Yuanyang sighed. "If only you could be a little more foolish, Zhao brother, you would be much more endearing." Zhao Chang'e retorted, "Like you?" Cui Yuanyang nodded earnestly, "Yes. Just like me." Zhao Chang'e chuckled in silence. Cui Yuanyang continued, "Of course, if you were to be foolish, you could not wield divine power to clear the path for me. That would indeed be a source of vexation. Otherwise, perhaps be clever in public, but a bit foolish with Yaoyang." Suddenly, Zhao Chang'e felt an unsettling suspicion. This girl seemed to be speaking in veiled terms. What does she mean by outside? Where's the inside? "My third brother, Cui Yuanqing. The legitimate second son, is it?" Zhao Chang'e fell silent. This was a truly blood-related elder brother, yet he would put the life of such an innocuous sister at stake, merely to pin the blame on Cui Yuanyang for not adequately caring for his sister, a scheme whose efficacy in the struggle for succession remained uncertain. It is hardly surprising that the initial response of the Cui family was somewhat sluggish. While assassinations were already occurring on the streets, the Cui clan remained oblivious. The organized nature of these ambushes undoubtedly indicated the involvement of a high-ranking insider. Such machinations could not be orchestrated by a mere illegitimate son or a secondary consort. If I were Cui Yuanyang, I would be weeping at this moment. Perhaps she had already wept for an extended period last night? How should he proceed? His father had imprisoned him without immediate resolution, and it was said that his mother had been weeping at home, insisting that a grave mistake had been made, that someone was orchestrating a betrayal. Zhao Chang'e shook his head, finding it difficult to pass judgment. Cui Yuanyang managed a faint smile. "Yet I do not harbor resentment towards him now." "Why not?" Zhao Chang'e inquired. "Were it not for him, I would never have encountered such a righteous and noble brother Zhao. Do you know?" She continued, "I had previously harbored regret." "Regret for what?" "For not choosing the first path, to accompany you to the southern lands and the northern deserts." As she spoke, her voice gradually diminished to a whisper, leaving Zhao Chang'e unaware of her concluding thought. Perhaps such an opportunity would never arise again. Zhao Chang'e needed not to hear her final words. The sentiment expressed in her preceding statement had already laid bare the young girl's feelings. He pressed his lips together tightly, at a loss for words. Yet, Cui Yuanyang suddenly halted her steps. "We have arrived." Zhao Chang'e lifted his gaze, beholding a vibrant panorama of blooming flowers in myriad hues. A winding bluestone path meandered ahead, shrouded beneath the boughs of flowering trees, its depth unknown. "I shall not enter," Cui Yuanyang said with a smile, lowering her head shyly once more. "The words you spoke, some of which I fear would be inappropriate for me to overhear." Zhao Chang'e paused, watching until the pale green hem of her skirt vanished beyond the corridor, before silently turning to enter the garden. How peculiar it was. He had not felt such inexpressible emotions upon parting with Xia Qiqi. Deep within the garden, the water flowed gently, and a glimpse of a corner of a flying eave could be seen between the flowering trees and the tranquil pool. There stood a pavilion where someone quietly gazed at the water. Zhao Chang'e approached, finding a table within the pavilion adorned with wine, yet no attendants were present. Cui Wenqing continued to observe the water, not turning his head. casually saying, "Sit. I have heard you enjoy drinking. Help yourself." Zhao Changhe did not take a seat. Instead, he stood beside him, both of them gazing at the water. This act was exceedingly impolite, yet to sit there and drink in a brazen manner would also be disrespectful, albeit fitting for his rugged demeanor. The sight of them standing side by side was even more difficult to articulate. Was he a benefactor to his daughter? A son-in-law? Or perhaps a prince? Cui Wenqing observed him with interest as he poured the wine, suddenly inquiring, "Have you studied? Are you familiar with etiquette?" Zhao Changhe responded with a sound of affirmation. "Though I have not learned the customs of your world, nor have I read the same texts as you, I am indeed a scholar. The essence of a scholar is often palpable. However, after mingling with the ruffians, Zhao Changhe's scholarly demeanor had gradually diminished. Yet, in the presence of a family like the Chuis, it would unconsciously resurface. Cui Yuanyang had once felt a sense of revelation, realizing that this man was not as uncouth as he had first imagined. However, in Cui Wenqing's eyes, it held a different significance. A man from Zhao's background ought not to be well versed in books or manners. Zhao Changhe's hand paused momentarily as he poured the wine. Then he gracefully set the wine jug aside. Zhaoqiu is situated right beside Luo family village. It is not as remote as one might imagine. Therefore, it is perfectly normal for the people of Zhaoqiu to work in Luo family village, or for the residents of Luo family village to reside in Zhaoqiu. Zhao Changhe remained silent. Cui Wenjing gazed into his glass of wine and suddenly remarked, "Last night, I had no intention of intervening, hoping the assassin would strike you first, confident that I could rescue my daughter in the meantime. Do you harbor resentment? After risking life and limb to protect my daughter, I received such a response. If I were in your position, my actions might not have been much different, thus I comprehend. Ultimately, you did extend a hand to save me. What I previously thought is of little consequence. However, I have conveyed to Yang Yang that understanding must be mutual to hold significance. Only with equitable qualifications can there be a foundation for mutual understanding, whether it be myself or Tang Wanzhuang." Cui Wenjing continued, "Just as in any household, the treatment of a son-in-law differs significantly from that of a marriage between families of equal standing. It is a universal truth. I trust you would respond likewise if placed in my position. Hence, I reiterate, what identity do you present to me in this moment of shared libation?" Cui Wenjing's demeanor suggested he was on the verge of declaring, "Due to the chaos brought forth by the turbulent times, my daughter's future with you is devoid of alternatives. The only choice lies in discerning whether you are a prince or merely a bandit. If you are a prince, we shall unite. If you refuse recognition, then you may live as a son-in-law and amuse yourself elsewhere. The decision rests solely with you." Zhao Changhe suddenly pondered. Cui Wenjing's attitude seemed to indicate one undeniable truth. He was aware that this was not the true prince. If he were indeed the true prince, old Cui could have stated it outright. Only someone who understands that it is false would exhibit hesitation. After all, the series of significant actions required to elevate a counterfeit to prominence is indeed a considerable gamble for the Cui family. Hence, the thought arose last night that perhaps it would be better to simply end this charade. However, upon discovering today that Zhao Changhe is well versed in literature and propriety, it seems to imbue the situation with a newfound interest, casting doubt on the initial assessment of the impostor. Thus, every word uttered is intended to coax Zhao Changhe into admitting his royal lineage, and it would be most advantageous if he could produce a token of proof willingly. Lost in thought, Zhao Changhe suddenly shook his head and chuckled softly. Cui Wenqing observed him in silence, allowing the moment to unfold. Eventually, Zhao Changhe exhaled deeply, stating thus, "I assert that understanding must be mutual. In this matter, no one has truly considered what Zhao Changhe himself might think. Perhaps only Yang Yang has pondered it." Genuinely placing herself in Zhao Changhe's perspective, Cui Wenqing replied coolly, "You might as well be more explicit." With narrowed eyes, he regarded the scene. In the distance, Cui Yuanyang leaned against a pillar, gazing at the ever-changing clouds above, letting out a soft sigh. Chapter 71. A 3-year pact? In this situation, only Cui Yuanyang truly comprehends Zhao Changhe's feelings. The chaos of the world, viewed from the Cui family's perspective, is indeed a source of vexation. While from Zhao Changhe's standpoint, it is no less than a calamity. The entire realm speculates on how Zhao Changhe will fulfill the role of son-in-law, filled with envy. Yet, has anyone considered that Zhao Changhe has never aspired to be the son-in-law at all? Aside from Yang Yang herself, who has ever contemplated this? Everyone assumes he has profited yet. Unexpectedly, rather than displaying anger at the remark, Chui Wenjing merely sipped his drink slowly and remarked languidly, "Your so-called lover, is it Xia Qiqi from the Four Symbols sect? Or perhaps the so-called bandit queen, Yu Hongling, whom others believe to be an impostor? My, you certainly possess a wealth of knowledge." Zhao Chang'e, taken aback by Chui Wenjing's demeanor, found himself shedding his earlier defiance, responding, "It is indeed Qiqi. Miss Yu and I share a gentlemanly friendship, both as teacher and comrade. Without ulterior motives, it is merely a misunderstanding on the part of others, including yourself. How naive." Chui Wenjing scoffed, "You would be better off speaking of Yu Hongling. At least she bears some semblance of respectability, yet here you are, defending a witch from a demonic sect." Zhao Chang'e, somewhat indignant, pressed his lips together. He believed Qiqi's feelings for him were genuine. While it may not be said that their love was eternal and unwavering, and the future remained uncertain. He recalled that when she departed, she had mentioned that if he were to seek another woman, it would seem he cared little. Nevertheless, he felt that at that moment, she truly did care. Chui Wenjing scrutinized him for a while, finding the situation increasingly amusing. When he displayed his pretentiousness, Zhao was audacious and spoke freely by his side. Yet, when Chui did not mind his rejection and chose to jest, Zhao became subdued, his defiance giving way to a charmingly earnest demeanor. This notion of being a natural rogue, inherently rebellious, was merely that of a youth with clear grievances and unrefined edges. Even his emotions reflected the typical innocence of youth. How could he resemble a bandit? Have you ever seen a mountain king treat women in such a manner? That identity grows ever more authentic. He gently tapped the stone table with his index finger, slowly articulating, "Last night, I repeatedly inquired of Yang Yang, and I believe you harbor no feelings for her. In times of escape, physical contact was inevitable. Circumstances dictated our actions, and the Chui family is not composed of antiquated fools. Thus, it is of little consequence. However, the crux of the matter is that Yang Yang appears to harbor feelings for you, and quite profound ones at that." Zhao Chang'e remained silent. This was the reason for his unexpressed turmoil during his visit to decline. Yang Yang was acutely aware of her predicament. She feared that his words would falter in her presence and that hearing them might provoke her to tears. In truth, she understood everything. Chui Wenjing observed his expression, finding it increasingly amusing, and continued, "I do not blame the young girl for her naive fluttering of the heart. To speak candidly, your recent heroic endeavors are indeed worthy of capturing Yang Yang's affections." Zhao Chang'e could not help but scratch his head, feeling bewildered. The more they spoke, the more reasonable and complimentary he became. He had just been attempting to refuse him. Was it not expected that he would be outraged instead? Chui Wenjing leisurely stated, "For the sake of the family, every matter must be weighed for its advantages and disadvantages. Yet, on a personal level, who does not value a hero? If you sought the support of the Chui family, or perhaps aimed to gain wealth and beauty as a son-in-law, we might all consent. Though inwardly we would hold little esteem, believing our daughter to be demeaned. However, your refusal has made me pity my daughter, yet personally, I admire you. It seems a fitting match, does it not perplex you?" Zhao Chang'e responded, After a moment of silence, he spoke softly, "To be honest, if that were the case, I would feel guilt. I cannot bear to see Yang Yang become the subject of ridicule." Chui Wenjing's smile grew ever more pronounced. "So, how do you intend to navigate this predicament?" Zhao Chang'e suddenly remarked, "Xingxing is still young. She is not yet of an age to discuss marriage." Chui Wenjing gazed at him intently, remaining silent. Zhao Chang'e scratched his head. "If we were to consider ourselves as sworn siblings, would the elder agree?" Chui Wenjing twitched the corner of his mouth. "It is not a matter of whether I, an old man, agree. You seem to be underestimating the intelligence of the world. Even if I were to host a grand ceremony to acknowledge you as my adopted son, it does not imply that sworn siblings cannot wed. After all, there is no such custom among the people." Zhao Chang'e, Chui Wenjing. "Then, grant me 3 years," Zhao Chang'e ventured. "The Chui family can declare to the world that Zhao Chang'e, born of a notorious lineage, shall have no right to marry Xingxing unless he ascends the heavenly, earthly, and human rankings within 3 years. What do you think, elder?" Chui Wenjing found this quite amusing, as it was indeed one of his own contingency plans. He had been pondering whether this would make Zhao Chang'e feel cornered, only to find Zhao Chang'e proposing it himself. According to this reasoning, the Chui family would have dismissed Zhao Chang'e while preserving Xingxing's dignity, leaving room for hope without appearing excessively harsh or ungrateful. In the eyes of the world, prominent families are often criticized for their biases regarding lineage. They are accustomed to it, perhaps grumbling a bit. but not to the extent of damaging their reputation. After 3 years, Zhao Changhe might well have met his demise, or perhaps fail to meet the requirements, thus allowing the Cui family to conclude this matter with perfect satisfaction. Zhao Changhe is quite an intriguing character. In truth, he bears no fault in this matter. Yet he feels a sense of guilt. His proposal has rendered him somewhat awkward, as his desire to marry into a prestigious family has been met with disdain, reducing him to mere gossip fodder in the martial world. Is this truly a reflection of his indifference towards Yang Yang? He clearly cares deeply for her, showing little regard for his own reputation. Zhao Changhe remarked, at that time, why could it not be that I, Zhao Changhe, harbored resentment over past grievances and chose to ignore her? If Yang Yang were to remain attached to old feelings, would he truly have the heart to disregard her? Cui Wenqing burst into laughter, exclaiming, "We are all men. Why hide the truth from one another? Your thoughts are merely a reflection of your newfound strength and the desire to embrace all possibilities." Zhao Changhe blinked, rendered speechless. In truth, he felt somewhat wronged. He had not contemplated such complexities. He is not a strategist, calculating 10 steps ahead. Devising a plausible solution in such a short span of time is already a considerable feat, let alone planning for distant contingencies. Yet, Cui Wenqing's laughter betrayed no anger, and this demeanor left him pondering. Cui Wenqing continued with a grin, "I had originally considered this plan, yet you brought it forth first. However, your proposal diverges slightly from my intentions. Do you know where it differs?" Zhao Changhe shook his head, uncertain. Cui Wenqing clarified, "You suggest 3 years. I intended to propose 5. Zhao Changhe, at the age of 20, is aware that the age limit for the Qianlong rankings is 25. Thus Cui Wenqing's original plan was indeed for 5 years. In tumultuous times, the classification of age holds its own rationale. The realm is teeming with heroes. Yet each possesses an innate limitation in talent. After all, how could one, having honed their skills for 3 to 4 decades, be outperformed by a mere youth? Naturally, young individuals are often judged primarily on their potential. Yet, upon reaching the age of 25, one should have weathered the storms of the world. At this juncture, it is no longer merely about potential. Shouldn't one strive for tangible achievements on the leaderboard? Of course, unparalleled geniuses exist, those who transcend the capabilities of others. While their peers are still in the phase of potential, they have already ascended to mastery and claimed their place among the renowned. Such individuals, though historically rare, do exist. The last to achieve such a feat was Xia Longyuan, who reached the leaderboard at the tender age of 22. Zhao Changhe, at 23, spoke of a 3-year timeline. Given Xia Longyuan's precedent, it does not seem too shocking, yet it remains an accomplishment that few dare to boast of, especially considering one's martial journey commenced at the age of 19. Cui Wenqing felt that granting 5 years was already quite demanding, and yet this fellow audaciously proposed 3. Do you truly comprehend what that entails? However, Cui Wenqing was no pushover. He was the scoundrel who had captured his daughter's heart. The prior night, he had refrained from eliminating him solely to prevent his daughter from descending into madness. Now, with this bold claim of 3 years, was he to extend a grace period of 5 or even 10 years? He merely smiled, raising his wine cup for a sip. I myself have several concubines, thus, I shall not utter the words that allow for only one. If you indeed possess the capability to ascend the leaderboard within 3 years, what would be remarkable about acquiring a few concubines? Zhao Changhe found the seemingly affable demeanor of Cui Wenqing strikingly different from his prior mental rehearsals. After much contemplation, he suddenly realized, was this not a form of engagement? The old fox naturally completed the arrangements with his legal wife. Chapter 72, Between Heaven and Earth. Zhao Lang emerges. Cui Wenqing has departed. Zhao Changhe sits alone in the pavilion, sipping wine, his gaze still vacant. How did things come to this? Wasn't I here to refuse? Is there something awry? This proposal was clearly intended to allow the Cui family to save face. It could have been resolved now, and in 3 years, everything would be uneventful. Shouldn't you, Cui Wenqing, have smoothly concluded this matter? Yet, how did it twist into this? It seems as if I spoke all the words myself, and they were quite agreeable. To be frank, Zhao Changhe could hardly fathom that the person he just conversed with was the 9th on the celestial ranking, the head of a prestigious family. There was not a hint of oppression. Apart from a few initial rhetorical flourishes, the rest of the dialogue felt like that of a concerned father, amiable and reasonable. Accustomed to the portrayals of aristocratic families in novels and films, who disdainfully regard impoverished suitors who have taken their daughters, Zhao Changhe found his experience surreal. However, upon closer examination, The other party had obtained everything they desired. Although the words were his own, they had been subtly guided by the other party. A few flattering remarks left him with no choice but to concoct an acceptable solution. The idea of a sworn brother-sister relationship was initially viable and was precisely what Zhao Chang had desired. Yet, the old man had cleverly shifted the concept, aiming to resolve the issue of Yin Yan's reputation. If you were willing to acknowledge him as an adopted son, then the idea of a sworn brother escorting his sworn sister would be entirely normal. And wouldn't that resolve the matter of reputation? How did the concept turn into that of sworn siblings, and why were they entwined in such a manner? Ultimately, if, 3 years hence, one finds oneself with nothing, the other party would naturally treat it as if nothing had transpired. Conversely, should this fellow truly ascend to greatness, he would be hailed as an extraordinary talent. Their impromptu union would merely elicit laughter from onlookers. Regardless of the calculations, the Chui family stands to gain significantly. It is truly a case of being sold, yet still counting the profits, while feeling quite pleased with the counterpart. Zhao Changhe finally came to a realization, caught in a bittersweet amusement. This is the illustrious Chui family of Qinghe, which has remained steadfast for generations, possessing its own intricate pathways. One cannot regard them as mere practitioners of martial arts. The identity of the ninth on the celestial ranking holds no pertinence in such circumstances. In Chui Wenjing's eyes, this is a matter of utmost importance for his daughter and the Chui family, not to mention a political affair, given his dubious status. How could old Chui dare to recognize him as a foster son? They treat significant matters with the utmost gravity, while he is merely a young lad, ill-equipped for such games. It is uncertain how the news will be received once it spreads. A headache indeed. Brother Zhao, Brother Zhao. The voice of Chui Yuanyang echoed from a distance. Zhao Changhe turned to see a young girl joyfully dashing through the flower bushes, her skirt held aloft, resembling a butterfly among blossoms, her smile surpassing even the beauty of the surrounding flora. Is it not worth it, simply for her to reveal such a radiant smile? Perhaps one ought to thank Chui Wenjing instead. His cunning and adept handling of the situation prevented it from turning into a sharp blade. As for what lies ahead, he truly lacks the energy to contemplate. Brother Zhao. Chui Yuanyang joyfully dashed into the pavilion, her demeanor suggesting an inclination to leap into Zhao Chang's embrace. However, she quickly seemed to feel a sense of bashfulness, abruptly halting in front of him, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. My father said, he said. Zhao Changhe could not help but ruffle her hair, reassuring her, regardless of his words, at the very least, I do not wish to leave immediately. I can remain as a guest for a few days. He smiled gently, adding, this is not something I can simply will into existence. One must not underestimate the complexities involved. Chui Yuanyang's head drooped even lower, her voice barely audible like a whisper. I also wish for you to succeed. I believe you can. This statement was akin to expressing a desire for him to marry her, yet it conveyed a deeper emotional resonance than a mere declaration. Zhao Changhe sighed, unable to restrain himself, saying, Yuanyang, have you considered that having grown up at home, you have had little exposure to the world and have met very few people? His implication was that Yuanyang might not genuinely harbor feelings for him, but rather, the shared experience of life and death had stirred her heart momentarily. Perhaps, upon encountering other commendable gentlemen in the future, she would truly understand her affections. Why have you become less naive? Is this the emotional awareness you ought to possess? This sentiment echoed in his mind, having been reiterated by numerous voices the previous night, causing a sense of weariness. He had expected Zhao Changhe to be unencumbered and straightforward, only to find him entangled in the nuances of gossip. Zhao Changhe could not help but chuckle softly. Did this place him in a difficult position? In his heart, he regarded Yuanyang merely as a child, devoid of the implications others might perceive. Thus, they spoke the same words, attempting to persuade Yuanyang. Yet, at last, Chui Yuanyang lifted her head and boldly gazed into his eyes. I will grow up and make Brother Zhao fond of me. The tender light in the girl's eyes could truly soften even the hardest of hearts, entwining like a delicate thread within, impossible to unravel. Zhao Changhe realized he was ensnared. Regardless of his prior intentions, they now existed. To be liked and confessed to by a girl was indeed a sensation like no other. Who among the cadre could withstand such a test? His thoughts drifted aimlessly, uncertain of their direction, as he found himself uttering, Yang Yang need not grow up. Brother Zhao already adores the very essence of Yang Yang. Chui Yuanyang blossomed into a radiant smile, her eyes alight with joy, rendering the vibrant hues of their surroundings pale in comparison. Giddily, she took Zhao Chang's hand, wandering leisurely through the garden, and softly remarked, "The gentlemen I have encountered are not few. My father is renowned in the celestial rankings, and our family holds a distinguished position. My elder brother, at a tender age, is a hidden dragon among the third tier. Our lineage is illustrious, surrounded by notable figures. I once believed that the heroes of this world were merely thus." Zhao Changhe could not resist interjecting, "Is it possible that among the heavens and earth there exists a Zhao Lang?" "It certainly seems so." Cui Yuanyang turned her head in astonishment, chuckling softly. "How shameless you are." "Humph." Cui Yuanyang playfully teased. "Since brother Zhao desires such a phrase, let it be so. After all, it is not far from the truth." "Hey, that sounds rather dismissive. I merely wish to express that regardless of their virtues, and irrespective of Zhao Changhe's rough demeanor, Yang Yang remains steadfastly devoted to you." Cui Yuanyang did not gaze upon him, her eyes flitting about, observing the butterflies flitting among the flowers. 3 years hence, should you fail to achieve your ambitions, I shall elope with you." The sight of the butterflies and blossoms seemed to evoke something within her. Coupled with the notion of elopement, her cheeks flushed a brilliant crimson, radiant as the dawn. Yet, in this moment, the motivation for her cultivation undeniably expanded, and she recognized that her present endeavors would no longer necessitate the arduous exploration she had previously endured. The Cui family, both overtly and covertly, would undoubtedly offer their support. For them, this was an investment, and they would not allow him to flounder in solitude. Zhao Changhe, devoid of pretense, nodded in agreement. "I too wish to visit Qinghe. Furthermore, regarding your father's cunning demeanor, it seems likely that the one imprisoned is not the true culprit. Rather, your father may be orchestrating a ploy to draw the serpent from its lair." Cui Yuanyang paused, her eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 73. Qinghe. Biming, bearing the same name as the present world, sharing a similar status. Oddly, Biming's geography extends further north, while Qinghe's geography aligns perfectly with the current realm. As Zhao Changhe escorted Cui Yuanyang, a thought surfaced in his mind. "I have arrived in Hebei province. The capital's location closely resembles that of the contemporary capital, yet Biming has ventured to a more northern region." Thus, Cui Yuanyang had previously remarked, "Though my home does not pass through the capital on the way to Biming, it is not far off if one takes a turn." The origins of this phenomenon remain a mystery, as does its connection to the present world. Perhaps this time, it would be prudent to inquire with Cui Wenjing, for Yang Yang may not be well versed in these matters. As Zhao Changhe traverses the bustling streets of Qinghe County, he finds himself enveloped in an expanse of vibrancy. The thoroughfare is remarkably wide, teeming with a continuous flow of vehicles, and the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares fills the air. Majestic pavilions and towers abound, each displaying a myriad of architectural splendor. This marks Zhao Changhe's first encounter with a city of such grandeur, far surpassing the one where he previously resorted to theft. He wonders how the capital compares to this spectacle. The horrors Zhao Changhe has endured, massacres, the chaos wrought by bandits, the treacherous turbulence of the rivers and lakes, and the brutalities inflicted by foreign tribes, seem to belong to a realm distinctly separate from this vibrant locale, almost as if they inhabit different worlds altogether. If one were to speak of a paradise amidst turmoil, perhaps it would resemble such a place. The governor of Qinghe County is a member of the Cui family, though not Cui Wenjing himself, but rather his younger brother, Cui Wenjue. The Cui clan boasts numerous relatives, in-laws, and former officials scattered across various states and even within the military, constituting a formidable force that transcends state lines. This is the illustrious Qinghe Cui family. Cui Wenjing himself holds no official position in the court, maintaining an air of detachment as the 9th most esteemed figure in the realm. Even Xiao Longyuan must accord respect to such an individual and their influential lineage. To the vast majority of the populace, the image of the head of the Cui family diverges markedly from the wizened fox-like father figure Zhao Changhe has encountered. He is akin to a celestial being, elusive and enigmatic, existing high above the mundane world, exuding both authority and the gentle demeanor of a true gentleman. In the realm of contemporary knowledge, it is evident that beneath the veneer of prosperity lies a profound ugliness. The issue of land consolidation alone has rendered countless individuals homeless, a phenomenon that often precipitates the cyclical rise and fall of dynasties, with the aristocracy serving as the quintessential antagonists. Other transgressions, such as the oppression of the weak Esoteric debates that disregard governance and collusion with foreign powers are merely foundational elements of this narrative. The chaos of tumultuous times can largely be attributed to the aristocracy, who must bear significant culpability. Consequently, Zhao Chang'e harbors a persistent sense of aversion, even disdain, towards the aristocracy, though charming in their own right. Individuals do not embody the class as a whole. However, at this very moment, witnessing a prosperity and tranquility that starkly contrasts with the outside world. He must concede that his previous impressions were not entirely objective. Every phenomenon possesses duality. At least at this juncture, this indeed represents a sanctuary. The Cui family estate lies to the east of the city, sprawling over an unknown expanse, exuding an air of solemnity. Outside the gates, the avenues are lined with willows swaying in the spring breeze, and bridges arch gracefully over flowing waters, imbuing the grandeur with an added touch of serene elegance. It is, in fact, more refined than the vibrant garden of the former magistrate of Wei County. Cui Wenjing has long since departed with Zhao Chang'e, leaving him unaware of her whereabouts. Meanwhile, Cui Yuanyang joyfully ushers her elder brother, Zhao, into their home. The journey from the entrance to her boudoir feels to Zhao Chang'e longer than circling the Bei Meng mountain stronghold thrice, as the estate's groundsmen, busily tending to the flowers and grass, outnumber the inhabitants of the stronghold. A true embodiment of affluence, Cui Yuanyang perceives his envy and jealousy, playfully remarking, "If elder brother Zhao comes here often to discuss marriage, will he choose to linger and never leave?" Zhao Chang'e candidly responds, "Most likely. I would be enticed by the wealthy lady for food and sustenance." Cui Yuanyang, with a robust voice, imitated him and declared, "I, Zhao Chang'e, do not rely on others' kindness." "Oh, have I uttered this phrase before you?" "No need to have, for one could easily surmise it. I sense that my image in your eyes has perhaps been undeservedly exalted. If you offer me money, I genuinely desire it, truly." "Have you ever spoken such words?" "Indeed. Then it is not an exaggeration, is it?" Cui Yuanyang, with a playful smile, seized his hand, saying, "Come. I shall show you my room. It is quite charming." Mississippi. At that moment, a maid could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Master Zhao is not suited to visit your boudoir." The entourage of maids had been trailing behind for quite some time, their expressions sour as they witnessed the playful banter between the young couple. Zhao Chang'e, akin to a toad desiring a swan, found himself scorned by the master. Bound by a 3-year pact, a matter yet to be made public, the whispers had already begun circulating within the Cui household. In truth, the servants of the Cui family did not believe he could truly gain a place among the elite in 3 years, rendering this engagement seemingly null and void. The invitation to visit was extended out of consideration for his connection to the young lady, a gesture of the master's generosity, yet he still lingered, desiring entry into her chamber. What was his intention? Thus, Cui Wenjing believed this proposal would tarnish Zhao Chang'e's reputation, as he genuinely prioritized Yuanyang's honor over his own. Cui Yuanyang was acutely aware of this, and the more such remarks were made about Zhao Chang'e, the more it irked her. She turned, hands on her hips, and indignantly retorted, "Whom I choose to invite into my room is my affair. My father has not interfered, so who are you to meddle?" The maid advised, "Master, you are burdened with countless affairs. How can you concern yourself with these matters? Miss, you must learn to cherish yourself. Is this time away from home not a sufficiently painful lesson?" Another voice chimed in, "Indeed, look at how this man immediately demands money. It is quite extraordinary. I have never encountered such behavior. Truly, he is a rogue." Zhao Chang'e could only chuckle in silence. All the anger within Cui Yuanyang dissipated with that remark, and she reached into her pocket, pulling out a piece of gold and placing it into Zhao Chang'e's hand. "If he wants money, I shall give it to him. Who is to stop me?" As she spoke, she stood on her tiptoes, attempting to kiss Zhao Chang'e's face. "I would even kiss him. Should I call my father to intervene?" However, her efforts were thwarted by her height. Rising onto her toes, she made a small leap, only to have her forehead firmly pressed down by Zhao Chang'e. Cui Yuanyang glared at him in indignation, while Zhao Chang'e smiled, saying, seizing the opportunity, "Are we?" "Humph." Cui Yuanyang turned her head, evading his large hand. "Let us go. Ignore them." A group of maids and servants stood there, bewildered, witnessing such an open display of affection in broad daylight. In the distance, Zhao Chang'e could be heard saying, "All right. I must confess that your boudoir is indeed not the most suitable place for me. Our agreement was made with your reputation in mind. Do not jeopardize it again, for both your father and I are quite troubled by it." Cui Yuanyang pouted, realizing she had become overly excited, mistakenly viewing this as a betrothal, when in truth, it could not even be considered that. Rather, it was a sign of discord. She knew she must not recklessly undermine the efforts of her father and Zhao Ge. With a slight sigh, she murmured, "Oh, then follow me this way." "Where?" "To the armory." Cui Yuanyang casually glanced at the ever-present wine gourd clutched by Zhao Chang'e, as if the storms of the Jianghu had swept in unnoticed. The blade had been dulled, and even Zhao Chang'e himself was oblivious to when it had lost its edge. Strangely, the gourd remained astonishingly intact, albeit increasingly worn. Yet he could not bring himself to part with it. With a fleeting gaze, she seemingly nonchalantly remarked, "Brother Zhao, your blade is dulled. I shall find you the finest sword, one that you can carry with you always." After all, with excessive use, how could a blade remain unscathed? "You speak nonsense. There must be one." Zhao Chang'e, unaware that the young girl's thoughts had ventured into treacherous realms, found his yearning for a new sword surpassing all other interests. At this moment, even if a naked maiden lay before him, he would scarcely pay her mind. Very well, I concede. Show me the swords." The Cui family's armory was not merely a single room, but a cluster of buildings, heavily guarded. Beyond these structures lay a pathway leading to a slightly elevated hill, where a small pavilion crafted entirely of pure copper could be seen, concealing unknown treasures within. Cui Yuanyang personally guided Zhao Chang'e to the armory, and the guards did not obstruct their passage, for the family's legitimate daughter possessed the privilege to access the majority of the weapons. However, Cui Yuanyang had no intention of heading to the copper pavilion. Instead, she led Zhao Chang'e to a room on the right, smiling as she said, "This is where we specifically store the swords." On the hill, behind the copper pavilion, lay the ancestral hall of our family, where my father is currently interrogating someone. Cui Yuanyang instinctively lowered her voice, continuing, "As for that copper pavilion, it houses the treasured Qinghe sword of the Cui family. Oh, and there is also a renowned blade bestowed by His Majesty, kept there as a mark of esteem." Having perused countless novels, Zhao Chang'e instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 74. After embracing the sturdy leg. It is one thing for the emperor to bestow a sword to be enshrined beside the ancestral hall, but to conceal his own divine blade as well. Zhao Chang'e could not fathom the rationale behind such actions. Weapons are meant for use, not merely to be revered as ancestral offerings. In times of peril, one would wish to wield them, yet what if they were out of reach? Nevertheless, as this world ascends into the realms of fantasy, certain circumstances may elude his current comprehension. Moreover, regardless of any underlying matters, it was not within his purview as a guest to interfere. Thus, Zhao Chang'e paid little heed and followed Cui Yuanyang into the concealed sword chamber. Though referred to as a sword chamber, the collection was modest, as the Cui family primarily favored swords. Knives were merely secondary curiosities. The walls and knife racks held approximately 20 to 30 pieces, all sheathed, rendering their quality indiscernible. However, Zhao Chang'e's attention was immediately captivated by a long sword laid horizontally on the rack. The blade measured 4 to 5 feet in length, nearly matching Cui Yuanyang's height, and was exceedingly broad, with a hilt long enough to accommodate 2 hands. The sword was sheathed, concealing its material, yet its imposing presence suggested a weight of several dozen pounds. A broadsword from his dreams. Such a weapon truly existed in reality. Noticing Zhao Chang'e's unwavering gaze upon the sword, Cui Yuanyang expressed surprise. "Brother Zhao, do you fancy this? Is it not too large and heavy?" Cui Yuanyang discerned the implications. The fact that it was beyond his current grasp indicated that Zhao Chang'e had indeed contemplated mastering it in the future. Yet, this was in perfect harmony with Zhao Chang'e's temperament. The fierce spirit of a wild blade would be particularly suited to such a weapon. Envision the formidable presence one would exude while wielding such a blade. It would surely instill trepidation in the hearts of adversaries, rendering them weak-kneed at the mere sight. It is no wonder that Brother Zhao holds such an affinity for it. As Cui Yuanyang bit his lip in contemplation, he murmured, "This knife was personally wielded by my father when he vanquished a formidable general of a foreign tribe, a man whose stature was beyond measure. It is said that he was more beast than man. In truth, the blade bestowed by His Majesty bears some resemblance to this one, albeit slightly smaller and lighter. Measuring approximately 4 feet in length and weighing around 30 caddies, perhaps more suitable for practical use." Zhao Chang'e, fully aware that the imperial gift was unattainable, nevertheless found himself intrigued. "What is the name of that blade?" "It is called the Dragon Sparrow, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow." Zhao Changhe's expression grew somewhat peculiar. The name is indeed splendid and powerful. However, it is worth noting that such a name exists in his own world as well, the Hellion Bobobo's great Xia dragon sparrow. Yet, that great Xia is rather unremarkable. Is it mere coincidence, Xia Longyuan? Ultimately, what significance does it hold for him? It is destined to remain beyond his grasp. Zhao Chang's gaze flitted from one blade to another, fully aware that any knife he might choose here would far surpass his original steel blade in quality. Yet, after having beheld the broadsword, these ordinary knives seemed lackluster in comparison. Cui Yuanyang found his demeanor amusing and remarked that Zhao, despite his stature, often displayed a childlike curiosity, akin to a child discovering a captivating toy, rendering all others mundane. Ultimately, she selected a magnificent sword that closely resembled Zhao Changhe's previous one in both design and weight. Placing it in his hand without even bothering to introduce it, use this one for now. Her eyes darted toward the copper hull, biting her lip as if contemplating some scheme. It appeared somewhat daunting. However, she felt it was implausible that a regular sword could remain unscathed and usable indefinitely. Perhaps only a certain kind could achieve that. Once a suitable sword had been chosen, Zhao Changhe finally encountered Cui Wenjing at the banquet. With no one else present, just the father and daughter along with Zhao Changhe, it was clear they wished to avoid unsolicited remarks about him. Noticing the new blade at Zhao Changhe's waist, Cui Wenjing smiled and said, "I suspect this is the one, quite similar to the one you previously wielded." Zhao Changhe clasped his hands in gratitude, replying, "This sword is exceptional. I tested it, and it slices with remarkable precision. I thank you, esteemed elder. You deserve it." He responded. Cui Wenjing smiled gently. "You can achieve even more. I am aware that you are not a greedy person. Your desires are quite clear, likely concerning how to resolve the issues associated with the blood fiend technique, as well as how to expand your meridians and dantian, enabling your internal power to keep pace with your external martial arts. Indeed, I seek nothing else." Zhao Changhe exclaimed joyfully. "Does the senior have a solution?" Cui Yuanyang cast a discreet glance at him. "Aren't you also in need of funds?" Cui Wenjing replied, "Let us first address the issue of the blood fiend technique. It is determined by the very foundation of the martial art, since it harnesses both blood essence and fiendish energy. It inevitably leads to malevolent energy invading the mind and corroding the body. While I can eliminate this malevolent energy, your blade would lose its former ferocity, rendering you half incapacitated and diminishing your current prowess. Consider whether this trade-off is worthwhile." Indeed, Cui Wenjing undoubtedly possessed a greater understanding than Yu Hongling. Yet it seemed that a perfect solution eluded him. Zhao Changhe, feeling somewhat troubled, inquired, "Shouldn't the blood god technique similarly cultivate blood essence and fiendish energy? Why does it not bear these drawbacks? It suggests that a balance can indeed be struck." Cui Wenjing revealed a hint of disdainful amusement. "If the blood god technique